do not venture out after dark. This phrase has circulated in the village of Canlao for many years. Its origin is now lost to time. Yet, this statement remains an undeniable truth, beyond reproach. As Granny C observed the sun gradually sinking behind the mountains, a sense of unease began to stir within her. With the last rays of sunlight extinguished, an eerie silence enveloped the world, devoid of sound. Darkness crept in from the west, slowly engulfing the mountains, rivers, roads, and trees, until it finally consumed the village of Canlao. At the four corners of the village stood four ancient stone statues, weathered and time-worn. Even Granny C could not recall who sculpted them or when they were erected. As darkness descended, these statues emitted a faint glow, offering a semblance of comfort to Granny C and the elderly villagers. The encroaching darkness outside grew ever denser, yet the light from the statues rendered Canlao a relatively safe haven. Suddenly, Granny C's ears perked up, and in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Do you hear that? There's the sound of a child crying outside." Old Ma beside her shook his head. "Impossible. You must be mistaken. Wait, there truly is the sound of a baby crying." The wails of an infant echoed from beyond the village. The other villagers, save for those hard of hearing, exchanged bewildered glances. How could a baby possibly be present in such a desolate place? "I must investigate," Granny C declared excitedly, tiptoeing towards one of the statues. Old Ma hurried after her. "Granny, have you lost your mind? It's dark. Stepping outside the village is tantamount to courting death. I shall carry this statue out. The darkness fears them. I want perish immediately." Bending down, she attempted to lift the statue, but her hunchback rendered her incapable. Old Ma shook his head. "Let me assist you. I will carry the statue and accompany you." Another elderly man, limping over, chimed in, "Old Ma, you have but one arm. You cannot bear the weight for long. I am fully capable, so allow me to carry it." Old Ma shot him a glare. "You, with your limp, can barely walk. Though I possess only one arm, it is strong." He hoisted the statue with considerable effort, steadying himself. "Granny, let us proceed. Do not call me old hag. You all need to be cautious. Should we lose a statue, the darkness may breach our village." As they advanced towards the source of the cries, they traversed 100 paces until they reached the riverbank, where the infant's wails resonated. The statue's feeble light illuminated only a short distance, compelling them to carefully navigate upstream. After a few more steps, they discerned the cries were near. Old Ma's single arm struggled under the weight. Granny Cis' eyes brightened as she spotted a faint glow. A basket rested on the riverbank, from which the light and cries emanated. "There is indeed a child," Granny C exclaimed, approaching the basket. She attempted to lift it but paused. Stunned. Beneath the basket lay a hand, waterlogged and pale, that supported both the basket and the child within it. "Rest assured, the child is safe now," Granny C whispered to the submerged woman. The corpse seemed to heed her words, releasing its grip as the river swept it away into the darkness. Granny C hoisted the basket, revealing an infant swaddled within. A jade pendant lay atop the swaddling, emanating a soft glow. This pendant's light bore a resemblance to that of the statues, albeit much weaker, serving as a shield against the malevolent forces lurking in the dark. Yet, its feeble luminescence could only protect the child and not the woman. "It is a boy," Granny C declared upon returning to Canlao, where the villagers, elderly, frail, and ailing, gathered around her. She unveiled the swaddling with a toothless grin. "At long last, our village has welcomed a healthy child." A one-legged man exclaimed, "Granny, do you intend to raise him? We can barely sustain ourselves. I believe we should return him." Granny C retorted angrily, "I found this child through my own efforts. Why should I relinquish him?" The villagers fell silent, not daring to counter her. The village chief, who was more wretched than the others, approached on a makeshift stretcher, lacking both hands and feet. Despite his condition, he commanded respect, even from the fierce Granny C. "If we are to raise him, we ought to give him a name," the chief suggested. "Granny, do you see anything else in the basket?" Granny C rummaged through the contents, shaking her head. "Only this jade pendant. There are no notes or anything else." The pendant bears an inscription, a character for Qin. "It is pure and exudes an unusual power, surely of noble origin. Shall we name him Qin, or is that his surname?" The chief pondered. "Let his surname be Qin. We shall name him Mu. Qin Mu. When he grows, he may tend to cattle and manage to survive." "Qin Mu," Granny C mused, gazing at the swaddled infant, who, unafraid, gurgled and giggled in response. Years later, by the riverbank, the sweet sound of a flute wafted through the air. A young shepherd, no older than 11 or 12, sat atop a cow, playing a melodious tune. This boy, with his striking features and bright smile, was none other than Qin Mu, the infant Granny C had rescued from the river 11 years prior. The village elders had toiled to raise him, with Granny C procuring a cow to nourish him with milk during his formative years, ensuring his survival through the perilous early days. Despite the villagers' fierce appearances, they treated him with kindness. Granny C, a seamstress, taught Qin Mu the art of tailoring, while the village's herbalist instructed him in the ways of botany and medicine. He learned agility from the one-legged elder and developed his auditory skills from the blind elder, and even practiced breathing techniques with the chief, leading to a fulfilling childhood. The cow became his steadfast companion, and though Granny C had intended to sell her, Qin Mu's attachment changed her mind, entrusting him with her care. He often grazed her by the river, surrounded by verdant hills and azure waters, relishing the tranquility. Qin Mu, save me." Suddenly, the cow spoke, startling him. He leaped from its back, eyes wide in disbelief. The cow, tears glistening in her eyes, implored, "Qin Mu, you were nurtured by my milk. I am akin to your mother. You must save me." Qin Mu blinked, bewildered. "How can I save you?" The cow replied, "You possess a sickle at your waist. If you skin me, you can liberate me from this plight." Qin Mu hesitated, and the cow pressed, "Have you forgotten the kindness I bestowed upon you?" With a heavy heart, he brandished the sickle, cautiously slicing through the hide. To his astonishment, no blood flowed, and the cow's skin revealed an empty void instead of flesh and bone. As he peeled back the hide, a woman in her 20s tumbled forth, her legs still ensnared within the skin, while her upper body had broken free. Disheveled, she seized the sickle from the astonished Qin Mu, swiftly cutting away the remnants of the cow's skin from her legs. Her eyes glinted with malice as she aimed the sickle at Qin Mu's throat, sneering, "You vile wretch. It is because of you that I was transformed into a cow. For 11 years, I was forced to graze and nourish you. I had just given birth before that which cursed me. Now, freed at last, I shall end your life and exact vengeance upon the villains of this village." Qin Mu's mind reeled, utterly confused by the woman's words. The woman was poised to deliver a fatal blow, when suddenly a chill coursed through her, compelling her to glance downward, where a blade protruded ominously from her chest. "Qin Mu, you fool, how did you come to know? Do not venture out after dark." "Grandmother, why is it perilous to be outside when night falls?" Qin Mu inquired, lifting his gaze. "In the dark, dreadful entities stir and roam. To step outside is to court death," the old matriarch solemnly declared. "The statues in our village serve as our guardians, deterring the horrors lurking in the shadows." "Do other villages possess such statues?" Qin Mu asked, intrigued. "Grandmother, something strange transpired today." After a moment's hesitation, he recounted the incident of a woman emerging from the belly of a cow. The matriarch, seemingly indifferent, replied, "You speak of that woman? The lame man informed me you dealt with her appropriately. I had advised selling the cow when you weaned it 4 years old, but your attachment prevented it, leading to this predicament. I warned you that nursing until 4 would forge a bond with the cow." Qin Mu's cheeks flushed indeed, for years was rather excessive, yet it seemed the crux of the matter did not solely hinge on that age. "Grandmother, that woman was slain by the lame grandpa." "Well done," she chuckled. "That was a mercy for her. She should have perished 11 years ago had it not been for the need to nurse you. Would she have survived until now?" Qin Mu remained perplexed. In astonishment, he uttered, "Grandmother, how can a person transform into a cow?" He turned his gaze to see the lame man, one hand propped on his cane, the other grasping his quarry, limping toward them. The darkness surged toward the village like a relentless tide, prompting the matriarch to call urgently, "You old cripple, hurry up. What is the rush?" He glanced curiously at the encroaching shadows beyond the village, a void so profound that nothing could be discerned. What truly lies within that darkness? He pondered in bewilderment. Chapter 2. The blood of the 4 divine beasts. Grinning, Granny C pulled him along towards the village, exclaiming, "Stop gawking, hurry along. Today is your momentous day." She called out, "Village chief, Master Ma, come out." A bonfire blazed in the village center. The village chief, carried out on a stretcher, intoned gravely, "Have the 4 divine beasts been located?" "All accounted for," she replied. The one-armed Master Ma dragged in a massive serpent, several yards long. Its scales shimmered with a viridescent sheen, still alive and reeking of fish, though Master Ma held it firmly by the pulse point, rendering it immobile. The mute blacksmith presented a gargantuan bird, taller than himself, its wings and feet bound. As it struggled, sparks flew from its plumage, crackling ominously. The blind man hauled a colossal tortoise, its shell larger than a tabletop. The ancient tortoise's carapace was burnished gold. Its limbs were retracted into its shell, save for the occasional sneaky extension of a claw. Qin Mu observed that the emerging claw generated a mist, as if capable of lifting the golden tortoise and whisking it away on a vaporous escape. However, the blind man had pierced its nostrils with a fishhook, thwarting any such attempt. Though the true blood of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise is unattainable, using the blood of the azure serpent, ironhide tiger. Thunderbird and golden tortoise as substitutes will yield a sufficient amount of spiritual blood, the village chief stated. He nodded to the village butcher, a man with only his upper torso, whose lower half had been severed cleanly. 4 vats were positioned before the serpent, tiger, bird, and tortoise. With swift strokes, the butcher bled the beasts, soon emptying their vital essence. Apothecary, the village chief commanded. The village apothecary stepped forward, his face a gruesome canvas of excised skin, devoid of nose and lips. Despite his grotesque appearance, Qin Mu found him to be the kindest of the villagers. The apothecary produced 4 peculiar crimson leaves, each bearing a snow-white insect egg. He cast a leaf into each vat, whereupon the eggs hatched, and silkworms began to feast on the blood. The silkworms grew rapidly, swelling with each draft. Soon, the vats were emptied, each containing a single, engorged worm. The apothecary sprinkled salt like crystals into the vats. Qin Mu watched in astonishment as the bloated worms rapidly shrunk. After a moment, the apothecary retrieved the worms, now only palm-sized. He produced 4 white porcelain cups, seizing a worm and squeezing it. The worm emitted a squeal as a cupful of amber-hued plasma flowed from its maw. Repeating the process, he filled the cups and placed them before Qin Mu, lamenting, "Alas, they are not true divine beasts, and only this meager amount of spiritual blood could be extracted." The village chief, his face flickering in the firelight, said with a solemn tone, "My boy, the human body harbors 7 great treasure troves: the spiritual embryo, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, celestial being, life and death, and divine bridge. These 7 are inherently sealed, like hidden treasures, hence the name 7 divine treasures." The one-armed Master Ma gently stroked Qin Mu's head, adding, "These treasures remain locked until a cultivator unlocks them. The barriers that prevent access are known as walls: the spiritual embryo wall, 5 elements wall, 6 directions wall, 7 stars wall, celestial being wall, life and death wall, and divine bridge wall. The process of breaching these walls is called wall breaking. Without breaking these walls, cultivation is impossible," he continued. "Some are blessed with a naturally broken spiritual embryo wall, granting them immediate access to the spiritual embryo divine treasure. These individuals are known as spiritual bodies, divinely favored and born for cultivation. Their innate talent surpasses ordinary individuals by leaps and bounds, making their cultivation effortless. The spiritual embryo possesses 4 attributes, resulting in 4 types of spiritual bodies: azure dragon spiritual body, white tiger spiritual body, vermilion bird spiritual body, and black tortoise spiritual body. These 4 types of spiritual blood are needed to determine if you are one." The apothecary elaborated, "If you are an azure dragon spiritual body, consuming the azure dragon spiritual blood will awaken the azure dragon chi within you. Master Ma here is an azure dragon spiritual body." Master Ma unbuttoned his shirt, baring his torso before Qin Mu, and turned his back to him, letting out a low roar. Qin Mu beheld an azure aura emerging from Master Ma's spine, reaching up to the back of his head. The aura transformed into an azure dragon, its scales and whiskers meticulously detailed. 1 dragon claw extended to Master Ma's single arm, while 2 more coiled around his legs. "This is the azure dragon spiritual body," Master Ma said, reclothing himself. "Granny C is a white tiger spiritual body." Granny C glared at him, retorting, "I won't disrobe for the pleasure of you old geezers. I'll manifest my chi for Qin Mu to see." She shuddered slightly, and the faint roar of a tiger echoed as a looming white tiger materialized behind her. "Everyone in this village possesses a spiritual body," she continued. "We were once glorious, but now we are merely a band of decrepit elders. We have little to offer you, but these 4 cups of spiritual blood can serve as catalysts for your spiritual body. If you are a white tiger spiritual body, the white tiger blood will awaken the white tiger chi within your spiritual embryo. The same applies to the vermilion bird and black tortoise spiritual bodies. Drink up," she urged. The village chief, Granny C, and the others fixed their expectant gazes upon Qin Mu. Qin Mu's heart pounded. He had ingested countless strange concoctions during his apprenticeship with the apothecary, but none as peculiar as this. He picked up a white porcelain cup, feeling the scalding heat of the vermilion bird's spiritual blood within. He downed it in one gulp, feeling a fiery streak sear his throat and spread to every limb. He felt as if a raging inferno had ignited within him, causing his blood to boil. After a moment, the burning sensation subsided. "Mute. Is he a vermilion bird spiritual body?" the village chief inquired. The mute blacksmith shook his head. "Qin Mu, continue," the village chief instructed. Qin Mu lifted the second cup, filled with white tiger spiritual blood. The taste was akin to drinking molten copper mixed with iron slag, astringent and painful. A stinging sensation pervaded his body. Soon, the pain faded. Not a white tiger spiritual body, Granny C said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Qin Mu, the third cup, the village chief urged. Qin Mu drank the azure dragon's spiritual blood, extracted from the great blue serpent. His muscles and blood vessels swelled uncomfortably, placing strain on his internal organs. However, the swelling soon receded. Master Ma's face fell with disappointment. Not an azure dragon spiritual body. Then he must be a black tortoise spiritual body, the apothecary said, a rare smile contorting his grotesque face. Qin Mu consumed the final cup of black tortoise spiritual blood. It made him feel light, as if immersed in a river. However, this sensation, too, quickly vanished. He is not a black tortoise spiritual body either, the apothecary concluded with a shake of his head. The villagers by the bonfire fell silent. The butcher broke the silence, so he's just an ordinary person. Granny C suddenly burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion. We're old and useless. If we die, he won't survive. This place is too dangerous. He won't last a day. Qin Mu grasped her hand, whispering, Granny, don't cry. You and Grandpa are good people. You won't die. Good people? Huh. Master Ma chuckled bitterly. We are a band of outcasts forced into the great ruins, clinging to life. The great ruins are too dangerous. Without us, Mua will struggle to survive. We should send him out of the great ruins. It's safer out there. The butcher said coldly, if we send him out, our enemies will find us. We will all die, and he will be implicated and die as well. The village of Canlao fell silent once more. Suddenly, the village chief spoke. Good. Granny C, puzzled, asked what is good. The chief smiled, saying, I mean his constitution is excellent. He is a promising child. The butcher, the apothecary, and others were taken aback, unsure of his meaning. The chief continued with a grin. I believe Mua possesses a unique constitution, one that embodies the strengths of the four major types. Unique constitution? Granny C and the others displayed expressions of confusion. Although they were well-versed in various matters, they had never encountered the term unique constitution. Indeed, a unique constitution, the chief affirmed. Ordinary spiritual blood struggles to awaken such a constitution. It requires the genuine blood of the four great spiritual beasts to manifest. While the four great spiritual beasts are absent from the great ruins, their descendants are not so hard to find. Continue capturing fierce tigers and giant serpents. Refine their spiritual blood, and with enough consumption, his unique constitution will surely be awakened. The village chief held considerable authority, and the elderly villagers, missing limbs, felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Granny C chuckled. Tomorrow, I shall accompany the cripple to catch a tiger. Muir, you should rest early. You'll need to drink spiritual blood tomorrow. The chief nodded. I spoke without thought. If I hadn't said this, the villagers would struggle to survive. The apothecary paused momentarily. The villagers of Canlao each had their stories, yet they were all compelled to seek refuge in the great ruins and endure a meager existence. Initially filled with resentment towards fate and life, they had survived thus far, and it was undeniable that Qin Mu played a significant role in this. The arrival of this healthy little boy dispelled the villagers' grievances. They all nurtured Qin Mu, treating him as their own kin. And he became the fragile thread that bound their spirits together. Should the villagers discover that Qin Mu was merely an ordinary individual, incapable of surviving alone in the great ruins, they might very well lose control and act unpredictably. The apothecary, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, but you cannot conceal this forever. Sooner or later, we will all grow old and pass away, leaving only Qin Mu. Thus, do not tell him that he has never possessed a unique constitution. Never reveal it to him, the chief insisted solemnly. Let him believe he is truly one of a kind. The apothecary was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the chief's face. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, the chief's visage appeared particularly captivating as he smiled. I wish to see whether an ordinary person, under the influence of unparalleled conviction, can transcend the mundane and achieve feats beyond even those of us with spiritual bodies. Perhaps one day, he will indeed carve a path where the ordinary becomes extraordinary. The apothecary was momentarily stunned. The ordinary becoming extraordinary? The chief nodded emphatically, as long as there is belief. The ordinary can indeed become extraordinary. Chapter 3. Divine Powers. The healer devised a plan, declaring, let him consume the essence of spirit blood, copiously and fervently. Each sip enhances his physical constitution, and though it may not awaken his spiritual form, his corporeal strength will surpass any spirit. He could strike down a dragon with a single blow. The village chief chuckled. Surely it will terrify those rascals beyond the great ruins. They exchanged knowing smiles. And the healer exited the chamber, shutting the door behind him. The following day, the villagers procured several iron-boned tigers, azure serpents, thunderbirds, and golden tortoises. The elders, invigorated by a newfound goal, were filled with enthusiasm. However, the healer grew incensed. If he drinks too much spirit blood at once, it could be fatal. A mute blacksmith, dragging in 2 thunderbirds, grinned widely, despite lacking a tongue. He can endure. Granny C expressed unwavering confidence in Qin Mu. The healer shot them a glare, choosing silence as he resumed his work with the insect eggs, yet trouble soon ensued. This time, the 4 essences of spirit blood proved excessive. After imbibing, Qin Mu's body began to swell, inducing great anxiety among the elderly, who feared he would explode. The healer retrieved several hollow silver needles, inserting them into Qin Mu's back and crown. Gradually, the needles emitted streams of red, blue, and purple energy. After a moment, the needles ceased their discharge. The healer glared at the onlookers once more, admonishing, "Progress must be gradual. You cannot force-feed him into obesity. It will only lead to his demise. He is still somewhat uncomfortable. You all have tasks ahead. The butcher will practice blades with him. Master Ma will train him in boxing, and the limping elder. You shall assist him in leg exercises to aid his digestion. Qin Mu, it's time for blade practice." The butcher, supporting himself with his hands, leaped onto a solitary log. Though he lacked a lower body, his upper half stood tall, nearly level with Qin Mu. The butcher gripped 2 massive cleavers, unlike ordinary ones that measured less than a foot with rounded handles and curved blades. His cleavers resembled oversized versions, measuring 3 feet 2 inches, with robust backs and finely honed edges gleaming brightly. When the 2 blades clashed, they resembled imposing arch doors. Qin Mu wielded a similarly sized cleaver, albeit a single one, weighing around 20 pounds. Normally, he could barely lift such a blade, but after consuming the 4 essences, his strength had greatly increased, allowing him to wield it one-handed without difficulty. "Be cautious, butcher," Qin Mu shouted, charging towards the butcher with his cleaver in hand. The butcher laughed heartily, his half-body radiating an indomitable spirit. Night battles amidst wind and rain. Qin Mu swung his cleaver with fervor, his footwork fluid as he advanced upon the butcher. The blade flashed increasingly swiftly, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. "Too slow, too slow. You are far too sluggish," the butcher bellowed, his twin blades whirling like a storm, the clashing sounds reminiscent of rain battering pear blossoms. "Faster, even faster. Your cleaver can move swifter still." The technique night battles amidst wind and rain demanded speed. The cleaver must slice through the night like a tempest, blanketing the city. "Increase your pace." The blade danced faster, akin to 3 silver dragons weaving around the log, the wind rising in intensity, the air crackling with blade energy, leaving deep marks upon the ground. "Excellent. Maintain that velocity. The swifter your blade, the stronger your energy becomes. Yet, you must push yourself further until your intent burns like an inferno. Ignite it." The butcher, frenzied, wielded his cleavers with such fervor that Qin Mu found himself dazzled. "Burn. Ignite your blade, your spirit, your very essence. Only then will you grasp divine powers." With a swift cut, the blades ignited from the friction with the air, resembling twin fire dragons darting through the air, their might growing ever more astonishing. The fire dragon surged towards Qin Mu, who felt utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, the twin fire dragons soared skyward, tearing apart the inky darkness above the village, an awe-inspiring sight. Qin Mu stood in shock. The butcher's prowess was truly formidable. The darkness swelled ominously, threatening to engulf the fire dragons in the radiant blade energy. It was as when your velocity surpasses the speed of sound trailing behind you. It signifies the nascent mastery of leg-based techniques. Shepherd, bring forth the iron ingot. Chapter 4. The celestial transformation of the demon. If Grandpa Lame's leg technique is so swift that he can soar into the sky, then who severed his leg? If Grandpa Ma's fist is so formidable, who then cut off his right arm? And concerning Grandpa Two's knife, who possesses the prowess to penetrate Two's blade and cleave him in half? When Qin Mu witnessed the true capabilities of the butcher, Grandpa Ma, and the lame man, he felt both admiration and bewilderment. Having studied leg techniques under the lame man, he finally managed to assimilate the power of the 4 spirits' blood, enhancing his physique, albeit at the cost of exhausting himself to the brink of collapse, yearning to simply fall asleep. Yet, this was merely the commencement of his tribulations. Almost daily, The village's elders would capture fierce beasts to refine into four spirits' blood, which they would then force upon him. Following that, he would endure relentless training until he was utterly spent. In addition to the lame man's leg techniques, the one-armed grandpa's fists, and the butcher's knives, he also had to learn blacksmithing from the mute, painting and calligraphy from the deaf, and discerning the wind's direction from the blind. Even competing in stick techniques with them while blindfolded. When he could no longer bear the fatigue, he would be summoned by the village chief to practice breathing exercises. The chief claimed that the method he imparted was a specialized technique for cultivating the body, known as the 3 Dan techniques of dominance, which was quite remarkable. Although Qin Mu could not discern the true might of this so-called 3 Dan techniques of dominance, he found that practicing alongside the village chief swiftly alleviated his exhaustion, restoring his vigor in no time, leading him to regard this technique as quite extraordinary. Village chief, what you taught him seems to be the most ordinary guiding technique, correct? The pharmacist observed, his eyes glimmering, and only spoke once Qin Mu had distanced himself. Indeed, it is the guiding technique, the village chief affirmed. Each of the 4 great spiritual bodies possesses unique techniques. The azure dragon cultivates the essence of the azure dragon, the white tiger the essence of the white tiger, the vermilion bird the essence of the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise the essence of the black tortoise. However, Mua lacks the elemental energies corresponding to these 4 attributes, rendering him incapable of practicing the techniques of the 4 great spiritual bodies. He cannot cultivate any of our techniques, thus I can only impart the simplest method to him. The guiding technique, which is accessible to ordinary individuals, as it possesses no elemental attributes. The pharmacist expressed his confusion, but the guiding technique is far too simple and mundane. Mastering it would only yield a martial artist with little accomplishment. The village chief's expression grew peculiar. I initially believed the same. Yet I now realize we may have underestimated the most rudimentary guiding technique. Muir has been practicing it alongside me since childhood. His elemental energy has become remarkably potent over the years, albeit lacking in attributes, thus unable to demonstrate its full might. The pharmacist's interest piqued. How potent is it? If his elemental energy possessed your azure dragon attribute, he would already wield 50% of your spiritual womb's power, the village chief stated. The pharmacist was taken aback, exclaiming, I have already breached the boundary of the celestial and unlocked the celestial womb. Over these years, I have developed my spiritual womb and its myriad wonders to their utmost potential. My spiritual womb's 50% cultivation is already comparable to the pinnacle of martial prowess. If he has reached the peak of martial arts without unlocking his spiritual womb, upon doing so, would he not possess several times the power of the 4 great spiritual bodies? Is this still merely the guiding technique? The village chief was equally perplexed, responding, The ubiquity of the guiding technique does possess a certain profundity. While simple, its foundation is remarkably solid, so solid it is almost unfathomable. Mua has actually been practicing for 8 years, which is no short span. Although his initial progress with the guiding technique was slow, I have recently observed his advancement accelerating. Particularly in the days since consuming the 4 spirits' blood, his progress has been astonishing. Were it not for the guiding technique's commonality, I might almost believe it to be an extraordinary skill. Both men bore expressions of incredulity. The pharmacist exhaled deeply, shaking his head. No matter how profound his cultivation, it remains useless, as it is elemental energy devoid of attributes, incapable of wielding any power. What do you think he could achieve with the guiding technique? The village chief's expression grew even more peculiar. I do not know. The pharmacist nodded, understanding his implication. The guiding technique, being the most basic and rudimentary of practices, is often employed to lay the foundation for children. By the age of 10, a child's aptitude is usually set, able to withstand the impact of spiritual blood, and once their spiritual body is identified, there is little need for further cultivation of the guiding technique. After breaking through the barrier, superior techniques abound, rendering further effort in the guiding technique unnecessary. Moreover, ordinary individuals, even if they diligently practice the guiding technique, cannot possibly consume spiritual blood daily as Qin Mu does. Only those from esteemed families can boast such resources. Yet these families would not squander their resources on disciples of ordinary aptitude. No noble family would capture 4 spirits beasts to provide such lavish nourishment for an ordinary youth like Qin Mu. The village chief had never heard of anyone cultivating the guiding technique to its zenith, nor had he encountered anyone who had reached Qin Mu's current level. Thus, he too was uncertain of the heights to which Qin Mu could ascend in the future. To the astonishment of both the village chief and the pharmacist, as time progressed, Qin Mu's cultivation grew ever deeper. The guiding technique, despite being the lowest form of practice, began to reveal extraordinary qualities within him, solidifying his foundation beyond measure. A month later, he found himself capable of withstanding several times the amount of 4 spirits' blood than before, and his elemental energy felt as profound as if he had unlocked the spiritual womb. Indeed, even more so. Yet, despite the depth of his energy, it lacked any elemental attributes, rendering his power undetectable. However, this had its advantages. His resilience was immensely robust, and his recovery speed was astonishingly quick. After sparring with the butcher's knife, he would immediately practice fists with Grandpa Ma, then compete in stick techniques with the blindfolded, followed by learning leg techniques from the lame man, and finally wielding a heavy hammer at the blacksmith's forge. This grueling training regimen left him only slightly breathless. A brief session of the so-called 3 Dan techniques of dominance would restore him to vigor almost instantly. The effects of the 3 Dan techniques of dominance astonished the village chief and prompted the pharmacist to discreetly examine his body, fearing that excessive excitement might pose health risks. After his examination, the pharmacist remarked with a peculiar expression, "He is not overly excited, nor is there any health risk. Rather, his elemental energy is simply that potent." Beginning to enhance his physical capabilities, the village chief was equally bewildered. Despite his extensive experience and knowledge, he had never before witnessed a situation like Qin Mu's, where the most ordinary guiding technique was cultivated to such an extent, far exceeding common perceptions of it. "Qin Mu, today you shall learn to sew garments with Grandma Si." "No fist practice today," the hunchbacked Grandma Si called to him. With a small basket containing needles and threads, she tiptoed toward the village's exit. Qin Mu hurriedly followed. Taking the basket from her hands, puzzled, "Grandma, shouldn't we learn to sew in the village? Why are we heading out?" "Today we shall learn to make actual garments outside the village," Grandma Si chuckled. "In recent days, Grandpa Ma and the lame man have taught you many genuine skills. I cannot be stingy today and will teach you a true tailor's craft." "True tailor's craft? Isn't that still making clothes?" Qin Mu mused, following Grandma Si as they ventured beyond the village, walking downstream along the riverbank. Despite her hunchback, Grandma Si moved swiftly, prompting Qin Mu to employ all the leg techniques taught by the lame man to keep pace. After traversing several miles, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where a herd of elk grazed and frolicked about 200 paces away. Grandma Si plucked a needle from the tangled threads in her basket, flicking her finger, causing the silver needle to dart forth in an instant. To Qin Mu's astonishment, one of the elk collapsed to the ground, while the others, startled, scattered in all directions. Grandma Si approached on tiptoe, and Qin Mu followed closely, observing that although the elk lay motionless, it remained alive. Pinned to the ground by Grandma Si's silver needle lodged in its brow. "Mooer, pay attention. This needle has anchored its celestial soul," Grandma Si instructed. The old woman instructed Qin Mu to note the position of the silver needle on the forehead, then took a needle from the thread knot and pierced the tailbone of the elk. This needle secured its earthly soul. She then took another needle and pierced the elk's navel. This needle secured its vital soul. With the 3 souls anchored, there remain the 7 spirits. The first spirit is called the corpse dog, residing in the celestial apex, or the heavenly spirit. She took a silver needle and pierced the elk's navel again, saying, "The second spirit is known as the hidden arrow, which dwells in the forehead wheel. Be cautious, for the hidden arrow spirit can easily be confused with the heavenly soul. Although these 2 needles occupy the same position, one is deeper than the other, so do not mistake them. The third spirit, the sparrowing spirit, resides at the Adam's apple. Feel your own Adam's apple for a triangular notch, for that is where the sparrowing spirit resides, and this needle will secure it. The fourth spirit, the thief-swallowing spirit, is located at the heart's core, where the heart's energy converges. The fifth spirit, the non-poison spirit, is situated at the navel. Take care not to confuse it with the vital soul. The sixth spirit, the purification spirit, is found in the perineum, the place of waste expulsion. The seventh spirit, the stinking lung spirit, resides in the lung chamber, the site of inhalation and exhalation. The old woman secured the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the elk, stating, "This is the crucial step before crafting garments, locking the souls and securing the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Mu, do you understand? If you comprehend, we shall begin making the garments." Qin Mu did not grasp the connection between this and garment making, yet he diligently noted the positions, affirming, "I have recorded them." The old woman retrieved a pair of scissors from her basket and cut open the elk's lips. Before long, she peeled off the entire skin, and curiously, although the skin was removed, no blood flowed. "I have just locked the soul," containing all its blood, essence, spirit, and soul within the skin. The elk is dead. Yet the skin remains alive. However, to truly fashion the garment, additional techniques are required. Mu, pay close attention and note the positions indicated by my fingers. The old woman tossed the elk's skin into the air, and as it descended, the hunchbacked woman moved her small feet swiftly, using her fingers as needles. Continuously, Chapter 5, the 5 elders of the Li River. A sudden voice echoed, robust and powerful, seeming to resonate right beside them despite emanating from a distance. It reverberated in Qin Mu's ears, now transformed into a deer. He turned to follow the sound, spotting a few silhouettes atop a distant cliff. The journey from the foot of the mountain to the cliff was about 6 or 7 miles, and though Qin Mu could not discern their features clearly, the clarity and reach of the voice suggested that they were no ordinary individuals. Old woman by the river? What kind of demon are you? The elder, known as Granny C, chuckled as she carried her basket. I am merely an ordinary person by the riverside. And this little deer is just a common creature I have raised. Mu, run. Upon hearing Granny C's voice, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. His desire to speak stifled by fear. He hesitated to flee, worried for her safety. An ordinary woman by the river? With such a commanding voice that travels clearly to us, she cannot be merely an old lady. From the cliff, an elderly yet resonant voice sneered, moreover. The demonic transformation technique is unmistakably recognized by the 5 elders of the Li River. Skinning and crafting garments, such vile methods are within our sight. And you still dare to argue? Another elder spoke solemnly. The demonic transformation technique turns people into cattle and sheep to be slaughtered and sold in the market. Surely, you have not refrained from such deeds? Many predecessors of ours have been transformed into cattle and sheep by you fiends, toiling their lives away. A third elder's voice carried a tone of compassion. A deer is also a life. You have refined its skin and soul into an abomination. If we do not eradicate you, how many lives will be sacrificed at your hands? Who else shall we slay if not you? Without further hesitation, Qin Mu turned and fled. Initially, he feared that being transformed into a deer would hinder his movement, but upon running, he realized his apprehensions were unfounded. He sprinted with remarkable speed, as if he were born to be a deer. Does the little demon still wish to escape? Letting you flee would be a calamity for the world. The 5 elders of the Li River have brought you out for training. That deer before you is your target. Slay it and present its head. Yes. 5 youthful voices chimed in unison. The figures on the cliff moved swiftly. Leaping down and racing down the cliff face faster than a galloping horse. Upon reaching the base, they crossed a deep pool formed by a waterfall. Seemingly walking on water as they pursued the transformed Qin Mu. Granny C's heart sank. Spiritual entities. Their mastery of the divine womb is formidable. Mua cannot outrun them. Just as she contemplated intervening, 4 figures descended from the cliff, encircling her, while one remained proudly atop the cliff. The 5 elders of the Li River are renowned figures in the southern frontier. What brings them to the great market? Granny C's mind raced as she observed the 4 elders closing in, their laughter echoing ominously. This great market is fraught with danger. Are you not afraid of losing your lives here? One elder with a dark beard retorted coldly. It is said that the great market harbors filth, a refuge for those monstrous beings seeking to escape. Thus, we have come to vanquish demons. Who is the demon? Who is the monster? And who will subdue whom? It remains to be seen. Granny C, feigning frailty, produced a pair of scissors from her basket, her eyes gleaming with cunning. It has been a while since I last flexed my muscles. Fortunately, my former skills have not all withered. Do you 5 old wretches wish to become my garments? How dare you be arrogant before us, you abomination? The 4 elders of the Li River bellowed, advancing with deadly intent. At that moment, Qin Mu, racing toward the village of the aged, heard a thunderous rumbling behind him. The sound was accompanied by lightning, illuminating the mountains and fields with a brilliance surpassing that of sunlight. Will Granny be all right? Qin Mu's heart grew heavy as he suddenly heard the sound of splashing water. He turned to see 2 young figures sprinting across the water's surface. A man and a woman raced along the river, their feet barely touching the water, moving with astonishing speed, even faster than his own. These 2 have mastered the art of walking on waves, a skill I have yet to achieve. Their prowess exceeds mine. The pair dashed across the river, quickly overtaking Qin Mu, seemingly intending to cut him off. Despite this, they would soon surpass him, racing ahead. Gritting his teeth, Qin Mu veered away from the riverbank, dashing diagonally into the woods. Continuing along the river would undoubtedly lead to a dead end, whereas the 2 in the river were far too swift. The figures running through the forest were slightly slower, making the woods his only viable escape route. Little demon, You think you can escape after slaughtering deer and refining them into abominations? Just as Qin Mu entered the woods, one of the pursuers suddenly surged ahead, surpassing the other. Yet, it was a moment too late as Qin Mu, transformed into a deer, surged past. Do not worry, he cannot escape. Ahead, the man and woman remained unfazed. The woman smirked, her garments billowing as she leaped gracefully among the treetops, accelerating toward the deer. The man, meanwhile, methodically directed the others to encircle Qin Mu. Despite Qin Mu's frantic efforts, he could not shake off the 5 pursuers. Instead, he found himself further from the village of the aged, delving deeper into the great market. Having lived in the village for 11 years, the farthest he had ventured was a mere 10 miles. Now, he had strayed too far, surrounded by unfamiliar and desolate terrain, with paths disappearing altogether. Suddenly, Qin Mu spotted a valley ahead, adorned with blossoming peach trees, where a herd of deer grazed. He dashed toward them, seeking refuge among the deer. With a rush of fragrant wind, the woman landed gracefully, surveying the deer herd with a furrowed brow. "Sister, where is that little demon?" A boy, similar in age to Qin Mu, inquired. She pointed dismissively. "He has mingled with the deer." "Slay all these deer." Several young men and women charged into the herd, drawing their swords and mercilessly striking at the deer. Although the deer were swift, they could not outpace these seasoned spiritual entities. One by one, the deer fell to their blades. "Did you not claim that deer are also lives?" Suddenly, amidst the chaos of fleeing deer, a voice cried out, "Granny only killed 1 deer, yet you slaughter an entire herd. How can you still label us as demonic?" "There." The woman's eyes sparkled as she focused her energy into her sword, channeling the spirit of the white tiger into it. The blade soared from her grasp, aimed at the fleeing Qin Mu among the deer. As Qin Mu dodged, the sword inexplicably altered its course, continuing its pursuit. What kind of martial art is this? Qin Mu's mind reeled. Is this divine power? It seems unlikely. Grandpa Tu said divine powers are the pinnacle of martial cultivation, and this girl's skills do not compare to those of Grandpa Tu and the others. The sword bore down from behind, and Qin Mu, in his deer form, nearly grazed the ground to evade it. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of a slender thread connecting the sword's hilt to the girl's hand, nearly imperceptible. Chapter 6. The Tiny One. Death. Could it be that she manipulated the sword with that slender thread? But how could such a delicate strand enable her to direct the blade? Before Qin Mu could unravel the enigma, he sprinted away. With a sharp thud, the sword grazed past him, embedding itself deeply within a large tree. The sword, as if sentient, quivered twice in the tree trunk, failing to dislodge itself. The woman gracefully descended, her delicate hand grasping the hilt, extracting the blade from the tree. She lamented, "My white tiger true essence is still insufficient to wield it with absolute precision. Sister Qing, your ability to transform true essence into a fine thread to control your sword and vanquish foes is already remarkable." The man who had traversed the waves alongside her approached, his voice gentle. "What you lack is not cultivation, but refinement. This expedition to the great ruins with our master aims to remedy this deficiency. We previously cultivated in isolation, lacking practical experience. Now, this little imp provides us with an opportunity for real combat. You will soon master the art of controlling the sword with your chi." 3 other youths arrived. One of them jested. This little imp transformed into a deer. Deer are naturally agile, enabling him to evade senior sister's sword. Sister Qing's spirit surged. She continued to manipulate her sword, aiming it at Qin Mu, and playfully exclaimed, "Brother Chu, please refrain from intervening. Allow this little imp to serve as practice for your sister's swordsmanship." Brother Chu, the young man who had accompanied her across the waves, nodded in agreement, smiling. "Fellow disciples, shall we observe Sister Qing's swordsmanship together?" Qin Mu desperately evaded the approaching sword light, bewildered. Controlling the sword with chi? Could the thread in that woman's hand not be a physical thread, but her yuan chi? Can yuan chi achieve such a feat, controlling a sword? Can I replicate this? He had learned the art of the butcher's knife from the butcher, who had only taught him to control the blade with his hands, never instructing him in the use of yuan chi. He was utterly ignorant of this aspect. Witnessing Sister Qing's mastery of chi-controlled swordsmanship, Qin Mu's interest was piqued. If one could control a sword with chi, could one also use yuan chi to manipulate other objects? However, Sister Qing's relentless pursuit left him no time to ponder. Moreover, he had been transformed into a deer by Granny Si, hindering his movements, and his yuan chi was dormant, lacking its usual vitality. Swoosh! A flash of sword light struck from behind, grazing Qin Mu's back. He felt a chill, followed by a searing pain, realizing that Sister Qing's sword had wounded him. Calamity. While a deer is swift, It lacks the agility of my true form. Being transformed into a deer by Granny, and now wounded, I am likely doomed. As he contemplated this, he suddenly felt his mouth splitting open. This was not a literal tear, but the deer hide around his mouth detaching from his body. Qin Mu immediately recalled Granny C discreetly removing a needle from his brow as she urged him to flee. This needle was the one that had anchored his celestial soul. Swiftly, his head separated from the deer hide. Sword Chi tore through the air behind him, slashing downwards. Qin Mu surged forward, bursting from the deer hide and tumbling head over heels for over 10 yards before leaping to his feet and sprinting away. Behind him, Sister Qing pulverized the deer hide with her chi-controlled sword, the blade dancing like snowflakes, swift and deadly. Clearly, the pursuit of Qin Mu had significantly honed the woman's swordsmanship. Qin Mu's escape from the deer hide had caused a momentary delay. A youth descended from the treetops, landing before him, blocking his path. The distance between them was a mere 2 or 3 yards, which could be crossed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they would be face to face. Qin Mu, with no time to change direction, acted instinctively, employing the leg techniques taught by the cripple. Head down, feet up, his legs lashed out like a whirlwind. Azure Dragon Arm. The youth, a few years older than Qin Mu, smirked derisively. He raised his arms in defense, and an azure glow emanated from them, revealing scaled dragon claws emerging from his skin. The next moment, Qin Mu's legs collided with his arms, producing metallic clangs. The youth's smile vanished, replaced by a groan as he was knocked off balance and forced to retreat. His sleeves exploded, fluttering like paper butterflies, scattering debris. His arms appeared to be adorned with dragon claw tattoos, the claws intertwined with his limbs. However, after enduring 2 of Qin Mu's kicks, his arms were instantly red and swollen. Do you have iron ingots hidden in your legs? The youth, his hands trembling in pain, exclaimed in astonishment and fury. His gaze fell upon Qin Mu's feet. Are your shoes also made of iron? Qin Mu braced himself with his hands, landing on his feet and continuing his flight. The youth's words served as a reminder. He did, indeed, have iron ingots strapped to his legs. The cripple had instructed him to practice his leg techniques with iron ingots strapped to his legs, never to be removed, even when resting. In recent days, the cripple had observed Qin Mu's increasing strength and resilience, and had gradually increased the weight of the ingots. Furthermore, the cripple had instructed the blacksmith, the mute, to forge iron shoes for Qin Mu, further increasing the load. Thick-soled iron shoes, weighing 10 pounds each, and iron ingots weighing 20 pounds per leg, meant that Qin Mu was carrying a total of 50 pounds. The cripple had instructed him to practice until he no longer felt the weight of the iron shoes and ingots, at which point he could remove them. Qin Mu had become so accustomed to the iron shoes and ingots that he had forgotten he was running with such a heavy load. However, stopping to remove his shoes and ingots would allow his pursuers to catch up. He could not afford to stop. Trample Sumaru. As Qin Mu ran, he suddenly exerted force with his right foot, executing the move Trample Sumaru. The thick soles of his iron shoes shattered, scattering debris like mud. At the same time, his calf muscles tensed, bulging outwards and snapping the iron ingots, which shot into the surrounding trees like arrows. Qin Mu stepped forward with his other foot, repeating the process, shattering the iron shoe and snapping the ingots. Wush's body suddenly felt weightless, and he took a step onto a treetop, startling himself. Qin Mu, barefoot, stood on the treetop, his body beginning to sink. Below, sword light flashed, stabbing upwards. Dozens of sharp sword tips met his gaze. Qin Mu suddenly recalled the cripple's words. Do not concern yourself with whether the ground beneath your feet can bear your weight. As long as you run fast enough, water becomes solid ground, grass becomes solid ground, air becomes solid ground. Everywhere is a smooth path. He tapped his toes and began to sprint, the sword light behind him tearing the canopy of the tree he had just been standing on to shreds. Teyus leaped onto the treetops, watching in astonishment as Qin Mu dashed across the treetops, moving with incredible speed. That fellow is even younger than us, yet how can he be so fast? His cultivation seems even stronger than ours. As the two youths pondered this, they saw Brother Chu surge forward, pursuing Qin Mu at an even greater speed. Brother Chu is indeed a peak spirit embryo realm martial artist. His strength far surpasses ours, the two youths exclaimed. With Brother Chu personally intervening, that little imp is doomed. At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over the forest. A furry palm, the size of a mat, swung towards Brother Chu, striking him in midair. Brother Chu spun like a top, crashing to the ground, tumbling for countless revolutions before finally stopping. He sat up, vomiting blood, and shouted, "Do not proceed. That is the territory of the demon ape. A demon ape resides there." The other four halted abruptly, their eyes widening at the sight of a fearsome, gigantic gorilla lurking in the shadows of the forest. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and its fangs jutted menacingly as it beat its chest, emitting a sound reminiscent of thunderous war drums. Little one, die. Just moments earlier, Qin Mu, who had been running ahead, was struck down by a single swipe of the beast's paw, landing motionless beside its enormous foot, his fate uncertain. Sister Qin whispered, "Senior brother Chu has already been gravely injured by this beast, and that little creature must surely be dead after receiving such a blow." Yet, before her words could fully settle, she noticed Qin Mu, lying beside the gorilla, subtly turning his head and opening his eyes, cautiously assessing the creature. Sister Qin gasped in astonishment. "Is he still alive?" The towering, ebony beast roared several times, and upon seeing that the others dared not approach, it ceased its aggression. Lowering its gaze to Qin Mu, it extended 2 fingers and flipped him over. "Little one, dead?" Qin Mu's eyes were wide open, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his tongue lolling out, unmistakably lifeless. The gorilla grunted a few times, dismissing Qin Mu's body and settling down comfortably to pluck a tree, leisurely munching on its leaves. It was astonishing that such a ferocious creature was a herbivore. Despite his condition, Qin Mu continued to bleed profusely, his eyes bulging. As he stealthed Chapter 7, the spirit wall, the furious demon ape leaped into the air, pursuing Qin Mu with great haste. However, its weight hindered its speed, and it was unable to match Qin Mu's nimbleness. Enraged, the demon ape uprooted several large trees, stripping them bare with a swift motion, transforming them into an enormous spear that it hurled at Qin Mu with tremendous force. "Little brat, perish." The strike was powerful and swift, yet it lacked precision, soaring past Qin Mu at a distance of over 10 zhang. The demon ape's fury intensified as it attempted to uproot another tree for a second assault, but by then, Qin Mu had already distanced himself, leaving the ape pounding its chest in frustration. Elder brother Chu whispered, "That little demon's cultivation is far beneath ours. His injuries must be more severe than mine, and he cannot escape for long." He attempted to rise, but a sharp pain shot through his chest, likely due to several fractured ribs from the demon ape's blow. Nevertheless, he believed that if a small demon like Qin Mu could withstand the ape's onslaught, he too could endure. What he did not realize was that Qin Mu was not weak in cultivation. Rather, his energy lacked an attribute, rendering its power ineffective. In terms of cultivation, despite his youth, Qin Mu was not inferior to any of them, including elder brother Chu. The 5 circled around the demon ape's territory and soon found Qin Mu's trail. Indeed, as elder brother Chu had predicted, Qin Mu was grievously injured. After escaping the demon ape's domain, he had to slow down, allowing them the opportunity to catch up. Yet, as they continued their pursuit, they noticed that Qin Mu's speed was gradually increasing, suggesting that his injuries were healing. This little demon must possess a remarkable healing remedy. The 5 felt a pang of envy. Elder brother Chu had already consumed his sect's healing medicine, but its effects paled in comparison to Qin Mu's remedy, which was evidently promoting his recovery at a visible pace. They all yearned for such a potent healing elixir, believing that if they could procure the formula from this little demon, their master would surely reward them handsomely. At that moment, however, Qin Mu was not taking a healing medicine as they assumed. Instead, he was running while practicing the so-called 3-dan technique imparted by the village chief, which was essentially a common form of guidance. Unbeknownst to him, he made a new discovery while fleeing. His energy became more vibrant and accelerated during his run. This contradicted the village chief's teachings that required him to sit quietly, regulate his breathing, and gradually cultivate his energy. For over a decade, he had adhered to the village chief's methods, only to realize now that practicing the 3-dan technique while running could yield even better results. The faster he ran, the quicker his energy circulated, nourishing his body at an accelerated pace. Moreover, waves of energy washed over his internal organs, cleansing his limbs and even traversing the fascia between his bones and muscles repeatedly. Though the demon ape strike had injured his abdomen and skeleton, the relentless flow of energy was mending the fractures. Elder brother Chu and the others mistakenly believed he relied on superior healing medicine when, in truth, he was drawing strength from the seemingly unreliable 3-dan technique. Gradually, Qin Mu became aware of an area between his bones and skin where his energy could not reach, the space at his brow. Between his eyebrows, a narrow strip existed where energy faltered. While it could circulate beneath his scalp to strengthen his skull, it met significant resistance at the brow, as if an invisible wall was obstructing its path. As he directed his energy against this barrier, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. He heard a mysterious voice. This voice, seemingly emanating from the heavens, was both lofty and distant, rising and falling in a melodious, sacred manner, akin to a divine decree. Whenever the voice resonated, his energy would uncontrollably retreat like a tide, circumventing the brow. Could this be the spirit wall? Qin Mu was perplexed. The village chief and Elder Si had mentioned walls and breaking walls, indicating that these walls were seals of treasure within the body, and breaking them meant unlocking the treasures. However, they had never specified the location of the spirit wall or how to breach it. What Qin Mu did not know was that the village chief and Elder Si had no desire to withhold this information from him. Rather, there simply existed no method or technique for breaking the spirit wall. Ordinary humans and spiritual entities belonged to two distinct realms, two disparate classes. For spiritual entities, the spirit wall was inherently open, granting them superiority. In contrast, ordinary humans had sealed spirit walls, placing them at a disadvantage. And the exalted spiritual entities rarely concerned themselves with the needs of the ordinary. Among ordinary folk, few were martial artists. And those who had broken through their spirit walls were unheard of, even by the village chief and Elder Si, who naturally had no knowledge of how to breach the spirit wall. As Qin Mu sprinted, he persistently urged his energy against the invisible wall, undeterred by the mysterious voice that compelled it to retreat. Though he failed to breach the wall each time, he possessed ample patience, firmly believing he would eventually succeed. He did not intend to share his newfound understanding of the three-dan technique with the village chief and the others just yet. He planned to surprise them after achieving a breakthrough. However, whether this revelation would bring them delight or dread remained uncertain. As elder brother Chu and the others grew increasingly anxious in their pursuit, they realized that the little demon's recovery was not merely superficial. His speed had evidently increased. This was alarming, indicating that Qin Mu was cultivating during his escape. Though this enhancement was gradual, it was nevertheless terrifying. Anyone who practiced martial arts did so methodically. Even upon achieving a breakthrough, cultivation improvements were incremental, not instantaneous. Who among them had not spent countless days, months, or even years in diligent practice to achieve progress? Yet this little demon was experiencing noticeable growth while fleeing, which was exceedingly frightening. Fortunately, Qin Mu's cultivation was initially inferior to theirs, and although he was improving, he still lagged behind. However, catching up with Qin Mu proved challenging. Since his previous encounter with the demon ape, he had become much more cautious, avoiding the territories of other beasts while fleeing. The herbalist had warned him that the beasts in the great market possessed a keen sense of territory, leaving behind traces such as stripped trees, bones embedded in the earth, and animal heads hung on stakes. As long as he observed unusual signs and avoided them, he could navigate safely. Earlier, he had mistakenly ventured into the demon ape's territory because he hadn't seen the telltale signs. But now he was far more vigilant and would not err again. Nevertheless, even with caution, many beasts would still venture beyond their realms in search of food, rendering the great market perilous. As Qin Mu dashed past the swamp, he encountered a fierce battle between two formidable beasts, the coxcomb serpent-necked snow sculpture and the swamp venomous dragon python. One, a colossal creature, swooped down from the sky, stirring a tempest with its wings, while the other coiled within the swamp, wreaking havoc and causing the ground to tremble. Before Qin Mu could plunge into the swamp, he was caught in the whirlwind created by these titanic beings, landing amidst a herd of startled wild bulls, narrowly escaping being trampled. We are venturing farther away from the village. The sun is about to set. Brother Chu, night is swiftly approaching. Chapter 8. The disguise of the old woman. Qin Mu steadied his mind, contemplating. The great market is filled with numerous ruins, many of which possess extraordinary traits. Perhaps hiding within these relics could grant him a chance at survival. The efficacy of the ruins in saving lives hinges on two aspects. First, whether there are stone statues akin to those in the village. Second, whether there exists a multitude of extraordinary beasts within the ruins. These creatures, possessing a form of sentience, know where to seek refuge from the encroaching darkness. The great market boasts an abundance of ruins. Earlier, in his frantic escape, Qin Mu had glimpsed several remnants of cities and villages, their crumbling walls and ancient structures standing testament to the passage of time. Yet he had no opportunity to pause and ascertain the presence of any statues. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting half its visage behind the mountains, an unsettling silence enveloped the world, a stillness maddening in its intensity. Suddenly, a cacophony broke the silence. Qin Mu looked up to behold a flock of colossal birds soaring overhead, their dark forms blotting out the sky. The ground quaked as the woods fell silent, and extraordinary beasts erupted from the underbrush, fleeing in a frenzy. Qin Mu even witnessed a lake erupting with sound as several enormous crimson fish leapt from the water, using their fins as legs to sprint across the land. In his bewilderment, Qin Mu pondered, are these creatures truly fish? All these beasts were racing toward a singular direction, undoubtedly seeking refuge from the impending darkness. His spirits lifted, he joined the throng of creatures in their desperate flight. As twilight deepened, shadows surged forth like a tidal wave, distinct from the ordinary night, resembling a deluge that engulfed mountains, valleys, and wastelands, submerging all in its path. Even though this was not Qin Mu's first encounter with such an encroaching darkness, he was still profoundly shaken by its ferocity. The darkness surged relentlessly, while the beasts continued to charge heedlessly toward it. A flicker of doubt crossed Qin Mu's mind. The direction in which the creatures fled was precisely where the darkness advanced. Could there truly be a sanctuary ahead? What if there was none, leaving him with no place to rest? Yet, time was of the essence. The darkness approached too swiftly for him to reconsider. Even turning back would be futile. He could not outrun the shadows. The only option left was to follow the beasts in their flight. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward with fervor. Outside the dilapidated village, over 10 miles down the river, the confrontation between Granny C and the 5 elders of the Li River reached a pivotal moment. Initially, only the 4 elders had besieged Granny C. But after failing to subdue her, the leader of the 5 elders, Qi Yanbing, who had been observing from a cliff, joined the fray, forming a 5 elements demon refining array. To their astonishment, although Granny C struggled against the 4 elders' relentless assault, upon Qi Yanbing's entrance, her strength surged dramatically. Their array could scarcely contain her. The 5 elders, both astonished and enraged, realized too late that this old woman had feigned weakness to ensnare them all, luring Qi Yanbing into the trap to prevent his escape. With a nimble grace, Granny C flitted about, her basket of silver needles and threads seemingly animated, piercing the Li River's 5 elders with swift precision. In mere moments, the threads ensnared the 5, binding their souls and bodies, rendering them immobile. With a mischievous grin, Granny C approached Qi Yanbing. Scissors in hand, it's been quite a while since I last crafted a human skin. I wonder if my skills have waned. Suddenly, Qi Yanbing opened his mouth, a silver pellet flying forth, hurtling toward Granny C. The pellet expanded in the wind, unleashing a tempest of sword energy that coalesced into a sphere of pure blade light. Spanning nearly 100 feet, caught off guard, Granny C retreated, her body softening as she wriggled like an eel to evade the onslaught of sword light. Simultaneously, her scissors took flight, severing the oncoming sword energies with a deft snap. However, she was not entirely unscathed. One blade struck her from behind, piercing her hunchbacked form in a spot she could not see. As the brilliance of the sword light faded, shattered blades clattered to the ground, littering the earth. The silver pellet landed with a thud, ceasing its movement. Granny C fell to the earth, extracting the blade from her back, her brow slightly furrowed. "You managed to evade me," she muttered. Qi Yanbing's eyes widened in despair, his voice hoarse. "At such close range. I launched a surprise attack with the sword pellet, which contained 6,842 blades, yet you eluded me. You cannot be an insignificant figure in the demonic realm. There is no one resembling you among the demons. Who exactly are you?" His gaze fell upon Granny C's back, where the wound from the sword revealed a gaping hole, devoid of blood, instead emitting a strange light that suggested emptiness within. A chill ran down Qi Yanbing's spine. "This is not your true form. You wear another's skin. You have wounded my disguise." Granny C frowned. Yet her voice was no longer the frail pitch of an elderly woman. It resonated with a melodious quality, so captivating that one might mistake her for a youthful beauty. Vibrant and far removed from the decrepit figure she presented, she pressed her throat, sighed, and mumbled, "A leak." Extracting thread from her basket, she stitched the wound on her back, testing her voice until it returned to its usual timbre. Suddenly, Qi Yanbing's face blanched in horror, exclaiming, "I recognize that voice. I know who you are. The leader of the heavenly demon sect's consort." Granny C's expression shifted slightly as her fingers tightened around the threads ensnaring the 5 elders, instantly reducing them to a gory mass of flesh and blood upon the ground. With a haughty snicker, she remarked, "You, cripple, how long have you been here?" Not far behind her, the cripple approached, leaning on his cane, grinning broadly. "Just arrived." "Just arrived. Sister, I saw nothing and heard nothing." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "The leader of the heavenly demon sect, Li Tianxing, renowned for his wisdom and prowess, committed a grave folly in his twilight years. He became enamored with the most beautiful sorceress of the time, discarding his original consort to marry her. The demon sect was thrown into turmoil. On the very night of their wedding, the new consort treacherously harmed Li Tianqing, sabotaging his centuries of cultivation and seizing the sect's treasured tome. The elders and ancestors pursued her, yet she vanished without a trace. Granny C chuckled softly. Long ago, I heard of a man who refined his legs to divine levels, earning the title of Divine Legs. His speed was unparalleled. But he strayed from the righteous path, turning to thievery, thus earning the moniker of the world's greatest thief, although he had yet to attain divinity. His name bore the reverence of the divine, invoking envy from the gods, while attempting to steal from the empire of Yankan. The greatest thief was discovered by the national master, who severed one of his divine legs. Nevertheless, he escaped the master's pursuit, disappearing with the imperial treasure. The Yankan national master is hailed as the foremost being beneath the gods, yet he failed to capture the thief. Perhaps he still possesses that divine leg, awaiting its rightful owner? The cripple's smile widened as he replied with a chuckle. Granny, we are both outcasts from the same village, and we once agreed to keep our secrets from one another. From now on, I shall be mute and deaf, a vault of silence. Granny C snorted, her basket in hand as she made her way toward the village. Was it Mu who sent you to aid me? The cripple shook his head. The noise from your battle with those 5 old fellows was so great that we felt it in the village. The village chief sent me to check if you required assistance. I did not encounter him on my way here. Suddenly, an ominous realization washed over them. The darkness had completely engulfed the dilapidated village. Do not fret, Granny, the cripple reassured. The village chief had been brought over by him and the apothecary, and he halted Granny C, who was about to venture outside in search of Qin Mu with a stone statue. What needed to be taught, we have already imparted to him. If he learns it well, he should be able to survive in the great market. There is no purpose in venturing out now. The night has already descended. Granny C, feeling despondent, acknowledged the village chief's words held truth. Darkness enveloped the village, and if Qin Mu were alive, he could endure the night without her intervention. However, if he had succumbed, her quest to find him with the stone statue would be futile. He possesses that jade pendant to safeguard him. Yet, despite this notion, Granny C understood that the jade pendant on Qin Mu's chest was merely meant to protect an infant, its protective capacity being limited. Qin Mu had grown, and the pendant's light could only shield his heart. Mu'er, you must be wise, Granny C whispered. Chapter 9, The Crimson Skull Indeed. There lay a relic ahead. Qin Mu, in pursuit of the herd, suddenly beheld a dip in the terrain, revealing a gorge. Within this gorge, numerous ancient structures were preserved, palaces scattered about, expansive plazas, and towering edifices. Yet, before this expanse of ruins stood a towering gateway, bridging the 2 ends of the gorge, with mighty stone pillars adorned with dragon motifs. The herd surged towards this portal, rushing into the remnants of the past. Darkness approached. Qin Mu looked up, a chill running down his spine, as he observed the darkness flowing down the cliff like ink, inundating the gorge. This ominous shadow would soon engulf the relic's entrance, submerging it entirely. The herd became increasingly frantic, recklessly charging towards the portal, the danger mounting as the beasts collided and trampled over one another, threatening to be reduced to mere fragments. However, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. They must enter the ruins before the darkness descended. Death would be even more horrific. Qin Mu dashed forward, seizing the tail of a colossal beast, which surged forth like a swiftly moving mountain, scattering and crushing the creatures in its wake. Astonishingly, the beasts behind it leapt up, grasping the tail to be carried into the relics. At last, just before the darkness consumed the portal, the giant creature burst through, while the shadow enveloped the entrance. Brother Chu, Sister Qing, and others rushed forth, but only Brother Chu, Sister Qing, and another young man managed to enter the portal before it was engulfed by darkness. The remaining 2 youths were not so fortunate. One barely managed to extend an arm inside, while the other was partially consumed by the shadow, with only half his body slipping through. Brother Chu fell into the portal and immediately reached out for his 2 disciples. He grasped one of their hands and pulled with all his might, extracting a stark white skeleton from the darkness. However, before he could seize the other youth, the boy collapsed to the ground. Brother Chu and Sister Qing were horrified to see that the boy's front was intact, while his back was completely devoid of flesh, as if something within the darkness had devoured it entirely. What manner of creature lurks in the shadows? Sister Qing exclaimed. Brother Chu steadied himself, exhaling a heavy breath, and solemnly stated, life extinguishes like a candle's flame. Our 2 disciples met their end in the noble pursuit of eradicating evil, dying for a worthy cause, heroically. This little demon deliberately arrived at the ruins just before the darkness fell, seeking to ensnare us. He's over there, Sister Qing pointed at Qin Mu, who had just leaped down from the beast's tail. Little demon, you have caused the demise of my 2 disciples, and you still wish to flee? Qin Mu, filled with indignation, retorted, it was you who relentlessly pursued me for no reason, and in the end, your own folly led to your downfall. I have never wronged you. You sought to kill me, yet I stand here innocent. Sister Qing gritted her teeth. Little demon, do you dare to argue? Curse you. Qin Mu shot back. My grandmother and I merely hunted a deer for clothing, and you label us as demons, while you slaughter entire herds without a second thought. Brother Chu's expression darkened as he stepped forward. This little demon is skilled in manipulation. There is no need for further discourse. Let us eliminate him directly. As the 3 prepared to act, a series of low, menacing roars echoed around them. Alarmed, they glanced about to find the ruins teeming with hundreds of monstrous beasts, including several formidable leaders, all glaring at them with malevolence. Brother Chu sensed the danger and discreetly retreated a step. The beasts, noticing their hesitation, fell silent, refraining from further aggression. Qin Mu marveled at the sight. These creatures, usually embroiled in fierce territorial disputes, now coexisted peacefully, which struck him as peculiar. Could it be that these beasts had established a rule against violence within the ruins? As he blinked, he recognized many of these beasts as sworn enemies. Their current tranquility suggested that his hypothesis was indeed correct. The villagers often spoke of the beast possessing spirit, and the demon monkey he had encountered could speak. Perhaps these creatures had truly forged a pact. Brother Chu, reaching a similar conclusion, exhaled in relief and whispered, let us refrain from violence tonight. At dawn, we shall deal with him. Sister Qing and the other young men nodded in agreement. Qin Mu surveyed the vast ruins. Resembling a city nestled within the gorge, filled with creatures, yet the plaza stood devoid of any. There lay only skeletons, approximately 200 to 300 human remains. Dressed in ornate garments, the cause of their demise unknown. Curiously, the female skeletons sat cross-legged in neat rows, 15 ranks of 15 bones each, suggesting they were caught in meditation when calamity struck, leaving them unable to escape, perishing in an instant. Approaching the plaza, Qin Mu scrutinized the scene, noting a leader among the skeletons seated at the forefront, all facing towards the grand portal. Brother, look! Sister Qing exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she gestured towards the skeletons. Each of those skeletons bears treasures. Brother Chu's heart raced as he scanned the remains. Some held swords. Others grasped dusters, some adorned with jade pendants, and others cradled precious vases, each shimmering as if freshly forged, undeniably extraordinary artifacts. Most captivating was the luminous pearl cradled in the leader's skeletal hand, suspended as if floating, with swirling mists within. This place is an immense treasure trove, Sister Qing whispered, her breath quickening. Even the vault of the 5 elders pales in comparison to this. If we acquire these treasures, they could establish their own dominion. Brother Chu's eyes glimmered with excitement. 5th disciple, go retrieve these treasures. As the 5th disciple stepped forward into the plaza, a female skeleton's duster seemed to stir. Its fibers moving as if alive, one strand approaching him like a slender, curious serpent. Brother Chu cautioned, these treasures are lifeless, unclaimed objects. You need not fear. But before he could finish, the duster lashed out with lightning speed, piercing the 5th disciple's eye. Other strands followed suit, surging towards his other eye. The 5th disciple opened his mouth to chapter 10. The dark invasion Brother Chu, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead, spoke in a hoarse voice. No wonder these treasures have remained untouched here. Sister Qing, these treasures have already been imbued with spirit. If they are not their rightful masters, they will bring about their own doom. Sister Qing trembled in fear, nodding repeatedly. Qin Mu coldly interjected, these treasures have always been here, and no one has dared to take them, not even the ferocious beasts. There must be peril involved. You are fully aware of the dangers, yet still send your junior disciple into harm's way. Your heart is truly wicked. You are the true demon. Brother Chu's expression was one of profound sorrow, shaking his head as he replied, how could you possibly understand the bond between our brotherhood? A little demon is merely a little demon. You use your malevolent heart to judge mine, naturally perceiving my heart as equally sinister. I will not hold this against you now. Come dawn, I shall see you on your way. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, realizing that this Brother Chu was treacherous and ruthless, capable of exploiting even his own junior disciple. He knew he could not leave alive. However, this man was formidable, and he was in no position to confront him, especially with Sister Qing, who was also exceptionally powerful, at his side. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled, causing the ruins to sway violently. The guttural roars of otherworldly beasts echoed as they quivered in fear, retreating while casting anxious glances toward the entrance of the ruins. Their expressions filled with dread. What could these beasts be afraid of? Just as Qin Mu pondered this, an overwhelming darkness surged forth like a tidal wave from the towering portal. Qin Mu's heart raced as he noticed an invisible barrier seemingly protecting the portal from the encroaching darkness, which relentlessly battered against it, attempting to shatter its defenses. The barrier contorted and warped under the assault of the darkness, yet it remained unbroken. The darkness twisted along with the barrier, at times resembling sharp claws, at times a straight plume of smoke, and at other times countless spines, shifting in form. Suddenly, the darkness ceased its assault, and the invisible barrier quieted. After a moment, the barrier began to bulge outward, pressed and extended by the darkness. It took on the shape of a gigantic face looming above the canyon, its chin resting upon the ground. All the beasts within the ruins lay prostrate, paralyzed with fear, too terrified to lift their heads to gaze upon that visage. This face possessed 3 pitch-black eyes, and upon seeing them, Qin Mu felt a chill wash over him, as if his very soul were being drawn into the abyss. The face suddenly spoke, its voice deep and resonant, uttering incomprehensible words. Kikido, Samayed, Prajna Samayed, Kikido Prajna Samayed. The sonorous voice seemed to be a cacophony of countless voices intertwined, brimming with an eerie power that caused the ground of the ruins to tremble, the palace's walls to crack, and stone pillars to collapse, fissures widening alarmingly. Even the portal shuddered, shedding debris, clearly on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the square. The pearl in the skeletal leader's hand radiated ever more brightly. A thick, ethereal glow enveloped the over 200 skeletal remains in the square, and those once lifeless skeletons transformed into vibrant young maidens. Rosy cheeks and crimson lips adorned the youthful figures. The girls sat in the square, led by a maiden who held aloft the radiant pearl. Strange, unintelligible words spilled from their lips. Yipo Zayupuo San and Junhe, Guanming Duanjing Wisi Jiangyu. The voice in the darkness grew louder and more commanding, reverberating through the canyon, while the darkness pressed in from all sides toward the ruins. The maidens' voices, however, became increasingly clear and resonant, the pearl's light surging forth in waves, dispelling the darkness like smoke. These two voices clashed like the forces of divinity and malevolence, each vying for dominance, at times overpowering the other, while light and shadow continued their relentless struggle. It was a bewildering battle, a confrontation that shook Qin Mu's very soul. Though he hailed from the great market, he had never witnessed such a surreal spectacle. This voice, Qin Mu was entranced, recognizing a similarity between the maidens' voices and the divine resonance he had encountered when attempting to breach the spiritual barrier. Although the words were different, the essence seemed akin. When he had attempted to break through the barrier with his vital energy, he had felt a voice from the heavens, sacred and solemn. Whenever it resounded, his energy would involuntarily retreat, unable to penetrate the spiritual barrier. The two voices continued their fierce exchange, each gaining and losing ground, yet neither could completely subdue the other. The voice laden with demonic essence was powerful and terrifying, while the maidens' voices carried a divine quality, sweet and resilient, always rising to counter the overwhelming force of the demonic sound. Conversely, the demonic voice would erupt with tremendous force when on the brink of defeat, akin to a deluge or a torrent, grand and exhilarating. Each voice possessed its own exquisite intricacies, extraordinary in its own right. Qin Mu listened intently, suddenly struck by inspiration. If the demonic sound could counter the divine sound, might it not be possible to use the demonic sound to break through the divine resonance that obstructed his path? His excitement grew. This was undoubtedly a splendid plan. If he could master this demonic sound, he could recite it at the moment the divine sound emerged, countering the voice from the heavens and allowing his vital energy to breach the spiritual barrier. Once he succeeded, with his formidable physique and the power of his 3 Dan, he would no longer need to fear Brother Chu or Sister Qing. However, as this thought crystallized, he suddenly froze, as if doused in icy water. The voice from the heavens was that of a deity. Using the demonic sound to confront the divine voice implied he was a demon sealed by the gods. Had Brother Chu and Sister Qing been correct all along, labeling him a little demon? No. Qin Mu shook his head. If he were a demon, then were the other formidable physiques also demons? Why would they still be called formidable physiques? Wouldn't demonic physique be more fitting? Regardless, he resolved to focus on breaking through first. Once he confirmed there was no longer any error, Qin Mu activated his formidable physique and 3 Dan technique, channeling his vital energy while simultaneously reciting the demonic sound. directing it toward the spiritual barrier at his brow. Chapter 11. Breaking the wall. If Granny C or the village chief were present, they would surely chastise him for his reckless actions, endangering his own life. After all, the divine sounds that emerged during the wall-breaking process were distinct from the ethereal tones produced by the maidens in the ruins. Employing the demonic sounds meant to counter the maidens' divine tones against the celestial sounds of the wall could lead to disastrous consequences. If any strange transformations occurred, it would not merely be a matter of losing one's life, but potentially a complete disintegration of the soul. However, Qin Mu, lacking guidance and unaware of the lurking dangers, immediately began his experiments after mastering the demonic sounds. As his vital energy reached his brow, the ethereal sound, reminiscent of something from the heavens, resonated once more. Upon encountering this divine sound, his energy instinctively recoiled. Undeterred, Qin Mu recited the demonic sounds, causing a clash between the divine and demonic frequencies, each striving for dominance. He faced repeated failures, yet his spirit remained unbroken. He relentlessly propelled his vital energy forward. After hundreds of attempts, his energy finally struck the spiritual wall. Yet, the spiritual wall remained intact and unbroken. He realized that the divine sound had interfered, preventing him from concentrating all his energy for a full impact, thus thwarting the wall's breach. Reflecting briefly on his missteps, Qin Mu prepared for another attempt. After numerous failures, he succeeded in striking the spiritual wall a second time. But again, it did not yield. Before long, he attempted a third time, followed by a fourth and fifth. Having cultivated considerable patience during his studies in alchemy, he understood that success in the craft demanded patience, wisdom, keen perception, and technique, with patience being paramount. Without it, one could never concoct a fine potion. After countless failures, Qin Mu suddenly heard a faint cracking sound emanating from his brow. This sound was as enchanting as celestial music, and even with his strong composure, he could not suppress his excitement. A crack resembling a bolt of lightning appeared on the spiritual wall. The wall was intangible and invisible, felt rather than seen. Yet at the moment of the crack's emergence, Qin Mu perceived a gleam emanating from his brow, akin to a lightning symbol. This sensation was extraordinary. When one closes their eyes, all that lies before them is darkness, devoid of any light. One cannot see their brow, the spiritual sanctuary, nor the spiritual wall. However, upon the crack being created by the vital energy, a lightning-like glow pierced through the darkness, allowing him to see the spiritual wall. Not only did Qin Mu behold the spiritual wall, but he also glimpsed the spiritual sanctuary through the lightning-shaped crack. The sanctuary glimmered with a golden radiance, and a rich, abundant vital energy flowed forth from the crack, merging continuously with his own. The vital energy within the sanctuary was purer and more potent. Yet it shared no attributes with the energy he had cultivated himself. Qin Mu was convinced that the energy he had developed was unique to his body, the energy of the dominant body, and thus he remained unconcerned. The sanctuary contained not only vital energy but also something even more wondrous, however. Having only created a singular crack, he could not discern what else lay within. The lightning-shaped crack began to heal slowly, causing a slight heaviness in Qin Mu's heart. It was evident that the spiritual wall was not as simple as he had imagined. It was formless yet tangible, akin to a viscous liquid that could mend itself upon sustaining a breach. Only by exerting a concerted effort to completely dismantle the spiritual wall could he unlock the spiritual sanctuary. My cultivation is yet insufficiently robust, but creating this fissure will allow for rapid enhancement of my vital energy. Before long, I shall breach the spiritual wall. Qin Mu's spirit soared, and suddenly, the crowing of roosters echoed nearby, stirring his heart. He opened his eyes to find several towering, feathered roosters among the beasts seeking refuge in the ruins. Their necks bare and majestic, their cries resonating through the air. Dawn was approaching. Qin Mu felt a stirring in his heart as he noticed the eastern sky beginning to brighten, heralding the imminent rise of the sun. He realized there was no time left to fully breach the spiritual wall. Fortunately, he had grasped the method to do so. As long as he could escape from Brother Chu and Sister Qing, he would have ample time to break through. Though he had not completely shattered the wall, the mere creation of a crack had significantly enhanced his cultivation, instilling him with the confidence to evade the two. Dawn was nearing. Brother Chu spoke with a meaningful tone. Sister Qing coldly replied, 3 junior brothers perished in the fight against evil. If this little demon manages to escape, would it not betray their spirits in the afterlife? Ignoring her words, Qin Mu rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. The maidens in the square continued their battle against the darkness, exchanging blows in a fierce stalemate. The clash between light and dark growing increasingly intense. Before long, another rooster crowed, and the darkness appeared agitated, its sound booming and weighty. While the divine tones from the maidens grew fervent and resonant, the clash of divine light and darkness intensified, reverberating through the air. Suddenly, a third crow echoed. An array of sunlight pierced through the dark eastern sky, illuminating the highest peak nearby. The moment the sunlight struck, the inky darkness receded like a tide, swiftly retreating into the distance, vanishing beyond the horizon. As the morning sun shone down, bathing the valley in its golden light, the suspended pearl began to descend, filling the square with a kaleidoscope of colors. As the radiance faded, the maidens in the square transformed back into lifeless skeletons. Sitting motionless as if the previous night's valiant battle against darkness had been naught but a magnificent dream, Qin Mu had long heard tales of peculiar happenings in the village. The events occurring here were bizarre and unfathomable. Yet, experiencing these wonders firsthand was even more astonishing. Each night brought new mysteries, faces cloaked in darkness, the enigmatic demonic sounds, and the transformation of the skeletal maidens, all part of an incomprehensible narrative. These secrets awaited discovery. Concealed within the moving herd of beasts, Qin Mu stealthily made his way out, aware of the unspoken rule that forbade violence within the ruins. Yet, once outside, the beasts would likely become perilously aggressive. On the other side, Brother Chu exchanged glances with Sister Qing, and they too blended into the herd, inching closer to Qin Mu. The herd continued its orderly march outward when, suddenly, a blade of light flashed silently towards Qin Mu from behind. He evaded just in time, the sword nearly striking a beast. The agitated creature roared in irritation. "Sister, do not wield your sword. If you injure the beast, it will go berserk, and we shall perish here." Sister Qing, graceful as a swan, spun like a pink lotus, her foot arcing toward Qin Mu with the precision of a dagger. Each kick she delivered resonated like a powerful hammer, shaking the air with its intensity. This technique could easily shatter boulders and pierce iron walls. Yet, Qin Mu's eyes gleamed with determination as he met Sister Qing's whirlwind of kicks. The cripple had once instructed him that the stealthy leg technique he learned was never to fear any other martial style. Chapter 12. Unparalleled combat techniques. The collision of two figures, one adorned in a pink skirt and showcasing fair legs, the other in animal hide shorts with substantial thighs, commenced. While the lithe legs of Senior Sister Qing possessed remarkable power, delivering strikes akin to cleaving axes, Qin Mu's legs, though sturdier, exuded an ethereal lightness, seemingly devoid of force. A rapid succession of explosive sounds echoed as Senior Sister Qing's legs absorbed an unknown number of kicks in mere moments. Qin Mu's legwork proved too swift for her to fully react. The formidable power in her legs was rendered useless, as if devoured by Qin Mu's bewildering flurry of kicks. A sense of foreboding washed over Senior Sister Qing as her legs grew weak. Qin Mu's relentless kicks rained down upon her waist, chest, throat, and face like a tempestuous storm. With a twisting motion, Qin Mu launched a powerful back kick, distinct from his earlier, speed-focused attacks. This particular kick carried a terrifying force. Qin Mu reaffirmed his conviction. Cripple's heaven-stealing divine leg was indeed unparalleled, the undisputed best within their village, if not the entire world. Senior Sister Qing's leg techniques, though seemingly fierce and domineering, failed to make contact, leaving her severely wounded. Despite being unable to utilize any elemental energy, relying solely on his physical strength, Qin Mu managed to cripple Senior Sister Qing, who, in contrast, channeled her elemental energy into her legs for enhanced power, speed, and attack. Immediately after sending Senior Sister Qing flying, Qin Mu's senses heightened, a palpable sense of danger washing over him. Without turning, he swiftly leaped forward. Behind him, Senior Brother Chu had stealthily approached, launching a deadly attack. His strike, initially poised for success, was thwarted by Qin Mu's heightened awareness. The two adversaries dashed across the backs of rampaging beasts, leaping from one mount to another. Senior Brother Chu, with remarkable speed, relentlessly pursued Qin Mu, aiming for his back. Qin Mu, in turn, sprinted forward, his hands a blur as he deflected Senior Brother Chu's assaults. Thunderous echoes of the 8 forms, thousand-handed Buddha. Senior Brother Chu was taken aback. Despite facing away, Qin Mu managed to parry every one of his attacks with what seemed like countless arms, a technique unheard of. Though Qin Mu's thousand-handed Buddha lacked the earth-shattering thunder of Master Ma's, it was swift as the wind and fast as lightning. Despite running on the backs of beasts and facing away from Senior Brother Chu, he stood his ground, displaying a fierce and unyielding defense, denying his opponent any advantage. Ting! Suddenly, a sword's chime cut through the air, sending shivers down Qin Mu's spine. His arm was instantly bloodied, wounded by a sharp blade. Qin Mu somersaulted off the beast's back, scrambling beneath a giant creature's belly. Senior brother Chu followed suit, his hands empty, save for a silver sword that danced around him. Qin Mu's pupils constricted. Senior brother Chu's control over his sword far surpassed that of senior sister Chang, while she could project her sword tens of yards away. Senior brother Chu kept his blade within 3 feet of his body. This was both terrifying and perilous. Wielding a sword at close range required exceptional control, as any misstep could lead to self-inflicted injury. It also underscored the opponent's formidable swordsmanship and unwavering confidence in his abilities. Such precise control over elemental energy was essential for this style of swordsmanship. My elders never taught me how to channel elemental energy, nor did the village chief explain how to harness the power of the overlord body. In this situation, I fear I'll be at a disadvantage. His foot struck a broken branch, likely snapped by the stampede. Without hesitation, Qin Mu flicked his toe, sending the 6 or 7 foot long willow branch into his hand. Grasping the branch, the young man moved with incredible speed, his gaze fixed on the tip of senior brother Chu's sword, paying no heed to his hands. He attempted to channel his elemental energy into the willow branch, but his connection faded after just over a foot. Slightly over a foot is too short to contend with his flying sword. This is too dangerous. Senior brother Chu advanced, his sword swirling around him, executing thrusts, slices, parries, picks, chops, flutters, and cuts, attacking from every conceivable angle. Chi, 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 with a series of soft sounds. The willow branch in Qin Mu's hand was reduced to a mere foot and a few inches. The sword struck again, colliding with the branch with a ting, like metal against metal. Realizing that his elemental energy-infused willow branch could withstand the opponent's sword, Qin Mu's apprehension subsided. His eyes locked onto the sword's tip, and he wielded the foot-long branch like a butcher's knife, channeling the knife techniques taught by the butcher. Night battle at the city of continuous rain. Qin Mu, fully immersed, unleashed the butcher's knife techniques with the small willow branch. Fast, fast, fast. The butcher called his knife technique pig butchering knife technique, with a single tenet: speed. So fast that it leaves afterimages, so fast that the pig's head falls with a single stroke. Qin Mu poured his heart and soul into wielding the willow branch, unleashing a torrent of strikes. The sounds of clashing metal echoed as the two combatants moved swiftly beneath the stampeding beasts, battling from one creature's belly to the next. The beast's massive legs crashed down like pillars from the sky, threatening to crush them at any moment. Their movements, though seemingly erratic, followed a peculiar rhythm, allowing them to narrowly avoid being trampled by the beasts. Senior brother Chu was both shocked and enraged. He was being beaten. He was being pummeled by this little devil with a stick. Indeed, the foot-long willow branch in Qin Mu's hand was no more than a stick. Yet, senior brother Chu's sword was nearly 6 feet long, controlled by strands of elemental energy. His sword control was taught by the 5 elders of the Li River, powerful figures who had broken through the barrier between man and heaven and opened their celestial spirit treasures. How could their sword control techniques be anything but exquisite? His hand movements were derived from the Li River art, a fist technique created by the 5 elders. His hands channeled elemental energy to create a vast river, surging and crashing against the banks with astonishing force. Though he had not yet mastered the fist technique to the point of divine power, its might was already considerable, capable of splitting stone tablets and turning rocks to dust. In a matter of moments, senior brother Chu had suffered numerous blows to the head, his body covered in bruises. How could he not be enraged? But more than that, he was terrified. If Qin Mu were wielding a blade instead of a stick, the thought was too frightening to contemplate. This boy, no more than 11 or 12 years old, barely reached his chest. Even if he had been training since birth, how could he have mastered such terrifying techniques? Senior brother Chu quickly noticed Qin Mu's weakness, and his anxiety subsided. His elemental energy cultivation is weak. Though his techniques are exquisite, his cultivation is pitiful. Or rather, he isn't a spiritual body, just an ordinary human. He finally realized the key. Qin Mu was just an ordinary person, not a spiritual body. He hadn't opened his spiritual infant treasure, but had likely practiced basic exercises like guiding exercises, granting him some elemental energy cultivation. However, the elemental energy cultivated by an ordinary person lacked any attributes and couldn't unleash any power. Therefore, although Qin Mu's attack techniques were far superior to his, the lack of power in those techniques posed little threat. This little devil's knife technique must be a divine power, but he's far from being able to unleash its true potential. If I could obtain this divine power, senior brother Chu's heart stirred. Qin Mu couldn't unleash the full power of the knife technique, but he could unleash some of it. If he were to use it, the power would surely be terrifying. He could discern that Qin Mu's swordsmanship was a form of martial technique, unlike the art of sword control, which liberates one's hands to allow the sword to fly through the air and strike the enemy, rendering one's swordplay more agile while simultaneously enabling both hands to engage in attacks. Martial techniques adhere to a more primal approach. They necessitate the use of one's own hands to wield weapons, allowing one's vital energy to flow into the weapon to amplify the power of each move and enhance the efficacy of one's abilities. In truth, the superiority of martial techniques over sword control had long been established. Centuries ago, both forms coexisted, with practitioners of each refusing to yield to the other, often engaging in battles to prove their prowess. However, a prodigious talent emerged from the lineage of sword control, decimating the masters of martial techniques, leaving some dead, others grievously wounded, and a few fleeing in terror. This extraordinary individual was none other than the current national master of the state of Yankan, hailed as the foremost among the divine. To this day, practitioners of martial techniques have become exceedingly rare, and many of the superior techniques have been lost to time, leaving behind only the lesser forms. Nonetheless, truly exceptional martial techniques remain formidable, and Brother Chu firmly believed that the technique demonstrated by the young demon before him was indeed a genuine superior martial art. I must seize this technique. I will capture him and, by any means necessary, compel him to divulge the secrets of this martial art. Qin Mu's small wooden stick continued to strike fiercely against Brother Chu, who fought valiantly to defend himself. Yet, he was unable to fully block the relentless onslaught of the small stick, enduring hundreds of blows in a mere span of time. Although it was merely a small stick and possessed little inherent power, combined with Qin Mu's own strength and the continuous barrage, the cumulative damage inflicted upon his body was significant. He intends to bludgeon me to death. Brother Chu shuddered in terror. Chapter 13. Death by percussion. Disciple Chu's composure shattered as the horrifying realization dawned upon him. His adversary intended to bludgeon him to death with that diminutive wooden rod. A slow, agonizing demise. He yearned for a blade, even a dull one, anything but this. The rod's power was negligible, yet the incessant blows had transformed his face into a grotesque, bruised mass, the swelling reducing his eyes to mere slits, blurring his vision. To be beaten to death, inch by excruciating inch, was the epitome of terror, pain, and dread amplified beyond measure, with death and elusive respite. The stampede of beasts that had thundered overhead had ceased. They had escaped the ruins' gateway, the horde now dispersed. Qin Mu's strength was also waning. Countless slashes had pushed him to his limit, their desperate struggle beneath the behemoth's belly. Evading both the enemy's sword and the monster's trampling hooves and claws had left his legs leaden and aching. During his tutelage with the butcher, despite the man's occasional madness, he had always maintained a disciplined approach, never pushing him to such exhaustion. Now, his strength utterly depleted, Qin Mu persevered on sheer willpower. He knew that the moment he faltered, even the slightest remaining vitality in Disciple Chu would spell his doom. He had to continue his relentless assault until his foe was no more. Thud! Disciple Chu finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, his sword clattering beside him. Qin Mu discarded the rod and seized the blade, but his arms refused to obey, devoid of even the faintest spark of strength. Summoning his last reserves, Qin Mu nudged the sword with his foot, inching the tip towards his fallen opponent. Disciple Chu, barely conscious, witnessed this grim tableau, feebly attempting to evade the encroaching point. His bones and tendons were all but shattered, his muscles unresponsive. Helpless, he could only watch as Qin Mu painstakingly aligned the blade, nudging it forward until it pierced his throat. A gurgling sound escaped his lips, blood bubbling with air, before he finally exhaled his last. Relief washed over Qin Mu as he collapsed, utterly spent. He had never endured such hardship. The presence of a corpse so near was unsettling. He attempted to move, but his body remained unresponsive, forcing him to abandon the effort. This was not his first encounter with death. He had witnessed the woman emerging from the cowhide by the river, and the demise of Disciple Chu's two fellow disciples. Once, Granny C had taken him to a neighboring village to assist with a birth. Granny C, aside from her tailoring, also served as a midwife for the surrounding villages. But upon arrival, they found the villagers, young and old, all dead, including the expectant mother. The granny did not reveal the perpetrator, only remarking that such events were commonplace in the great ruins, and thus, one must never afford their enemies any opportunity. Granny C had spoken with grave seriousness. The presence of Disciple Chu's corpse disturbed him, but such was the nature of the great ruins, a realm of survival of the fittest. Qin Mu, raised in this harsh environment, was accustomed to the savage battles of the beasts. Disciple Chu's corpse was no different from any other fallen creature. As he regulated his breathing, he heard approaching footsteps. Turning his head with difficulty, Qin Mu was alarmed to see senior sister Qing hobbling towards him, a sword in her grasp. Her face swollen beyond recognition. Qin Mu struggled to rise, every limb and muscle screaming in agony. He paused, panting, and silently activated the Overlord Body 3 elixir technique. His vital energy slowly stirred, coursing through his aching muscles and torn ligaments. The swelling subsided slightly as the energy flowed, but his senses heightened, amplifying the searing pain. Senior sister Qing continued her limping advance. Her legs, crippled by Qin Mu's kicks during their earlier confrontation, and her face, battered by countless blows, were a testament to his brutality. Her final kick, a devastating sweep of his leg, had flattened her once fair features, now grotesquely swollen like risen dough. Her teeth were likely gone, and blood-tinged saliva dribbled from her mouth. Qin Mu intensified the flow of his vital energy, desperate to regain some strength. But the intensity of the previous battle had left him utterly depleted. Only by unlocking the spirit embryo wall and absorbing the spirit embryo divine treasure could one truly be considered a martial artist. He was not yet a martial artist, yet he had managed to beat a martial artist like Disciple Chu to death, an extraordinary feat, but it was not enough. He lacked the strength to face Senior Sister Qing. Senior Sister Qing finally reached him, attempting to speak, but her swollen mouth and throat rendered her mute. Instead, she raised her sword and lunged at Qin Mu. Such a darling little girl, Granny just wants to pinch those cheeks. Senior Sister Qing froze, her sword meeting an invisible barrier. Terror filled her eyes as she beheld a small, old woman with bound feet, approaching with a basket in hand. Senior Sister Qing trembled, retreating slowly. A booming voice echoed from behind. Muer, to think you made my pig slaughtering technique into a little wooden stick. It took you 5,476 strikes to fell that lad, and in the end, it was a sword that finished him off. The torso of a burly man was carried in a bamboo basket, while the limbless figure was borne on a stretcher. Their appearances were wretched. The only seemingly normal one being the middle-aged man carrying the basket, his face a horrifying canvas of scar tissue. The voice belonged to the torso. His face contorted in fury as he berated Qin Mu from his perch. Looks like you haven't trained enough. Don't give me excuses about not having a blade, or only having a small wooden stick. With refined swordsmanship, one can kill with a single barehanded strike. Qin Mu sighed in relief, his voice hoarse. Granny C, Grandpa Butcher. Grandpa Apothecary, you're all here? Granny C chuckled. We raised you with such care, and this is your first time leaving home and spending the night with a strange girl. Of course, we were worried and had to come take a peek. Qin Mu blinked, testing the waters. How long have you been here? The butcher grunted. We arrived when you were fighting that lad under the beast bellies. How else would I know you struck 5,476 times? Qin Mu's face darkened. These old folks had been watching all along, letting him fight for his life. He finally understood why the beasts had left him and Disciple Chu alone. They had been scared off by the butcher and the others. The people from the other villages say that Granny and Grandpa Village Chief are bad people. Could it be true? But I think they're all good people. They must have believed I could defeat Disciple Chu, so they just watched from the sidelines. He consoled himself. As an overlord body who transcends the spirit. To be beaten so badly, we are disappointed, the blind man said with a smile, leaning on his cane and speaking to the air. Qin Mu coughed, Grandpa Blind. I'm here. I know you're here. The blind man turned, smiling. You won using a stick, which means I taught you well. But don't be arrogant. You are, after all, an overlord body. It's only natural that you're stronger than him. Your training will be doubled from now on, so don't look so glum. The butcher interjected coldly, Blind man, he clearly used my swordsmanship. What are you so proud of? And why are you rambling onto a corpse? Chapter 14. Vitality Refinement. How should Sister Qing be dealt with? Qin Mu struggled to rise, glancing at the girl beside him, still in shock. Perhaps. Granny C's eyes sparkled with mischief as she nudged Qin Mu's shoulder, nearly toppling the boy who was trying to stand. With a teasing smile, she suggested, why not keep her as a little bride? You were the cutest when you were young, though you've lost some of that charm now that you've grown. However, if you and this little girl were to have a plump baby, it would surely be adorable. I do love children. Qin Mu cast a sideways glance at Sister Qing, resembling a piglet, and hesitated. Granny, perhaps that's not a good idea. Suddenly, the lame man appeared behind Sister Qing, brandishing a knife and chillingly declaring, then let us just kill her. Qin Mu was taken aback, stammering, "Grandpa lame. Why would you kill her? You said you didn't want her, so of course, she must be killed." The lame man, still wearing a simple and honest grin, seemed puzzled by Qin Mu's reaction. Qin Mu felt disheartened. He had no intention of having children with Sister Qing. After all, he was merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Surrounded mostly by elders like Mastermind Granny C, and the youth in neighboring villages were often fierce and intimidating. He lacked peers but still harbored the heart of a boy. Nodding, Qin Mu accepted 4 white porcelain cups, drank the 4 spirit blood, and strained to move forward. As he activated the body dominance 3 dance skill to dissipate the power of the spirit blood, he recounted the strange occurrences he encountered in the canyon ruins. Granny C's expression shifted slightly. Gods and demons? A dark-faced giant and a skeletal girl? Fascinating. The other villagers found it intriguing as well, though they had little to add. Unable to contain himself, Qin Mu asked, "Granny, aren't you curious about the stories within those canyon ruins?" The apothecary sighed. Once a flourishing divine kingdom, now reduced to ashes. The divine bones dance in the night. Could it be that they harbor unfulfilled desires? The deaf man, staring at his lips, retorted, "No matter how unfulfilled, they are dead. What use is curiosity about the stories here? It is likely futile. Are you truly deaf?" The apothecary examined his ears, which were made of white iron, with even the ear canals plugged. The deaf man removed his iron ears, revealing 3-inch iron plugs that held them in place. Coldly, he remarked, "If you insert these into your ear holes, you will know whether I am deaf." The apothecary smiled slightly and ceased to speak. The deaf man then inserted his iron ears back into place and turned to the mute blacksmith, saying, "These ears have been uncomfortable lately. Please adjust them for me." The mute blacksmith nodded. Qin Mu was at a loss for words regarding his relatives. The apothecary and others were more interested in the deaf man's ear holes than the ruins, leaving him bewildered. Granny C chuckled, "Muir. The secrets of this grand market are indeed myriad. Besides the Canyon Divine City, there are countless secrets you cannot count. If you devote all your curiosity to these mysteries, you will have no time for anything else." As the group made their way toward the village of Canlao, the village chief solemnly remarked, "I see your knife skills are quite impressive. The blade is 13 inches long, able to compete with that boy's treasured sword. You have made significant progress in this training." Qin Mu felt a stir in his heart and voiced his confusion. "Why can't my vitality manipulate objects like theirs? My vitality can only penetrate a willow branch to 13 inches, and I cannot extend it further." He envied the ability to wield a sword with vitality but found himself incapable of doing so. The apothecary shook his head discreetly, explaining that the vitality cultivated by ordinary people lacked attributes, rendering them incapable of manipulating objects, as there were no techniques to enable ordinary vitality to perform such feats. For an ordinary person like Qin Mu to sustain a willow branch for 13 inches and withstand a direct clash with a martial artist's sword was already quite remarkable. The village chief maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Your body dominance has yet to fully awaken, and your spiritual fetus is still undiscovered, so there is no need to rush. You have yet to awaken your body dominance, yet you can defeat martial artists at the peak of the spiritual fetus realm. Once you awaken it, your strength will far surpass your peers." Granny C and the others were also pleased with Qin Mu's performance. That martial artist was at the pinnacle of the spiritual fetus realm and could wield a sword with vitality, clearly not far from the Five Suns realm. Yet, Qin Mu, without having awakened his body dominance, was able to defeat him with a simple wooden stick, indicating that Qin Mu indeed possessed an extraordinary form of body dominance. And the village chief was not deceiving them. The apothecary's brow twitched as he contemplated. It will not be long before the truth of Muir being an ordinary person is revealed. At that time, these individuals will likely lose heart and turn the heavens upside down. However, for Muir to have killed a peak martial artist with a wooden stick is indeed strange. Could it be the result of body dominance or the effects of spirit blood? Well-versed in knowledge, he found himself perplexed at this moment. After consuming the 4 spirit bloods, Qin Mu's vitality became increasingly vigorous, its circulation accelerating. His swollen muscle membrane slowly recovered, and the flow of energy and blood quickened, gradually alleviating his fatigue. Unconsciously, his pace quickened, and he felt himself growing faster. "Master Ma." The lame man and others expressed surprise but remained silent, keeping pace with him. During this period of running, Qin Mu discovered that practicing body dominance 3 dance skill allowed for even faster cultivation. With the supplementation of the 4 spirit bloods, his progress accelerated further, causing him to unconsciously increase his running speed, lost in the moment. He soon forgot the soreness in his muscles, his speed continually enhancing. and the vitality coursing through him quickened, reaching his limbs and bones, even penetrating his hair, nails, and skin. Gradually, his speed surpassed what he once thought was his utmost limit. Yet he remained unaware, feeling only an exhilarating freedom as he ran faster and faster. Sweat began to seep from his skin's pores. However, this perspiration was not clear but rather murky, containing both dark impurities and white fatty particles. Yet Qin Mu remained oblivious to the changes in his body. The apothecary and the village chief exchanged astonished glances. Master Ma, when did you start refining your body with vitality? The apothecary suddenly inquired. Master Ma replied solemnly, at the pinnacle of the spiritual fetus realm. While practicing my fist techniques, I unexpectedly unleashed my first divine ability. My first divine ability was the fist technique that refines the body, with vitality coiling like a green dragon. The apothecary turned to the layman, who stated, I was also at the pinnacle of the spiritual fetus realm. One day, I ran in the wind, trying to catch up with the gale, longing to walk on the tips of the wind. In that moment, I discovered the essence of vitality refinement. With vitality blowing through 100 orifices. Overjoyed, I fell from the tip of the wind and nearly met my demise. The apothecary sighed, I experienced the same. I aimed to use the spiritual fetus as a furnace for alchemy, with my own vitality as the medicine, hoping to refine myself into a single elixir, and thus uncovered the art of vitality refinement, with vitality burning the flesh. Yet, Mu'er has begun refining his body even before breaking through the barrier. The lame man chuckled. Indeed, body dominance is formidable, something we spiritual bodies can only envy. The apothecary's expression grew peculiar, and he refrained from further comment. Body dominance? If it truly is body dominance, he would not be so surprised. The lame man and Master Ma could attribute everything to body dominance. But he understood the truth. Qin Mu, an ordinary person, had taken the lead in achieving vitality refinement, which astonished even this knowledgeable expert. If Mu'er has yet to awaken his body dominance, what might happen when he does? The vitality that can control objects. Perhaps even the great master Yankan from years past would not rival him. Granny C exclaimed excitedly. The apothecary's heart sank as he exchanged glances with the village chief, who also remained silent. In this world, there exists no such thing as a dominant physique. Nor is there any essence of a dominant nature. Ordinary energy lacks the capacity to manipulate or control objects. At that time, Qin Mu would discover that his inability to wield such power would unveil the truth. However, before reaching that point, Qin Mu must first achieve the so-called awakening of the dominant physique, a process that necessitates breaking through the barriers of the spiritual womb. How can an ordinary person achieve such a breakthrough? The village chief furrowed his brow. Would consuming the blood of the four spirits still prove beneficial? How long could he maintain this facade? Chapter 15. Walking on water. Qin Mu sprinted rapidly, his vitality surging with each stride, despite the distance he covered. The villagers of Canlao village kept pace, even the blind man navigating as if on solid ground beside the others. Just as Qin Mu burst into a dense forest, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged, roaring, "Little brat, perish!" The furious roar belonged to a demon ape, enraged at the intrusion of the young boy into its territory. However, upon catching a glimpse of the one-armed Master Ma's indifferent gaze, the beast instinctively recoiled, abandoning its territory and fleeing in terror, sensing imminent doom. Mu'er, wash yourself by the river, instructed Granny C. Blind man, accompany him and be wary of the river monsters. The blind man, leaning on his bamboo staff, followed Qin Mu to the riverbank. Without hesitation, Qin Mu stripped off his clothes and plunged into the water to cleanse himself. As the blind man gently prodded the river with his staff, a large fish that had been lurking nearby startled and leaped out of the water, landing several yards away. It was a massive catfish, over 2 meters long, its whiskers resembling lengthy tentacles. After refreshing himself, Qin Mu suddenly beheld the shimmering river surface, and an overwhelming sense of vigor surged within his youthful chest, akin to a blazing inferno. His vital energy roared and surged, rising directly to his throat, as if unlocking the celestial symphony of the divine. A powerful howl erupted from his throat, resonating through the forest and rippling across the water's surface. With a mighty leap, Qin Mu sprang from the river, his feet striking the water's surface with unbridled force. As his foot made contact, the power within him fused with the descending vitality, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Where his foot landed, the water erupted in all directions. Before the droplets could settle, Qin Mu had already advanced several feet, his other foot crashing down onto the water's surface. A series of crisp splashes echoed across the river as Qin Mu danced upon the water, swiftly covering over 2 miles. His howls grew increasingly jubilant and unrestrained, resembling a celestial melody, a symphony of divine beings, as he dashed across the river with exuberance and delight. Standing by the riverbank, the blind man felt the gentle breeze tousling his white hair. Listening to Qin Mu's jubilant howls, he nodded with a smile and suddenly burst into song. The calls of monkeys echo on both banks. The wind whispers, chilling the air. "Moor, you frolic naked upon the river. Do you not feel cold?" A startled exclamation resonated from the river's heart as Qin Mu splashed into the water. Moments later, he swam to the shore, his face flushed with embarrassment as he dried off and donned his clothing. In his earlier moment of enlightenment by the river, he had forgotten his state of undress while leaping and running across the water, relishing the coolness of the river. Fortunately, Grandpa Blind could not see him. Once dressed, Qin Mu abruptly glanced up to find Master Ma, the mute, and others standing by the riverside, including Granny C and even the village chief, who had been carried over on a stretcher. Qin Mu's face turned crimson as he stammered, "Granny, when did you all arrive?" Granny C chuckled, "Moor, we have seen your bare bottom more times than we can count. What is there to be shy about? We heard your exuberant howls and came to see." The village chief cleared his throat and said, "Moor, you are being pursued by 5 warriors at the spirit embryo stage. We must ensure there are no lingering dangers. Let the healer examine you." As Qin Mu approached, the healer conducted a thorough examination, shaking his head in reassurance. No major injuries, merely superficial wounds. The village chief also inspected him, signaling that he could leave. Qin Mu was then summoned by the butcher for combat training. The butcher was dissatisfied with Qin Mu's prior performance, having barely triumphed over Brother Chu with over 5,000 strikes, and was particularly irked by the fact that he had ultimately resorted to using a sword. Thus, he aimed to rigorously train him. Did the village chief discover something? The healer inquired, approaching the village chief's stretcher, his gaze fixed on the spirited Qin Mu, who was now sparring with the butcher. "His progress in vital energy cultivation is astonishing," the village chief replied candidly. "From yesterday until now, his advancement has exceeded all expectations. I heard his howls. They resonate with the vibrations of his vital energy and throat, vaguely carrying the sounds of divinity and demons. Even those at the spirit embryo stage cannot achieve such resonance. If I were an ordinary person, it would take me 20 years to reach his current level." Qin Mu's howls echoed across the river, instinctively merging the demonic sounds he had absorbed in the canyon ruins with his own. Remarkably, while he was contemplating the dark demonic sounds the previous night, he had also absorbed the celestial tones of the divine maidens, committing every subtle fluctuation of their divine melodies to memory. Thus, his howls seamlessly intertwined with the divine melodies. To others, the sounds were unremarkable, lacking discernible intricacies, but to the village chief, they resonated profoundly. "Demonic resonance?" the healer exclaimed, startled. "How did he achieve this? To have the capabilities of a normal person within a single night is terrifying. Could it truly be the effect of the Four Spirits' blood?" The village chief shook his head. While the Four Spirits' blood enhances his physique and vital energy, it cannot account for such rapid progress. The healer pondered. Could it be that Mu'er is a natural prodigy, born as a material for cultivation? The village chief frowned. A prodigy would not possess an ordinary physique. Such individuals typically have spiritual bodies. Moreover, who among them can achieve demonic resonance? The healer asked, "Is the resonance of divinity and demon within his howls good or bad?" "I do not know," the village chief admitted. "I detect a fierce battle between divine and demonic sounds within his howls, but whether it is beneficial or detrimental remains uncertain." The healer's eyes flickered. "From where do these divine and demonic sounds originate?" "I do not know." Both the healer and village chief felt overwhelmed, for they had not been perplexed for quite some time. Since adopting Qin Mu, who had floated down from upstream, their lives had become increasingly filled with mysteries. As night fell, Canlao village was soon engulfed in darkness. Qin Mu slept in the outer room, while Granny C rested in the inner chamber. In the middle of the night, dark demonic sounds unconsciously echoed in Qin Mu's mind, followed by the celestial melodies. The clash between the divine and demonic intensified, growing louder and more chaotic. The sound of their resonance transformed in his mind into a fierce battle between darkness and light. Qin Mu felt as if he had lost his physical form, becoming a spirit floating above the tumultuous struggle between the divine and demonic forces, observing the fierce conflict below. Where the darkness and light clashed resembled the scene he had witnessed in the canyon ruins, yet it was even more magnificent and grand. The night seemed to stretch forth like tendrils, piercing through the light, which erupted violently, sweeping away the darkness. After a moment, Qin Mu discerned what the light and darkness truly were. The darkness was filled with countless demonic beings, surging like a tide toward the light. And the demonic sounds were not merely echoes but the roars of millions of demons. The light, too, was a vast ocean of divine beings, clad in golden armor, engaged in a fierce battle against the incoming tide of demons. From his elevated vantage point, these divine and demonic figures appeared as mere droplets, initially perceived as a simple conflict between light and darkness. However, upon closer inspection, he was struck with awe and terror. Qin Mu suddenly awakened, drenched in perspiration. As he opened his eyes, he found his mind besieged by divine and demonic sounds, overwhelming him as if his head were about to explode. At that moment, the jade pendant resting upon his chest gently levitated, drifting to his brow before softly descending. A refreshing current surged through him, and the cacophony of divine and demonic sounds vanished instantly. He bolted upright, gasping for breath, his heart filled with bewilderment, utterly unaware of what had transpired. After a brief interlude, he exited his dwelling and ventured outside, using the ethereal glow emitted by the village's stone statue to examine the jade pendant. Beyond the village lay darkness, yet the pendant radiated a soft luminescence. Qin Mu stared at the pendant, entranced, his gaze lingering on it, captivated by its gentle glow, unable to divert his attention from the small yet profound artifact. Behind him, Granny C had approached unnoticed, witnessing this poignant moment, her heart aching. Though they had nurtured him, she understood that Muo would never truly belong to their village of the aged. He was merely a child raised by them, destined to depart one day. A sudden clarity struck her, her eyes sparkling with urgency. The world beyond posed dangers far greater than those of the village. He lacked the strength necessary to confront them. Chapter 16. The young girl in the temple behind the jade pendant were a pair of bright, clear eyes. Though only 11 years old, Qin Mu had already come to understand many things. Once, he accompanied Granny C to a neighboring village where a woman was giving birth. The delivery went smoothly, and the tender scene of the loving family deeply touched him. Thus, Qin Mu cherished this jade pendant, hoping that one day it would lead him to his parents, so he could ask them why they abandoned him. The following day, Master Ma, the blind man, the cripple, and the mute continued their hunting expeditions, capturing more spirit beasts to nourish Qin Mu with their blood. The spirit beasts within a radius of several hundred miles had basically been hunted clean by these four formidable individuals, forcing them to venture further afield for their quarry. The village chief was immobile, the herbalist frequently ventured out for foraging, the butcher was a cynic prone to fits of madness, and the deaf man was only interested in painting and calligraphy. Thus, the only companion Qin Mu had for his training was Granny C. However, she often left the village as she was a seamstress and midwife, frequently called upon by nearby villages for her services. Today, Granny C left early in the morning, and the herbalist went out to gather herbs. The butcher and the deaf man carried the village chief outside, where they remained at the village gate, one sharpening a knife while the other painted. Feeling bored, Qin Mu wandered to the riverbank. Ever since the cow had transformed into a woman and was killed by the cripple, his tasks had diminished significantly. By the river, the youth took a deep breath, filling his chest with air until it swelled. As he circulated his energy, his chest gradually deflated. He did not exhale, but instead allowed the energy to nourish his lungs, fortifying them and compressing the air from tenfold to a mere fraction. Qin Mu continued to inhale, his chest remaining inflated until he reached his limit. Suddenly, he took a step forward like an arrow released from a bow. On the river's surface, two waves parted, and between them, Qin Mu strode across the water, racing forward. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in the river, and in the midst of his run, he drew out a butcher's knife, its blade glimmering as it danced like a dragon, a reflection of the butcher's technique. The knife style was wild and rebellious, embodying a fierce spirit that defied heaven and earth, rolling as it swept across the river. Abruptly, the light of the knife retracted. Qin Mu sheathed the butcher's knife on his back and transitioned to Master Ma's boxing technique, channeling energy through his arms, directing it to his fingertips, and forming a fist. He moved as if the Yangtze River were rushing toward the sea, harnessing the torrents of highland rapids to break through the sky, an unceasing flow. The first move of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, single-handedly facing the East China Sea, seizing the spring thunder. He unleashed punch after punch, visions of the great river flowing, its roaring waves crashing into the sea filling his mind, and unconsciously, the same essence emerged in his boxing. His fist suddenly opened, fingers trembling violently, compressing the air in front of his palm, which exploded, sending splashes of water erupting from the river's surface. Yet it was still insufficient. He had not achieved the palm thunder. Qin Mu felt a twinge of disappointment. The lowest level of Master Ma's Thunder Sound 8 styles required one to master the palm thunder, where each punch and palm would unleash a thunderous explosion, captivating the soul and wielding immense power. Attaining higher levels would grant mastery over thunder, something far beyond his current reach. In his mad dash, he retrieved a bamboo staff from his back, using its tip not for ordinary staff techniques, but for spear techniques. He had learned from the blind man that his staff techniques were akin to spear techniques, the long staff swirling like an angry dragon stirring the river's waters. Each strike accompanied by the swirling current. Qin Mu then placed the bamboo staff behind him and took up a heavy iron hammer, executing the hammer technique taught by the mute blacksmith. This technique was ancient and clumsy, wielding tremendous force and weight, contrasting sharply with Qin Mu's swift movements. After a while, he sensed his energy waning, fatigue setting in, and he glanced around, realizing he had strayed far from the village, having traveled over 100 miles downstream. How did I run so far without realizing it? Qin Mu spotted an oasis in the middle of the river, where the waters surged on either side, stirring his heart. He dashed toward the oasis. Moments later, he set foot on solid ground, ascending the small hillock. The oasis was modest, a small mound in the river's heart. Roughly a mile in circumference, rising about 40 feet high, lush with vegetation. In the dense forest, no bird songs could be heard, only the sound of rushing water. Not far ahead, a dilapidated temple peeked through the trees, revealing crumbling walls. Qin Mu approached to find the temple in a state of disrepair, long neglected, with cobwebs littering the interior. Nonetheless, it served as a decent resting spot. He halted in front of the temple, where a door had fallen ajar. Inside was dim but still illuminated enough to reveal a large Buddha statue standing within, adorned with gold leaf that glimmered faintly. However, it had clearly been a long time since anyone had visited. Much of the gold had peeled away, exposing the copper beneath, which was inscribed with strange, twisted characters resembling tadpoles. Thick chains bound the statue, and Qin Mu noted that these chains extended from the small temple all the way to the riverside, plunging into the rushing waters. How peculiar. Why are these chains binding this great Buddha? Grandpa Blind said it is customary to burn incense in temples, but I did not bring any, so I can only rest here. Qin Mu cleared his throat and bowed toward the temple, stating, I am a resident of Canlao village, living by the river. As I pass by this sacred site, I borrow its ground to rest, troubling the local spirit, which weighs heavily on my heart. After a moment's hesitation, he continued reciting the words taught to him by the blind man, saying, I have been weak since childhood, with my essence depleting early. If there is a divine sister in the temple, please do not come to harm me. The blind man was a seasoned figure, and Qin Mu had faith in his words. He believed that saying this would pose no issues. After his prayer, Qin Mu sat on the stone steps, removed his iron shoes, and untied the iron ingots bound to his calves, breathing deeply to recover his strength. Throughout his journey, he had worn iron shoes and bound iron ingots on his legs. These were heavier than the last pair, newly forged by the mute blacksmith. Suddenly, a light laugh floated from the temple behind him, a girl's voice ringing clear. You speak quite interestingly. Very well, I shall not eat you. Qin Mu quickly turned around to see a young girl, seemingly of similar age, seated on the palm of the Buddha statue. She had 3 small braids, 2 slender ones hanging in front and a thicker one cascading down her back, swinging her feet and grinning at him. Her anklets jingled as she moved her feet, making her laughter seem as bright as the early spring sunshine. Qin Mu hastily rose, asking, Who is this divine sister? Where did you come from? The girl leaped down from the Buddha's hand, her joy evident as she revealed 2 small tiger teeth. I am Xian Qinger, and I live nearby. I have never seen any divine sister. What is your name? Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Qin Mu felt reassured and replied, I am Qin Mu, which means I am the cowherd of the Qin family. I used to have a cow, and the village elders always had me tend to it. Xian Qinger walked behind the ancient temple and pulled open another door, sizing him up, then glancing back at his surroundings before bursting into laughter. Where is your cow? Qin Mu hesitated before responding. The cow turned into a woman. I no longer have a cow. Xian Qinger was astonished and gleefully exclaimed, Such a delightful occurrence. How did that happen? Can you do it too? Qin Mu shook his head. Not yet, but my granny can. Xian Qinger appeared somewhat disappointed. I thought you could. Do you have any other fun stories? Come in and tell me. As Qin Mu lifted his foot, poised to enter the ancient temple, his gaze inadvertently drifted past Xian Qinger. He noticed several bone fragments peeking out from behind the Buddha statue, causing his heart to skip a beat. His foot, suspended in midair, hesitated, not quite landing. He demurred. Grandpa Blind always said that when entering a temple to offer incense, one must first pay respects to the Buddha. Alas, I have no incense with me. Perhaps I should refrain from entering. Do come in. Xianqing coaxed with a saccharine smile. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as she nibbled on her vermilion lips, giggling, I am privy to certain intimate pastimes enjoyed by boys and girls. Come inside, and I shall enlighten you. Her breath, redolent with the fragrance of orchids, carried a bewitching allure. Where moments before she was the picture of youthful vivacity, she now exuded a captivating charm. Qin Mu, his face flushed crimson, stammered, I have suffered from a delicate constitution since childhood. Enter. A thunderous roar erupted from the little girl's mouth. Chapter 17. Spirit fetus break through her upper back featured a prominent bone carapace, causing her to hunch over. Arms composed of articulated bones extended outward, culminating in razor-sharp claws. Spikes resembling deer antlers protruded from the back of her head. While her face was a landscape of deep wrinkles, rendering her appearance utterly terrifying. A piercing shriek emanated from her throat, akin to a cacophony of distressed female voices. As she screeched, Enter here. Qin Mu scrutinized the centipede-like woman adorned with bones, expressing surprise. Shaking his head, he declined, I shall not. Enraged. The monster within the temple emitted a series of roars, its numerous legs propelling it rapidly around the interior. It lunged towards the temple's entrance, only to be met by the resounding clatter of heavy chains as the oasis trembled. Qin Mu swiftly observed the scene, noting that the chains were anchored in the river, encircling the large golden Buddha statue within the temple, while the opposite ends were fastened to the monster's body. Despite its frantic struggles, the monster remained confined within the temple's threshold. With composure, Qin Mu settled down and resumed his breathing exercises, practicing the 3 Dan exercises of the tyrant body to replenish his strength. After a moment of silence behind him, the monster, unable to break free from the chains, abruptly changed course and charged towards the golden Buddha statue within the temple, exclaiming, Accursed Baldi, you imprison me here. Do you intend to starve me to death? This child did not offer incense to you, so why not allow me to devour him? The statue remained unmoved by the monster's assault. Enraged, the monster circled the statue, scattering countless bones that lay behind it. Shortly thereafter, the monster quieted down, collecting the scattered bones and concealing them behind the golden Buddha. Its bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Qin Mu outside the temple. Baldi, meat delivered to my doorstep, meat delivered to my doorstep, it muttered. It then approached the temple door, fixating on the back of Qin Mu's head, saliva flowing from its mouth like a continuous stream. Before long, it transformed into the guise of the young girl Xianqing, her clothes partially undone. Giggling, young man, let's engage in impropriety together. Qin Mu, possessing remarkable self-control, paid no heed. Having finally replenished his strength and restored his vitality to its peak, he sensed a considerable improvement in his energy after a day of arduous cultivation. Prompted by an inner impulse, he channeled his energy and silently recited the demonic incantation, once again assailing the wall of the spirit fetus. Kikoto Sami, Prajna Prajna Sami. Kikoto Prajna Sami. As soon as his energy surged towards the spirit fetus wall, a series of booming sounds reverberated from within the ancient temple. The intricate patterns beneath the gold leaf of the large golden Buddha statue began to glow with streaks of blood, which were veiled by the gold leaf, causing it to emit a radiant golden light. Rumble amidst the violent tremors, the Buddha statue, originally made of gilded bronze, opened its eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura. A stern and authoritative voice echoed in Qin Mu's ears. Heretical demons, how dare you be insolent before me, reciting demonic incantations, defying all laws. I shall subdue you with the true words of Buddhism. The monster within the temple underwent a drastic change in countenance. It watched as the golden Buddha raised its hand, seized the chains, and relentlessly pulled the monster towards it. Unable to resist, the monster stumbled and fell to its knees before the Buddha statue, rendered immobile. Om, Mani, Padme, Hum. Om, Mani, Padme, Hum. Om, Mani, Padme, Hum. The golden Buddha opened its mouth, emitting waves of sacred sounds, as if a true Buddha were reciting mantras. The monster, upon hearing the Buddhist sounds, felt as though its soul was being crushed by an invisible force, causing it to shriek in agony. Meanwhile, outside the temple, Qin Mu's mind was thrown into disarray by the onslaught of Buddhist mantras. However, at that precise moment, his energy reached the spirit fetus wall, and divine sounds emanated from beyond the 9 heavens, akin to the chanting of scriptures by celestial beings dwelling in the heavens. The divine sounds clashed with the Buddhist sounds within the temple, growing louder and counteracting the Buddhist sounds, thereby alleviating the pressure on his energy. A golden opportunity. Without hesitation, Qin Mu vocalized the demonic incantation, proclaiming loudly, Kikoto Sami, prajna sami, Kokodo prajna sami. Kokodo sami, prajna sami, Kokodo prajna sami. The Buddhist sounds within the temple intensified. Om, mani, padme, hum. Om, mani, padme, hum. Simultaneously, the divine sounds emanating from Qin Mu's brow grew more sonorous. Guan, Ming, Duan. Jing, Wu Si, Jiang, Yu. Tian, Shi, Dui, Shi, Wei, Ling, Nu. As the three sounds converged, the barrier obstructing his path to the spirit fetus wall between his eyebrows vanished. With unwavering resolve, Qin Mu mobilized the 3 Dan exercises of the tyrant body. Channeling all of his energy towards the spirit fetus wall, Splash the surging river waters crashed against the shore, and as the waves struck the bank, Qin Mu's spirit fetus wall emitted a resounding crash, collapsing entirely and allowing his energy to surge into the spirit fetus divine treasure. Subsequently, even more violent energy erupted from his spirit fetus divine treasure, instantly coursing through his entire body, permeating every limb and bone, even the pores of his skin, causing his hair to stand on end. The spirit fetus wall had vanished completely. The breakthrough had been successful. Stunned, Qin Mu ceased reciting the demonic incantation, and the divine sounds abruptly dissipated. Within the temple, the golden Buddha's Buddhist sounds, having lost their adversary, also ceased, and the Buddha statue returned to its normal state, motionless. Only the monster beneath the statue, refined by the Buddhist sounds to the point of being neither dead nor alive, lay prostrate and unmoving. Within Qin Mu's brow, the invisible barrier that had prevented him from opening the spirit fetus divine treasure had finally disappeared, and the spirit fetus divine treasure was now fully revealed. Devoid of any obstructions, I actually broke through? Unable to contain his elation, Qin Mu cheered in front of the temple. He had consumed countless for spirit blood, yet had been unable to awaken the tyrant body. Now, he had broken through by leveraging the conflict between the divine, demonic, and Buddhist sounds, filling his small chest with a sense of immense accomplishment. After a while, Qin Mu calmed down and pondered, the spirit fetus wall, the spirit fetus divine treasure. Since it is a divine treasure, there must be a treasure left to me by the gods. He closed his eyes and perceived the radiant golden light between his brows. Cautiously, he directed his consciousness into this mysterious divine treasure, where he beheld a peculiar space filled with golden light, resembling an ancient and blessed land. As his consciousness delved deeper, the spirit fetus divine treasure felt like an ocean of light, with golden rays illuminating every corner, creating an idyllic and comforting atmosphere. His consciousness traversed this sea of golden light for an unknown duration, yet he made no discoveries. Wasn't this supposed to be the spirit fetus divine treasure? Why is there nothing inside? Did the gods take away the treasure they were going to give me? Qin Mu was puzzled. The spirit fetus divine treasure had been opened. But where was the treasure? Suddenly, he noticed a solitary stone statue standing amidst the sea of light, appearing rather incongruous. Why is there a stone statue in the spirit fetus divine treasure? Could this be the treasure? Qin Mu was perplexed. His consciousness circled the statue, examining it from all angles. He then noticed the peculiar nature of the statue, realizing that it was not actually carved from stone. The statue was neither jade nor stone, translucent, yet possessing a soft texture. Most strangely, the statue bore a striking resemblance to him, albeit more like Qin Mu as an infant, around 2 or 3 years old. There's a statue of me in the spirit fetus divine treasure? Did the gods know what I looked like and carve a statue of me, hiding it in my spirit fetus divine treasure? Qin Mu was perplexed. His consciousness gently touched the statue, and suddenly, his consciousness was uncontrollably drawn into the statue. Chapter 18. The Wicked Child. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Qin Mu, and when he regained consciousness, he was horrified to discover that his awareness resided within the statue. What had transpired? He opened his eyes, attempting to move his gaze, and to his astonishment, he found he could indeed turn his eyes. Tilting his head, he realized that his consciousness had taken on a head. Glancing downward, he saw that his awareness had merged with the statue, its limbs now his own. Consciousness is formless, yet now it had assumed a physical form. How bizarre. He sensed that this statue embodied a spirit, a peculiar existence that straddled the boundary between energy and soul. Enigmatic and difficult to articulate. The spirit embryo divine repository. Could it be that the statue represents my spirit embryo? And my consciousness entering it has awakened this spirit? Is this what the divine repository signifies? Qin Mu's spirit embryo blinked, and in an instant, he comprehended much. Within the human body lies the 7 divine repositories, with the spirit embryo divine repository being the foremost. However, this repository is sealed, and ordinary individuals cannot unlock it, thus hindering the awakening of the spirit embryo. Yet, the divine repository of the spirit body is naturally open, requiring only the corresponding spirit blood to guide consciousness into the spirit embryo, facilitating its awakening. The spirit embryo refers to this vessel that houses awareness. Is it not the case that the divine was not bestowing the spirit embryo upon humanity, but rather deliberately sealing it away? As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of vital energy flooded in from the outside, entering the sea of light. These strands of vital energy were drawn into the small spirit embryo, each wave of energy ebbing and flowing through his nostrils, bringing immense comfort. With each breath the spirit embryo took, his vital energy became increasingly refined. Moreover, Qin Mu noticed the spirit embryo absorbing the golden light from the sea, the golden rays intertwining with the vital energy, creating a dazzling spectacle within his body, the purpose of which remained a mystery. He attempted to make the spirit embryo stand, but found that this tiny infant could neither rise nor move. A violent coughing echoed from the temple. The creature was still alive, hunched before the statue, coughing up blood in great heaves. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu stepped through the temple door. The CR Chapter 19, Awakening of the Overlord Body in the Oasis Downstream. Qin Mu recounted his experiences, causing a subtle change in the blind man's expression. He exclaimed, "In the Oasis Temple lies a lord-level beast, a formidable creature adept at transformation, named Wu Nu. Did you venture into that temple? You even managed to seize her treasure?" Granny C gasped, "Is it truly that Wu Nu? I once passed by that dilapidated temple and saw her devouring too many people. I gave her a beating. She hid behind a statue, which I found strange. And fearing it might bewitch me, I spared her life. That statue is quite peculiar. I have also encountered her, and she is indeed powerful. A great demon comparable to a 7-star realm expert." The crippled man asked, "Moor, how did you steal Wu Nu's possessions and escape her grasp?" Unable to conceal the truth, Qin Mu revealed how he had learned the language of demons in the canyon ruins and how he had invoked the 3 voices of gods, demons, and Buddhas to refine Wu Nu. The villagers were left speechless, and after a long while, Old Ma exhaled deeply, saying, "Impressive, truly impressive for one so young." The cripple, the deaf man, and others nodded in agreement, praising him profusely. The fact that Wu Nu, a demon of 7-star caliber, was extorted by Qin Mu was a testament to his abilities and a source of pride for them all. The mute picked up several weapons, gesturing in disapproval, implying that their quality was subpar and of little use. "Tomorrow, I shall take these to Xianglong City, sell them, and also procure some oil, salt, sauces, and fine fabrics," he said. Granny C chuckled, "I should also sell off my livestock." Qin Mu's spirit soared at the mention of Xianglong City. Having grown up in the dilapidated village, he had only heard tales of the city but had never set foot there. "You cannot go. You are still too young." Granny C shook her head, disappointed yet resolute. Qin Mu mustered his courage and declared, "Granny, Old Ma, I have one more thing to share. My overlord body has awakened." A hush fell over the group. Moments later, cheers erupted from Old Ma, the crippled man, the blind man, and Granny C, while the mute babbled excitedly. Only the deaf man, unaware of Qin Mu's declaration, remained puzzled until he heard it repeated and burst into laughter. The blind man shouted, "Village chief, apothecary, come quickly. The overlord body has awakened." The butcher, overwhelmed with excitement, howled at the heavens, "Village chief, apothecary, the overlord body has finally awakened." The village chief, sipping his tea, was taken aback by the commotion, causing tea to spew from his mouth and nose, creating a spectacle. The apothecary, equally astonished, shattered his teacup, splattering tea all over the village chief's face. Both men stared at each other, their mouths agape in disbelief. The apothecary finally regained his composure, stammering, "The overlord has awakened?" The crippled man hobbled over, nodding emphatically, "Indeed, it has awakened. I just checked, and his vitality is 3 times more robust than this morning, purer too. Moreover, his spiritual core has awakened, radiating a peculiar energy, clearly a sign of fusion with consciousness." Qin Mu approached, observing the apothecary's astonished expression and the village chief's leaking eyes. He thought to himself how their surprise was perhaps a tad excessive. The apothecary quickly closed his mouth and asked, "Moor, has your overlord body truly awakened?" Qin Mu nodded. "I awakened it without realizing." The apothecary nearly choked, muttering, "Awakened, without realizing." His expression was a mix of incredulity and urgency as he coughed to mask his astonishment, adding, "This is a fortuitous event. However, Moor, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Your journey has only just begun, understand?" Qin Mu nodded in agreement. In the room, the two elderly men exchanged glances. After a long silence, the apothecary whispered, "Village chief, is Mu truly an overlord body?" "Of course not." The village chief replied decisively. "Then how did he awaken?" "How should I know?" They exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of how to explain Qin Mu's phenomenon. After a lengthy pause, the apothecary probed. "Can a mortal body breach the spiritual core barrier?" "A mortal body breaching the barrier? I've never heard of such a thing. Mu is the first," the village chief mused. Suddenly, the village chief chuckled. "Perhaps Mu truly will become an overlord body, forging an extraordinary path. Wasn't that our initial aim?" The apothecary smiled in agreement. "The mortal body is indeed the overlord body. Mu has awakened the mortal body. His journey is about to commence. I can almost envision him striking down a dragon with a single punch." The village chief nodded, saying precisely, "Who knows, he may traverse further than we ever could." Fueled by the spirit and will, the two old foxes shared a knowing smile and exited the room. The village chief cleared his throat and called Qin Mu over to inquire about how he awakened his spiritual core. Qin Mu recounted how he had harnessed the divine, demonic, and Buddhist sounds during their clash, overpowering the barrier of the spiritual core. The village chief, momentarily stunned, muttered, "Is such a thing possible?" He marveled at Qin Mu's fortune, realizing that such a convergence of divine, demonic, and Buddhist energies was a rare occurrence. Coupled with Qin Mu's audacity in daring to learn the demonic language to counter the divine sounds, this bold act was nothing short of reckless, verging on madness. Even if someone were to have such an opportunity, they would likely perish under the latent powers of the divine, demonic, and Buddhist sounds. While others remained oblivious to the dangers, he understood them all too well. The forces of gods and demons were not meant for mortals to covet. In their pursuit of such power, mortals only face demise. Yet, inexplicably, Qin Mu had succeeded, leaving the village chief perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Mu had almost perished in the clash of divine and demonic sounds, saved only by the jade pendant over his heart. The village chief carefully examined Qin Mu's progress, revealing his astonishment but quickly masking it, encouraging, "Mu, continue your training diligently. Do not let our expectations go unfulfilled. With your overlord body awakened, you are now a warrior, no longer a child." Qin Mu nodded resolutely. "You all go ahead. The apothecary and I will join you shortly." The village chief watched as Granny C and Qin Mu walked away, murmuring to the apothecary, "Mu's vitality is profound among those at the spiritual core realm. He is the most formidable I have encountered." The apothecary, observing the merriment around the campfire, asked quietly, "How profound?" "At my peak in the spiritual core realm, I was comparable to him, perhaps even slightly inferior," the village chief replied nonchalantly. "I speak of my peak. He has just entered the spiritual core realm and will continue to grow." The apothecary was shaken, staring at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "He matches you at the spiritual core realm? What kind of being are you? How could he possibly?" Yet, he had indeed achieved it. Noticing discussions among some readers about the Samoyed being a pet dog, let me provide a brief explanation. The term Samoyed derives from Sanskrit. Sa means creation and Maya refers to the illusory world, collectively signifying the creation of a blissful realm. Within that arcane utterance, Chido is a neologism coined by Jia Zhu, signifying the awe-inspiring power of a demon god. The entire phrase, when conjoined, intimates that the demon god's sublime force engenders the Svargaloka, and ultimate wisdom unveils it, a demon god of supreme intellect employing formidable power to carve out the Svargaloka. In the context of the skirmish within the canyon ruins, the entity lurking in the shadows schemes to forge a Svargaloka domain within the ruins, thereby enabling the ingress of demon gods and the subsequent annexation of the ruins. Within the ancient temple, why did the Buddha statue spontaneously combust upon hearing this phrase? Because the Buddha's mother is named Mahamaya, with Maha denoting greatness. Thus, Mahamaya signifies the great Svargaloka. The demon tongue proclaims that a demon god of ultimate wisdom employs mighty force to create the Svargaloka, implying that the demon god engendered the Buddha's mother, who then bore the Buddha, an act of blasphemy, hence the statue's instantaneous disintegration. As for the divine language, the words Tian, Shi, Dui, Shi, Wei, Ling, and Nu are derived from the Chuci, forming a rather sanguinary verse. Tian Shi Dui Shi Wei Ling Nu, Yin Sha Jin Shi Qi Yuan Yi, which translates to, "Heaven and earth are plunged into darkness. The majestic deities are enraged, all living beings are exterminated, and corpses litter the desolate fields." Chapter 20. The human-shaped spirit embryo. The village chief maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he spoke, Before his spirit embryo awakens, his vital energy cultivation already surpasses that of an ordinary spirit embryo realm warrior, almost rivaling my own prowess from years past. Now that it has awakened, he shall undoubtedly grow even stronger. After all, Mu has exerted tremendous effort over the years, and with countless infusions of the Four Spirits' blood to nourish him, his achievements are not entirely unexpected. The apothecary remained utterly astonished, murmuring, "But to be even more profound than you in your prime, you or I am but an old and frail man now," the village chief interrupted with a chuckle. "We cannot measure today's youth by my standards. What concerns me is that Mu's vital energy possesses no attributes. How shall we unleash its true might? Let us move along and not keep them waiting." The apothecary felt a tremor of realization. It was the attributes that allowed vital energy to manifest its power. Qin Mu's vital energy, devoid of any attributes, was thus incapable of exerting its strength, despite awakening his spirit embryo and possessing unparalleled cultivation. Without the ability to unleash his power, it remained futile. The two approached the campfire. The deaf man pulled out his iron ears, rinsed them in wine, then inserted them back into his ear holes. He poured the wine into the fire, causing the flames to blaze fiercely. "Chief," he laughed, "we just tested it. Although Mu has awakened his dominant body, he cannot unleash its vital energy-s power. You have vast knowledge. Surely you know how to harness the strength of dominant body energy?" At that moment, the apothecary felt as if the old man's head had grown 3 sizes. The village chief lifted his gaze, eagerly glancing at the apothecary, who turned away to clink cups with Old Horse while drinking. "Is Mu's dominant body energy strong?" the village chief inquired. The deaf man understood his words and replied, "Indeed. His vital energy is incredibly resilient, difficult to shatter." Others nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Qin Mu's extraordinary vital energy during his duel with that brother from the Li River's 5 sons, where his energy infused into a small wooden stick, rendering the brother's sword incapable of severing it, a testament to Qin Mu's robust vitality. The village chief continued, "Is his vital energy not abundant?" The deaf man responded, "It is terrifyingly rich. At his level, my vital energy cannot compare." His assertion resonated with the others. Qin Mu's vital energy was overwhelmingly profound, akin to someone who had trained for decades, even though his spirit embryo had just awakened. The village chief gently probed, "Given the resilience and richness of his vital energy, why can't he unleash its power?" This time, the deaf man did not respond but slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed. Chief, why is that?" The village chief felt nearly suffocated, as if stabbed twice in the chest by this deaf man. Fortunately, the mute became animated, gesticulating wildly and exclaiming incessantly. The mute is right. The deaf man suddenly realized, Mu's vital energy is so resilient and rich, yet cannot unleash its power, which indicates that the problem lies not with Mu's dominant body energy, but with our techniques not being suitable for him. The issue is on our end. The village chief felt a weight lift from his show. The cripple nodded, saying, Mu's iron shoes must be reinforced, and more iron ingots should be bound to him, compelling him to run faster. The blind man paused, leaning on his bamboo staff, and remarked, "In the past, his training was far too lenient. Henceforth, it must be doubled to truly unlock his potential." Master Ma concurred, adding, "Indeed, to elicit his potential, we too must exert ourselves twice as hard." The mute gestured animatedly, attempting to convey something with his sounds. Qin Mu felt a surge of emotion, touched by the villagers' fervent concern for his welfare. However, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that every utterance from them seemed to revolve around the notion of forcing out something. The apothecary narrowed his eyes, joining the discourse, stating, "Supplements. We must continue to provide him with fortifying elixirs until his vitality is robust enough to unleash its full power. Our village abounds with rare and exotic beasts, wondrous flora. I can concoct miraculous potions. In the medicinal garden outside my village, all manner of spiritual herbs are in abundance. We shall ensure he is so fortified that a mere pinch of his skin could yield spiritual essence." "Apothecary, you truly intend to invest significantly." The crowd chuckled in response. Chapter 21. The potency of medicine. The medicinal garden outside the village is vast, filled with spiritual herbs that the herbalist has gathered over the years from the remote market, which have long piqued the villagers' envy. However, the herbalist has nurtured many perilous little insects within the garden, deterring anyone from attempting to steal the herbs. The marketplace is seldom visited, abundant with spiritual herbs, including many rare varieties. Over the years, the herbalist has collected countless exotic plants and transplanted them into the garden, rarely utilizing these potent herbs until now, as he finally resolves to apply them to Qin Mu. It is essential to understand that his discerning eye ensures that the herbs he collects are of the finest quality. Even a single specimen could incite a commotion. Thus, the herbalist has undeniably invested heavily. My dear Muir, regardless of whether you possess the physique of a tyrant, you are my beloved child, and I shall not allow anyone or anything to harm you. She remains astute. Having observed much from the expressions of the village chief and the herbalist during the bonfire celebration, yet she chooses not to unveil her insights. She tiptoes into the inner room and drifts into slumber. The following day, the blind man bursts into the house, brandishing his bamboo staff with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Muir, rise quickly. Dawn has arrived, and the herbalist. Old man, I am not yet awake. How dare you spy?" A tremendous crash resounds. And as Qin Mu opens his drowsy eyes, he witnesses the blind man soaring from Granny C's room, tracing an arc in midair before vanishing from the village. Uncertain of his landing, Grandpa Blind is truly remarkable. Qin Mu marvels, as the blind man sits cross-legged in midair, innocently clutching his bamboo staff, before being propelled away. Hastily, Qin Mu follows the blind man to the herbalist's shop. Before stepping inside, he is greeted by a potent aroma of medicine. And soon he observes a large cauldron suspended in the air, surrounded by several crimson birds, their feathers ablaze, setting the cauldron's exterior aglow, while a bubbling sound emanates from within. "Muir, this is your medicine." Upon Qin Mu's arrival, the herbalist retrieves the final ingredient, a green leaf, and tosses it into the cauldron. As the leaf touches the boiling concoction, the liquid instantly thickens dramatically. With a casual flick, the cauldron begins to spin rapidly, accompanied by a melodic clinking sound. The once full cauldron of liquid transforms into a half-filled container of white pills that roll about, colliding with one another and producing a metallic chime. The herbalist gestures, and the crimson birds flit out through the window, vanishing from sight. The cauldron descends, and Qin Mu gasps, "Grandpa Herbalist, do I need to consume so many pills today? If I were to ingest them all, I would surely perish." The herbalist replies at a leisurely pace, "This batch of medicine is crafted from the finest spiritual herbs. Although it is the most basic of solidifying yuan pills, one pill surpasses the efficacy of 100 from other herbalists. You may only consume 1 or 2 at a time. Do not overindulge." Skeptical, Qin Mu recalls past instances where the herbalist presented him with peculiar medicines, often filling a large bowl each time, yet now only permitted a single pill. Can it truly possess such strength? The blind man, equally doubtful, remarks, "Street swindlers claim 1 pill is equivalent to 100. But is your medicine genuinely that potent? Yet, it does smell delightful." The herbalist grins ominously. "Would you care to try consuming the entire cauldron? Muir, why not take a handful and taste it?" The blind man entices. Unfazed by his coaxing, Qin Mu merely pinches a single pill and places it in his mouth. As the pill descends into his stomach, he immediately senses something amiss. It feels as if hundreds of fire dragons, water dragons, gold dragons, and wood dragons are tumultuously churning within him, causing his body to fluctuate in height and girth, alternating between being encased in ice and emitting smoke, while his clothes sprout tendrils and the fur on the beast's hide grows wildly. At times, his attire is tinged with metallic hues, and even his skin hardens, rendering him as though he were forged from metal. Even more terrifying is the simultaneous eruption of various symptoms, leaving Qin Mu in agony. With a muffled groan, he promptly channels the 3 Dan techniques of the tyrant body, attempting to alleviate the potency of the medicine. The blind man's expression shifts dramatically as he exclaims, "Herbalist, this solidifying yuan pill seems far from ordinary." Indeed, ordinary solidifying yuan pills are categorized into 4 types: fire yuan pill, water yuan pill, gold yuan pill, and wood yuan pill. The herbalist chuckles darkly. The solidifying yuan pill caters to the 4 elemental attributes of the spiritual body, nourishing the vital energy of the spirit. However, Muir's tyrant body energy possesses no specific attribute, thus I adopted a compromise by incorporating all 4 attributes into this singular solidifying yuan pill. It harbors the essence of all 4, potentially amplifying the power of the tyrant body energy. This pill can only be absorbed and neutralized by Muir's tyrant body energy. Had you consumed the entire cauldron? Heh. The blind man shudders. The conflicting energies of the 4 attributes would likely diminish his own abilities by 2 or 3/10. Of course, this consequence pertains to consuming the entire cauldron. A single pill poses no significant threat to him. "Herbalist, are you concocting nourishment or poison?" The blind man murmurs. Suddenly, Qin Mu cries out and dashes away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The blind man, filled with concern, ponders. With the 4 attributes clashing, Will Muir be all right? He is merely digesting the medicinal energy. There's no need for worry, the herbalist reassures, though his own heart harbors unease. After all, this is the first time he has modified the solidifying yuan pill. The first time he has brewed an improved variant, and the first time it is consumed by another. He cannot be certain of its potency, potential side effects, or whether it could be lethal. Naturally, he cannot voice these doubts, for Granny C would surely seek his head. From the distant forest, Qin Mu's roar reverberates, followed by the crashing of trees, producing a thunderous cacophony. The herbalist's eyes twitch as he declares, "There is nothing to fear, rest assured." Listen, he is brimming with vitality. The blind man sighs. Youth is indeed filled with vigor. In the mountains, Qin Mu races through the woods, his fists and feet striking like lightning as he unleashes a torrent of blows upon the towering trees, each one capable of succumbing to just 3 punches and 2 kicks. It is unbearable, too unbearable. The potency of the herbalist's solidifying yuan pill is overwhelmingly strong, despite his efforts to channel the 3 Dan techniques of the tyrant body while running. He feels as though his body is about to burst. He can only unleash the martial arts taught to him by the cripple and master mod event the excess medicinal energy within his spiritual. The tiny humanoid spirit is also fervently absorbing the incoming energy, purifying it, and this little Qin Mu is rendered breathless from the exertion. Little brat, perish. Suddenly, the forest trembles as an enraged demon ape rises from the depths of the woods, roaring ferociously. Qin Mu, intoxicated by the medicinal energy, unwittingly trespasses into the demon ape's territory. The creature, recognizing the intruder as this diminutive figure, immediately lunges to attack. With bloodshot eyes, Qin Mu suddenly looks up, the medicinal energy surging within him, propelling him to leap and strike a punch at the demon ape's incoming fist. A dull thud echoes as Qin Mu is sent reeling backward, crashing through several trees. The demon ape, exhilarated, leaps forward, sweeping its massive leg toward the freshly grounded Qin Mu, its limbs resembling colossal dark pillars. With a fierce roar, Qin Mu retaliates, unleashing a flurry of kicks upon the muscle and sinew connecting the demon ape's massive legs, causing the creature to feel its strength dissipate. Before Qin Mu can even catch his breath, a powerful fist descends upon him from above. Raising his hand to block, Qin Mu stumbles backward, reeling from the impact. The monstrous ape advanced, its fists and feet slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, stirring up fierce winds as it charged towards Qin Mu. In a fit of fervor, Qin Mu engaged the beast in a relentless clash, undeterred even when the odds were stacked against him. The ape, increasingly enraged, retaliated with powerful strikes, each blow more forceful than the last. The confrontation between the towering creature and the diminutive human left a trail of toppled trees and scattered stones in their wake. Suddenly, Qin Mu leapt into the air, sprinting along the arm of the ape, and in the next moment, he stood before the beast. Thousand-handed Buddha. His arms seemed to multiply into hundreds, casting numerous afterimages as he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the ape's soft, vulnerable nose. The creature, overwhelmed with pain, shed tears and collapsed backward, its massive hands swinging wildly to strike Qin Mu, sending him soaring away. As the ape regained its footing, blood streaming from its nose, its gaze fell upon Qin Mu, who was pinned against the cliffside in a sprawling position, as if embedded in the rock itself. Pleased, the ape declared, "Little one, perish." Yet, the figure seemingly trapped in the cliff suddenly stirred, and with a powerful push of his arms, he broke free from the imprint and charged at the ape with frenzied determination. Startled, the ape pounded its chest and leapt forward with a furious roar, shouting, "Little one, die." Chapter 22. The secret of the statue in the valley beneath the cliff. The sound of heavy thuds echoed repeatedly, shaking the leaves and sending birds fluttering into the air in fright. Within the valley, the demon ape leaped, clutching a massive boulder, and hurled it down towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu deftly evaded the attack. The demon ape, missing its target, lifted the boulder again, but Qin Mu sprang onto the stone, landing atop its nose, and struck the creature's face with a powerful palm. Unleashing the third technique of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, 9 dragons commanding wind and thunder. His palm contained 9 layers of force. The first wave erupted like an enraged dragon, sending the demon ape crashing onto its back. Qin Mu coordinated his shoulders and hips, channeling all his muscle power into his palm, resulting in a second wave that slammed the demon ape's head into the ground, shattering the rocks beneath it. His muscles coiled like a dragon, he activated the third layer of power, causing the fractured stones to crumble further. With a vigorous contraction of his muscles, the fourth wave erupted, embedding half of the demon ape's head into the earth. The fifth wave sent a deep, resonant tremor through the ground, submerging the demon ape's entire head beneath the soil. The sixth wave, akin to 6 dragons crashing forth, was unleashed just as the demon ape retaliated, its mountain-like fist striking Qin Mu, sending him flying like a mere insect. Qin Mu tumbled and rolled upon the ground, while the demon ape struggled to extract its head from the earth, shaking off debris from its thick fur. Meanwhile, Qin Mu sprang back into action, charging once more at the demon ape. The creature, realizing its predicament, leaped to the cliff's edge, crouching there and waving its hand dismissively. "Little one, no." Qin Mu raced forth, his feet barely touching the steep cliff as he ascended, launching himself toward the demon ape. Enraged, the two stood atop the cliff, leaping and striking, sending shards of rock flying. After a lengthy struggle, both Qin Mu and the demon ape lay exhausted, gasping for breath atop the cliff. After a moment, Qin Mu regained his composure, sitting up to meditate and regulate his breath. To his delight, he discovered a significant enhancement in his vitality. It had grown more resilient, allowing his energy to flow freely throughout his body. He also noted an increase in the dirt upon him, likely a result of the intense battle, which had refined his energy and expelled impurities. With a flick of his fingers, he sent a gust of air slicing through the atmosphere, producing a sharp sound akin to an arrow's flight. The demon ape, startled, quickly assumed a defensive posture. Qin Mu stretched, feeling the aches in his muscles, and shook his head. No more fighting. Understanding him, the demon ape relaxed, uprooted a tree as thick as an arm, stripped the leaves, and began munching on them before offering the tree to Qin Mu with a rumbling voice. "Little one, eat." Qin Mu plucked a bright red fruit from the tree, peeled it, and savored its sweet juiciness. The demon ape, looking disdainfully at him for eating so little, pounded its chest. "Eat. Grow strong." Despite the pain from the blow, Qin Mu stood up and demonstrated the Thunder Sound 8 styles before thumping his chest. "Practice. Grow strong." The demon ape rolled its eyes, continuing to eat leaves slowly, scoffing. "Believe, ghost." After recuperating, Qin Mu leapt down the cliff, sprinting away. "Tomorrow, we fight." The demon ape blinked, and once Qin Mu was out of sight, it mimicked his earlier movements, attempting the Thunder Sound 8 styles. Though its execution was crude, its immense strength allowed it to embody some essence of the technique. Striking with a thunderous sound, the demon ape, filled with joy, continued to practice, the cliff resounding with the echoes of its efforts, shouting, "Strong, strong, strong." Qin Mu nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. "The herbalist's spirit fruit is indeed effective. My vitality has strengthened," he remarked. The herbalist finally relaxed, smiling. "This spirit fruit is certainly beneficial for the body dominance vitality. As long as it has T-caused harm, it validates my approach. Keep this batch of elixirs. I shall explore other formulas." With that, he departed cheerfully. The blind man approached with a bamboo cane, grinning. "Mu, are you tired? If so, I can teach you a superior eye technique." Qin Mu coughed lightly, replying, "Grandfather blind, I'm over here. The latrine is that way." Turning around, the blind man addressed the butcher basking in the sun at the millstone. "After much contemplation, I realized your body dominance vitality lacks attributes. You cannot cultivate my techniques. But this eye technique requires no specific attributes, so it should be suitable for you. Follow me. This technique is called the Ninefold Heaven Eye Opening Method." Qin Mu felt overwhelmed, sensing the blind man's unreliability, yet he followed him nonetheless. He was puzzled. The blind man intended to teach him the Ninefold Heaven Eye Opening Method, yet he led him to observe 4 stone statues in the village instead. They settled before the statues in the eastern corner of the village. The blind man's empty eye sockets focused intently on the statues, as if he could discern something from them. Qin Mu knew the villagers were peculiar, and even the statues at the corners of the village had an air of mystery. In the dilapidated village, nothing was ordinary. Though the 4 statues were not particularly tall, they were exceedingly heavy, so heavy that Qin Mu couldn't budge them. His strength had surged, especially after consuming the 4 spirits' blood, and his vitality was beginning to refine his body, making him stronger. Yet, he still couldn't move the statues even an inch. The statue in the northern corner depicted an old man with a tortoise shell, holding a whisk that was carved to resemble a white snake, which coiled around him, its head raised as if gazing into the distance. The statue in the western corner represented a woman, adorned with a feathered crown, with a tiger lying at her feet. This statue also bore an unusual feature. An eye was carved into her forehead, which contained a bird's nest with 3 chicks. The statue before Qin Mu, located in the eastern corner, depicted a dragon-headed figure, carrying a medicine basket filled with various plants. The blind man urged him to closely observe the statue, But Qin Mu had seen them countless times before, even climbing atop them in mischief. He found little of interest in the statues. "Muer, can you lift the statue?" the blind man inquired, noticing Qin Mu's lack of focus. "No." Qin Mu shook his head. The statues were far too heavy, seeming less like stone and more like immovable objects. A stone statue of a human height would typically weigh around 1,000 pounds, a weight Qin Mu could easily carry. Yet these 4 statues were beyond his capability to shift. The blind man gently prodded. "Do you know why these statues are so heavy?" Qin Mu shook his head again. "I do not. The statues are not heavy at all, not in the slightest," the blind man replied calmly. "What weighs heavily is not the stone itself, but what is carved from it." Qin Mu was puzzled. Something carved from stone was still stone, wasn't it? The blind man elaborated. "For instance, if you learned to paint or write under the guidance of a mute, your creations would be nonsensical and worthless, while the mute's works would be priceless. Both pieces are made of paper and ink. Why does the mute's hold greater value?" Qin Mu began to understand. Indeed, the mute's artwork possessed an extraordinary spirit, far surpassing his own efforts. The blind man lifted his bamboo staff and pointed at the stone statue, saying, "Were these statues crafted by an ordinary individual, they would bear no weight at all. However, the stature of the artist is immense, and the themes depicted are truly terrifying. Thus, the weight of these statues defies all reason. To carry one of these statues is akin to..." His expression grew peculiar, and after a moment, he continued, "It is akin to bearing a deity." Chapter 23. The blasphemous rampage. A profound shock coursed through Qin Mu's heart. To bear the stone statue was tantamount to bearing a deity. A shiver ran down his spine. Were the statues in the village truly that heavy? Who, then, was the sculptor of these statues? What gods were depicted in their carvings? Why did their likenesses carry such weight? As a child, he had climbed atop these statues to relieve himself. Would the gods harbor resentment for such indignity? Rest assured, the deity who crafted this statue has long since perished. Muer, my intention in directing your gaze to the statue is to refine your vision. What you behold is not merely an ordinary statue, but rather a likeness crafted by divinity itself. The blind man's voice resounded with an intensity that reverberated in Qin Mu's ears. He shouted toward a bamboo basket beside the statue. "Muer, the 9 heavens eye-opening technique unveils the divine eye. Since it is the divine eye, it naturally perceives the divine. Use your gaze to behold the deity, their might, their grace, their aura, their demeanor, their essence." Qin Mu's spirit trembled. To behold the divine? To witness the god within the statue? Let your vital energy flow into your eyes. Awaken the first layer of your mortal vision. The blind man's bamboo staff lightly tapped Qin Mu's heart, this time with uncanny precision. Qin Mu immediately felt his vital energy surging forth, rushing towards his eyes. Cultivating the eyes was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. His vital energy had begun to refine his body, purging impurities and excess fat. Yet the eyes were the most challenging area to refine, almost a forbidden zone. Any misstep could lead to blindness. Qin Mu had once inquired of the village chief about eye cultivation, but the chief had merely advised against attempting such a feat lightly. Yet the blind man urged Qin Mu's vital energy to surge towards his eyes with ferocity, defying all reason. A piercing pain shot through his eyes. His vital energy surged into them, robust yet diminished by the blind man's overwhelming prowess. How small were the eyes? Yet at that moment, they felt immensely vast, as if they encompassed the heavens. His vital energy, akin to a great dragon, surged into those seemingly boundless eyes, then erupted forth like a pillar reaching to the skies, flooding the firmament with a torrent of energy, weaving intricate patterns across the celestial dome, resembling the grand order of the heavens. The previous pain abruptly vanished, replaced by an unparalleled comfort, a sensation like none he had ever experienced before. Muer, remember the patterns in the sky. They are the first layer of the 9 heavens eye-opening technique, the divine array of the celestial realm. The blind man's voice echoed from beyond, sounding remarkably lofty. He continuously urged Qin Mu's vital energy, and after a considerable time, when Qin Mu's energy was nearly exhausted, he finally withdrew his bamboo staff from Qin Mu's heart. "How much have you retained?" the blind man inquired. 6 or 7 parts, Qin Mu replied. The blind man displayed a look of satisfaction, remarking, "To have retained 6 or 7 parts in such a short time is quite commendable. Now, recover your vital energy." Qin Mu began to run, activating his body-refining technique to hasten the restoration of his vital energy. He immediately directed his energy into his eyes, constructing the celestial array with the patterns he had memorized. Although he had only grasped 6 or 7 parts of the array, it suffused his eyes, bringing back that refreshing sensation that allowed him to see through all. He lifted his gaze toward the stone statue of the elder with the dragon's head, and his spirit was jolted. What had once appeared ordinary now radiated with vibrant colors. The statue seemed to come alive, transforming into a towering deity. He even perceived fine glimmers of light emanating from around the statue, illuminating its sacred majesty. In that moment, his soul was overwhelmed by the statue's presence. No longer merely a statue, it had become a living god. The essence, demeanor, aura, and grace of the deity crushed his spirit, compelling his knees to buckle as he fought the urge to kneel. Continue to look. Do not close your eyes, nor yield to the ground, the blind man commanded coldly. As a child, you climbed upon the statue without fear. Why now, as an adult, do you wish to kneel? Moor. The Nine Heavens eye-opening technique is not merely about sight. It is also about awakening your spirit to confront the world's might and treachery. The power of a warrior lies not solely in their techniques, but in the strength of their spirit. If your heart succumbs to mere stone, no matter how formidable your martial prowess, you will achieve nothing. The blind man's staff struck the ground, and he proclaimed, if you withstand the statue's pressure, your spirit will grow. To bolster your strength, first fortify your spirit. Become your own deity, devoid of fear. Cold sweat streamed down Qin Mu's forehead as he desperately resisted the urge to kneel, for the statue's oppressive aura was utterly overwhelming. The blind man spoke of fearlessness, yet he found it impossible to embody that sentiment. Without the divine sight, the statue was but an ordinary figure. Climbing atop it to relieve oneself was of no consequence. But with opened eyes, it transformed into a divine being, and even gazing upon it felt like sacrilege. The sacred is easily desecrated in a broken temple, yet challenging the divine within one's heart is far more arduous. Do you know who uttered these words? The one who spoke this seemingly blasphemous statement was none other than the current national master of the Yin Kong kingdom, lauded as the foremost among the divine. The blind man, exuding an imposing presence, declared, Muer, the deities you harbor in your heart are mere false gods. Shatter them to erect your own idol. Do not bow. Not even before a true deity. He thrust his staff aside, loosened his belt, and laughed heartily. Not only should you not kneel, but you should also urinate upon it. Urinate upon it? Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. Urinate on a deity? The blind man laughed as he directed his stream toward the statue. Indeed, urinate upon it. You have done so countless times as a child. Are you now afraid? Gritting his teeth, Qin Mu loosened his belt, and a warm stream burst forth, splattering against the statue. This act was profound, though the statue still emanated a sacred and imposing presence. The overwhelming sensation that compelled him to kneel evaporated. The two shared a glance and erupted into laughter, reveling in the moment. He understood the blind man's reasoning. The blind man's staff was not merely a staff, but a spear. Years ago, when the blind man entered the village of the elderly, he was blind and gravely injured, appearing as a beggar covered in filth. Yet his steps were steady, and his staff remained firm. Upon entering the village, he struck the village chief as a furious dragon sweeping through a small hamlet, his aura reminiscent of a pillar supporting the heavens. In the realm, only the deity of the spear possessed such skill and presence. Yet the true strength of this spear deity lay not in the spear itself, but in his eyes that could see through any flaw in techniques. Now, the blind man imparted his divine sight to Qin Mu. To master the spear, one must first refine their eyes. To refine the eyes, one must first cultivate the heart. The blind man's eyes were divine. The stronger the eyes, the clearer the truth, and the clearer the truth, the greater the horror that could be perceived. Chapter 24. Breaking the divine within the myriad of phenomena in this world are not as straightforward as they appear to the untrained eye. The realms perceived by ordinary individuals and those enlightened martial artists are entirely disparate. The village's stone statues may seem commonplace, yet the awakened martial artist discerns the divine within them. Remnants of gods and demons abound, and those with insight can behold terrifying celestial beings. While the mundane merely see the Buddha statues in the temples, the commoners perceive mere idols, but the enlightened can witness the unparalleled great Buddha, a presence that overwhelms the spirit. If a martial artist lacks a formidable heart, they may inevitably perish from the sights they encounter. Thus, the blind sage instructs Qin Mu in the art of sight, beginning with the cultivation of the heart. By shattering the divine within, he ensures that he will not be easily daunted, paving the way for future accomplishments. The teachings of Buddhism assert that one must harbor the Buddha within to attain Buddhahood, while the master of Yin states that dismantling the deity within the temple is simpler than conquering the divine within one's heart. Both perspectives resonate with the blind sage's crude yet effective method of urinating on the stone statue. The former approaches require the gradual honing of the spirit to eliminate the deities residing within, whereas the latter is direct, even radical, yet undeniably effective. Upon the first encounter with the blind sage, the village chief was struck by the formidable aura emanating from him, akin to an enraged dragon sweeping across the land. However, at that time, the sage's eyes had been gouged out, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self. This transformation cannot be attributed solely to the blind sage. Ever since Qin Mu, a sprightly boy with all his limbs, arrived in the villagers' grievances have gradually dissipated. The blind sage, in his quest to impart the 9 heavens eye-opening technique to Qin Mu, must first awaken his divine eye, but with his eyes long gone. He relies solely on his heart's perception. As the sage teaches Qin Mu, the village chief perceives the awakening of the sage's divine eye, a manifestation of the heart's vision. Though deprived of physical sight, he substitutes it with an inner vision. The chief gently closes his eyes, basking in the sun, silently contemplating that the heart's vision may one day surpass the divine eye, and that the gun god shall exceed his former self. Sage, when you emerge from the great market, your enemies will tremble. After completing his urination, Qin Mu shivered, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. The stone statue could no longer suppress his spirit. Upon gazing at it again, he began to discern myriad aspects previously hidden from him. It was as though a veil had been lifted from his eyes, revealing the world in all its vivid hues. He gazed greedily at the colors surrounding him, overwhelmed by a beauty he had never before encountered, stirring emotions that made him want to weep. He approached the other statues in the village, his spirit once more shaken. The remaining 3 statues, much like the elder dragon-headed statue, radiated a potent divine light, exuding an ethereal grandeur, imbued with a sacred essence. Yet, he could now observe them with a tranquil heart. These statues no longer held sway over his spirit. Having mastered merely the first layer of the 9 heavens eye-opening technique, Qin Mu was already ecstatic. What heights might he reach with the subsequent layers? What breathtaking vistas would unfold before him? He retrieved a copper mirror and gazed into it, noticing that his eyes appeared different than usual. Deep within his pupils, a circular halo emerged, adorned with intricate, lightning-like patterns. This halo gradually dimmed and slowly vanished. Closing his eyes, Qin Mu cautiously summoned his vital energy to construct the celestial array within his pupils. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld the mirror once more, and to his astonishment, the circular halo had reappeared, a reflection of the celestial realm. If he were to master the 9 heavens eye-opening technique, his eyes would surely bear multiple overlapping halos, akin to 10 concentric pupils. The blind sage continued to guide him in perfecting the celestial array, and after considerable time, Qin Mu finally grasped the complete formation. "Muir, are you well rested?" the butcher exclaimed as he leapt from the stone mill, brandishing 2 cleavers. "Once you're ready, it's time to practice with the knife." Qin Mu responded affirmatively, seizing a cleaver and charging toward the butcher. In the afternoon, he visited the blacksmith, who communicated through gestures and sounds. Qin Mu nodded, deep in thought. The blacksmith conveyed that cultivation is akin to forging iron. It requires a balance of gentle and fierce flames, as well as the process of quenching with water. This represents the duality of softness and hardness, the interplay of dragon and tiger. As Qin Mu pondered this wisdom, he found it increasingly insightful, fostering a deep admiration for the blacksmith. The blacksmith's teachings helped him avoid many missteps while forging. The blacksmith also instructed him to observe the fire, demonstrating its nuances. Qin Mu's eyes gleamed with understanding as he followed the blacksmith's guidance, simultaneously observing the flames and channeling his vital energy. His energy flowed like a small furnace hidden within his chest, radiating throughout his body. He sensed his vital energy igniting, a marvel to behold. Concurrently, within his spiritual womb, his essence drew energy from the ocean of light, breathing in and out vital energy. To his astonishment, his spiritual womb began to transform, the expelled energy igniting into flames, enveloping the womb as if it were basking in a furnace. The blind blacksmith, equally astonished, scrutinized Qin Mu. After a moment, Qin Mu felt his spiritual womb nearing its limit and promptly ceased his observation of the flames. The blacksmith gestured excitedly, plunging a glowing iron bar into water, producing a hissing sound and billowing white steam. He then gestured again. Qin Mu's eyes brightened as he contemplated the water vat. Gradually, a sound of flowing water resonated within his chest, and the murmur of water transformed into a gentle stream of vital energy, which flowed into his spiritual womb, astonishingly refining it. His spiritual womb reveled in the dual processes of fire and water refinement. The following morning, Qin Mu awoke feeling invigorated, brimming with vitality. Employing the methods taught by the blacksmith, he found his efforts yielding remarkable results. It was time to seek out the demon ape for a sparring match. Eagerly, he consumed a solidifying essence pill, only to be overwhelmed by its potent effects, compelling him to rush out of the village to release his energy. At the base of the cliff, the demon ape had long awaited his arrival. Little one, attack. The demon ape, having cultivated the thunderous 8 forms that Qin Mu imparted, felt a surge in power. As Qin Mu charged toward him, the ape excitedly discarded the branch in his mouth, adopting a stance and chuckling, "Come at me." As Qin Mu approached, the demon ape, resembling a moving mountain, barreled forward, suddenly unleashing a technique reminiscent of Alone in the Eastern Sea, summoning thunder, accompanied by a roaring wind that caused the surrounding trees to sway perilously. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled as he let out a long cry, mirroring the ape's technique, resulting in a thunderous clash. A deep reverberation echoed as both combatants were propelled backward by their respective forces. The demon ape landed and immediately charged again, its colossal fist slicing through the air, causing the atmosphere to tremble with each punch. Qin Mu was astonished. The thousand-handed Buddha technique had evidently been assimilated by the demon ape. Although the ape's execution was somewhat unrefined and lacked finesse, it had grasped the essence of the thousand-handed Buddha. Coupled with the ape's immense strength, its rendition of the technique surpassed Qin Mu's in sheer might. The demon ape's physique was astonishingly robust, and after mastering the thunderous 8 forms, its power multiplied. Each of its punches was formidable enough to instill fear. With Qin Mu's recent surge in cultivation and the nourishing effects of the solidifying essence pill, he expected to dominate the encounter, yet he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Chapter 25. The Second Awakening. In a valley beneath a cliff, a fierce battle unfolded between a man and a magical ape. The collisions were intense, and Qin Mu felt his arms grow heavy and weak, gradually succumbing to the overwhelming force of the demon ape. Before long, he found himself battered and bruised. Yet the magical ape refrained from delivering a fatal blow, choosing instead to continue the contest, sparing a portion of its strength. "Eat, grow strong," the magical ape bellowed, delivering a punch that unleashed a gale, embodying 9 distinct forces, a manifestation of the third stance of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques, 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder. As it attacked, it admonished Qin Mu to consume more food, urging him to grow as robust as itself. Celestial Eye of the Divine Sky, activate. Qin Mu's energy surged into his eyes, manifesting the first layer of the 9-fold Celestial Eye technique, which seemed to create an additional layer within his pupils. Upon activation, the world around him became astonishingly clear and profound, everything distinctly defined. Even the demon ape's incoming fist appeared almost enchanting. He could perceive the movement of each hair on the ape's fist through the air, and the intricate workings of its muscles and tendons beneath its skin, as well as the trajectory of its power. The 9-fold Celestial Eye technique, imparted by a blind mentor, unveiled the underlying truths obscured by mere appearances. It allowed him to masterfully comprehend the dynamics of strength between himself and his adversary, reaching a level of insight he had never conceived possible. As Qin Mu prepared to counter the demon ape's strike, the moment their fists were about to collide, he suddenly extended his fingers, unleashing a sharp, resonant sound akin to a bowstring snapping. This was the second stance of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques, Fingers of Thunder and Pipa Hand. The old master's martial art was not solely reliant on fists, it also incorporated finger techniques. Qin Mu's first finger struck the magical ape's enormous fist, causing the ape to immediately lose all power in its blow. With his second finger, the ape felt a violent tremor coursing through its arm. The third finger sent shock waves through its muscles, inciting panic within the creature. The fourth finger propelled the ape's arm upward uncontrollably, exposing a vulnerability in its chest. The fifth finger struck the ape's chest, and it felt as if it had been rammed by hundreds of colossal bowls, sending it tumbling backward. Qin Mu stood in astonishment. The 9-fold Celestial Eye technique was indeed formidable. The true strength did not lie in his moves, but rather in his vision. With the Celestial Eye of the Divine Sky, he effortlessly discerned the fluctuations and trajectories of the demon ape's strength, pinpointing the weakness in its attack. And the first finger strike neutralized the tremendous force of the ape's punch. Just as he was lost in thought, the demon ape suddenly surged forward, launching Qin Mu into the air with a single punch. It leaped into the sky, clasping its fists, and descended upon Qin Mu with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble as Qin Mu crashed into a deep pit upon landing. The magical ape landed with a resounding thud, hammering down into the pit. Just before its fist could strike, Qin Mu's finger flicked out, meeting the ape's fist with precision. In the next instant, the ape's massive form was propelled upward, while Qin Mu sprang from the pit to pursue the airborne creature. 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder. A series of explosive impacts echoed as Qin Mu struck the demon ape, sending it crashing down like a meteor, toppling numerous trees in its descent. After a considerable time, Qin Mu and the magical ape found themselves at the summit of the cliff, lying side by side, both panting heavily, drained of energy for further combat. Although the celestial eye of the divine sky was undeniably powerful, it consumed an immense amount of energy, and even Qin Mu, with his considerable cultivation, found it taxing. After a brief respite, the magical ape sat up, giving a thumbs up and indicating, "Me, brother." Qin Mu also rose, shaking his head, "I, brother. You, younger brother." The magical ape, incensed, brandished its fist, muscles rippling. "I, strong." Qin Mu seized a finger, lifting the ape and smashing it down onto the ground. "I, stronger." The magical ape sprang up, and once more they engaged in battle, soon exhausting themselves again, and both collapsed, breathing heavily. As Qin Mu regained some strength, he stood and demonstrated the Thunder Sound 8 techniques from the cliff's edge. The ape also sat up, watching intently. The magical ape learned rapidly, within mere hours. It had mastered the entirety of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques, leaving Qin Mu astounded and questioning whether he would still be able to best this formidable creature. This beast was a martial genius. Could a mystical creature possess such intelligence? Could it cultivate? Contemplating this, Qin Mu settled down and began teaching the magical ape the fundamentals of breathing techniques, imparting his body dominance 3 dance skill. The ape mimicked the breathing exercises adeptly. The body dominance 3 dance skill was fundamentally a simple guiding technique, merely a method of channeling energy. Before long, the magical ape had grasped the basics of energy manipulation, its breathing becoming remarkably steady. This was likely due to its nature. It consumed only plants and possessed a calm disposition, with a straightforward and pure mindset, enabling it to learn so swiftly. Truly a martial prodigy, Qin Mu marveled at the ape's rapid comprehension. "Big fellow, practice diligently. Tomorrow, I shall return for another spar." With that, he leapt from the cliff and headed toward the village. The magical ape watched him depart, then sat down, murmuring softly, "Little one." In the following days, Qin Mu returned daily to spar with the magical ape. After each bout, the ape would offer him fruits, while Qin Mu guided it in its cultivation, even teaching it the leg techniques of the thief's celestial leg. Though the ape excelled in fist techniques, its legwork was initially lacking. However, upon learning the thief's celestial leg, its leg techniques became exceptionally agile, catching Qin Mu off guard on more than one occasion. Qin Mu's strength surged rapidly, and the magical ape advanced at an alarming pace. Soon, it exhibited a small but notable mastery of energy when they clashed. If Qin Mu did not employ the celestial eye of the divine sky, he would find himself at a disadvantage, perhaps even overwhelmed. One afternoon, after a bout with the magical ape, Qin Mu returned to the mute blacksmith's forge, continuing his training by the fire as instructed by the blacksmith. Within his spiritual core, energy burned brightly, refining his essence, and everything seemed as it had before. Suddenly, the essence within his core began to wildly absorb the golden light from the ocean of gold within his spiritual reservoir, countless golden rays flooding into his essence. Qin Mu was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the sudden occurrence. The blacksmith, unable to perceive the miraculous changes within Qin Mu's core, remained unaware of the extraordinary transformation occurring within him. The essence continued to absorb more and more golden light until, abruptly, it ceased its intake, falling into a state of silence. Qin Mu attempted to summon his essence, but it remained immobile. Had his essence perished? He felt a twinge of anxiety. And after a prolonged period, his essence gradually revived, awakening from its dormancy. With a sigh of relief, Qin Mu resumed his focus on the fire. At that moment, he sensed his energy intensifying, igniting as it flowed forth from his core, astonishingly remaining ablaze even as it exited. Startled, Qin Mu quickly halted his observation of the fire. But it was too late. His garment spontaneously ignited. The blacksmith immediately grabbed a large water barrel and doused him, extinguishing the flames. As the blacksmith lifted the barrel, Qin Mu found himself drenched. The blacksmith, momentarily stunned, examined the scorch marks on Qin Mu's clothing before discarding his hammer and iron rods, racing towards the village chief with urgency. Surprised, the chief instructed the deaf and the blacksmith to carry him over and exclaimed, "Muer, try observing the fire again." Uncertain of the chief's sudden seriousness, Qin Mu resumed watching the fire. Within his essence, energy transformed once more into a fiery furnace, encircling his core. Subsequently, a wave of heat surged from within him, causing his body temperature to rise rapidly. The village chief's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gently guided Mu. Let not your mind waver. Focus your spirit. Envision your palm as a blade. Strike forth and demonstrate your prowess. Qin Mu, devoid of distraction, fixated solely on the flickering flames of the furnace. His vital energy surged forth naturally, transforming his hand into a metaphorical sword as he executed a decisive strike. To his astonishment, his palm emitted a radiant glow, akin to a flaming blade descending with fervor. Chapter 26. The stout arm. The occupants of the blacksmith shop were momentarily stunned. Qin Mu's dominance vitality had surprisingly acquired an elemental attribute, specifically the fire element, unmistakably resembling the phoenix vitality. Just as the deaf man was about to exclaim in joy, the village chief interjected, "Hold your horses, deaf one. Mu, focus on observing the water. Do not overthink. Keep your mind steady." Heeding the advice, Qin Mu resumed his observation of the water, allowing the vitality surging from his spiritual core to flow like a gentle stream, refining his spiritual essence. The modest blacksmith shop was now filled to the brim with villagers who had rushed to witness the event. Old Ma, the limping man, the butcher, the apothecary, and the blind man crowded in, holding their breath as they watched Qin Mu in deep concentration. The village chief's voice rang out. "Do you remember the spear techniques the blind man taught you? Imagine a spear in your hand and thrust it forward." Qin Mu raised his hand, executing a thrust. The tip of his imaginary spear created ripples in the air, and at that very moment, his vitality transformed into a plume of white vapor, resembling a long spear in his grasp. The sound of flowing water echoed as the vapor danced in large circles, mimicking a water dragon. "It's done. It's done," Old Ma cried, tears of joy streaming down his face. "At last, it has come to fruition. Our years of hard work were not in vain. Mu, you have grown up." He couldn't help but turn his head aside, wiping his tears with his only arm. The limping man wore a simple smile, murmuring, "Our Mua can survive in the great market now." "Damn it, Old Ma, stop crying. You're making me tear up." The old woman, Granny C, had gone to Long City to buy supplies. Had she been present, she would have wept the hardest. "Why cry?" The apothecary's eyes glistened with emotion as he chuckled. "We should be rejoicing instead. Even if we grow old and pass away, Mua will manage on his own. This is a tremendous blessing. We should celebrate." "Indeed, indeed." The deaf man laughed heartily. "Apothecary, though I may not agree with you often, your words today resonate with me." The laughter in the small blacksmith shop was thunderous, reverberating through the skies. Qin Mu looked around at the excited elderly men, feeling warmth swell within him. Despite their various disabilities and imperfections, these seemingly fierce old men were his family, his closest kin. Suddenly, Granny C's voice rang from outside. "What are you old geezers laughing about in there?" Soon enough, the limping man revealed the joyous news, and Granny C could not help but feel both astonished and delighted, her eyes reddening as she exclaimed, "A wonderful event! A wonderful event! Muir has finally grown up. This is splendid." Recalling the hardships of the past 11 years, she couldn't restrain her tears. The little old woman sat down, wiping her eyes. "If we pass away in the future, Muir will still be able to live on." "Don't touch me. It's just the sand that got into my eyes." The village chief let out a quiet sigh of relief. The dark cloud that had loomed over him dissipated with the realization that Qin Mu's dominance vitality had acquired an attribute. The fact that he could wield vitality and unleash its power confirmed his identity as the dominant one, alleviating a crisis in the village. However, he found himself puzzled. How had Qin Mu's dominance vitality suddenly gained an attribute? Moreover, it was peculiar that it possessed both water and fire elements. As spiritual bodies are typically singular in nature, it was impossible for one to embody two. Though Qin Mu was of ordinary talent, he inexplicably possessed both attributes, water and fire, which should not coexist. Did ordinary people awaken with dual spiritual bodies? He found himself bewildered. What precisely had the mute taught him that allowed his vitality to embody both attributes? Could other ordinary individuals achieve this as well? He had not anticipated that the one to awaken the power of dominance vitality would be the mute. The mute had instructed Qin Mu to observe both fire and water. But the intricacies of how this led to the dual attributes of his vitality eluded him. The mute, a humble blacksmith who never sought attention, was overshadowed by the more flamboyant characters in the village: the blind man, the butcher, the cold yet passionate old Ma, the scheming yet warm-hearted limping man, the down-to-earth apothecary, the indifferent deaf man, the capricious Granny C, and the mute, who was the most unassuming of them all. The village chief knew little about the mute, save that he had lost his tongue and was adept at crafting tools. often making kitchen knives and plows for the local villagers. Judging by the way he guided Qin Mu to unleash the power of his vitality, the mute's cultivation and skill were likely the highest in the village. Second only to himself. Muer, can you now condense your vitality into threads? Granny C asked expectantly. Qin Mu attempted to refine his vitality into fine strands. And in the next moment, his vitality burst forth, as thick as his arm, emanating flames. This robust vitality strand lifted the butcher's knife, cleaving downwards, splitting a wooden post the size of a water barrel with astounding force. The villagers gazed at the arm-thick strand of vitality in speechless awe. While Qin Mu's vitality was undeniably powerful, the ability to condense it into threads was crucial for increased flexibility and control over weapons, enabling him to perform techniques that would otherwise be impossible. However, what he had produced could not truly be called threads. It was more akin to a vitality arm. Such a thick strand of vitality would require immense energy to maintain. The limping man scratched his head, remarking, I think a vitality arm isn't too shabby. It's almost like having an extra limb, quite intimidating in a fight. The crowd chuckled, and Granny C shook her head. Vitality threads are far more agile. A vitality arm is too cumbersome. Its resilience and responsiveness pale in comparison to true threads. Muer, you must strive to condense your vitality into threads. Qin Mu nodded. He could only manifest the fire attribute when observing fire, resembling the phoenix vitality, but otherwise, his vitality remained ordinary. Simultaneously observing fire and refining it into threads was still somewhat challenging for him. The village chief and the others also recognized the issue. They frowned. Qin Mu could only wield the fire attribute while observing fire and the water attribute while observing water, which posed a significant disadvantage in combat. Would an enemy grant you the opportunity to observe fire or water? Initially, they had believed that Qin Mu's dominance vitality possessing both water and fire attributes was incredibly formidable, but now they felt uncertain. The mute gestured with his hands, grinning amiably. The deaf man understood and chuckled. The mute is right. Muer is merely scratching the surface of the technique. With practice, he will surely master it. The dual attributes of his vitality were akin to awakening both the Xuanwu and the Phoenix spiritual body simultaneously. When Qin Mu observed fire, he harnessed the Phoenix vitality, while observing water allowed him to wield the Xuanwu vitality. In the village, Qin Mu manipulated the arm-thick strands of vitality to execute the butcher's knife technique. The blade soaring through the air, nearly cleaving him in two on several occasions. Whenever danger approached, the blind man would intervene with his bamboo staff, preventing him from accidentally harming himself. Condensing vitality into threads and wielding it to control a sword required gradual training. Mastery of sword manipulation through vitality was perilous, demanding diligent practice to achieve finesse. The butcher's technique was a combat style, although he had incorporated elements from the divine arts. The stark differences between combat styles and divine techniques made training with the butcher's knife technique particularly dangerous. The butcher's moves were wildly unpredictable and hazardous. When he became frenzied, he could easily injure himself. In contrast, Old Ma's Thunder 8 styles were purely a combat style, devoid of any sword manipulation techniques. Granny C's Celestial Demon Transformation technique, however, belonged to the realm of spells. The techniques of a limping man, the staff methods of a blind person, the calligraphy of a deaf individual, the alchemical skills of a pharmacist, and the blacksmithing prowess of a mute, clearly cannot be employed in the art of swordsmanship through qi manipulation. Thus, in order to cultivate this skill, Qin Mu must resort to the perilous techniques akin to those used in butchering. The village chief turned to regard him, and the pharmacist's tone was somewhat confrontational. We each possess our own strengths. However, our mastery of qi manipulation and swordplay is superficial at best. Your insights surpass those of any of us, and your abilities are unmatched. Why do you not impart this knowledge? In the realm of swordsmanship, who can rival your prowess? The village chief, filled with melancholy, cast his gaze down upon his non-existent limbs and replied softly, I wish to teach, but Muer cannot bear the burden. Even when I was whole, I could not shoulder it. Otherwise, I would not need to hide in the marketplace. Do you know how I lost my limbs? The pharmacist shook his head. They were severed by a sword. The village chief looked up, expressionless, and said, My limbs were cleaved by a blade. To pass on my skills is to accept my responsibilities, a weight I cannot bear, and he, even less so. Chapter 27. The Spirit Embryo Technique. Outside the decrepit village of Canlao, amidst the woods, Qin Mu unleashed a powerful strike with his palm. Vital energy surged from his arm like a fiery dragon coiling around him, causing the air in front to become unbearably hot, as if ignited. With each step forward, his palms struck repeatedly, the heat intensifying, reminiscent of a parched desert under a scorching sun. He employed Master Ma's boxing technique, specifically the fourth form of the Thunderous Eight styles, known as Kwafu chasing the sun. Suddenly, Qin Mu's footwork shifted, and his technique transformed accordingly. Each movement flowed like a mighty river cascading into the sea, as his vital energy transitioned from a fiery essence to a watery one. A dragon formed of vapor coiled around his arm, and with each successive move, the sound of surging waves echoed, as if a great flood surrounded him. His technique morphed once more. His hands formed a hollow grip, and the vapor surged forth like a spear, akin to a dragon turning the tides. In recent days, he had devoted himself to honing his swordsmanship through the manipulation of energy, focusing intently on refining his vital essence. However, he first needed to observe the fire to imbue his energy with the fire attribute, allowing him to wield it as a sword. With each repetition, the time required to observe the fire diminished, and now he no longer needed to gaze into the furnace. Merely conjuring the image of its flames in his mind was sufficient to ignite his vital energy. Nonetheless, the butcher's knife techniques, being combative in nature, yielded limited results when Qin Mu employed them to refine his swordplay. In contrast, his practice of Master Ma's Thunderous Eight styles and the blind man's spear technique bore significant fruit, leading to rapid progress. Now, as he executed the fourth form of the Thunderous Eight styles, Kwafu chasing the sun, he embodied the essence of a giant in motion. His palm trembled, causing the air to rupture explosively. This was the might of his vital energy. Naturally, the fire attribute of the vermilion bird's energy did not perfectly manifest the full potential of Master Ma's techniques. The most compatible energy for the Thunderous Eight styles was the Azure Dragon's energy. Conversely, the water attribute of the Xuanwu energy could unleash the blind man's spear technique to its fullest extent. After a considerable time, Qin Mu halted and consumed 2 solidifying essence pills to replenish the rapidly depleting vital energy. He pondered the deficiencies in his energy manipulation. Previously, he could only manage to take 1 solidifying essence pill before feeling overwhelmed, but since the awakening of his spirit embryo, he found that taking 2 posed no significant issue, though it did leave him feeling somewhat bloated. Could the magic ape consume solidifying essence pills? Likely not, as Grandpa Apothecary mentioned that these pills contained 4 attributes, rendering them toxic to anyone without a dominant physique. Perhaps, he mused, he should concoct a vat of solidifying essence pills for the magic ape in the future. Thinking of the giant companion who had fought alongside him, Qin Mu felt a flicker of emotion. He had not sought out the magic ape in recent days and was curious about how it had fared with its cultivation of the Dominance 3 Dan technique. He leaped into the air, moving swiftly toward the territory of the magic ape. After all, he was still a youth, surrounded by elders in the village, and the magic ape had become an unexpected friend. He found himself missing it. Before long, Qin Mu arrived at the valley where the magic ape resided. Suddenly, a massive figure rose from the forest, revealing the magic ape. It had grown even more robust in the days since their last meeting, and, upon seeing Qin Mu, expressed its joy with a hearty thump on its chest, inviting Qin Mu to jump onto its shoulder. Qin Mu leaped onto its shoulder, and the magic ape bounded into the valley, carrying him deeper within. This was Qin Mu's first venture into the magic ape's lair, where he observed numerous wild deer and horses, alongside some curious roe deer and silly-looking antelopes. The heart of the valley bore the remnants of an ancient ruin, with crumbling walls and dilapidated structures. The magic ape's dwelling was a palace that had partially collapsed, its entrance marked by a worn statue that appeared to be half beast, half human. Qin Mu activated his divine eye, feeling a tremor of awe. This statue resembled the one from Canlao village, through the lens of his divine eye. The statue emanated a divine aura, reminiscent of a fierce beast god, exuding an overwhelming presence. It seemed that the magic ape relied on the statue each night to ward off darkness and safeguard its life. Such a divine essence was extraordinary. Could it be a statue crafted by a deity? As Qin Mu jumped down from the magic ape's shoulder, a silly roe deer approached, sniffing at his clothing and mistaking it for food. The magic ape gently picked up the deer and set it aside with care before gesturing for Qin Mu to follow. It was the ruler and protector of this valley, safeguarding these animals and fiercely defending against intruders. Qin Mu trailed the magic ape into the crumbling palace, frowning as he noted the pervasive sin of wild beasts. It appeared that the valley's creatures sought refuge within the palace to escape the night. Look, little one. The magic ape pointed at a wall. Qin Mu looked up to see several fragmented murals on the palace walls. The murals were faded and marred, with some areas completely lost to time, while a few remained relatively intact. They depicted figures engaged in cultivation, with arrows representing the flow of vital energy. As he examined them, his heart raced. He recognized the guiding paths of the Dominance 3-Dan technique. The magic ape must have felt a resemblance between the murals and its own practice, thus leading him here. However, Qin Mu soon discerned a discrepancy. The first mural indeed illustrated the guiding path of the Dominance 3-Dan technique, but the second was different, albeit still aligned with its essence, yet more intricate. The second mural's path led into the spirit embryo's sacred space at the center of the forehead. Once the vital energy entered this sacred space, it revealed a third mural depicting the guiding path within the spirit embryo's domain, not a direct breathing in and out, but rather a complex array of energy formations beneath the spirit embryo's feet. These formations were remarkably intricate, surpassing the celestial formations imparted by the blind man. Qin Mu scrutinized them carefully, committing them to memory while simultaneously simulating the energy pathways beneath the spirit embryo. After forming the spirit embryo's array, he felt a subtle tremor within him, as an inexplicable connection formed between him and the spirit embryo. As he breathed, the spirit embryo mirrored his actions. When he moved, it followed suit, and when he activated the Dominance 3-Dan technique, so too did the spirit embryo. Stunned, Qin Mu quickly realized the significance. This meant he could cultivate alongside an extension of himself. Yet, he soon discovered that the spirit embryo's activation of the Dominance 3-Dan technique did not enhance his cultivation but rather refined his vital energy. His vital energy flowed through the array beneath the spirit embryo, absorbing the golden light from the golden sea, then entering the spirit embryo's form, where it was exhaled again. This process rendered his energy even more resilient and pure. Previously, his spirit embryo had absorbed golden light in a vague manner, but the array detailed in the third mural was far more efficient. Could this be the cultivation method for the spirit embryo in the realm of the Dominance 3-Dan technique? Qin Mu's heart raced. The village chief had mentioned he was unaware of the subsequent techniques of the Dominance, yet here he was, uncovering the spirit embryo's cultivation method. He turned his attention to the fourth mural, furrowing his brow as he noted its half-destroyed state, likely depicting techniques related to the 5-elemental realm. Scratches from animals living there marred this mural, suggesting it had been damaged by the local wildlife. The fifth mural was similarly incomplete, and the sixth was almost entirely lost, while the subsequent murals were in even worse condition, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. The palace had deteriorated to such an extent. One could only wonder how long the remaining murals would endure. Even if the murals in the palace were to be completely destroyed, their essence would live on through him, teaching the next practitioner of the Dominance. Among the remnants of the murals on the palace walls, only a few remained intact besides the Dominance 3-Dan technique. One mural, notably clearer, depicted a map. Qin Mu scrutinized it, locating the position of Yongjiang, and felt a surge of excitement. Could this be a map of the Great Ruins? He traced the flow of the river, gradually identifying the bend in its course, until he finally pinpointed the location of Canlao village. Why is there a dragon depicted here? Qin Mu's gaze fell upon the map of the area 100 miles upstream from the village of Canlao, where the river surged, and he was perplexed to find a dragon-shaped illustration. The River Dragon King. A tremor coursed through Qin Mu's heart as he noticed the 4 characters River Dragon King inscribed beside the dragon, the meaning of which eluded him. This map harbored not only this singular oddity, but also other peculiarities. 30 miles east of Canlao village, there was a well, with the words Heavenly Well Dragon King inscribed beside it. Another well was marked with the phrase Sea Dragon King. He also observed a distant vessel on the map of the Great Market, adorned with an image of the sun, accompanied by the word Sun Ship. Not far from the Sun Ship, there was a location named Sunwell, and quite a distance away, he discovered another vessel called Moon Ship, beside which was a depiction of a crescent moon. Adjacent to the Moon Ship, there was also an unusual place known as Moonwell. As Qin Mu searched the map, he could not find the ancient temple that suppressed the Wu woman in Jiangxin, nor could he locate the Dragon City, situated 1,000 miles downstream. Could this map be one from before the calamity of the Great Market? After searching for a moment, his heart leapt as he discovered the canyon ruins he had stumbled upon while fleeing from darkness. However, the map did not label it as ruins but as Divine Maiden Pass. Indeed, it was a map from before the calamity of the Great Market. Chapter 28. Shadows on the wall. With this map in hand, many dangers could be evaded. He immersed himself in memorizing the map, imprinting it in his mind. After a while, he located the valley depicted on the map, which was named Jinyang Palace. Jinyang Palace? The word yang implies disaster. Qin Mu, having learned calligraphy and painting from the deaf man, though not possessing extensive literary knowledge, had acquired a wealth of wisdom. He murmured, "Jinyang Palace is the palace that suppresses calamities. But what calamities was this palace meant to suppress?" As he looked around, he noticed that the demon ape had mysteriously left the palace, presumably worried that its presence might disturb him. The big fellow was quite considerate. Qin Mu exited the palace and called for the demon ape, inquiring, "Big guy, is there anything unusual here?" The demon ape scratched its head, contemplated for a moment, and hastily ran towards a side hall of Jinyang Palace. Qin Mu followed quickly, with the foolish roe deer trailing behind them. Upon entering the side hall, the demon ape pointed with its hand, and Qin Mu followed its gaze to see a small shadow of a person painted on a white wall, no larger than a thumb. Qin Mu scrutinized the white wall, finding nothing else apart from this minuscule figure. The foolish roe deer, sniffing along, approached the wall and began to sniff at the shadow, preparing to lick it. Suddenly, a hand reached out, and the roe deer vanished without a trace. Startled, Qin Mu gasped, while the demon ape pounded its chest in fury and roared at the wall, yet dared not advance. On the wall, alongside the tiny figure, a painting of a roe deer appeared, vividly rendered. Then Qin Mu watched in horror as the figure on the wall began to move, opening its mouth wider and wider, revealing a mouth full of teeth like nails, before it devoured the roe deer whole. Astonished, Qin Mu realized that after consuming the roe deer, the shadow on the wall began to stride towards them, albeit without stepping out from the wall. Its form grew taller and larger, until it reached the size of an ordinary person, yet it continued to advance. Before long, the figure had filled the entire wall, casting its shadow even onto the ceiling of the side hall. A head with a gaping mouth emerged, followed by hands stretching from this wall to the other two walls. "Little one, let's go." The demon ape tugged at Qin Mu, leaping out just in time to evade the grasp of the shadow on the wall. An enraged roar erupted from the wall, causing it to tremble violently, dust swirling around them. In an instant, the shadow spread throughout the entire side hall. The shadow attempted to break free from the walls of the side hall, but remained trapped. Was this the demon? The shadow enveloping the side hall fell silent. And then the windows of the grand hall swung open, resembling two pitch-black eyes. Qin Mu felt as though he were being scrutinized by a terrifying gaze, sending chills down his spine. The grand door slammed shut, only to open again, and amidst the rhythm of its opening and closing, a raspy voice emerged. "Great freedom, true word. Are you a descendant of my clan? How pitiable. You have not learned the true essence of the true word. Has my clan truly fallen to such a state?" Qin Mu tentatively inquired, "Elder, do you understand the true great freedom true word?" Naturally. The door continued to open and close, issuing a voice filled with arrogance. "The great freedom true word of my clan contains unparalleled power, a mighty force to create worlds and attain ultimate freedom. Alas, in your hands, it has become this pitiful state, devoid of any power. Have this monkey step aside, and I shall impart to you the true words." Qin Mu glanced at the demon ape, who shook its head and grumbled, "I don't trust it. This elder is of the same clan as I and will not harm me. Please wait outside for a moment," Qin Mu reassured. The demon ape, still somewhat uneasy, was gently pushed outside. The shadow on the wall began to shrink, revealing a smaller figure, roughly the same height as Qin Mu. Within the shadow, lines emerged, indicating the flow of vital energy. The demonic voice declared, "The Great Freedom Seal comprises 4 techniques: the Demon God Power Seal, the Heavenly Demon Freedom Seal, the Great Wisdom Seal, and the final technique is the 3 seals in 1, the Great Freedom Heaven Demon Seal. This is the first seal, the Demon God Power Seal. You must accompany your words with demonic sounds to unleash its power. Chi Duo." Qin Mu's gaze remained fixed on the shadow on the wall, concentrating on memorizing the energy pathways. Within him, his vital energy began to follow the trajectory. Chi Duo. He suddenly uttered the demonic words, feeling a surge of terrifying power erupt from within. This formidable power compelled his fingers to form a unique seal, which he thrust forward uncontrollably. With a thunderous roar, Qin Mu struck forth, unleashing the thunderous sound he had long desired, the thunder palm. Dumbfounded, Qin Mu found it hard to believe that the power imparted to him by the shadow on the wall through the Demon God Power Seal was astonishingly potent. While its transformations might not rival the 8 styles of thunder sound taught by Master Ma, its sheer power far surpassed that of the 8 styles. However, the energy consumption of this Demon God Power Seal was immense, several times greater than that of the 8 styles. The black shadow within the inner wall shifted its energy pathways again, but the dimness within the side hall obscured the view from afar. Energized, Qin Mu took a step forward, finally managing to discern the energy pathways and transformations of the shadow on the wall. Samayet, he chanted the demonic sounds. And another wondrous power erupted from within him, prompting his body to perform a different action. A smile involuntarily graced his face as his fingers formed a gesture resembling the pinching of a flower, and he executed a seal. This seal, however, was not particularly powerful. In fact, it seemed devoid of any strength. Yet, Qin Mu discerned a similarity between this technique and the effect of the heavenly demon freedom seal. Reminiscent of Master Ma's fifth style of the 8 styles of thunder sound, the daylight soul refinement in the air. The essence of the daylight soul refinement lay in attacking the spirit of the opponent, with the technique hinging on the principle that the fish shone like the sun. In the palm's thunder refined the soul. The heavenly demon freedom seal imparted to him by the shadow on the wall appeared similarly weak, yet it too targeted the soul. Paralleling the principle of Master Ma's technique. The only distinction was that Master Ma utilized the sun's thunder to obliterate the opponent's soul with sheer force, while the heavenly demon freedom seal ensnared the opponent's soul within the palm, erasing it quietly and insidiously, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Qin Mu pondered, noting the parallels between the shadow's techniques and Master Ma's boxing methods. Both shared the same principles, yet their interpretations diverged profoundly. One was righteous, while the other was nefarious. As for which was superior, Qin Mu could not ascertain. It was simply a matter of strengths and weaknesses. Master Ma's 8 styles of thunder sound were more suited for direct confrontation, employing their robust and fierce techniques to overpower opponents, while the Great Freedom Seal excelled in ambushes, catching foes off guard. The figure on the wall shrank further, seemingly struggling under the pressure of Xinjiang Palace, panting as it spoke. Watch closely. This is the 3rd seal, the Great Wisdom Seal. As the shadow on the wall grew indistinct, Qin Mu instinctively took 2 steps forward, nearing the entrance of the side hall. Suddenly, he halted, refraining from entering, and activated the 9 layers of heaven eye technique taught by the blind man, a second eye emerging within his gaze. Though the shadow on the wall remained dim, it became clear to him. If you do not enter, how can you see clearly? The shadow on the wall inquired. Chapter 29. The petty deceiver and the grand schemer. Qin Mu responded with utmost respect. Rest assured, esteemed senior, I have cultivated since childhood, possessing an abundance of renal essence and vigorous primordial yang. My eyesight is exceptionally keen, allowing me to perceive even in the darkest of nights. Naturally, I can observe with clarity. The figure on the wall flickered momentarily but refrained from further action, continuing to demonstrate the profound mysteries of primordial energy circulation. The 3rd seal of the Great Freedom Imprint, the Seal of Great Wisdom, involved a far more intricate pattern of energy circulation. The flow of primordial energy within the shadowy figure accelerated to such an extent that even with the divine eyes of the celestial heavens fully opened, Qin Mu could not entirely grasp its trajectory, igniting within him an irresistible urge to enter the side hall. Hesitantly, Qin Mu stepped 1 foot into the doorway, leaving the other outside, managing to barely discern the route of the primordial energy. He desperately tried to memorize it, but before long, the figure on the wall had completed a single cycle of the Seal of Great Wisdom. He attempted to activate the seal, but though he could manifest it, he felt as though something essential was missing. He had not fully captured the entire sequence of the Seal of Great Wisdom. This was the 4th seal of the Great Freedom Imprint, the most potent of all, where the power of the preceding 3 seals converged. The figure on the wall appeared increasingly feeble, its shadow diminishing, its voice fading, as it lamented, however, this seal is even more complex, and I fear you may not be able to see it clearly. Fear not, senior, Qin Mu replied with a disarming smile. Since childhood, I have been blessed with abundant renal essence and vigorous primordial yang. My eyesight is exceptionally keen, and I can still manage to see it. The figure on the wall fell silent, its voice growing fainter, sighing, but I cannot persevere much longer. Enter the hall, where 4 bronze spikes are embedded in the ground at each corner. Remove those spikes from my back, and I shall be able to catch my breath. With just a single breath, I can impart the complete imprint to you. His voice was gentle. You have not yet fully mastered the Seal of Great Wisdom, have you? It is intricate, yet its power is immense. Without complete mastery, you cannot unleash its full potential. And the most formidable seal is the 4th, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Seal. Just remove the spikes. Senior, perhaps I shall forego learning it. The figure on the wall shuddered, coaxing. I can teach you a second time if you but remove the spikes. Qin Mu looked even more troubled, shaking his head. Senior had said that you would only teach it once. Would it not be a breach of your word to teach it a second time? My guilt would only increase. I am but a simpleton, failing to live up to your expectations. Nay, You are exceptionally clever. The figure on the wall grew more gentle. Like a kind elder instructing a younger generation, whispering, you grasped the mighty demon god imprint and the heavenly demon freedom imprint after only a single viewing. You have mastered nearly all of the seal of great wisdom after seeing it only once. Your innate talent is extraordinary. If you were to see it again, you would surely master the seal of great wisdom. I admire your intelligence and am willing to break my word once to impart it to you a second time. The voice paused abruptly, then turned frigid, filled with a chilling aura, coldly stating, you deceived me to obtain my techniques? Qin Mu looked bewildered. Senior, what makes you say such a thing? You deceived me. The figure on the wall suddenly erupted in fury, its shadow growing larger and larger, soon engulfing the entire side hall. The shadow was twisted and malevolent, roaring, you dare deceive me for my techniques. You little wretch. I taught you in good faith. Yet you deceived me. Qin Mu remained outside the hall, allowing the demonic shadow to contort before him, shaking his head. Senior jests. Are you not attempting to deceive me into releasing you? The doors of the side hall stood wide open, the window lattices resembling eyes and the doorway a mouth. Eerie and terrifying as it hissed, you knew? We are not of the same ilk to begin with. Senior first deceived me by claiming we were kin, then lured me with the great freedom imprint, guiding me step by step closer to you, with but two objectives. Qin Mu wore the simple smile of a cripple. The first is to have me enter the hall, enticing me to approach the wall, so you can seize me and control me to remove the bronze spikes from the four corners of the hall. The second is to exploit my desire for the complete great freedom imprint, compelling me to remove the spikes myself. If I were to remove the spikes, Senior would not merely take a breath, but would be freed entirely, devouring me as one would devour a naive roe deer. However, his smile grew even more guileless. I am no roe deer. I merely turned the tables, deceiving you out of 2.5 moves. The entire side hall trembled incessantly, the doorway echoing with a thunderous roar. You son of a bitch, I will kill you. Once I am free, I will tear you apart. I will kill your crippled grandpa. The figure on the wall raged. Qin Mu turned, earnestly stating, do not provoke him, or he will swindle you until you are left with nothing. The figure on the wall suddenly fell silent, eerily so, whispering, you said we are not of the same ilk? Heh, little wretch, you think too simply. How could you and I not be of the same ilk? Hee. Young little devil. Qin Mu felt a chill, suddenly recalling the divine sound from beyond the 9 heavens when he broke through the wall. Then the use of demonic language to counter the divine sound, and finally the words of the figure on the wall, leading him to an ominous association. He hurriedly shook his head, banishing the chaotic thoughts from his mind, and turned to leave. You and I are the same, exactly the same. Behind him, the shadow on the wall chuckled eerily. Qin Mu frowned, exiting the central town palace. Qin Mu nodded, deeply agreeing, the great ruins are truly perilous. If honest folk like us do not learn to be more cunning, we will surely be stripped bare and devoured without a trace. The demon ape glanced at him, curling its lip. Believe that. I do not. Qin Mu's face flushed slightly, protesting, I am no deceiver. I have suffered losses since childhood, which is why I am barely more astute. However, this place is likely no longer habitable for you. The central town palace is dilapidated and could collapse at any moment. If it does, that old demon will surely take his anger out on you. The demon ape shook its head, gazing at the wild deer and cattle in the valley, remaining silent. Most habitable places in the great ruins are already occupied by others, either by people or other strange beasts. If the demon ape were to relocate with these wild animals, it would likely not find a new home in time, and the encroaching darkness would mean certain death. Qin Mu was at a loss. The disabled elderly village was too small to accommodate so many animals. Little one, come here. The demon ape moved forward, and Qin Mu followed, seeing the demon ape leading him to the cliff, pointing at the palm print on the cliff face, its eyes filled with anticipation. The palm print on the cliff was made by the demon ape itself. Its palm was enormous, leaving a deep impression on the cliff. This palm print signified that the demon ape was the lord of this place. Other strange beasts would see the palm print and know that this territory belonged to the demon ape, and they would detour around it. If other strange beasts were intent on taking this place, they would come to challenge the demon ape. If the demon ape were to lose, the palm print would be erased by the new lord, leaving a new mark. You, imprint, the demon ape urged expectantly. Qin Mu was puzzled, not understanding its meaning. The demon ape grabbed his hand, placing it beside its own palm print, imprint. Qin Mu understood its meaning, his heart touched. He slammed his palm heavily beside its palm print, leaving his own print on the cliff. The demon ape grinned, pointing at the valley, grunting, "Mine, yours." The emotion in Qin Mu's heart transformed into laughter, and the demon ape also chuckled along. Just then, a voice echoed from midair, "Master, there are people below." Qin Mu quickly looked up, seeing a paper boat flying overhead. The paper boat was about 6 or 7 zhang long, with ample space on board, where several men and women dressed in blue robes stood. Then, he beheld more peculiar sights. Several paper cranes encircled another paper boat, fluttering their wings as they approached. To his astonishment, a few strange middle-aged men and women stood atop the paper cranes, each bearing a long sword upon their backs. The second paper boat carried but a single individual, laden with some cargo that remained obscured from view. The paper boat hovered momentarily in the air, whereupon an elder seated within it spoke. "Qin, inquire about the path." Indeed, a young man perched upon one of the paper cranes looked down and asked, "Young lad, do you know the way to the village of the aged?" Qin Mu, puzzled, pointed towards the direction of the village of the aged. The young man, with impeccable manners, bowed in gratitude, and then a gold ingot fell from the paper crane, as it and the paper boat took flight. Qin Mu picked up the gold ingot, bemused, and wondered, what brings these individuals to our village? Are they perhaps itinerant merchants passing through? Yet, shouldn't merchants be headed towards Xianglong City? Chapter 30. The Quest for Vengeance. Qin Mu tucked away the gold ingots and said, "Big fellow, focus on your training. I shall return to find you tomorrow. We must not enter the side hall. That demon is exceedingly cunning." The great ape nodded in agreement. As he entered the village, he noticed the elderly man who had spoken from the boat seated opposite the village chief, conversing with him. The elder said, "I have heard of the exceptional craftsmanship of your village's Granny C, and so I have come to request her assistance in tailoring several garments." The village chief inquired, "May I ask what kind of garments you require, and what are the dimensions?" The elder replied, "I need to have 10 funeral garments made, tailored to the sizes of your villagers. I have also heard that Master Ma is quite skilled in woodworking. I would like to request 9 coffins, sized according to the villagers as well." Suddenly, upon noticing Qin Mu's approach, the elder's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he corrected himself, "I spoke incorrectly. It is actually 10 funeral garments and 10 coffins. Qianqiu, please pay the deposit." A man named Qianqiu stepped forward and waved his hand slightly. From the village entrance, a paper boat floated in, landing beside the village chief. Qin Mu immediately saw that the cargo consisted of ominous items such as paper money, gold ingots, candles, mourning sticks, and white banners. The elder instructed him to halt the paper boat at the village entrance, stating, "This is the deposit for the 10 funeral garments and 10 coffins. May I ask Granny and Master Ma if they can complete this today? To be frank, I am in a hurry." The villagers, Lame, the blacksmith, the apothecary, and others who had been diligently engaged in their tasks, suddenly fell silent. Granny C approached, trembling, and remarked, "10 funeral garments today? Dear guest, that is rather pressing." Master Ma arrived, his demeanor cold, stating, "I am swift. I can finish the coffins today. Can the elder wait a moment?" The elder smiled. "It is indeed somewhat urgent. However, you are all capable individuals and should be able to manage, correct?" Granny C glanced at the gold ingots and candles on the boat, sneering. "If you are in a hurry to wear them, I can have them ready right now. Fortuitously, I bought some fabric a few days ago." The elder bowed slightly. "I appreciate your assistance, Granny." From a small basket, silver needles began to fly, threading themselves in the air, swiftly stitching the funeral garments together. Meanwhile, Master Ma stepped outside the village, approached a thick willow tree by the riverbank, and with a flick of his fingers, green energy spiraled around the trees, swiftly transforming the thick trunks into white wooden coffins. These coffins flew and landed at the village entrance. Granny C completed the garments, gently waving her hand as each funeral garment settled atop the coffins. Master Ma approached, coldly stating, "You have provided a considerable sum, so I have generously crafted 2 additional coffins for you. There are now 12 in total, custom-fitted to ensure you lie down comfortably." Granny C added with a smile, "I have also made 2 extra sets of garments at no charge, ensuring a perfect fit." The elder chuckled, "I am most satisfied." Qin Mu sensed an increasingly eerie atmosphere and discreetly counted. The number of individuals in green robes, combined with the elder, amounted precisely to 12. The apothecary approached, his expression grim, yet his voice gentle. "Elder, your accent suggests you are not from this region. It resembles that of the Southern Territories." The elder replied warmly, "Indeed, we hail from the Southern Territories, near the Li River." The lame man approached, beaming, "I have heard of the Li River sect, reputed to be a prominent faction by the riverside. home to many extraordinary individuals. I have heard that the leader of the Li River sect is named Mu Beifeng, possessing remarkable powers. The elder quickly interjected, I am unworthy of such praise. I am indeed Mu Beifeng, but the Li River sect is merely a humble establishment, surviving by the river, reliant on the land and water for sustenance. I have 5 junior brothers, and thanks to the esteem of various friends, we are referred to as the 5 elders of Li River. Qin Mu's heart sank, and his expression shifted. The 5 elders of Li River were the very 5 who perished at Granny C's hands. Could it be that this Mu Beifeng had come seeking vengeance for the deaths of the Li River 5? His order for 10 coffins and 10 garments was evidently intended for all the villagers of Canlao village. After slaughtering the villagers, they would be dressed in funeral garments, placed in coffins, and buried on the spot, followed by the burning of paper offerings. The paper boats and cranes were all prepared for the villagers' posthumous needs. Mu Beifeng, twirling the jade ring on his thumb, spoke slowly. 2 years ago, the court issued an edict of pacification, personally delivered by the state preceptor, who engaged in discussions with me at the Li River sect. Within the span of an incense stick, I willingly accepted the decree, grateful for the emperor's kindness. Our sect was honored by the emperor and the state preceptor, and I was appointed as the governor of the 5 Miao prefecture in the southern territories, with the rank of a second-grade official, overseeing the 5 Miao. The state preceptor also conferred upon the 5 elders of Li River the title of deputy protector of the Miao territories, with a third-grade rank. Despite being granted official titles, we remain free spirits, preferring to wander. The village chief remarked, the Yinkin kingdom is a facade masquerading as a state, with the emperor's chief advisor renowned as the foremost figure of the Yinkin kingdom. In recent years, the kingdom's fortunes have flourished, subduing numerous sects and incorporating disciples into the military to expand their territories. Originally, Brother Mu was unshackled. Entering the court may subject him to its constraints, which is understandably disconcerting. Mu Beifeng continued, thus, my 5 junior brothers, restless in their tranquility, sought to venture out, bringing the 5 sons of Li River with them to the great ruins. The 5 sons are my junior brother's disciples, possessing some skills, and they intended to lead them in honing their abilities. A blind man approached, leaning on a bamboo staff, stating, the 5 elders of Li River are venturing into the great ruins for training, and they have brought their disciples? The great ruins are perilous. I cannot help but worry for their safety. Mu Beifeng sighed, indeed. The great ruins are fraught with danger, teeming with malevolent beings. They have been gone for 2 months, and I have yet to see them return. I fear something may have gone awry. So I have been searching for the place where my 5 junior brothers met their demise. How tragic their end was, judging by the wounds on their shattered bones. It seems they were slain by a skilled practitioner from the heavenly demon sect, of a stature not much taller than Granny C. He shook his head and continued, moreover, I discovered the location of their disciples' demise, a valley where the bodies were ravaged by wild beasts. Alas, what a tragic fate, from the wounds on their remains. It appears the assailant was a young martial artist, akin in age to this young man here. Upon learning that your village possesses a tailor and a carpenter, I came to commission funeral garments and coffins for the murderer of my junior brothers and disciples, awaiting their interment. At this point, the elder fell silent. Behind him, a young warrior stepped forward, glancing at Qin Mu. He was the man who had tossed the gold ingot to Qin Mu while asking for directions. My junior brother was killed using a wooden stick to execute a blade technique. Young brother, you carry a sword. Might you demonstrate your swordsmanship in a duel with me? Qin Mu hesitated, looking to Granny C and the village chief. Granny C could not help but interject, Muer, the southern territories are known for their fierce traditions. They do not hold back. If he challenges you, you must respond. Silence. The village chief reprimanded, halting Granny C's words. He stated coolly, he has come according to the rules, without leveraging the power of the court or the state preceptor against us. We must not disrupt the established order. No one is permitted to instruct Qin Mu nor offer assistance. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Qin Mu, stating sternly, Qin Mu, the coffins and garments lie before you. If you show mercy and hesitation, one of those coffins shall be yours. It is either him or you who shall perish. He has issued a challenge. Why do you linger? Go forth. Chapter 31. The Li River Sword Technique. Qin Mu's heart raced as he drew a cleaver from behind. Experiencing such a tense situation for the first time, the presence of Mu Beifeng exerted an invisible pressure upon him. Every action and utterance of this elder, since entering the village, instilled a profound sense of unease. In his previous encounter with senior brother Chu of the Li River 5, he had been pushed to his limits, compelled to retaliate, yet the current scenario made him feel apprehensive. I have urinated on the stone statue at the village entrance. What is there to fear? I have faced Wu Nu, the demon of the central palace. I was unafraid then. Why be afraid now? No matter how formidable Mu Beifeng is, he cannot surpass the gods and demons. Steeling himself, Qin Mu gradually quelled his frantic emotions. He surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow. The village was small, with 22 people, including himself, standing like wooden stakes. Their positions varied, creating a disordered arrangement that filled the village to capacity. The village chief lay on a stretcher. The apothecary stood beside him, while only the upper half of the butcher loomed above the wooden stakes. Master Ma leaned against one, Granny C held a basket. The mute stood at the blacksmith's door, and the deaf man held a brush dripping with ink, while the cripple stood on one leg with a cane. The positions of those brought by Mu Beifeng were equally strategic, their unusual placements complicating swift movement through the village, let alone combat. Such circumstances demanded a high level of skill and swordsmanship powered by qi. Utilizing qi to wield a sword requires utmost caution to avoid colliding with others or being influenced by their presence, necessitating exquisite precision and technique. Qin Mu practiced the butcher's cleaver technique, which was ill-suited for such finesse. Shall we engage here? Qin Mu inquired. Qian Qiu nodded. Indeed, we shall fight here. Before Mu Beifeng arrived, he had taken them to inspect the canyon ruins. From the skeletal remains of senior brother Chu, who had been reduced to bones, Mu Beifeng inferred that Qin Mu employed a blade technique. At that time, Qin Mu had picked up a wooden stick and used it as a knife, striking at senior brother Chu's remains, leaving tiny dents on the bones. The minute cracks in those areas indicated Qin Mu's exceptional skill with a blade, and his swift footwork suggested that he could attack every corner of S. Chapter 32. A glimpse of divine marksmanship upon witnessing the divine marksmanship. Qin Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he reached out to seize the spiritual sword, only to be met with a sharp pain as the blade pierced his palm. Mu Granny C couldn't help but exclaim, but was silenced by a glare from the village chief. Qin Mu grasped the spiritual sword, which thrashed wildly in his hand, inflicting further wounds and turning his palm into a bloody mess. His robust vital energy shielded his hand, preventing the sword from severing it. However, in the next instant, a third spiritual sword broke formation, followed by a fourth and a fifth. Qian Qiu's eyes gleamed with triumph. The victory was assured. Qin Mu, though younger, had achieved remarkable progress in his cultivation. However, he possessed only 2 hands. How many swords could he possibly grasp? Suddenly, Qian Qiu's pupils constricted. Qin Mu's hands moved in a blur, as if sprouting dozens of arms, seizing his spiritual swords one after another. Before his blades could strike, Qin Mu had already grasped their hilts. Thunderclap 8 forms, 8th form, thousand-handed Buddha? Qian Qiu's expression shifted. He manipulated his vital energy threads, causing the spiritual swords in Qin Mu's grasp to tremble violently, threatening to break free. Simultaneously, the remaining swords hurtled towards Qin Mu's eyes and throat. At that moment, Qin Mu was gripping the hilts of 5 swords, leaving 7 more to pierce him. These 7 blades spun through the air like whirling dervishes, poised to drill through his skull and carve a gaping hole in his throat. Granny C couldn't bear to watch. Suddenly, Qin Mu roared, unleashing an immense surge of vital energy that erupted from his body. He seized the pig-slaughtering knife from his back and brought it down in a single, decisive strike. Clang! The 7 swords were severed almost simultaneously, falling to the ground in unison. Such potent and substantial vital energy threads. Qian Qiu was taken aback. Qin Mu's sudden attack caught him completely off guard. Moreover, Qin Mu's vital energy threads defied all reason, being shockingly thick. And the power contained within the blade was simply absurd. And that pig-slaughtering knife was unbelievably sharp, surpassing even spiritual weapons in its keenness and resilience. With Qin Mu's immense strength combined with the unparalleled sharpness of the pig-slaughtering knife, severing his 7 spiritual swords was effortless. Before the shock could subside, Qin Mu flicked his wrist, launching the 5 spiritual swords he held towards him. The swords tore through the air with a piercing shriek, their speed unimaginable. Qian Qiu grinned, raising his palm and unleashing a torrent of vital energy threads to ensnare the 5 incoming swords. At the same time, several more spiritual swords flew out from his sword pouch. His sword pouch appeared small, seemingly incapable of holding much. Yet spiritual swords emerged from it one after another in a bizarre fashion. Unexpectedly, The moment Qin Xiu's vital energy threads touched the 5 incoming swords, his expression changed drastically. Qin Mu's terrifying vital energy was concealed within the sword blades, surging and overwhelming. His vital energy threads were shattered before they could even entangle the swords. Qin Xiu reacted swiftly, sending the spiritual swords from his sword pouch to intercept the 5 incoming blades. Simultaneously, Qin Mu advanced, closing the distance. Qin Xiu immediately pointed behind him, launching another spiritual sword to meet Qin Mu. A peculiar sound escaped Qin Mu's lips. A brief and fleeting utterance containing an inexplicable rhythm, strange, eerie, sinister. Accompanying the sound was the youth's hand seal, the Mudra of the Lotus, which he unleashed from a distance of about 10 feet from Qin Xiu. Sammy! Qin Xiu only felt the wind of his palm brushing his face, devoid of any power. As he focused on blocking the 5 spiritual swords, his soul suddenly flew out of his body, drawn into Qin Mu's palm, filling him with terror. Thud, 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 thud. 5 soft thuds echoed in succession. Without his control, the 5 spiritual swords pierced his body one after another, lifting him high into the air before he crashed backward. Bang! The pillar in the village center, adorned with the butcher shop's banner, shuddered. Qin Xiu's lifeless body hung there, head drooping, motionless. Qin Mu clenched his bleeding palm, a squelching sound emanating from it as he crushed Qin Xiu's soul within. The heavenly devil freedom seal excelled at obliterating souls. Qin Mu turned around, a smile gracing his lips. Granny, I won. The village chief's gaze fell upon Mu Beifeng, who sat before him. Brother Mu, your disciple has fallen. Shall we prepare his burial clothes and place him in a coffin? He was referring to Qin Mu's final move, the heavenly devil freedom seal. Although he had never seen such a technique, the sounds emanating from Qin Mu's mouth were undoubtedly demonic, indicating that Qin Mu had employed a demonic art. He could discern that Qin Mu's cultivation was vast and profound, surpassing Qin Xiu's by a significant margin. However, he seemed to lack the tempering of life and death struggles, hindering him from fully unleashing his potential. In his eyes, using demonic arts to achieve victory was merely a cheap trick, unworthy of respect. Granny C was the only one in the village who hailed from a proper demonic lineage. Could she have been the one to impart it to Qin Mu? Qin Mu nodded hastily. The village chief turned his gaze back to Mu Beifeng. There are still 11 empty coffins. Mu Beifeng lowered his eyes. Since the coffins and burial clothes have been prepared, they should be put to use. The village chief gestured. Please. Mu Beifeng rose to his feet. Please. The Li River water dragon formation roared to life. The 10 experts from the Li River school behind him unleashed their auras, aligning them with Mu Beifeng's. Splash. The river surged, and mist filled the air. A long river suddenly appeared in the small, dilapidated village, its waves crashing against the banks. This flowing water was none other than the Li River of the southern frontier. Mu Beifeng and the 10 Li River school experts stood upon the small, turbulent Li River. Countless flying swords darted through the water, their silver gleam resembling tiny fish. The Li River School was renowned for its swordsmanship, considered among the best in the southern frontier. When Mu Beifeng and the 10 experts unleashed the Li River water dragon formation, the sheer number of flying swords involved was staggering. When Granny C fought the 5 elders of the Li River, Qi Yanbing, the leader of the 5 elders, had 842 swords hidden within his sword pellet, which was already an astounding number. However, the number of swords in the Li River water dragon formation was 10 times that of Qi Yanbing's sword pellet. Tens of thousands of flying swords formed a dragon in the water, a silver dragon composed of blades. Countless beams of sword light flowed within the dragon's body, constantly moving and poised to unleash havoc. Qin Mu had never witnessed such a terrifying sword formation before, nor could he have even imagined it. Once unleashed, the sword formation could potentially destroy the entire village. The village chief remained leaning against his stretcher, his expression unchanged despite the terrifying sword formation before him. He said softly, Blind man. The blind man raised his head, seemingly gazing at the mysteries of the Li River water dragon formation. However, his eye sockets were empty, devoid of eyeballs. How could he possibly see? Countless blades emitted piercing shrieks, like an enraged dragon unleashing its savage fury, raining down upon the village. The blind man raised his bamboo staff with one hand, tapping it against the incoming sword light, and chanted softly, I possess the dragon-slaying technique. Today, I shall shatter the Li River. Clink. A crisp sound drowned out the shrieks of the blades. The silver dragon, seemingly capable of destroying everything, froze in midair. Then, with a crash, countless swords rained down, embedding themselves in the ground. The blind man gently lifted his bamboo staff. and the miniature Li River formed by water was lifted along with it. The river collapsed, unable to maintain its shape, and large swathes of water fell from the sky. The blind man continued his chant, walking through the water, his feet not touching the surface. He tapped his bamboo staff here and there. And a Li River expert was struck, his glabella exploding as the staff tip pierced through the back of his head. Another raised his hand to defend. But the bamboo staff pierced through his palm and then through his chest. The blind man walked from the beginning of the Li River to its end, leaving a trail of corpses falling from the sky. He then met Mu Beifong, and their figures blurred past each other. In that instant, Qin Mu couldn't even discern how many times they clashed or how many divine abilities they unleashed. Mu Beifong landed and took 2 steps forward. The blind man's pronouncement today, "The Li River falls," was barely uttered, the syllables still hanging in the air when Mu Beifong interjected, "Blind one, your identity is known to me. I did not anticipate finding you secreted away here, nor that your abilities would remain so potent despite the loss of your sight." Upon uttering these words, Mu Beifong's countenance turned ashen. He settled before the village elder and softly requested, "We, of the Li River Sword sect, subsist by the river, and our custom dictates water burial. The earth is anathema to our deceased. I implore you, brother, to grant us this final wish." The village elder nodded gently, "Fear not. The river lies just beyond the threshold. To have witnessed the divine spear, my death is without regret." With these final words, Mu Beifong breathed his last, a smile gracing his features. Qin Mu circled behind him, startled to discover a gaping hole in the back of Mu Beifong's head, a wound inflicted by a piercing blow. Chapter 33. The sword pellet. The village was awash with marshes, and everywhere one turned, glimmering swords lay strewn about, making it nearly impossible to tread without care. The presence of numerous corpses evoked an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The village chief surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow, and spoke, "Lame one, go gather the bodies and prepare them for burial. We cannot leave them to rot in the wilderness. Send them down the river. Also, burn some candles and paper boats for them." The lame one limped forward, casting a glance at the blind man, and chuckled, "What romantic sentiment. Reciting poetry. Yet it makes no sense at all." The blind man, enraged, felt his beard bristle. "You wish to recite, yet you can barely read a few characters." Old Granny C interjected hastily, "Lame one, be sure to keep any valuables aside during the preparations. Do not bury them in the coffins. They're worth something, and we can sell them next time for some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar." Indeed, in the marketplace, it was not gold or jewels that held the highest value, but rather oil, salt, vinegar, and fine silks. These commodities were scarce in the market. They had to be transported from outside to the dragon-embellished city, where the villagers would trade rare treasures and animal skins for them. It could be said that salt was more precious than gold. Old Granny C always loaded her cart with treasures and several livestock, heading to the dragon-embellished city to exchange them for essential goods. The medicine man approached to tend to Qin Mu's wounds, wrapping his injured hand and shaking his head, grasping a sword with bare hands. "Your vitality is not yet sufficient for such feats. Do not overexert yourself next time." Qin Mu felt a tingling coolness in his palm, devoid of pain, and remarked, "My sword control technique is lacking. I cannot match the agility of that individual from the Li River sect. I feel a surge of strength within, yet I cannot unleash it. Quite normal. That butcher's sword control is abysmal. He cannot teach you anything." The medicine man chuckled, "However, we do have someone in the village who possesses profound sword control skills, though they are reluctant to teach you." The medicine man added, "The village chief will have to wait. I am still dressing Mu's wounds." Once the bandaging was completed, Qin Mu observed the blacksmith, the mute, picking up a sword from the ground. He gently shook it, and to his astonishment, thousands of flying swords converged, clashing melodiously with the mute's sword, only to vanish and merge into a single blade, leaving Qin Mu in awe. He too approached, picking up a sword and giving it a slight shake, yet nothing transpired. The mute grinned widely, his mouth devoid of a tongue, and made a few sounds, then began to rub the sword in his hands. Miraculously, it shrank, transforming into a tiny silver pellet, no larger than a fingertip. Qin Mu, intrigued, considered trying to rub his sword into a silver pellet, but was quickly warned by the medicine man, "Do not. Your wounds have just been bandaged." The mute chuckled incessantly, snatching the flying sword from Qin Mu and placing the silver pellet into his palm. With a crack, Qin Mu felt a sudden weight on his shoulder, forcing him to the ground. The mute, startled, slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that this pellet was forged from the amalgamation of thousands of swords. The combined weight was staggering. Caught off guard, Qin Mu found his arm dislocated, sprawled on the ground, just as the mute was about to help him. Old Granny C kicked him away from the village, his fate uncertain, while echoes of his cries faded into the distance. She picked up a sword and, like the mute, gently shook it. Once again, thousands of swords flew forth, merging into the mother's sword she held. Qin Mu peered at the silver pellet in her palm. Blinking in confusion, "Granny, it seems you have many of these silver pellets in your room." "Do I?" Old Granny C squinted her blurred old eyes, puzzled. "Yes." Qin Mu recalled seeing numerous silver pellets in her room, some hidden beneath the bed, others in unworn shoes, and many tucked away in corners. As a child, he had even played with these silver pellets as marbles, tossing them about. He remembered seeing the old hen; she kept consuming these silver pellets as if they were grains of sand. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a chill. What if those silver pellets had unexpectedly transformed into swords within the hen's belly? Such a scene would have been disastrous. Fortunately, that calamity never came to pass. Old Granny C's eyes flickered. "When you were young, those were merely ordinary silver pellets, not sword pellets." Qin Mu, skeptical, replied, "I once saw a large box in the mute's blacksmith shop, filled to the brim with these silver pellets." Old Granny C, her eyes blinking rapidly, chuckled. "Do you truly believe the mute is wealthy enough for that?" Qin Mu felt a bit bewildered. The mute certainly did not appear to be a man of wealth. Merely a laborer toiling away at the forge. Old Granny C laughed. "Do not overthink it. Our village is filled with ordinary folk, all struggling to get by. And many are old and disabled. We are simply a typical village. Everything is quite normal. If you suspect the mute has a whole chest of sword pellets, you might as well suspect that the water jar in the corner is a treasure." Qin Mu gazed at the water jar she mentioned, which sat beneath the eaves of the blacksmith shop, used for collecting rainwater. Oddly enough, he had never seen the jar filled to the brim. Regardless of how heavy the rains fell, it always held only half a jar of water. Moreover, the water level never seemed to decrease, even though the mute frequently drew buckets of water for his work. Seeing the skepticism in his eyes, Old Granny C quickly added, "You wouldn't think that pile of broken clay pots at the medicine man's door is a treasure, would you?" Qin Mu looked towards the broken pots at the medicine man's door, filled with various unknown herbs and housing spiders, silkworms, and centipedes. Moments ago, the floodwaters had spilled into the pots, and a few insects had crawled out, squabbling on the edges. Suddenly, a black spider erupted in fury, engulfed in flames, expanding to the size of a table and spewing fire at the other insects. Amidst the flames, several golden silkworms sprouted wings and soared from the fire, attacking the spider with fervor. Qin Mu's doubts deepened, and Old Granny C chuckled awkwardly, stammering, "These are all quite normal. Nothing out of the ordinary." Qin Mu cautiously inquired, "Granny, do outsiders also possess the ability to fly, just like blind Grandpa?" Old Granny C nodded. "Indeed, those from outside can fly. And are they all like us, made of spirit?" "Absolutely all spirit." "Are they as formidable as the people in our village?" "Very formidable. Otherwise, neither Granny nor the blind man would have been forced to hide in the great marsh. Do not always yearn to venture outside. Beware of perishing in the outside world. The people out there are far more ruthless than the blind man." Qin Mu remained skeptical. Could it truly be as Old Granny C described, that the people outside were so powerful, capable of defying the heavens themselves? By the river, the lame one finished gathering the bodies and prepared them for burial. Master Ma drove wooden wedges into the coffin lids, nailing them shut, and then pushed the coffins into the river, allowing them to drift downstream. The river flowed swiftly, and downstream lay many hidden rocks and reefs. It would be difficult for these coffins to reach the sea. They would likely be shattered along the way, and the bodies would sink, becoming food for the river's great fish. The Li River sect might soon be obliterated from the southern borders. The lame one watched the departing coffins and mused. With the death of the sect master and the demise of the elite within the sect, it will be challenging for this sect to survive. That is not what I am concerned about. Master Ma shook his head, gazing into the distance. What I ponder is the first of the divine descendants. Mu Beifeng is the shepherd of the 5 seedling prefecture in the southern borders. Personally recruited by the national master of Yin Qin and granted a second-rank official title. He has perished, and so have the 5 elders of the Li River. Will this stir the foremost figure among the deities? The cripple shook his head resolutely and replied, "It will indeed rouse him. However, he would never dare to set foot in the great market." Master Ma cast a glance at him, reminding him, "Do not forget. Even a master from the Yin Kong could not contend with the great market. Yet behind the master stands the Yin Kong nation. The Yin Kong nation is a formidable faction cloaked in the guise of a state. Such a colossal entity cannot possibly refrain from coveting the treasures that lie within the great market, a place abundant with countless riches. Chapter 34. The grandmother's temple. The lame man felt a slight tremor in his heart. Could it be that the national master of Yin Kong and the Yin Kong kingdom were audacious enough to venture into such a sinister and terrifying place as the grand market, seeking to swallow it whole? However, Mr. Ma had not erred in his observation. Indeed, the Yin Kong kingdom masqueraded as a legitimate nation. The kingdom was founded and governed through martial prowess, with officials categorized into 9 ranks and 18 tiers, ranging from the esteemed national master and the prince's protector to the lesser ranks of general servants, ritualists, and scholars, these latter referring not to contemporary academia, but to individuals of exceptional erudition, including scholars of literature, medicine, mathematics, and divination. Many officials hailed from martial backgrounds, with some being leaders of other sections. The soldiers of this nation were no less formidable, each a warrior capable of conquering cities and quelling rebellions, rendering it an immensely fearsome force. When a sect disguises itself as a nation, ruling its territory through the state's mechanisms, unifying resources, subjugating other sects, and managing all martial artists and practitioners within its domain, it becomes an overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying entity. In recent years, Yin Kong had expanded relentlessly, its territory growing ever larger, absorbing sects like the Lijiang sect and annexing numerous smaller nations. Now, Yin Kong's borders loomed at the very edge of the Grand Market, obstructed by its darkness and enigma. The Grand Market was notorious for its bizarre incidents that unfolded with the fall of night. Entering its shadows was tantamount to certain death, a deterrent that kept the Yin Kong kingdom at bay. Yet the perils of the Grand Market extended beyond mere darkness. It was rife with ferocious beasts and frequent strange occurrences, all foreboding. The ambition of the national master of Yin Kong to encroach upon the Grand Market was fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, the dangers of the Grand Market could not deter the national master. The lame man understood this man's character well, for it was he who had severed the lame man's leg. No horror could intimidate him. No peril could hinder his resolve. He would undoubtedly venture into the Grand Market. Perhaps that very man was already gazing out upon the vast, unfathomable mysteries of the Grand Market. The village soon returned to tranquility. The waters from the collapsed Lijiang quickly soaked into the earth, and by the next day, the land lay parched and hard under the scorching sun. Qin Mu acquired a sword pouch, formerly belonging to Qin, a disciple of the Lijiang sect. The pouch, measuring 6 feet in length, was modestly sized. Crafted from the skin of a small crocodile, featuring a waist strap and 2 shoulder straps for easy carrying. When infused with vital energy, the crocodile's mouth would open, revealing a sword sheath and hilt. As a martial artist trained in the manipulation of vital energy, one could draw the sword by entwining the energy around the hilt. After extracting the first sword, another hilt would emerge from the sheath, allowing for the retrieval of subsequent blades. Thus, it was aptly named a sword pouch. The Lijiang sect, known as the sword sect of the southern frontier, boasted a unique approach to sword crafting. Within the pouch lay a mother sword, which could not be wielded as it had melded with the crocodile skin. The blades drawn from the pouch were all offspring swords. Qin Mu discovered he could extract a total of 28 offspring swords, and combined with the 7 he had severed with his butcher's knife, the total amounted to 35. How the Lijiang sect managed to conceal such a multitude of swords within a seemingly small pouch remained a mystery to him. For Qin Mu, 28 blades were not burdensome. He was already accustomed to carrying numerous iron ingots and war iron shoes, with additional weights hidden on his chest and waist, totaling over 100 pounds, comparable to the weight of the sword pouch. He regarded the act of carrying the pouch as a form of training, alleviating the need for iron shoes and facilitating movement. However, mastering the manipulation of the sword through vital energy proved beyond his current capability. The intricacies of the Lijiang sword technique were exquisite, particularly the art of continuous swordplay, which was nothing short of spectacular. The villagers, Mr. Ma, the butcher, the lame man, the herbalist, the blind man, were all novices in swordsmanship. The mute possessed a chest filled with objects resembling sword pills, while old Granny also had similar silver pills. If those silver pills were indeed sword pills, they should be well versed in swordsmanship. Yet when Qin Mu inquired about learning from old Granny, she was reluctant to impart her knowledge, and the mute vehemently gestured against it. Seemingly apprehensive, the mute discreetly conveyed through sign language that it was not the right time to learn, for superior sword techniques awaited him. If he learned now, he would miss out on those opportunities, and others would not teach him thereafter. Qin Mu was left in confusion regarding who these others were, and had no choice but to relent. He had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of vital energy manipulation. For instance, he had not mastered the technique of enveloping his body with vital energy during an attack, as demonstrated by Mr. Ma's fist techniques. Such enveloping could maximize one's physical attributes, strength, agility, speed, and reflexes, reaching their zenith. The Thunder Sound 8 styles, when cultivated to a profound level, could unleash thunderous power. Yet he could only achieve a semblance of this through the demon goddess Might Palm. Currently, he could not attain the full potential of the Thunder Sound 8 styles. If he could master this, the next time he encountered a warrior like Qianqiu, he could catch the sword barehanded without fear of injury. You lack practical experience, Mr. Ma remarked as he approached Qin Mu. Your cultivation must surpass that of the Lijiang disciple. The martial arts you learn, fist techniques, leg techniques, blade techniques, staff techniques, must all surpass his Lijiang's sword technique. Yet when you face him, you find yourself constrained and unable to unleash your full potential. Qin Mu nodded repeatedly. Acutely aware of this, Qianqiu's swordsmanship was indeed exceptional, and his unexpected strikes caught Qin Mu off guard. However, upon reflection, Qianqiu's strength was not insurmountable. Qin Mu had severed 7 of his swords and captured his soul within the palm of his hand, indicating that his vital energy cultivation was considerably superior. Mr. Ma continued. Without the tempering of real combat, it is challenging to manifest your true capabilities. This is precisely why the 5 elders of Lijiang take their disciples to the grand market for training. Secluding oneself for rigorous practice, training alone will not forge a true master. Qin Mu's face brightened with anticipation. He had long awaited Mr. Ma and old Granny's approval to venture out for hunting. And now the opportunity had finally arrived. After discussions with old Granny, the blind man, and the others, we have reached a decision, Mr. Ma declared solemnly. You may accompany us to the temple fair. To the temple fair? Qin Mu's expression fell in disappointment. Cannot we hunt instead? Mr. Ma smiled, patting his small shoulder. Attending the fair is also a trial. If you pass this test, you shall be permitted to hunt alone outside the village. Do well. Qin Mu found the situation amusing yet exasperating. The temple fair was a grand event held in nearby villages, usually on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, drawing villagers from a radius of 1 to 200 miles to exchange goods and services. Each time the fair approached, Mr. Ma, the butcher, the blind man, the mute, old Granny, the deaf man, and the herbalist would trek 20 miles to the grandmother's temple. However, Qin Mu had never been allowed to attend the fair, always remaining behind to accompany the village chief and the lame man. The lame man was even more unfortunate. Old Granny had warned that his thieving tendencies prohibited him from attending the fair, fearing he might pilfer everything in sight. Compared to the fair, Qin Mu genuinely preferred the thrill of hunting. With 2 days remaining until the temple fair, Qin Mu continued his training, occasionally heading to the central valley to spar with the demon ape, and in his leisure, he assisted the herbalist in the shop, learning the art of refining vitality pills. The herbalist had several birds with fiery plumage that would fly in through the window to lend a hand during the alchemical process. After ruining a dozen batches of spiritual herbs, the herbalist's face turned a shade of pale, but at last, Qin Mu successfully refined a batch of spiritual embryos, which eased the herbalist's expression somewhat. Qin Mu, filled with excitement, swiftly made his way to the valley of Xinyang Palace with a furnace of solidifying essence pills to enhance the Azure Dragon's vitality. The apothecary intended to caution him about the necessity of testing whether the pills were lethal, but after a moment of contemplation, he refrained. He recalled that during his last preparation of solidifying essence pills for Mu, he too had neglected to verify their potency for safety. The apothecary mused. The demon ape is quite robust. He likely cannot be harmed, or so I hope. Let him proceed. However, the solidifying essence pills that Mu had concocted this time were each the size of a fist. Could the demon ape truly withstand such a consumption? Chapter 35. The Market in the Valley of the Central Palace Mountain. Qin Mu took out a solid essence pill he had concocted, roughly the size of his fist, and gestured to the demon ape, exclaiming, strong, robust. The demon ape scratched its head, accepting the solid essence pill and swallowing it without any immediate reaction. Puzzled by the term strong? Suddenly, the demon ape went into a frenzy. Its fur grew wildly, and a sapling sprouted from its head, maturing into a sizable branch. It seemed a seed had fallen into the ape's fur, and the solid essence pill had stimulated its rapid growth. The creature's stature expanded dramatically, muscles bulging, bones thickening, causing the demon ape to roar in fury, smashing about. Qin Mu stepped forward to intervene but was struck to the ground by a punch from the demon ape. The second blow hammered the earth, launching him from the mud, only to be sent flying by another punch. Having consumed Qin Mu's solid essence pill, the demon ape's physique became larger and more powerful, its strength considerably enhanced. In their confrontation, Qin Mu found his own power utterly overwhelmed. Unable to contend with the demon ape's might, reluctantly, he transformed his essence into a fiery attribute, the searing energy swirling within him, revealing a dragon pattern upon his back. Its limbs intertwined with his own, the claws aligning perfectly with his fingertips, five-clawed fire dragon. The fiery essence belonged to the vermilion bird. Yet Qin Mu was not the embodiment of the vermilion bird, but rather a humanoid spirit. The dragon pattern on his back was not merely a consequence of the essence, but rather an effect of the Thunder Sound 8 styles imparted by Master Ma. Master Ma's technique was profound. The essence flowing within him formed a dragon pattern that spread across his body. Had a spirit like Master Ma, the Azure Dragon practiced the Thunder Sound 8 styles, the essence would have intertwined with attributes of wood and thunder, resulting in a blue dragon pattern adorned with flashes of lightning. However, as Qin Mu had not cultivated the Azure Dragon essence, he could only utilize the Vermilion Bird essence, thus the dragon pattern was accompanied by swirling flames. The moment he activated the Thunder Sound 8 styles, the dragon pattern and fiery clouds manifested on his body, gradually fading when not in use. With the enhancement of his essence, Qin Mu finally managed to contend with the demon ape. Nevertheless, the ape, in its madness, struck without regard for logic, trading blows with Qin Mu until both lay bruised and gasping for breath on the ground. The tree branch atop the demon ape's head had matured into a trunk as thick as a barrel, adorned with vibrant red fruit. As the potency of the solid essence pill waned, the tree ceased its growth. Indeed, Qin Mu's concoction had exhibited some flaws. Its potency was excessively strong and unbalanced. Only due to the demon ape's robust constitution could it withstand such overwhelming energy. Had it been any other warrior of the spirit embryo realm, they likely would have succumbed to explosive force. Now, as the energy dissipated, the demon ape began to shrink, though it remained considerably larger and stronger than before, prompting Qin Mu to reflect on the potential issues with his solid essence pill. Nevertheless, judging by the demon ape's reactions, the complications seemed minor, and perhaps even fortuitous. He plucked a fruit from the tree on the ape's head, peeled it, and found it sweet and fragrant. The demon ape rose, uprooting the tree from its head. With roots entangling its face, it leisurely munched on leaves and fruit. Qin Mu handed the remaining solid essence pills to the ape, advising, only consume one at a time. Absolutely do not take more. Also, seek out other beasts to spar with. Do not dismantle the central palace. The demon ape's eyes sparkled with excitement as it eagerly accepted the pills, nodding repeatedly. Qin Mu's solid essence pills were far larger than those typically crafted by apothecaries, which were only the size of a pinky. His own, due to his inexperience, were the size of a human fist, resulting in a limited batch of just over 20 pills. Feeling reassured, Qin Mu departed, but as soon as he was out of sight, the demon ape seized one of the enormous solid essence pills and dashed off to the nearest territory of rival beasts seeking vengeance. 2 days later, the day of the temple fair arrived. Granny C brought fabric. Master Ma carried some newly crafted furniture. The apothecary bore a basket of herbs, and the butcher transported a beast captured the previous day, presumably to slaughter and sell at the fair. The butcher sold the meat, while the crippled man shared the profits. Their roles distinctly defined. The mute brought his furnace and blacksmithing tools, while the deaf carried brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, calling upon Qin Mu. The group secured the ox cart and set off for Granny's temple. The cart was filled to the brim, rattling as it made its way to the temple. While Qin Mu drove the cart, feeling rather indifferent. Once a source of childhood excitement, the market now held little allure for him, as his experiences had broadened his perspective. However, upon arriving at Granny's temple, he was astonished. The fair was far larger and more vibrant than he had anticipated. A bustling marketplace stretched for 10 miles around the temple ruins, filled with stalls and throngs of people from villages within a 200-mile radius, all congregating here. On the map of the central palace, this location was designated as the Heavenly Wolf Palace. Qin Mu was puzzled by the renaming to Granny's temple. As the ox cart rolled into the market, Qin Mu marveled at the myriad of strange and wondrous items displayed at the stalls, alongside vendors crafting sugar figurines, cooking dishes, performing tricks, breathing fire, selling exotic beasts, minerals, jewelry, and even offering maidens for sale, an astonishing variety of goods. In the nearby Nyo family village, travelers passing through sought neither fame nor profit, but rather, the young lady had come of age and remained unbetrothed. Thus they sought a valiant warrior through martial contests to win her hand. As Qin Mu observed the lively scene ahead, he halted the ox cart to peer closer, discovering a martial contest for marriage taking place at Granny's temple. The arena showcased fierce battles between men and women. After a few glances, he lost interest and continued forward, only to find several more arenas dedicated to the same purpose. These arenas were constructed on earthen platforms, where young warriors from various villages showcased their skills, alongside elderly competitors eager to prove themselves, much to the disdain of the crowd who jeered them down. In some villages, the lack of eligible men prompted the contests as a means of attracting a son-in-law. Granny C warned Qin Mu, becoming a son-in-law means you belong to another village. You must not participate. Qin Mu nodded, though he felt a twinge of restlessness. The blind man jested, let Mu'er join. He could take on all challengers at Granny's temple and marry a dozen maidens. Granny C shot him a glare, and the blind man quickly fell silent. The villagers from Canlao village had a designated stall at Granny's temple. Soon, the ox cart arrived at their stalls, and Qin Mu helped the butcher set up the meat stand, assisted Master Ma in unloading furniture, set up the mute's iron furnace, arranged the sewing booth for Granny C, and aided the deaf in fetching water and grinding ink, hanging the paintings and couplets the deaf had prepared. Once everything was in order, Qin Mu noticed a banner hanging from the blind man's bamboo staff, seated at a table adorned with characters for fortune-telling and disaster prevention, and mused, "Can Grandpa Blind really tell fortunes?" The apothecary set up his stall nearby, while the butcher had already begun to butcher the exotic beast, hanging the meat for display. The villagers of Canlao engaging in their business like any common folk. "Mu'er, there's an empty arena nearby. Go hang this banner," the deaf man urged, swiftly crafting a piece of calligraphy and handing it to Qin Mu. "Once hung, do not descend. Remain on the platform. This is your business for today. If you can still stand on the arena after the sun has set, it signifies that you have passed the test of the temple fair." Qin Mu glanced at the inscription, which read, with a kick, unmatched in the surging river, sweeping through the 800 villages of the great market. There was also a horizontal inscription, first in the spirit embryo realm. Qin Mu then looked at the nearby arena, which featured 2 polished wooden pillars, with a blank plaque hanging in between, presumably meant for the horizontal inscription. At that moment, he noticed the blind man taking out a banner, inscribed with the words "Win or lose, 100,000, once bet, never to retreat," evidently intending to profit handsomely while he fought in the arena. Meanwhile, old Madam C had already placed a bet at the blind man's gambling stall, while the apothecary excitedly set out healing medicines at the medical stall, anticipating the arrival of the injured from the arena. Master Ma was busy crafting crutches and stretchers, and the butcher was selling the precious blood of the flood dragon, a tonic for enhancing strength. Qin Mu's expression darkened. This group of cunning old men and women were shamelessly capitalizing on the situation. "Deaf man, please write a note stating that only martial artists of the spirit embryo realm are permitted to enter." Old Madam C pondered for a moment and replied, "What if a transcendent being leaps up and ends up killing Mu'er?" A reader inquired when the Shepherd God Chronicles would be available for purchase. The author, Zhazhu, discussed this with the editor. It will not be available in August, but will launch on September 1st. The Shepherd God Chronicles will feature a public free reading period of 2 months and 10 days. Fans can now claim their titles for the Shepherd God Chronicles, with Zhazhu's fan title being Divine Dynasty. To claim it, users should access the Qidin client, click on Discover, then Activity Center, search for Zhazhu, and click to claim. Please note that a certain number of fan points is required, and the activity will last until July 31st. Chapter 36. The Great Thunder Sound Temple Mu'er. The temple fair is indeed a splendid opportunity to broaden one's horizons. Master Ma placed a well-crafted cane before the furniture and solemnly advised Qin Mu, "In the vast expanse of the market, there are many villages, some of which house extraordinary individuals who, unable to thrive in the outside world, are compelled to dwell here. They settle, take on disciples, and only during the temple fair can these masters and their students congregate. Here, you can witness the myriad martial arts and techniques from across the land." Qin Mu, though somewhat perplexed, pondered, "I lack the practical experience to transform my cultivation into true strength. Thus, Master Ma encourages me to seize this opportunity to engage with warriors from various sects during the fair?" Master Ma's eyes glinted with anticipation, affirming, "Precisely." Confounded, Qin Mu queried, "But why did blind Grandpa set up a betting game? And why does Grandpa too hawk exotic beasts that are clearly not dragon serpents, yet claims to sell dragon blood? Why has Grandpa you prepared healing ointments in advance?" Master Ma cleared his throat, Such matters are not for children to question. Now go up. Reluctantly, Qin Mu ascended the stage, affixing the words written by the deaf-mute to the pillar. Soon, a throng of villagers gathered below, their voices a cacophony. Qin Mu felt a twinge of discomfort at the words inscribed, yet the crowd's response was undeniably impressive, managing to quell his unease. Unmatched in the surging river, sweeping through the 800 villages of the market. What audacity! A voice boomed. You, a mere boy of 11 or 12, even if you began cultivating in the womb. What might you amount to? Another voice, resonant with righteousness, declared, Is this arrogant proclamation a challenge to the villages of our market? Who grants you such audacity? Qin Mu's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that the familiar voice belonged to the blind man. The blind man continued with fervor. Are there truly no real men left in our market, allowing this child to act so brazenly? Can you not endure the insolence of this mere child? Where is the spirit of the men of our market? His words incited a remarkable response, as a dozen young men leaped onto the stage, causing Qin Mu's complexion to pale. However, he knew that the valor of the men in his market should not be underestimated. The blind man's voice thundered. Since he has set the stage, we must adhere to the rules. He is here to challenge, not to incite a brawl. Each of us shall take our turn. This boy possesses the cultivation of the spirit embryo realm. Those who step up must match that level, lest we tarnish our village's honor. As he concluded, the young men retreated, leaving one remaining on the stage. Qin Mu sighed in relief, asking, What is your name, brother? Let us fight. I have no interest in pleasantries. The young man suddenly dropped to the ground, his vitality surging, forming patterns on his skin akin to tiger stripes, resembling a fierce tiger. His limbs transformed, sharp as blades. He leapt forth with astonishing speed, akin to a shadow, lunging at Qin Mu. As he charged, Qin Mu felt as though a ferocious beast had locked onto him. A fierce wind rushing forward, echoing like a tiger's roar on the mountains. The intensity of this aura was beyond his grasp, a skill likely honed through life and death trials. Warriors from other villages indeed possessed unique abilities. Drawing upon the dragon patterns that emerged on his back, Qin Mu's body became entwined with these designs as he moved. Fluidly like the Yangtze River cascading into the sea, its waves booming like thunder. Empowered by the water element of the Xuan Wu vitality, he unleashed the first stance of the Thunder Sound 8 techniques. Though he could not summon the lightning in his palm, he channeled the momentum of the river descending from the heights into the ocean with exhilarating force. Upon their clash, as Qin Mu's fist connected with his opponent's, the power of the Xuan Wu vitality erupted, forming a visage resembling a dragon's head around his fist, surging forward like a torrent. The young man felt the overwhelming force, which shattered his own vitality, his heart sinking as Qin Mu's strike sent him flying. In that fleeting moment, the young man, propelled through the air, launched a retaliatory kick towards Qin Mu's chest, his foot like a tiger's claw, razor-sharp, ripping through Qin Mu's attire and nearly inflicting a grievous wound. In a moment of haste, Qin Mu balanced on one foot, falling backward, while his other leg executed a lightning-fast kick, sending the assailant tumbling through the air. Crashing 10 yards away, off the stage, the young man sprang up, attempting to regain his footing, but a sudden crack echoed as his leg broke from Qin Mu's kick. The apothecary's voice resonated, top-notch healing salve, fractures heal by the next day, no hindrance to hunting. Master Ma proclaimed, a pair of canes, crafted from dragonite wood. Exceptionally sturdy. The blind man boomed, If luck is not on your side, come to me, I shall alter your fate. The deaf-mute exclaimed, A pair of blessings. Fortune shall arrive. Qin Mu's expression darkened. The previous encounter had been perilous, yet the apothecary and Master Ma remained preoccupied with selling their goods. Nevertheless, they spoke the truth. He lacked life and death experience. The young man, though of lower cultivation, had nearly turned the tables with a swift and lethal kick. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Mu's eyes shimmered with determination. My experience in this regard is woefully insufficient. The temple fair presents a rare chance to engage with warriors from the surrounding 200 miles, to glean their combat wisdom. I must defend this stage until the very end. As the crowd swelled, voices rising in fervor, the spectators had witnessed Qin Mu's previous bout, quickly discerning his profound cultivation, yet recognizing his inexperience. In the perilous expanse of the market, each village harbored warriors, some even wielding mystical powers. For survival necessitated martial prowess and an untamed spirit. Before long, another challenger emerged, this time a girl, her energy an exotic variant of Xuan Wu vitality, yet her strikes were ruthless. As she engaged, her energy coiled around Qin Mu's legs like a great serpent, constricting him tightly. Once ensnared, she weaved around him like a female python, attacking with ferocity. Her energy, a peculiar manifestation, transformed into a serpent wrapping around her, differing from pure Xuanwu vitality, merely a fragment of it. The turtle and serpent embody Xuanwu, indicating her spirit embryo was that of a snake, lacking the tortoise, thus belonging to a branch of the Xuanwu lineage, her movements enigmatic. Qin Mu employed the thousand-armed Buddha to counter her unusual assaults. Despite her unpredictable maneuvers, Qin Mu seemed to possess hundreds of arms, delivering countless blows in mere moments, causing her to succumb to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Master Ma successfully sold a set of stretchers, having encountered such an extraordinary fighting style for the first time. Qin Mu sustained minor injuries, though nothing severe. The battle on the stage raged on, while at the blind man's fortune-telling booth, many had gathered to wager on the outcomes. In the market, there was no unified currency. Transactions were barter-based, with bets placed using items of perceived equivalent value, including gemstones, ores, and livestock. Behind the blind man, amount of goods amassed, a diverse assortment, including a towering hen with colorful feathers, its beak lined with sharp teeth, exuding an intimidating aura as it flapped its wings, sending dust swirling like arrows. This was no ordinary hen, but a chick dragon, a descendant of dragons and chickens, possessing little dragon blood, yet laying precious eggs. Next round. I wager on my disciple's victory, a solemn voice intoned, as an old monk squeezed to the front of the fortune-telling booth, crashing his staff onto the table, causing the legs to sink into the earth. The aged monk sat opposite the blind man, palms pressed together, declaring, "This is a wager. Who dares to gamble with this humble monk?" The blind man, filled with a sudden gravity, inquired, "The Great Thunder Sound Temple?" The old monk affirmed, "Indeed. The Great Thunder Sound Temple." Master Ma set aside his cane and took a seat across from the old monk. The old monk raised his gaze to Master Ma, his expression devoid of emotion, and addressed him, "Junior brother." Master Ma, equally expressionless, replied, "Senior brother, you have divulged the sacred teachings of our Great Thunder Sound Temple, thereby violating the tenets of our monastery." The old monk, with his long white eyebrows drooping, murmured, "Years ago, you severed your own arm and presented it to the temple, claiming it was a means to restore the sacred teachings of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. That very arm still resides within the Thousand Buddhas Pagoda. Yet now, you have chosen to share our temple's sacred teachings with that youth upon the arena, thus contradicting your earlier vow." Chapter 37. A thunderous awakening. Master Ma's chest heaved, his demeanor clearly unsettled. He coldly remarked, "I severed my own arm and delivered it to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, returning its divine powers. Why then do you still pursue me, tearing my family apart? If you were so intent on my demise, why should I not disseminate the temple's powers?" The old monk shook his head and replied, "Junior brother, one arm does not signify the entirety of divine powers." Master Ma chuckled darkly. "The abilities I possess are not solely derived from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Do you intend to nullify my other powers as well? I hail from the temple. Yet it was through my own efforts that I forged my path. At that time, you dared not impede me. Once I had a wife and children, you came knocking. And it was for their safety that I willingly sacrificed an arm, returning your temple's powers." His expression darkened, and what followed? "You hunted me down, leading to the ruin of my family." The old monk's expression turned grave as he sighed. "The Buddha will be greatly disappointed. Is that youth on the stage your disciple? You have imparted to him the 8 techniques of thunder sound, yet you have withheld the core teachings of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Mahayana Sutra." He gestured towards Qin Mu, who was currently engaged in combat with a young man. The Mahayana Sutra is a method of subduing demons. Without mastering this core teaching, no matter how powerful the 8 techniques of thunder sound, they remain hollow. I have brought my disciple here today, Mingxin, to pay respects to you, Uncle Master. A tall, slender young monk stepped forward, holding prayer beads and bowing in greeting. The old monk's white brows fluttered as he said, "Mingxin is also a warrior of the spiritual embryo realm. My staff is at stake here. Do you wish to wager?" Old Granny C raised her eyebrows, about to speak, when Master Ma, with a stoic expression, interjected, "Rules and regulations are mere trifles. In this wager, my head carries more weight than your staff." The old monk nodded. "The weights are comparable." "Good," Mingxin agreed, stepping towards the arena. On the stage, the young man contesting with Qin Mu was a master of swordplay, following the path of Brother Chu from the 5 sons of Lijiang. His sword rarely extended beyond 3 feet from his body. Unlike Brother Chu, his sword resembled a dagger, short, yet perilous. This small blade would unexpectedly emerge from peculiar angles, such as from under his arm or beneath his garments, even darting out from his sleeves while Qin Mu engaged him in a contest of strength. His mastery of using qi to manipulate the sword was exceptional, rivaling the disciples of Li Jiang and surpassing Brother Chu by a considerable margin. Moreover, he possessed profound skills in combat techniques, his palm strikes exuding an aura as formidable as a towering mountain, with mountain-like patterns manifesting from the force of his palm. However, the outcome of the match was becoming increasingly apparent. Qin Mu's strength was overwhelming, and his footwork was swift. The young man suffered a significant setback when he clashed with Qin Mu's first strike, as Qin Mu's formidable energy crushed his own. Employing the 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder technique, even though only 3 layers of power had been unleashed, it was sufficient to injure the young man's internal organs. Despite his exquisite swordplay, defeat was inevitable. Qin Mu's movements were erratic, akin to countless serpents weaving through the grass, making it impossible for the young man to predict the source of his attacks. In the next moment, a sharp pain struck his back as Qin Mu's palm sent him flying. The young man landed, momentarily stunned, and bowed deeply towards Qin Mu on the stage, saying, "Thank you for your mercy, young sir." Though Qin Mu's strike had landed heavily, it lacked the ferocity that could have shattered his vital organs. Otherwise, with Qin Mu's strength, he could have easily obliterated his insides. "Does your junior brother need to rest?" Mingyue, who had been quietly waiting, finally spoke after Qin Mu's victory over the young man. Qin Mu's gaze fell upon him. The young monk, dressed in pristine white robes, appeared untainted by dust, and even his shoes were white. Despite his shaved head, he exuded a certain handsomeness that evoked a sense of affinity. Uncertain of his intentions, Qin Mu followed old Granny C's advice and sat down to rest, regulating his breath. His dominating body 3-dan technique was best suited for practice during movement. Although he had faced over 10 warriors, his vital energy remained largely intact, still at its peak. Though his body felt fatigued, a sudden jolt ran through Qin Mu as he glanced at Master Ma, whose expression remained calm. "Mu'er, the dominating body cannot possibly lose. I believe in you." If he were to lose, would he not be endangering Master Ma's life? At that moment, the apothecary's brow furrowed deeply. Master Ma's faith in Qin Mu's unparalleled prowess was evident, yet Qin Mu was not truly the dominating body. He regretted not revealing the benevolent lie to the village chief sooner. Had he communicated the truth earlier, Master Ma would not have wagered his life. Master Ma's trust in Qin Mu was the reason he risked everything against the old monk. Suddenly, the apothecary's eyes gleamed with ferocity. "If Mu'er loses, we must eliminate that old bald donkey and the young one. We cannot allow Master Ma to perish." On the stage, Qin Mu yearned to stabilize his spirit. Yet how could he find peace when the lives of his loved ones were at stake? The mute gestured animatedly, while the blind man, leaning on his cane, remarked leisurely, "No need to remind him. This festival is a test. If he passes, he will mature. If not, he remains a child." After a moment, Qin Mu slowly rose, his gaze fixed upon the tall, slender young monk. He spoke deliberately. "Monk, do you harbor the Buddha within your heart?" Mingxin pressed his palms together, responding solemnly, "The Buddha resides eternally within my heart." With a deep exhale, Qin Mu expelled a breath of impure energy. His vital force surged, becoming domineering and intense, emanating an aura of defiance from his small frame. He stepped forward. The energy radiating from his diminutive form evoked a sense of grandiosity, his voice resonating powerfully. "With no gods, no Buddhas, no demons in my heart. I am the god, the Buddha, the demon." Upon hearing these words, the old monk seated across from Master Ma exhibited a look of astonishment, turning to gaze at Qin Mu. Chapter 38, the Mahayana Sutra of the Tathagata. The young monk Mingxin, upon hearing the words, could not help but erupt in fury, exclaiming, "Such blasphemy! How dare you insult the Buddha?" Yet, Qin Mu smiled, his heart settling into a profound tranquility, his eyes radiating an unparalleled confidence. Regardless of the small monk's strength or techniques, he had already lost in spirit. The elderly monk opposite Master Ma hesitated. Qin Mu's seemingly reckless words, though they appeared to mock the Buddha, resonated in his ears as profound wisdom. With no Buddha in the heart, one can become a Buddha. With a Buddha in the heart, one can never attain Buddhahood. With no demon in the heart, one can become a demon. With a demon in the heart, one can never become a demon. Though Mingxin had yet to reach the realm of enlightenment to grasp this truth, the old monk had come to understand it only after entering the realm of transcendence. Yet, even now, having cultivated to the point of life and death, the Buddha within him remained unshaken. The deeper his cultivation, the more he recognized the terrifying nature of the divine and the vastness of the Tathagata. Understanding is easy. Practice is difficult. The same principle, when articulated by a young child like Qin Mu, seemed exceedingly strange. Even more peculiar was the fact that this child claimed to have shattered the divine and the Buddha within his heart. Qin Mu was far too young to have comprehended the essence of such words. Without touching upon the truth, how could he possibly break the divine and the Buddha within? To shatter the divine and the Buddha in one's heart requires arduous cultivation and sudden enlightenment. Otherwise, the Buddha remains a Buddha and the demon a demon. Regardless, he had not acquired the true teachings of the great Thunder Sound Temple. No matter how high his state of mind, he could not be a match for Mingxin. The old monk sat in stillness, observing the competition with an indifferent gaze, seemingly in a meditative state. On the stage, Mingxin's tall and slender form began to emanate a golden light, giving him an aura akin to that of a Buddha, sacred, solemn, and vast, imposing an incomparable spiritual pressure upon all present. Below the stage, men, women, and children from various villages had gathered, drawn in by the spectacle. The once boisterous crowd fell silent as the golden light radiating from Mingxin enveloped the area, as if struck by a sudden awakening. This was the heart method of Buddhism, the Mahayana Sutra of the Tathagata. The path of cultivating this heart method diverged from those of other sects, progressing from the external to the internal, where the body is like the Tathagata, and the heart is the Tathagata. Although Mingxin had only cultivated to the surface layer of the body like the Tathagata, the manifestation of the Buddha form could still deliver a jarring impact. Sister C and the others felt a surge of anxiety. Mingxin had yet to make a move, but his aura alone could intimidate Qin Mu and dampen his fighting spirit. Who would dare strike at the Buddha? Yet, Qin Mu dared, united in body and heart, intent and fist. He harnessed the power of his spirit to execute the 9 dragons riding the winds and thunder. His steps mirrored the swift movements of a thief, and before Mingxin could blink, Qin Mu had closed the distance. Even before Mingxin could raise a hand, Qin Mu's formidable punch landed squarely on his chest. The first layer of the 9 dragons riding the winds and thunder unleashed a force akin to a fire dragon surging from Qin Mu's fist, resulting in a resounding clash. Mingxin's golden light flared brightly, revealing a faint outline of a golden bell. The second layer of force followed swiftly, akin to 2 dragons intertwining, burrowing towards Mingxin's heart. Another thunderous sound echoed as the 2 forces collided almost simultaneously, producing a deafening noise. The subsequent 7 layers of force erupted in succession, creating a symphony of bell-like sounds, causing the golden light bell surrounding Mingxin to dim, forcing the tall and slender monk to take a step back. The 8th layer of power, the eightfold dragon force, surged forth, causing Mingxin to retreat once more, yet the golden light bell around him regained its brilliance. With the 9th layer, the 9 dragons riding the winds and thunder erupted in full force, shattering the golden light bell encasing Mingxin. Qin Mu was astonished. Even the demon ape could not withstand the complete 9 layers of power. In their encounters, he had always held back, utilizing only 6 or 7 layers to avoid inflicting fatal harm, yet this Mingxin had braved the full force without flinching. He recalled Sister C's words this time. He had held nothing back, exerting all his strength, even tapping into the reserves of his spirit, yet he had only managed to push Mingxin back a few steps. You have not acquired the true transmission of the Thunder Sound 8 styles. Mingxin's feet shifted, energy erupting from his soles as he moved with extraordinary speed. Raising his palm, thunder erupted, and with a single punch, a dragon's roar resonated. Before the punch could strike Qin Mu, his energy transformed into a faint azure dragon, fierce and formidable. The first layer of the 9 dragons riding the winds and thunder had manifested through his energy, revealing its immense depth. More critically, he possessed a heart method perfectly attuned to the Thunder Sound 8 styles, a facet that Qin Mu lacked. Qin Mu braced for the impact of this strike, feeling the overwhelming strength of the first layer. Yet, before he could fully absorb it, the second layer, the double dragon strangle, followed closely, twisting his arms. While the third layer, the 3 dragons shattering stones, brutally struck down upon him. Blood streamed from Qin Mu's arms as he staggered back, the arena beneath him erupting in chaos. For streams of dragon energy surged towards him, and he grimaced, channeling his energy into his eyes, activating his celestial eye. His energy transformed into a long spear, which he thrust forward, piercing through the 4 incoming dragons with a resounding clang, striking Mingxin's palm. Before Mingxin's 5 dragon refining magic could erupt, his energy dispersed under the force of the spear. The collision of their powers caused Qin Mu's spear to shatter as well. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, noticing a drop of blood trickling from Mingxin's fingertip, a testament that his palm had been pierced. Meanwhile, Qin Mu's own arms were grievously wounded, far worse than Mingxin's injury. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mu's energy surged intensely, and he lunged towards Mingxin. Alone against the eastern sea, he summoned the spring thunder. This time, he wielded not the force of water, but that of fire, like a roaring river of flames descending from the heavens, rushing towards the sea, intent on igniting it. Unperturbed, Mingxin raised his hand to meet the challenge, his eyes gleaming with clarity. Without heart methods, all is illusion, merely surface level. He executed his own version of the spring thunder, his palm moving to unleash a thunderous clap that shattered the soul, reverberating through the air, dissipating Qin Mu's fiery aura. Yet at that moment, Qin Mu's hands ignited with flames, wielding them as blades, striking towards Mingxin with a fervor akin to madness. The butcher's blade method. The sun rising over the eastern sea with 1,000 waves. This was an exceedingly reckless maneuver, a butcher's technique that required a certain madness to unleash its utmost power. Embodying the rise of the sun and the surging of 1,000 waves, determined to cleave through all obstacles in its path. Chop, chop, chop. The waves multiplied. The blades converged. There was nothing that could not be cleaved, nothing that could not be shattered. Mingxin's expression shifted slightly, yet Qin Mu furrowed his brow. Discerning that Mingxin was about to unleash the 8th style of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, the 1,000-handed Buddha, the young monk raised his palm to meet Qin Mu's strike. Resembling a Buddha with 1,000 hands, intercepting his frenzied blades. Inwardly, Qin Mu felt a weight. His hands were not true blades but extensions of his will. Mingxin's defense was formidable, making it exceedingly difficult to sever his palm. Then, faster. Even faster. So fast you cannot catch my blade. Qin Mu, like a madman, descended into a frenzy, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Quick, quick, quick. The swift blade to sever the Buddha's head. In this world, there was no butcher's blade that could not slay a pig. In a fit of fury, Qin Mu unleashed his formidable energy, striking with ferocity. Ding, ding, ding. Mingxin, employing the 1,000-armed Buddha, desperately attempted to fend off the assaults. Yet, in an instant, he was unable to withstand Qin Mu's blade, which struck him at the throat, resonating with the sound of a bell. Following this, a second blow pierced through his defenses, landing once more at the same vulnerable spot, accompanied by another toll of the bell. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth strikes followed in rapid succession, each swifter than the last, relentlessly targeting the same area, his throat. Brother, in our years of training together, we have grown intimately familiar with each other's techniques. Your 1,000-armed Buddha has a flaw, the old monk remarked calmly from across the way. It seems you have imparted this weakness to your disciple as well. Chapter 39, The Sunlit Soul in the Air. The old monk's white brows twitched, and he immediately grasped the flaw in his disciple's technique. In his youth, he had once missed a lecture by the Tathagata due to excessive slumber, a lecture that had precisely covered the 1,000-handed Buddha technique. The Buddhist teachings emphasized the concept of fate, and the old monk had missed this crucial opportunity. Unable to inquire about the essence of the 1,000-handed Buddha from the Tathagata himself, he could only learn it from his fellow disciples, which, alas, was not the true transmission. Indeed, his version of the 1,000-handed Buddha contained an imperceptible flaw that he himself had discovered. His attempts to rectify it only led to further complications, as each attempt uncovered more gaps. To resolve an issue, one must first identify its source. The 1,000-handed Buddha technique was exceedingly intricate, requiring the coordination of the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, with an overwhelming number of variations. Any minor flaw could not arise from a single cause. It was likely the result of several seemingly unrelated factors. The old monk had been searching for the root of this flaw since his youth. Yet he had found nothing thus far. As his disciple, Mingxin inevitably mirrored the same flaw in his own 1,000-handed Buddha. This flaw was so subtle that it could only reveal itself under extraordinarily rapid attacks. It manifested when an arm was raised, passing just an inch below the throat, causing the vital energy to weaken ever so slightly. When faced with a swift assault from an adversary, the arm's slight loss of vitality would result in a marginal delay in raising it, creating a fleeting opening at the throat. The old monk's mastery was so profound that few could exploit this opening, yet Mingxin was different. In terms of cultivation, Qin Mu surpassed Mingxin, wielding his hands like blades with astonishing speed, and in mere moments, he had struck Mingxin's throat 100 times. By the 68th strike, The golden bell of light surrounding Mingxin had shattered once, but although he gathered his vital energy to restore it, Qin Mu's blade had already found its mark at Mingxin's throat. Blood flowed profusely from Mingxin's throat, staining his pure white robes crimson. The old monk sighed and said, "Foolish child, your thousand-handed Buddha cannot withstand his blade. Have you not considered changing your technique?" Mingxin suddenly realized that he had been solely focused on defending against Qin Mu's strikes, neglecting to leverage his own strengths. His golden bell of light could provide temporary protection against Qin Mu's blade, offering him a chance to defeat his opponent. Qin Mu's ferocity had frightened him, causing him to forget his advantages. In a moment of clarity, he altered his approach, clenching his fist and shaking it in the air. His punch radiated like the brilliant sun, dazzling in its brilliance. The sunlit soul in the air. At that instant, a resonant sound of Dharma emanated from his technique. A melodious and far-reaching sound accompanied by a thunderous clap, potent enough to annihilate souls. Mingxin's version of the sunlit soul in the air was vastly more powerful than Qin Mu's. The impact of this technique left Qin Mu in a daze, stirring his 3 souls and shocking his 7 spirits. With a flourish, Qin Mu raised his finger, executing a series of dazzling finger techniques that struck his own third eye. Tailbone, navel, crown, throat, heart, perineum, and lung, locking away his 3 souls and 7 spirits. The Heavenly Demon Transformation Technique. The technique bestowed upon him by Granny C was originally intended to bind souls and seal blood for crafting garments, but now he utilized it to lock his own soul, preventing Mingxin from refining it. Samayi. A swift and urgent demonic voice echoed. Qin Mu smiled faintly, his palm trembling as he unleashed the Heavenly Demon Freedom Seal. Mingxin, caught off guard, nearly lost his soul. Just then, Qin Mu shifted his technique from demonic to Buddhist, invoking the sunlit soul in the air. Mingxin's technique transformed his fist into a great sun, with thunderous sounds scattering souls, while Qin Mu's version ignited his fist with blazing vermilion energy. The flames akin to primal fire, capable of melting steel. As Qin Mu's fingers spread wide, the air within his palm erupted, delivering a colossal shockwave that disordered Mingxin's soul. The old monk's technique was the authentic one, while the one used by old Ma had undergone alterations to enhance its power. However, Qin Mu lacked the Great Vehicle Sutra of the Tathagata, preventing him from fully unleashing its potential. Just as Mingxin was reeling from the impact, barely keeping his soul intact, he heard a low shout, Samayi. The clash of Buddhist and demonic forces was inevitable. Transitioning between such powers would be exceedingly challenging, unlike Qin Mu's seamless switching. "It is the pure body energy," the deaf man remarked with a smile. Granny C, overhearing this, felt a tremor in her heart. The deaf man is correct. Only the pure body energy, devoid of any attributes, allows for such unimpeded transitions between Buddhist and demonic practices. Indeed, Mu embodies the pure body. Suddenly, the old monk rose, reciting a Buddhist chant, and Qin Mu's Heavenly Demon Freedom Seal lost its potency as an invisible force separated him from Mingxin. Just as Mingxin sought to regain his composure for another bout with Qin Mu, darkness enveloped his vision, and his body swayed unsteadily. He had lost too much blood from the near-fatal strike to his throat. "I concede," he admitted. The old monk glanced at old Ma, beckoning Mingxin closer. "Disciple, this time I have lost, but next time may not be the same. Mingxin, we have yet to find a place to settle. Let us seek a kindred spirit nearby and find a village to reside in." Mingxin, still bleeding from his throat, stepped forward as the old monk bandaged his wound, applying medicine with a meaningful expression. "Disciple, a lost staff can be replaced, but a head can only be lost once. Losing once means losing everything. And you, young benefactor? Your cultivation of demonic arts is treacherous and sinister, leading you down the path of darkness. Beware, lest you descend into hell and find no escape for eternity." With that, he and Mingxin departed gracefully, leaving no trace behind. Qin Mu leaped down from the arena, watching as the old monk and his disciple vanished from sight. Noticing old Ma's grave expression, clearly concerned about the monk's words, he hastily asked, "Grandfather Ma, Granny, if given the chance, will he seek to kill us?" Granny C scoffed. "Exorcising demons is the old thief's livelihood. If the opportunity arises, our fate will be no better than that of Lady Wu." As for old Ma, she shook her head. Qin Mu, puzzled, inquired, "Then why not simply eliminate him to prevent future troubles? Why wait for him to provoke us?" Granny C's eyes lit up as she praised. Mu is increasingly embodying the essence of the pure body. Apothecary, mute, blind one. Shall we simply deal with this old thief and his little accomplice? Though the old monk had long since departed, Upon hearing this, he quickened his pace, leaping into the air with Mingxin in tow, abandoning any thoughts of settling near the decrepit village. Granny C and the others did not pursue them, continuing with their own affairs. The deaf man suddenly lamented. The great market has become increasingly chaotic, with all manner of demons and monsters daring to stir trouble. The blind man nodded in agreement. It makes it impossible for honest folk like us to find peace. Old Ma, hiding away like this is not a solution. One day, should you decide to visit the great Thunder Sound Temple, we old bones will accompany you. As Qin Mu took hold of the monk's staff, he found it surprisingly light, despite its earlier weight pressing the table leg into the ground. Perplexed, he asked, "Is this staff truly valuable? Why would Grandfather Ma risk his head for it?" "Valuable? It's not particularly precious," Granny C replied, examining the staff with a smile. "Do you recognize Dragon Inlay City? This staff is worth no more than enough to purchase a seat in that city." Chapter 40. The Wind's Edge. Qin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this seemingly unremarkable staff truly purchase the dragon-embroidered city? This staff, known as Shichi Luo, adorned with 4 branches and 12 rings, was forged by the Tathagata of the Great Thunderclap Monastery. It could indeed be used for combat, its value comparable to that of the city itself. Master Ma explained, yet, the staff's primary function is for cultivation. When you hold it, your intentions cause the rings to move. As they shift, the distractions within your mind dissipate, making it a treasure for dispelling inner demons. The 12 rings can sever 12 types of distractions, eliminating 12 forms of mental torment. When a demonic thought arises, the rings resonate, ensnaring the thought and reducing it to ash. The old woman, Granny C, suddenly brightened, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she focused intently on the staff in Qin Mu's grasp. "Muer, may I borrow the staff for a moment? There resides a great inner demon within me that has plagued me for far too long." With curiosity, Qin Mu handed the Shichi Luo staff to Granny C, inquiring, "What sort of demon occupies your heart, Granny?" "An old rascal," she sighed, her brow furrowed. "No matter how many times I attempt to vanquish him, he persists. I've slain him countless times, yet he endures, forever stirring up trouble within me. If I could finally use this staff to eliminate him, I would find peace." Qin Mu remained unaware of the true nature of her inner torment, and Granny C offered no further explanation. As the staff fell into her hands, it began to emit a cacophony of sound, the 12 rings vibrating in a thunderous clamor. Granny C's demeanor transformed, an aura of terrifying intensity enveloping her, one that felt entirely alien. Qin Mu shuddered, realizing that another entity seemed to dwell within her. The blind man, Master Ma, the cripple, the pharmacist, and the mute were all taken aback, instinctively stepping back, sensing the overwhelming danger emanating from her. After a moment, Granny C, seemingly defeated, returned the staff to Qin Mu. "This staff is ineffective. I cannot conquer that old demon. Curse be it, why can't I extinguish him?" Qin Mu took the staff back, attempting to place it behind him alongside his bamboo staff, but its length made it impractical for movement, thus he held it in hand. "Throw that onto the ox cart." "You are not a monk," Master Ma remarked. "Today, you have passed the trial. You have proven yourself by overcoming a disciple of the Great Thunderclap Monastery. However, that Mingxin is not a true disciple of the Tathagata. He is still far from that level. Do you understand?" Curiously, Qin Mu tossed the invaluable staff onto the cart, asking, "How formidable are the Tathagata's disciples?" Master Ma replied nonchalantly, "I was once a disciple of the Tathagata. Only when you can defeat me will you truly be considered a master." A shiver ran through Qin Mu. During their daily sparring, Master Ma had only utilized his spiritual embryonic realm prowess, yet even so, Qin Mu had been thoroughly bested. It was daunting to consider what might transpire if Master Ma were to employ both arms. The market at Grandma Temple would last for 2 days. As evening approached, many began to pack away their wares and sought refuge within the temple, which was vast and guarded by stone statues, providing a safe haven from the encroaching darkness. As Qin Mu drove the ox cart into Grandma Temple, he looked up to see the sun hanging low on the mountaintop, casting its glow over the Tianlang Palace. Upon entering the temple, he understood why the Tianlang Palace was referred to as Grandma Temple. The main hall housed a kindly old woman as its deity. This old woman bore a gentle expression, resembling a sweet grandmother from a neighboring village, yet her eyes glinted with shrewdness, exquisitely carved and lifelike. Qin Mu found her strikingly similar to Granny C and gazed a moment longer, but when he employed his divine sight, he was taken aback. This benevolent grandmother exuded an overwhelming aura, her divine light coalescing into a colossal wolf, howling at the heavens as if to devour the sky itself. Beyond the main hall, There lay an outer hall and 2 side chambers, along with an expansive garden and pool. However, the garden had lost its flowers, and the pool had dried up, revealing several bones beneath it. Upon closer inspection, Qin Mu identified them as fish bones. They were remarkably large, measuring around 6 to 7 meters in length, and curiously, the skull resembled that of a dragon. Within Grandma Temple, other villagers began to prepare their evening meals as the sun dipped low, signaling that night would soon fall. At that moment, a young man rushed into the temple, his face etched with urgency, calling out, "Is there a midwife here? My wife is about to give birth." The villagers stood in silence, looking at him, but no one spoke. Granny C rose unsteadily. "I have experience in childbirth. Can your wife wait a moment? The sun is setting, and if she can hold on until tomorrow, I can assist her then." The young man knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. "There is no time. Please, wise midwife, help us. The child is in distress, and the village's midwife cannot arrive." Granny C glanced at the setting sun, her expression troubled. "Save us! Save us!" the young man cried, blood trickling from his forehead as he wept. "My wife has lost several children during childbirth in recent years. If this one perishes too, my family will be doomed." Granny C was taken aback. "All of them died during childbirth?" The young man nodded vigorously. She pondered. "If she can conceive and carry to term, it is impossible for the child to die at birth. Something is amiss. How far is your village from here?" "Not far. It's less than 20 miles to Grandma Temple." Granny C exhaled. "Less than 20 miles. You are from Zhangzhuang village. It is close enough. We can make it before dark." "Blind man, Mu'er, come with me. There is something suspicious at play here." Qin Mu was surprised. Granny C, who usually had a peculiar temperament, revealed a surprisingly kind-hearted side. "You're too slow." The blind man spoke calmly. "Mu'er, carry him. We must move quickly before the sun sets." Qin Mu promptly rushed forward, hoisting the young man onto his back. "Be careful, I have a knife on my back. Don't cut yourself." The young man quickly replied, "Put me down. You won't be able to run fast with me on your back." Before he could finish, a fierce wind howled past his ears as Qin Mu leaped out of the forest, sprinting with the young man on his back, the leaves crunching beneath their feet as they raced forward. The young man was astonished, the sound of wind roaring in his ears growing louder. He marveled at the astonishing speed of the young man carrying him. "How has he trained? He is far stronger than I." As Qin Mu dashed forward, he felt as if he was gliding on the wind. A thought sparking in his mind. Grandpa K had once mentioned that he trained by treading on the edge of the wind during his spiritual embryonic stage. If he could find that edge, might he too traverse the wind? But what exactly was the wind's edge? He had no time to ponder further. The young man, still anxious about whether Granny C and the blind man could keep up, suddenly noticed both elders seated cross-legged behind him, seemingly carried along by the whirlwind created by Qin Mu's sprint, their speed matching his. What kind of movement technique is this? His mind raced as the sun finally dipped below the horizon, darkness rolling in like a tide, consuming all in its path. Qin Mu, moving at breakneck speed, spotted Zhangzhuang village in the distance and charged toward it. Just as the darkness threatened to engulf him, he finally burst into the village. Although he halted his movement, the fierce wind behind him continued to howl forward. Elder Sister C and the blind man sat calmly in the midst of the gale, drifting several dozen feet ahead before they finally spread their legs and firmly established their stance upon the ground. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with joy. The wind's pinnacle. So this is the wind's pinnacle. Chapter 41. The Blade of Deception. As Qin Mu dashed forward, he stirred up the wind, while Granny C and the blind man rode the crest of that very wind, propelling themselves forward. The term wind crest is akin to wave crest. Just as waves form from the movement of water, the wind arises from the flow of air. The gust stirred by Qin Mu created the very crest of the wind. The young man he carried quickly dismounted and urged the trio to hasten towards his abode, exclaiming, "Quickly, friends, come." Setting aside thoughts of the wind crest, Qin Mu approached the courtyard, surveying his surroundings. This village was notably larger than the remnant elder village, housing over 100 families, with homes that exuded a rustic simplicity. Within the yard stood a grand tree, its canopy shading half of the dwelling, where a laboring woman resided beneath its boughs. A villager peered out from the house, calling out, "The waters are broken. Hurry and prepare some hot water." "Oh, look! The old midwife from remnant elder village has arrived. This is splendid. Both mother and child will surely be safe now." Granny C scanned the area, her mind clear as she instructed, "Mu'er, keep a vigilant eye for anything unusual. If you detect any oddities, handle them as you see fit." I shall enter to assist with the delivery. Be cautious, blind one. Do not fall prey to any treachery." With that, Qin Mu activated his divine vision, the heavenly eye, and began to inspect his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the dense canopy of the large tree, sending a chill down his spine, nearly eliciting a gasp of horror. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be the thick trunk was, in fact, a serpent of considerable girth, coiled within the branches. The serpent's body was partially ensconced within the tree, with bulges on the trunk revealing the exposed segments of its form. From the size of the serpent, it was evident that its length was beyond anything Qin Mu had previously encountered. The other half of its body likely lay beneath the roots, buried in the earth, larger than the green-scaled serpents caught by Master Ma and his companions. The tree itself emanated a dense, dark aura that enveloped the dwelling. At that moment, the serpent was flicking its crimson tongue, seemingly inhaling and exhaling towards the room where the laboring woman resided, its intentions unclear. Fearing he might be mistaken, Qin Mu dispelled the heavenly eye and examined the tree with his naked eyes. It remained a tree, not a serpent. Yet, upon reopening his divine vision, the serpent coiled tightly within the branches, lying in wait to consume the soul of the newborn child. It was evident that the mistress of this house had lost her children to this serpent over the years, their souls devoured. A surge of fury ignited within him as he spoke in a hushed tone. Blind grandfather, the blind man, unperturbed, responded serenely. "The old woman has entrusted this matter to you. Take charge as you see fit. This shall be your first hunt. The child is about to be born." Steeling himself, Qin Mu approached the great tree, inhaling deeply. His vital energy transitioned from tranquility to motion, accelerating in tandem with his rising ire, becoming more formidable with each heartbeat. Suddenly, the butcher's knife strapped to his back resonated with the pulsating energy within him, leaping into the air above his head. Grasping the knife, Qin Mu unleashed a torrent of vitality into the blade. Swinging it with the colossal serpent was struck by his blade, its left eye pierced, eliciting a pained hiss as it lunged towards the recently arrived Qin Mu. In a swift motion, its right eye met the same fate, cleaved open by Qin Mu's death strike. Suddenly, the once ferocious creature fell into an eerie stillness, remaining motionless, while Qin Mu mirrored this tranquility, both poised yet alert. Merely a few paces apart, along the village paths, a gathering of villagers had emerged from their homes, captivated by the spectacle of the boy, no older than 11 or 12, engaging in a fierce battle with the serpent. As dusk descended upon the modest village, illuminated only by the dim glow of oil lamps filtering through the windows, the path remained shrouded in shadows. The crowd held its breath, paralyzed by fear, unwilling to utter a sound. In an instant, a small girl, overcome by terror, let out a piercing cry, prompting the serpent to lurch forward, surging towards her with wild ferocity. Its gaping maw opened wide, descending upon the frozen family of 3, who stood in a state of shock. Chapter 42. Specters of the Night. The instant the colossal serpent stirred, Qin Mu leaped into action. His cleaver, a whirlwind of steel, descended upon the vulnerable nexus where the serpent's head met its body. Cleaver technique, sunlit eastern sea thousand-fold wave. The butcher's strike embodied the raw power of the rising sun. 1,000 ocean waves converging to shatter all in their path with unparalleled force. Qin Mu's mind was a void, focused solely on the act. Strike, cleave, rend. He was determined to sever the head. Thwack! Serpentine blood splattered as the serpent's triangular head, the size of a tabletop, parted from its body. The head, jaws still agape, lunged toward the petrified family of 3, seemingly oblivious to its own demise. Just as the monstrous head threatened to engulf the family, Qin Mu, with a burst of agility, landed atop it midair. Digging in his heels, he crouched, forcing the serpent's jaws shut. The severed head, with the youth still perched upon it, plummeted earthward like a lead weight, crashing before the family in a resounding thud. The trio remained in stunned silence, their gazes fixed on the youth before them. Qin Mu stooped, flashing the little girl a reassuring grin, revealing a mouthful of pearly teeth. "You're safe now, little one." At that moment, the cries of an infant pierced the air as a woman emerged from the serpent-breached dwelling, exclaiming, "Congratulations! Mother and child are well." "Satisfied, Mua?" Granny C inquired with a smile. Qin Mu, witnessing the family's tender reunion, nodded gently. Unconsciously, his hand rose to grasp the jade pendant nestled against his chest. Observing his gesture, Granny C sighed inwardly. The blind man approached, stifling a yawn. "Our business here is concluded. Time for slumber, Granny. Their abode is rather cramped. Perhaps we could share." "Granny, why were the villagers unaware of the serpent's presence?" Qin Mu questioned, noticing villagers struggling to extract the serpent's tail from the tree hollow. He was perplexed, having spent his formative years in the cripple village, where each resident bore some form of impairment. Even Granny C's hunched back. Qin Mu held the elders in reverence, believing them capable of extraordinary feats. Yet, the villagers here seemed ordinary, their martial prowess unremarkable, fueling his bewilderment. The cripple village is unique within the great ruins. Granny C's gaze was pensive. Here, one finds mostly common folk, those who failed to escape the great ruins cataclysms, or those fleeing oppression and exorbitant taxes, seeking refuge and survival. The outside world? Qin Mu's eyes lit up with curiosity. The outside world is far more perilous than the great ruins. Granny C retorted. Otherwise, the blind man and I wouldn't have been driven to seek sanctuary here. Cease your incessant yearning for the outside. Qin Mu scratched his head, puzzled by Granny C's sudden outburst. Was the serpent deliberately placed here to harm the villagers? A chill ran down Qin Mu's spine. Such an act seemed utterly devoid of morality. The serpent had clearly devoured several newborns. What benefit could be derived from nurturing a serpent with infants? Mu'er, tonight. Strange occurrences may seek you out. Observe, but do not interfere or make a sound. Dawn will bring resolution. Granny C chuckled, revealing her sparse teeth. He used the serpent to drain the infant's essence and souls, then absorbed the serpent's essence to reverse his congenital deficiencies. He must have been refining his technique for many years and possesses considerable skill. However, such practices would have drawn the ire of demon hunters in the outside world, forcing him to seek refuge in the great ruins. Mu'er, you are no match for those who come tonight. Simply observe. Qin Mu nodded, a sense of unease settling within him. After a period of emotional turmoil, the family, alternating between tears and laughter, finally remembered to provide Granny C and Qin Mu with lodging. The couple offered their main room and inner chamber. Qin Mu felt uneasy accepting. But Granny C did not demur, instructing Qin Mu to sleep in the main room while she occupied the inner chamber. Shortly after, they retired for the night. Qin Mu initially fought to stay awake, but fatigue eventually overcame him, and his eyelids gradually closed. In the dead of night, a sudden chill jolted Qin Mu awake, only to find himself paralyzed. The main room door creaked open, casting a sliver of dim light and a long, ominous shadow across the floor. Qin Mu attempted to speak, but found himself voiceless, unable to alert Granny C. The shadow on the floor swayed, then detached itself, ascending the wall. The shadow contorted, becoming grotesque and menacing. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Mu's brow as he watched the shadow climb the wall, reach the ceiling, and hang upside down, its gaze fixed upon him. Qin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a shadow, a mere silhouette, yet it possessed uncanny agility, like a master of contortion. How could a shadow move with such freedom? Where was its master? Whoosh! A gust of wind wafted through the door crack, carrying a small, triangular white pennant, which the shadow seized and waved in Qin Mu's direction. Suddenly, the door to the inner chamber, where Granny C slept, creaked open slightly. A silver orb, resembling the silver pellets Qin Mu had seen in Granny C's room, floated out and hovered before Qin Mu's brow, motionless. The orb spun rapidly, emitting nearly imperceptible, hair-thin beams of light. The shadow on the ceiling brandished the white pennant, flitting about the room, repeatedly attacking the bedridden Qin Mu. The orb reacted swiftly, silently colliding with the pennant, deflecting its attacks. Despite the intense exchange between these strange entities, the room remained eerily silent, with no discernible damage. After a brief struggle, the shadow shuddered violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The white pennant fluttered away, and the shadow dissolved like flowing water, vanishing into the night. Qin Mu regained his mobility, gasping for air, bewildered by the night's events. The bloodstains on the floor, however, confirmed the reality of what had transpired. Outside, the world was still and silent. After a moment, the sound of a gong echoed through the night. The watchman signaled to ward off the darkness. "Old brother, find a place to rest." The watchman stopped the blind man. "It's late. Be careful not to stray from the village and be devoured by demons." The blind man smiled, tapping his cane on the watchman's shadow. "Thank you for the warning." With that, he continued on his way, the tap of his cane fading into the distance. Thud, thud. 2 bloody holes erupted in the watchman's chest, piercing through his body. He staggered and collapsed to the ground. "Such swift marksmanship, capable of breaking my spell. I know you. You may be blind, but you are also stronger." The watchman uttered his last breath before succumbing to death. A triangular white pennant fluttered down, covering his face. Chapter 43. A Sprite's Journey. The following day, Qin Mu was roused from his slumber by the clamorous villagers. Upon inquiry, he learned that the night watchman had unexpectedly died, startling the community. Qin Mu's felling of the tree the previous night, which had unleashed a massive serpent, was already unnerving. The watchman's sudden demise compounded their unease, sparking widespread speculation. A couple approached, bearing a platter draped with red cloth, upon which lay a modest token of gratitude. "Esteemed elder and young brother," they said, "we are but humble folk and have little to offer. Please accept this humble offering." As Qin Mu hesitated, the blind man interjected. "Mu'er, accept it. Let them not feel indebted to you." Qin Mu received the items beneath the red cloth and bid farewell to the couple. The man exclaimed with a smile, "Young brother, your talents are extraordinary. You are destined for greatness." "What good is greatness?" grumbled Sipa. "Dragon liver and phoenix gall are mere delicacies on the table. Better to be the one who devours dragons and phoenixes." "Why so many questions?" Sipa exclaimed, exasperated. Turning to the blind man for help, the blind man cheerfully strode forward, only to collide headfirst with a tree, rendering him unconscious. Sipa stomped on his face repeatedly, yet he remained unresponsive. Qin Mu quickly hoisted him onto his back, casting a hopeful glance at Sipa. She retrieved a needle from her basket and plunged it into the blind man's posterior. Blood spurted forth, yet he remained comatose. Sipa sighed, blinking her eyes. The watchman was indeed a skilled practitioner of the demonic arts, employing the shadow illusion demon technique, a formidable and elusive art from the heavenly demon sect. "I used the hidden sand shooting shadow technique to wound his shadow, thereby harming his true form. However, due to a past vow, I am forbidden from harming disciples of the heavenly demon sect, so I merely sought to discourage him. The lethal blow came not from me, but from the blind man." Sipa blinked repeatedly, engaging in a silent exchange with the youth until their eyes grew weary. With a determined glint, she plunged the needle into the blind man's posterior once more, yet he remained unconscious. "Silver pellet? Ah, do you mean this?" Sipa revealed a silver pellet in her palm. Qin Mu nodded eagerly. "Teach me your swordsmanship, Granny." Sipa sighed. "It is not that I am unwilling, but rather unable. While my swordsmanship is respectable, it is not the best in the world. If you learn from me, others may refuse to teach you. Therefore, I cannot impart my skills." Qin Mu was crestfallen, but quickly regained his composure. "The greatest swordsmanship in the world? Is it practiced in our village?" "Do not dwell on such notions," Sipa warned. "If you seek him out, he will be even less inclined to teach you. Only when he is ready will he impart his knowledge. You currently possess several extraordinary skills, none of which you have mastered. Once you can defeat Master Ma in hand-to-hand combat, cleave the butcher with your blade, outmaneuver the blind man with your spear, and outrun the cripple. Then consider honing your swordsmanship. At that point, we will force him to teach you." The blind man yawned and said languidly, "His insight and cultivation are unparalleled. Over the years, he has become increasingly formidable. Even if we joined forces, we might not prevail. So, you deign to awaken?" Sipa retorted, stabbing him in the posterior once more. The blind man dismounted Qin Mu's back, leaning on his cane. "It is best if you explain this matter. I am ill-equipped to do so. As for the watchman's demise, I can offer an explanation. His shadow illusion demon technique was potent, enabling him to interchange his body and shadow, with the shadow serving as his true form. To defeat him, one must attack his shadow, lest his shadow slay you. When he attempted to kill me, I impaled his shadow with my bamboo cane, pinning him to the ground." Qin Mu pondered. "Then why did he raise snakes and use the innate essence and souls of infants to cultivate?" The blind man deferred to Sipa. "Granny, you are the most versed in demonic arts. Please enlighten us." "That technique is known as the unrestrained innate skill." Her expression grew somber as she murmured. "The presence of heavenly demon sect members in the vicinity suggests that the great ruins will soon be embroiled in turmoil. These individuals tend to appear in mass. Mu'er, you may now venture out to hunt alone." Master Ma, seated on the ox cart, swayed with the uneven road. He announced, "You have grown. However," he added, "you are only permitted to hunt exotic beasts, not challenge their lords." The herd boy's face darkened, while the two oxen pulling the cart bellowed in protest. Their eyes filled with sorrow. Qin Mu, observing their reaction, inquired suspiciously, "Granny, are these oxen also people?" "Perhaps," Sipa chuckled cryptically. Qin Mu chose not to speculate. A gust of wind swept past, stirring the youth's heart. He suddenly leaped from the ox cart, chasing after the wind, determined to ride its crest through the sky. He moved with incredible speed, soaring above the pine forest, bounding across the treetops. As his velocity increased, he finally caught up with the leading edge of the wind. Launching himself into the air, he felt a strange upward force beneath his feet. With a joyous cry, the youth danced across the sky, treading upon the wind's edge. Those on the ox cart gazed up in awe. The blind man remarked sagely, Will he fall? The apothecary sniffed the wind and chuckled. He will. It is a demon wind, carrying a sprite. It will stop when it notices him. Who will catch him? Qin Mu moved swiftly, the wind carrying him along. Before he knew it, he had traveled over 10 miles. Suddenly, he spotted a snow-white fox perched atop a large banana leaf, flying beside him. Its front paws were extended, while its hind legs were tucked beneath it. He was momentarily stunned, as was the white fox. Both shrieked in unison. Qin Mu felt the rushing wind abruptly cease, causing him to flail and plummet. The fox, still seated on the banana leaf, pointed at him with its paw and shrieked in astonishment. Disaster! Qin Mu rapidly shifted his feet, employing the stealing the heavens leg technique, thinking, if I run fast enough, I can walk on air. However, he soon realized that he was not fast enough. He could not gain purchase on the air and continued to plummet. Looking down, Qin Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Below lay a rocky landscape devoid of trees, only jagged stones. A fall onto those rocks would surely result in his demise. Just then, the shrieking white fox in the air regained its senses. The banana leaf swooped down, and Qin Mu felt the wind beneath his feet once more. He quickly regained his balance, halting his descent. Just as he was about to crash, he stepped on the wind's edge and soared upwards, riding the wind. He sighed in relief, only to see the fox on its banana leaf catching up. The two locked eyes. The white fox spoke in a melodious voice, albeit slurred with drink. What are you doing? How did you end up in my wind? Qin Mu was astonished. I was trying to chase the wind's edge and walk on air. I did not know it was your wind. Can you fly? And speak? I use magic to control the wind, allowing me to ride it. The white fox explained, I am returning from a banquet, and night is approaching. I must hasten my journey. Farewell. Perhaps we shall meet again. With that, it vanished in a whirlwind. Qin Mu felt the wind beneath his feet gradually weaken. He quickly descended to the ground, landing just ahead of Remnant Village. He looked up, but the fox was gone. Returning from a banquet, Qin Mu was filled with bewilderment. A talking fox who knows magic and attends banquets? What a curious thing. The next time we encounter it, we must inquire thoroughly. 2 days later, 2 wandering monks, one elderly and one youthful, arrived at Zhangzhuang village, appearing weary from their travels. The elder spoke, Good souls of the village, might you spare a bowl of water for us? As monks, we often find ourselves on the road, and our stomachs do not fare well. We seek a bowl of hot water. The villagers graciously poured 2 bowls of water for the pair, who thanked them before drinking. The elder, with a kind visage and a gentle smile, said, My apprentice and I traverse the land, possessing some knowledge of the arcane. I sense a lingering aura of malevolence in your village. Do you require our assistance in dispelling any lurking demons? A villager replied with a chuckle. The malevolent spirit has already been vanquished, a great serpent hidden within the trunk of a tree, slain by a youth from the neighboring village. The elder, taken aback, asked, Why then do I still perceive a presence of malevolence here? Has there been a death in your village recently? Chapter 44. The ancient celestial devil master villagers of Zhang Manor surged forward, one exclaiming urgently, A watchman has perished. The elder contemplated for a moment, then inquired, Has the watchman's body been interred? He may well be a demon, susceptible to reanimation. The villagers of Zhang Manor, thoroughly alarmed, promptly led the pair to the watchman's grave, saying, He was buried yesterday, esteemed masters. The elder extended a finger, and the earthen mound parted, a flimsy coffin ascending from the pit, levitating before the assembly. Clack, 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 coffin nails dislodged themselves, the lid unfurling, and the coffin plummeted to the ground. Yet, the watchman's corpse remained suspended in the air, its face veiled by a white banner. The old and young scrutinized the white banner, exchanging glances and nodding tacitly. The elder chanted an incantation, and with a gesture, the watchman's corpse erupted in flames, swiftly reduced to ashes. Numerous villagers offered profuse thanks, presenting gold and silver as recompense. The youth hastily demurred, but the elder stated, No reward without merit, but merit deserves reward. Accept it. Only then did the youth accept the remuneration. The elder inquired, Where does the lad who slew the great serpent reside? Who are his companions? He is from Remnant Old Village, accompanied by a blind man and Granny C. Proceed upstream along the river for about 40 leagues. The elder expressed gratitude, and the old and young departed Zhang Manor, proceeding along the river. After several leagues, the elder sighed, lamenting, When a person dies, it is like a lamp extinguished. Lord Mo's lamp has been extinguished. That watchman was none other than Lord Mo of our sacred sect. His free and unfettered primordial skill had unfortunately strayed down a perilous path, employing infants for cultivation. Though his death was well-deserved, he was, after all, a lord of our sacred sect. The one who slew him is suspected to be the god of guns, who nailed his soul and body together. The white banner bears sword marks. Lord Mo encountered her, the mistress of the sect, before encountering the god of guns. The youth listened in silence. The elder continued, the mistress of the sect has always been elusive, concealing herself. The experts of our sacred sect entered the great ruins to ascertain her whereabouts, yet to no avail. Little did we expect that Lord Mo would encounter her here. Ancestor, our journey has not been in vain. The youth spoke, his voice remarkably aged and sonorous, after slaying the sect leader. The mistress of the sect absconded with our sect's sacred scripture, the great nurturing celestial devil manual. 40 years have elapsed since her departure. And for 40 years we have sought her, finally finding her. In the tranquil hours of dawn at Remnant Old Village, after breakfast, the apothecary carried the village chief to the village entrance, set up a small stove, boiled a kettle of water, and brewed a pot of tea. Soon, the clucking of the dragon chicken echoed from within the village. The hen has laid an egg. Mu, go to the coop and collect the eggs. Granny C urged Qin Mu to gather the eggs. As soon as Qin Mu approached the coop, he was assaulted by the dragon chicken, scattering him across the ground, pecking his head and face until they bled. Mu, do you not even possess the strength to truss a chicken? The butcher, watching Qin Mu being chased around the village by the dragon chicken, roared with laughter. After the commotion subsided, Qin Mu, reinvigorated, cast aside the dejection of being defeated by the dragon chicken. With the pig-slaughtering knife strapped to his back, the sword satchel and a large iron hammer also secured, a few primordial pills tucked into his bosom, and wielding the abandoned roga staff, he enthusiastically set out from the village. Today marked his maiden solo hunting trip. Qin Mu had long anticipated this day, though the encounter with the dragon chicken had somewhat dampened his spirits. As he stepped out of the village, he encountered an old and a young man approaching Remnant Old Village, resembling itinerant Taoists. The old and young pair halted at the village entrance, surveyed the village chief and apothecary sipping tea, and greeted them. Might we trouble you for a cup of tea? The village chief raised an eyebrow slightly, replying, when guests arrive from afar, how dare we neglect them? The apothecary poured tea for the old and young, and they sat down. The youth sat opposite the village chief, while the elder stood aside. Is this the serpent-slaying lad? The elder, with a benevolent countenance, gazed at Qin Mu, smiling as he inquired. Qin Mu was about to speak when the village chief calmly interjected, Mu, this is not your concern. Go about your business. Qin Mu nodded and headed into the mountains. Once he was out of earshot, the youth across from the village chief spoke, his voice incredibly aged. Have we not met before? The village chief nodded. We have. The youth smiled. Of our generation, few remain alive. It is a rare pleasure to encounter you. I am gladdened. As am I, the village chief replied impassively. The youth chuckled. I have come to see Granny C. It has been 40 years since our sect had a leader. Granny C must provide us with an explanation. The village chief shook his head. Once one enters this village, they are severed from the outside world. The youth's eyes flickered. I shall not enter. Have her come out. I have questions for her. The village chief shook his head. She has departed. The elder, unable to contain himself, was about to speak when the youth raised a hand. Smiling, we have waited for 40 years. There is no need to rush. Law enforcement elder, since the sect mistress is not in the village, summon the strongmen to construct a manor here. We shall spend the night here. The elder bowed in affirmation, a plume of demonic energy erupting from his crown, transforming into a colossal character for order in the air. The youth sipped tea leisurely. An hour later, the villagers of Remnant Old Village ceased their tasks, emerging from the village and gazing skyward. From the mountains, behemoths with grotesque musculature lumbered through the trees, felling them in their wake. These giants, for abreast, bore stone statues. Their breaths labored. There were 4 such statues, and their footsteps crushed the rocks as if they were mud, seeping out from between their toes. These 16 giants were flushed, the statues evidently of immense weight, almost beyond their capacity, even for such stalwarts. The 16 giants carefully lowered the statues, positioning them at the 4 cardinal directions around Remnant Old Village. Subsequently, a storied ship arrived, disembarking painters who varnished the furniture and wooden structure, departing by ship upon completion. Then came a ship of stonemasons who quarried stones, sculpted statues, and polished flagstones to pave the manor's grounds, departing thereafter. After a brief interval, a burly man with a disheveled appearance arrived, bowing respectfully, Ancestor. Law enforcement senior brother. The elder responded, Left envoy, the village has been built. Find yourself a room. The burly man entered the newly constructed village beside Remnant Old Village, entered a chamber, and sat down cross-legged, remaining silent. Shortly thereafter, a ragged old woman arrived. greeting the youth and elder before entering the village to find an empty room. Then, a fisherman arrived in a skiff, mooring it by the river before entering the village with a fish basket and fishing rod. Soon after, a motley collection of individuals arrived: wealthy men, merchants, private tutors, examination candidates, courtesans, all walks of life, everything that should be there. Master Ma wore a grave expression, whispering, "The Celestial Devil Sect's 360 trades. 360 halls, 360 hall masters, once pervaded the land with great secrecy. Unexpectedly, the 360 hall masters have entered the great ruins in the past 40 years, searching for their sect mistress. They will likely all come here, residing next door to us." The cripple's smile deepened, heaping, "Where is old woman C? These people have all come for her." The deaf man said, "I saw Granny transform into a roe deer, leaving the village before Muir, likely concerned for Muir's safety on his solo hunt, protecting him covertly. She is likely unaware that the Celestial Devil Sect has found this place. The Celestial Devil Sect has practically relocated their entire sect next door to us." The roe deer rebuked, "Rascal, be careful lest you die out there." With that, she wagged her diminutive tail and scampered away. Qin Mu continued forward, soon encountering a woolly mammoth drinking at a pool, and he chuckled, "Granny, I can truly take care of myself. There's no need to follow." The woolly mammoth, enraged, stamped its feet and charged at him. Qin Mu circulated his vital energy, the pig-slaughtering knife emerging with a clang, radiating killing intent. "Since you are not Granny, then die." Qin Mu shook his head and walked several miles, casting a glance skyward at a large bird circling above. "Granny, it is truly unnecessary for you to follow me," he called out with resignation. The great bird tilted its head to regard him, unperturbed, continuing to soar, with a flicker of determination in his eyes. Qin Mu scooped up a handful of stones from the ground and, with deft fingers, began to flick them into the air. One by one, the stones hurtled forth, albeit at varying heights. After launching over a dozen stones, Qin Mu sprang into action, leaping onto the first stone, then propelling himself onto the next, and so forth, until he found himself suspended in midair beside the magnificent bird. Suddenly, the bird spoke in human tongue, exclaiming, all right, I shall not follow you." With that, it flapped its wings and departed. Qin Mu plummeted to the ground, landing with a thud as his feet sank a foot deep into the earth. He looked up, only to find the bird had vanished from sight. Surely, the old woman would still be in pursuit. As Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings, he detected no anomalies. He continued onward for a few more miles until he came upon a waterfall, its beauty complemented by the lush mountains and crystal-clear waters. Beside the waterfall stood a thatched cottage, and to his astonishment, there was a stone statue partially buried in the soil, leaning precariously. Wisps of smoke curled up from the cottage, indicating that someone resided there. In this desolate wilderness, how could there be inhabitants? Could it be that a venerable master had chosen this secluded spot for solitude? Chapter 45. The Dragon Palace of Yongjiang. As Qin Mu approached, he peered through the window and beheld the white fox, who was puffing air into a bamboo tube, cheeks puffed out, aimed at the fire beneath the cooking stove. Clearing his throat, Qin Mu inquired, "Is anyone home?" Startled, the white fox hastily concealed the bamboo tube, its voice aged and commanding, "Who dares disturb my tranquil cultivation? I am an ancient spirit, poised to reduce you to ashes." Qin Mu chuckled softly. Upon hearing his laughter, the white fox looked up, recognizing the youth outside, and sighed in relief. Its voice returned to a melodious tone. It is the young man who borrowed the wind from me the other day. I was rather inebriated at the banquet, and my manners were lacking. Please, do not linger outside, come in." As Qin Mu entered the thatched cottage, he was taken aback by the immaculate organization within. The humble abode was equipped with a bed, a rice jar, furniture, a screen, and even a dressing table. The white fox stood upright, leaning slightly towards Qin Mu. "My humble dwelling may appear poor. I hope you do not find it amusing." Qin Mu returned the courtesy. Curiosity piqued, "Are you preparing a meal?" The white fox replied, "Yesterday, my sisters hosted a feast, and I indulged a bit too much. This morning, I awoke with a headache, so I am boiling a broth to alleviate it. Please, take a seat." Qin Mu marveled inwardly. This white fox seemed more astute than the magic ape, for it understood the need for a restorative broth. Yet, it appeared that the fox had a penchant for intoxication, often drinking to excess. He noticed a bookshelf nearby and approached it. The shelf held several ancient texts. He pulled one out, which detailed breathing techniques and spells, albeit incomplete. "Do you recognize these characters, my lord?" The white fox, having finished preparing the broth, noticed Qin Mu's engrossed expression and exclaimed, I do not understand the writing, but I learn through illustrations. If you can decipher the text, could you share your insights with me? Why not? Qin Mu replied, settling down. The white fox's tail flicked, and a bowl of broth was gently placed on the table by a gust of wind. Sitting across from him, the fox's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Qin Mu opened the first page and began to read. Guide the energy to the heart of Mount Fotsuan, elevate the essence of vitality. As the tiger traverses the depths of the lungs, resonating with the cold sea of energy, the white fox, sipping the broth, listened intently and suddenly interjected. Where is Mount Fotsuan? Mount Fotsuan resides at the center of the brow, Qin Mu explained. The heart of the brow is the spiritual womb, and guiding energy to the brow invites divine sounds from the heavens, which may obstruct your essence. The white fox attempted to listen for the divine sound but shook its head. I do not hear it. Qin Mu furrowed his brow previously. When he directed energy to his brow, divine sounds would deter him. He had assumed the white fox would encounter a similar challenge, yet it seemed unaffected. Perhaps the spiritual structures of humans and foxes differed? He dismissed this thought and continued his explanation, eventually finishing the ancient text. The methods contained within were unique, yet incompatible with Qin Mu's own cultivation, rendering him unable to practice them. The clever fox absorbed the information and laughed. I previously practiced according to the illustrations, believing I had mastered the text, only to realize I had erred in many ways. Thank you, kind sir, for enlightening me. I am called Foxlinger. May I inquire your name? I am Qin Mu, akin to a cowherd from the Qin family, not a nobleman, he smiled. I reside nearby, not far from here. Where did you acquire these ancient texts? 60 miles to the west, the white fox replied. Qin Mu was astonished, pondering. Could it be the dragon palace of the Yongjiang Dragon King? Could you take me there? Qin Mu implored. The little white fox cautioned, it is perilous within. Entry is not easily granted. I was frightened when I approached the entrance. Feeling embarrassed, it left the thought unvoiced, likely recalling a moment of cowardice. Qin Mu, filled with excitement, encouraged, do you not wish to behold the dragon palace? Perhaps the Dragon King resides within. I do not, Foxlinger replied, contemplating briefly before mischievously blinking. If you could frequently visit and elucidate these ancient texts, I shall take you there, though I shall not enter myself. Deal. Qin Mu exclaimed, raising his palm. After a moment's hesitation, Foxlinger lifted her furry paw to meet his, then finished the broth in one gulp. With a shared goal, they ventured forth from the thatched cottage, heading west. Who hosted the banquet you attended the other day? Qin Mu inquired, recalling the previous event. It was a feast held by the Demon Spirit King, inviting various powerful demons. After acquiring the ancient text from the Yongjiang Dragon Palace, my intellect expanded, and I became somewhat renowned among the local demons. However, I lacked the brute strength to compete with those formidable beings, placing me at the bottom of the hierarchy. Foxlinger leaped onto a broad banana leaf, conjuring a spell that summoned a gust of demonic wind, lifting the leaf into the air. The Demon Spirit King has attained human form and is quite formidable. All demons within 1,000 miles, whether they are beastly overlords or not, must heed his command. As the wind carried the banana leaf aloft, Qin Mu leaped into the air, propelling himself westward. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 miles from the cottage, a gluttonous beast was scanning the surroundings, puzzled. By my calculations, Mua should have arrived by now. Disguised as a beast, he surely will not recognize me. How strange. Where has that rascal gone? HM? A fox's demonic wind. That little scamp, on his first hunting trip, has already been ensnared by a fox. A gust of wind stirred a large banana leaf, upon which sat the white fox, with Qin Mu beside her, racing through the air. With my current abilities, I cannot fly. I can merely conjure a demonic wind to lift the banana leaf into the sky. If I were to run as you do, I would surely fall. The Dragon Palace lies in this vicinity. Foxlinger descended the wind, and they gradually approached the ground atop the banana leaf. After a moment, they landed. Qin Mu surveyed the surroundings, noting how the Yongjiang River curved around a grand mountain, emerald waters embracing the verdant slopes, birds chirping melodiously throughout the valleys, and monkeys leaping amidst the trees, while large fish and river beasts swam peacefully in the waters. The white fox leapt ahead, leading the way, and Qin Mu followed briskly, puzzled as to why the Dragon Palace was not situated within the river but rather atop the mountain. After a short while, they reached the mountain's peak, where Qin Mu beheld an ancient ruin, a Dragon King temple. Before the temple stood a colossal stone meant to anchor the waters, towering over 8 zhang, resembling a monument. Below it was a massive stone turtle, bearing the weight of the stone, its mouth agape as if weary from the burden. The temple was in a state of disrepair, with crumbling walls and collapsed halls. Qin Mu scanned the area, noting the absence of statues, suggesting it could not withstand the encroachment of darkness. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed that Fox Linger had vanished. Just then, her voice echoed, "Hurry inside." Following the sound, he spotted the white fox inside the stone turtle's mouth. Waving a paw at him, Qin Mu hurried over. The turtle was large enough for one to stand upright within. He followed the bouncing white fox as they reached a shadowy staircase leading downward. Originally, there had been a stone door at the staircase's entrance, now fallen, revealing a passage into the depths. Qin Mu followed the white fox deeper. The corridor widened gradually, seeming to delve into the mountain. The stone walls were adorned with bioluminescent moss, damp and teeming with peculiar creatures that floated like dandelions, their delicate tendrils undulating as they danced in the air. The white fox leapt up, snapping at one of the creatures, devouring it eagerly, and continued to munch, visibly delighted by the taste. Chapter 46. The dragon. Qin Mu extended his hand and cautiously grasped a peculiar creature, taking a careful bite. The sensation was intensely spicy, even more so than the butcher's fiery liquor. As it slid down his throat, a burning sensation ignited within him, invigorating his vital energy. Upon channeling his energy, he experienced a potency akin to that of the solidifying essence pill, capable of enhancing his cultivation, albeit to a lesser extent than the pill itself. Was this being a plant or an animal? He seized another one, noticing its remarkable form, devoid of eyes, hands, feet, or orifices. It employed root-like tendrils to extract nutrients from the moss, leaving him perplexed as to its classification. While he had only consumed one, the lively fox spirit had feasted to her content. As they ventured deeper, the air grew cooler. After an indeterminate distance, the sound of trickling water reached them. A clear stream flowed along the mountainside, home to several eyeless fish residing in a pool at the stream's end, their bodies surprisingly luminescent. To proceed, they would need to traverse the pool, but the fierce fish would pounce at any disturbance with alarming ferocity. "Let me throw a stone to distract them, and we can make our escape," whispered the fox spirit. With a swift motion, she grabbed a stone and hurled it into the water. The moment it struck, the eyeless fish erupted from the surface with a splash, their tails thrashing in the air, and their fins unfurling like grand wings as they surged towards the source of the noise. "Run," urged the fox spirit, leading the way. Qin Mu hastily followed along the edge of the pool, but just as they reached the opposite side, a series of thunderous crashes echoed as the monstrous fish collided with the rocky wall, their gaping mouths biting into the stone, creating several large cavities. The once formidable rock crumbled as if it were mere tofu, and the consequences of such a bite upon a human would be unfathomable. As they barely made it to the other side, the fish, alerted by their footsteps, swiftly changed direction and charged towards them. "Follow me." The fox spirit darted into the adjacent passage. Qin Mu quickly followed, and although the passage was narrow, the monstrous fish could not fly through it. Instead, they swam furiously, using their fins to propel themselves in pursuit of Qin Mu and the little fox. Are these creatures truly fish? Qin Mu exhaled in relief as the path ahead widened. Soon, they emerged into a trumpet-shaped cavern where the shimmering sunlight cascaded down. Looking up, he was momentarily stunned. Above him, a vast torrent flowed, schools of fish swimming overhead. Alongside colossal golden turtles, fish as large as boats, and enormous river beasts. One of the large fish tilted its head, seemingly perplexed, before swaying its tail and swimming away. "We are beneath the yawning river." Qin Mu's expression turned odd. "The river flows directly above us, yet the water has not descended to inundate this place." He gazed ahead, his heart trembling as he beheld towering dragon pillars before him. These pillars, thick and soaring dozens of yards high, reached the water's surface, while the ground beneath their feet was paved with white jade, leading onward, flanked by dragon pillars for 100 yards, revealing a cluster of palatial ruins. The dragon pillars encircled these palatial remnants, likely supporting the river above, preventing the waters from flooding this area. However, many of the structures had collapsed, indicating a cataclysmic event that had transformed this site into a desolation. The fox spirit bounded forth to a half-collapsed palace, where Qin Mu noticed faded murals depicting a dragon-headed elder hosting guests, an eclectic assembly of beings, including a turtle-backed elder, a serpent-tailed woman, monks, and humans. Suddenly, a pillar crashed down, nearly crushing Qin Mu and the fox spirit. The fox spirit entered the half-ruined grand hall, exclaiming, "This is where I discovered those ancient texts." Approaching, Qin Mu found a concealed stone chamber embedded within the wall. The stone door had fallen, revealing the chamber that the fox spirit had uncovered. It was now empty, as all its contents had been removed by her. "Beyond this point lies grave danger," the fox spirit warned, pointing at a towering portal ahead, her voice trembling with trepidation. Qin Mu gazed at the portal, where faintly visible was a palace that appeared intact, shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring the details within, as if the palace floated in a watery haze. Inside lurked something terrifying. The fox spirit quivered. If you approach the portal, you will feel its presence, and you will crumble, unable to rise again. As Qin Mu advanced, the fox spirit courageously followed. Upon reaching the portal, Qin Mu was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming aura of malice, sending shivers down his spine, as if a dark cloud had descended upon him in broad daylight, concealing a monstrous beast that watched him intently. Divine, solemn, and impervious to challenge, yet ferocious and grotesque, this was the great terror to which the fox spirit referred. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mu steadied himself, his mind returning to a state of calm. Open, heavenly eye. His pupils intertwined with energy patterns, forming another layer of vision as he peered into the mist beyond the portal. Beside him, the white fox had grown weak, collapsing to the ground. Her belly pressed against. Suddenly, Qin Mu felt a sharp pain on his scalp, as the fox spirit, frightened half to death by a floating skull that appeared before him, leaped onto his head, clinging tightly to his scalp with its back arched high. The white fox trembled violently, causing Qin Mu's scalp to quiver in response. Dragon! The white fox shrieked, swiftly dislodging itself from Qin Mu's head and taking refuge behind him, its forepaws tightly gripping his waist, resembling a white backpack adorning his back. The homebound pig suddenly envisioned designing a backpack inspired by the fox spirit, yet lamented its inability to draw. Chapter 47. The third party before them. A colossal dragon coiled around the majestic palace, circling it over and over. Its immense head was raised high above the great hall, gazing intently in their direction. This was a dragon skeleton, a massive structure devoid of flesh and blood, with teeth that towered even above Qin Mu. Although the dragon had long since perished, its formidable presence could still be perceived, suggesting it had once been an extraordinarily powerful entity. Qin Mu opened his divine eye, and at once, the dragon skeleton seemed to come to life, radiating divine light. In his vision, the great dragon appeared to writhe and swim, its once mighty spirit still palpable, as if it were alive once more. The dragon king of the Jiang River, a true dragon. As Qin Mu beheld the dragon, his heart stirred with memories of Master Ma's martial arts, particularly the technique 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder from the thunder sound 8 forms. This technique divided its energy into 9 tiers, the first tier being the angered dragon impact, the second tier the twin dragon's entanglement, with each successive tier amplifying the power of the previous one. Having practiced under Master Ma from a young age, Qin Mu had repeated this technique countless times. It had never grasped its essence. Recently, however, his cultivation had surged, significantly enhancing the might of the 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder. Yet, during his confrontation with the little monk Mingxin, he had still suffered a setback. This was not solely due to his lack of access to the Great Thunder Sound Temple Sutra of the Buddha's great vehicle. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that his dragon-like energy only resembled a dragon, lacking its true essence. If his energy had embodied a true dragon, even without the sutra, his 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder would be genuinely transmitted. For the principle of the 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder was to emulate the true dragon's mastery over wind and thunder, a force akin to a thunderous tempest, with the divine dragon striking from the storm. If he could achieve this, the necessity of the sutra would become irrelevant. As he meticulously observed the dragon skeleton, Qin Mu unconsciously began to move, his gaze wholly fixated on the magnificent bone structure. He studied the dragon's form, examined the skeletal structure, observed the dragon's might, contemplated its grace, and absorbed its spirit, delving deep into the essence of the dragon. He became increasingly absorbed in this trance, walking and gazing while unconsciously mimicking the dragon's every movement with his arms and body. Meanwhile, within his spiritual womb, his ethereal fetus mirrored his motions, breathing in and out the vital energy, undergoing a wondrous transformation. The energy he exhaled did not enter Qin Mu's body, but instead roamed around him, transforming into a small dragon. As his breathing intensified, this small dragon gradually grew, eventually entwining itself around the ethereal fetus, reaching a height surpassing a human. Initially terrified, Fox Spirit Air's fear began to dissipate over time, though she noticed Qin Mu's engrossment in the dragon skeleton had led him to forget her presence. After a considerable duration, a rumble emanated from her stomach, prompting her to cautiously descend from Qin Mu's back and stealthily exit the watery dragon palace. Her caution stemmed not from a desire to avoid disturbing Qin Mu but from an innate fear of the dragon, afraid that any noise she made might awaken the dragon-esque skeleton. After half an hour, the white fox returned, carrying a bag filled with peculiar creatures resembling dandelions. Overcoming her fear of the dragon skeleton, Fox Spirit Air approached Qin Mu, climbed onto his shoulder, and offered him one of the strange creatures, seemingly oblivious. Qin Mu opened his mouth and obediently consumed the offering. Fox Spirit Air fed him over 20 of those peculiar beings before finally partaking in some herself. Qin Mu remained unaware, continuing to pace while his gaze remained fixed on the dragon skeleton, occasionally climbing onto it and exploring its vast bony structure. On his ethereal fetus, a green dragon coiled, crackling with electric energy, yet Qin Mu remained engrossed in his study of the dragon skeleton, oblivious to the spectacle surrounding him. Unconsciously, 2 days passed, during which Qin Mu had been eating, drinking, and sleeping in this location, his body growing increasingly foul, yet showing no signs of awakening. Fox Spirit Air exhibited remarkable patience. Attending to his needs, when he was thirsty, she would fetch water with leaves, and when hungry, she would catch the strange creatures in the passage. She navigated the watery depths with care, skillfully avoiding the lurking fish that might devour her, managing to avoid any mishaps. Of course, she would discreetly evade him when he needed to relieve himself. On the third day, as Fox Spirit Air prepared to fetch more water, suddenly Qin Mu's voice rang out. Astonished, "Why am I so dirty?" Fox Spirit Air, both startled and delighted, chirped, "You've been standing here for 3 days. It would be strange if you weren't dirty." 3 days? Excited, he stepped into the underwater dragon palace, with Fox Spirit Air daringly following him into the grand hall. Though her timid nature kept her close to his side, fearing to wander freely, the great hall was shrouded in mist, even denser than before, obscuring vision and creating an atmosphere of uncertainty. Strange, what was the source of this fog? Qin Mu pondered. It was not mere water vapor, and even with his divine eye, he could not see far. The deeper he ventured into the hall, the thicker the mist became, and visibility diminished. Fox Spirit Air grew increasingly anxious, gripping Qin Mu's pant leg tightly as he led the way. At that moment, a peculiar sound reached his ears, soft, lingering, yet imbued with a sense of sorrow, as if someone was singing a mournful melody from within the mist, though he could not decipher the words. In ancient language, mysterious and obscure, resonated like the tongues of gods and demons. As he listened, he absent-mindedly touched his cheek, realizing he was in tears. The melody evoked an image of an ethereal woman drifting through the mist, singing a tale that shattered her heart. Suddenly, the golden rings of his discarded Shichi Luo Zen staff clanged loudly, breaking the somber atmosphere. Master Ma had told him that the rings served to dispel distracting and malevolent thoughts. When the heart stirred, the rings would resonate. Now, they clanged incessantly, akin to the sound of copper beans being sifted. Did he harbor so many disturbing thoughts? Looking down, Qin Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Fox Spirit Air was trembling violently, clinging to his leg, while her tail rested on the staff. It was not his heart that was troubled, but rather the little fox's. "Spirit Air, could you please move your tail?" Qin Mu said gently. Fox Spirit Air shifted her tail aside but continued to tremble. Qin Mu frowned, even after moving her tail. The rings of the Shichi Luo Zen staff continued to jingle relentlessly. Could it be that besides himself and Fox Spirit Air, there was a third presence here? A third party rife with malevolent thoughts? Could it be the woman who was singing? The ringing of the staff grew more urgent, indicating that indeed, a third party lingered, burdened by an abundance of disturbing thoughts, causing the staff to resonate incessantly. In the air, the sorrowful song floated and swirled, growing ever more melancholic. Meanwhile, the gentle melody from the mist gradually became clearer, as though it were being sung directly into his ear. What lay hidden within the mist? His scalp tingled in fear, and Fox Spirit Air had crawled up his pant leg to his back, burrowing into his embrace, her fluffy little head peeking out, cautiously surveying their surroundings, trembling in fright. This scene was undeniably terrifying, causing Qin Mu to feel a pang of unease, yet the vibrating rings imparted a calming effect, allowing his mind to settle swiftly. He steadied himself. So many hands clearly did not belong to a single individual. Whatever it is, begone. Qin Mu's vital energy surged, flowing through his arm into the Shichi Luo Zen staff. He lifted the staff and struck it down heavily, producing a resounding crash. Suddenly, beams of brilliant light erupted from the staff, shooting out in all directions. Simultaneously, a figure of a Buddha appeared behind him, seated in midair, resonating with a profound sound. Thus have I heard. The resounding sacred sounds emanating from the mouth of that revered Buddha resonate profoundly, since time immemorial. All sentient beings have been ensnared in the continuous cycle of birth and death, arising from their ignorance of the eternal, unchanging true mind, the inherently pure and luminous essence, which is obscured by myriad delusions. These illusions, being insubstantial, give rise to the ceaseless cycle of transmigration, endlessly revolving. Chapter 48. Dragon Soul. A resonant hum reverberated as Qin Mu stood, the radiant halo behind the Buddha figure pulsing with brilliance, casting luminous beams in every direction, effectively dispelling the eerie mists. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously as he surveyed his surroundings, witnessing a multitude of desiccated corpses cascading from the heavens, leaving scarcely any space to tread. Among these remains lay skeletal figures, stripped of flesh, adorned in voluminous garments akin to official robes. As the shrouding fog dissipated, clarity returned to the scene, yet the haunting melody persisted, albeit at a distance, imbued with a profound sorrow that lingered in the air. Qin Mu withdrew his vital energy, and the Buddha figure behind him gradually faded. How could there be so many corpses concealed within this grand hall? These bodies did not resemble those of ordinary individuals. Qin Mu scrutinized his surroundings, a frown creasing his brow. The sheer number of corpses was unsettling, and their preservation was peculiar. Notably, the remains of the Flood Dragon King outside had decomposed to mere skeletons. How could the bodies within the hall have remained intact? It was conceivable that these corpses had entered after the cataclysm of the Great Wasteland. Like him and Fox Spirit, they must have discovered the path to the Flood Dragon Palace and ventured into this hall. His gaze shifted forward, where the depths of the hall remained enshrouded in mist. Something within the fog had slain these explorers, rendering them to this state. A shiver coursed through him as he tightened his grip on the Zen staff. The Shichi Luo staff, a treasure capable of securing a city, had unleashed remarkable power with merely a surge of his energy. It was the wise old woman's intent for him to wield it, as she harbored great concern for his safety, transforming into various forms to provide covert protection. The thought of her anxiety over the past few days weighed heavily on Qin Mu's heart, igniting a sense of guilt within him. He steeled himself, his eyes scanning the area. The source of the mist must reside within this hall, and so too did the lurking peril. What malevolent force had brought death to these martial artists in their quest for exploration? At that moment, the mist from the hall's depths surged toward him, creeping up to his ankles before gradually rising higher. The scattered corpses on the ground became enveloped in the fog, their lifeless but which is the truth? Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings, only to find the encroaching mist closing in. He immediately shook the Shichi Luo Zen staff and struck the ground heavily. Thus have I heard. Behind him, the Buddha's silhouette reappeared, resonating with a profound mantra, since time immemorial. All sentient beings have been caught in the cycle of birth and death, arising from ignorance of the eternal, unchanging true heart, the pure and luminous essence. Entangled in myriad delusions. These illusions are but falsehoods, hence the cycle of reincarnation persists. The teachings of the Great Thunder Sound Temple certainly possess profound wisdom. The elder encased in ice expressed his admiration. How may I address you, esteemed elder? Qin Mu inquired, dispelling the mist. The elder in the ice replied, I am Gulin Wan, the royal guardian of Prince Xiaobao of the Yin Kong Kingdom, holding the esteemed title of first-rank official. If you can rescue me. Upon your arrival in the Yin Kong Kingdom, I shall ensure you revel in boundless glory and wealth. Chapter 49. A heart of loyalty. Qin Mu pondered for a moment. Realizing that Mu Beifeng, the leader of the Lijiang sect, was of the second rank, while this elder named Gulin Wan was of the first rank, undoubtedly more formidable. The elder's words rang true. He turned to Hu Linger and said, How do you know what he says is true? The mist is exhaled by the dragon soul. Qin Mu pointed to the ethereal figure of the dragon mother gliding within the hall. He observed that wherever the dragon soul passed, the mist thickened. And as the mist enveloped the area, lifeless corpses began to rise, seemingly drawn to Qin Mu's presence, drifting towards him. Hu Lingo noticed this too. Once the mist expelled by the dragon mother's soul dissipated, the corpses would collapse, motionless. However, when the mist reappeared, the corpses would revive, attempting to assault anyone who dared enter this domain. These corpses seemed to serve as guardians of this grand hall, protecting it from intruders who might seize the dragon pearl and disrupt the young dragon's healing. The origin of these corpses, it seemed, was indeed as the elder had suggested, a result of the dragon pearl's curse, draining the life essence of any martial artist who dared trespass into this dragon palace. Using their vitality to prolong the life of the young dragon encased in ice, Qin Mu found himself in a quandary. Elder Gu, though I wish to assist, my strength is feeble, and I fear my intentions may be futile. Gulin Wan chuckled softly. Indeed, you lack the power to dissolve the dragon pearl's ice. But I possess it. As long as you heed my commands, you can aid in my liberation. Once I am free, you may have whatever you desire." His words were laced with arrogance, evidently reflective of the high status he held as the prince's protector. "Though I am ensnared by this ice, my cultivation remains intact. This ice cannot extinguish my life." Gu Linwan continued, "I will expend my last vestiges of spiritual energy to move this sword from my waist out of the ice. You must wield this sword to slay the Dragon Mother's soul. Once her soul is vanquished, the Dragon Pearl can no longer bind me. Upon my release, I will even bestow this Dragon Pearl upon you." Qin Mu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Slay the Dragon Mother's soul? Elder, I have only just begun to cultivate to the spiritual embryo realm. How could I possibly defeat the Dragon Mother's soul?" Gu Linwan scoffed, "You cannot. But with my sword, you certainly can. This is no ordinary weapon. It is the imperial first-rank sword of the court, forged by the finest craftsmen of the Yinkan dynasty using the most exquisite materials. In the Yinkan realm, there are only 16 first-rank officials, and thus only 16 such swords, each bearing a name. This sword is called the Prince's Sword." Qin Mu hesitated, inquiring, "How does this sword compare to my staff?" Gu Linwan sneered. "The old monk's staff is indeed commendable, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple is one of the few prestigious sects in the world. But the treasures forged by a single sect cannot be compared to those crafted by the might of an entire nation. There are still 2 or 3 sects in Yin and that rival the Great Thunder Sound Temple." Qin Mu felt a jolt of realization but was still puzzled. If you possess such a treasure, why not slay the Dragon Mother's soul yourself? Gu Linwan fell silent for a moment before responding. "I had not anticipated the crucial nature of the situation. Upon seeing the Dragon Pearl, I intended to eliminate this hidden threat for future generations. In a moment of carelessness, I became ensnared, and by the time I realized I could not escape the ice, it was too late. Since being trapped, I could only preserve my vitality, preventing the ice from extinguishing my life. Do you know how long I have been imprisoned here?" He sighed, 200 years. "For 2 centuries, I have been trapped here. Managing to sustain my life until now is no small feat." Qin Mu felt profound sympathy, stating, 200 years encased in ice. "Were it me, I would have surely gone mad. Elder, your endurance is truly remarkable." Gu Linwan lamented, "Fortunately, you have arrived. I will expend my remaining energy to release the prince's sword from the ice. You must strike down the Dragon Mother's soul and liberate me." Qin Mu nodded solemnly, pledging, "I will do my utmost." Gu Linwan gathered the last of his energy, and the prince's sword began to move slowly within the ice, its progress painstakingly slow. After more than an hour, the hilt of the sword finally emerged. Gu Linwan appeared weary, his voice hoarse. "My energy is nearly depleted, young man. You must hasten to slay the Dragon Mother." Qin Mu responded affirmatively, unleashing a strand of energy the thickness of his arm, which seized the hilt of the sword. With a clang, the prince's sword was drawn, radiating a chilling brilliance. Both Qin Mu and Hu Linger winced as the sword's light struck their eyes, only recovering after a brief moment, able to discern their surroundings once more. "What are you doing?" Gu Linwan exclaimed. Seeing Qin Mu's considerable energy strand wielding the prince's sword, pursuing the Dragon Mother's soul but failing to land a single blow, he could not help but laugh and cry. "What are you doing? Is this how you wield a sword with your energy? Who taught you swordsmanship?" Qin Mu paused, feeling embarrassed. "I do not know how to control a sword, nor have I ever learned swordsmanship." Gu Linwan was nearly beside himself with frustration. "You do not know swordsmanship or how to control a sword, yet you carry a sword bag?" Qin Mu, feeling shame, replied, "The sword bag is heavy. I carry it as a form of training." Gu Linwan nearly spat blood. The ineptitude of his swordsmanship made him wish he could leap from the ice to give the boy a thorough thrashing. "Fine. I shall teach you the technique of controlling swords with energy." He suppressed his anger, adding, "Once you learn, you can slay the Dragon Mother." Qin Mu shook his head. "I will not learn." Gu Linwan's frustration reached a boiling point. Had he not been trapped in the ice, he would have leapt out to discipline the boy. "The old woman said someone would teach you better swordsmanship. If I teach you another swordsmanship, that person will not teach you anymore." Gu Linwan, exasperated, laughed. "Better swordsmanship? Do you know that the finest swordsmanship in the world is that of the Yinkan dynasty? The national master has gathered the best sword techniques from across the realm, assembling the masters of swordsmanship to create new forms. The wisdom of all swordsmanship masters combined, surely, that surpasses the so-called techniques developed by sect founders in isolation. Those so-called sects merely inherit the legacy of their ancestors, remaining stagnant, believing themselves invincible, unaware that they have long been left far behind." Qin Mu stood in stunned silence, recognizing the profound truth in his words, unable to refute them. Due to the incident with the Lijiang sect, he had harbored little fondness for the national master of Yankan. Yet the master's demeanor commanded respect. To possess such magnanimity, to transcend sectarian biases and unite the wisdom of swordsmanship from all corners of the realm in Yankan, such a visionary was indeed admirable. I will not learn. Qin Mu shook his head again. Gu Linwan felt as if his heart might shatter. He longed to break free from the ice and discipline this insufferable boy. After a moment, Gu Linwan suddenly smiled. Very well, I will not teach you swordsmanship, but I will teach you the technique of controlling swords. This technique is not swordsmanship per se. Once you learn it, it will not hinder your study of other sword techniques. Qin Mu's heart stirred. He reluctantly nodded. It seems you are not beyond hope. You recognize good from bad. This technique is called the heart of loyalty, teaching you how to control a sword without imparting swordsmanship. Gu Linwan's spirit surged. What does heart of loyalty mean? Dan signifies red, representing flawless jade, the 9-turn elixir. The heart of loyalty embodies sincerity, a heart that is pure and transparent, entirely devoid of impure thoughts. This technique emphasizes a pure spirit, possessing a childlike heart. With such a heart, one can control the sword. Where the heart goes, the sword follows, rendering one invincible. Among the techniques for controlling swords, none surpass it. The first step in cultivating the heart of loyalty. The heart is like fire. The furnace is in the field. The heart's fire refines true essence, while the field is cultivated, sowing seeds between the ridges. Dare to teach the sun god to rise on the 10th day, the radiant sun's holy fire illuminating the heart. Qin Mu hastily committed to memory the essence of the Danqin formula, a technique for controlling the sword that embodies profound truths. Although the incantation exists, without the guidance of an expert to elucidate its intricacies, one would remain oblivious to the path of cultivation. Gu Linwan recited the entire Danqin formula, subsequently explaining its profound workings word by word. Listening to her, Qin Mu felt as if a restless spirit was scratching at his heart, leaping in anticipation. After a considerable time, Gu Linwan completed her explanation of the Danqin formula and remarked, "Begin your practice first, then you may control the sword. In no more than 10 days, or as few as 2, you shall wield your qi to command the sword, allowing you to slay the soul of the dragon mother with the Xiaobao sword. The little fox in your embrace has also benefited from your kindness." Learning the finest sword control technique in existence. Truly a fortuitous encounter. Chapter 50. The little fox spirit. Qin Mu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply as he said, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall remember it always." Gu Linwan smiled and replied, "If you truly know gratitude, then hasten your cultivation to slay the dragon mother's soul. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me." Qin Mu immediately activated the Danqin Chu, envisioning his Dantian as a fertile field, plowing it to sow the seeds of fire. He then summoned 10 suns to converge above his Dantian, nurturing the fire seeds to grow, transforming them into a blazing furnace of sacred fire. Only after achieving a modest degree of success could he be said to have initially completed the Danqin. With a nascent Danqin, he could then control his sword with thoughts, allowing his mind to guide the blade. While this may sound straightforward, it is a formidable challenge. Attaining the sacred fire is no easy feat, and refining the Danqin is even more arduous, thus divided into 9 transformations. Should Qin Mu manage to cultivate the first transformation, he would wield a sword with far greater mastery than before, making it plausible to pursue the dragon mother's soul without doubt. "Ah, your foundation is remarkably strong," Gu Linwan exclaimed in astonishment. In a mere moment, Qin Mu had already plowed his Dantian and sown the fire seeds, with 10 suns emerging above to begin nurturing them. This indicated that Qin Mu's cultivation was quite profound for an ordinary martial artist. Not only would summoning 10 suns be impossible, even sowing the fire seeds would require consuming numerous elixirs to restore their vital energy. Yet, Qin Mu needed no such elixirs. With a surge of vigor, he filled his Dantian with fire seeds, and his vital energy transformed into 10 radiant suns illuminating his Dantian. This level of cultivation was indeed rare among martial artists at the spirit embryo realm. Given his astounding speed of cultivation, it was likely that he would not require 10 days, nor even 2, by tomorrow. He could master the first transformation of the Danqin Ju and slay the dragon mother's soul, thereby rescuing me. Gu Linwan's eyes sparkled with concern. Such an outstanding young genius, it would be a pity to kill him. He mused, but the great ruins are a forsaken land. Not only the people here, but even the insects are deemed guilty and must perish. Moreover, I am starving. I have not eaten anything substantial for over 50 years. The time Qin Mu required to master the first transformation of the Danxinju was even shorter than he had anticipated. By nightfall, the outside world gradually brightened, and the light filtered through the rushing waters, illuminating the dragon palace beneath. Rising to his feet, Qin Mu focused his thoughts, and suddenly, his vital energy entwined around the Xiaobao sword. With a swift motion, he pierced through the heavy mist, moving with the swiftness of light and electricity. The sound of the Xiaobao sword slicing through the air echoed continuously as Qin Mu deftly controlled the sword, unleashing a flurry of over 100 strikes in an instant, leaving onlookers dazzled. Though he had no formal sword training, his simple stabbing motion surpassed even the terrifying techniques of the Li River sect's disciples. This Danxinju is truly remarkable. Qin Mu bowed again to Gulin Wan, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for imparting your teachings, esteemed elder. I shall never forget your kindness." Gulin Wan laughed heartily. "You possess exceptional talent, which is why you have grasped the first transformation of the Danxin in such a short time. The little fox spirit beside you has not cultivated as swiftly." His heart brimmed with joy. Freedom was near, and even a master like him felt a flicker of hesitation, torn between gratitude and the grim necessity of sacrifice. This young man saved me and exhibits such extraordinary talent. It truly pains me to consider ending his life. Just then, Qin Mu turned and walked away, the Xiaobao sword in hand, disappearing into the thick mist. Gulin Wan's furious voice rang out, "You wretched boy. You are contradicting yourself. I have taught you the technique and provided you with the sword. Why do you hesitate to slay the Dragon Mother?" Outside the palace, Qin Mu's voice faded into the distance. "Esteemed elder, it is true that the Dragon Mother has used the Dragon Pearl to kill many martial artists who entered this place. However, the Dragon Pearl merely transforms them into dried corpses, soulless husks. Within the Dragon Palace, there are many skeletons that did not perish beneath the Dragon Pearl. They became skeletons, not dried corpses." Gulin Wan was taken aback. "Wretched boy, when did you discover this?" "I noticed it the moment I entered the Dragon Palace." Qin Mu replied. Gulin Wan gritted his teeth, coldly stating, "Are you truly only 12 years old? A 12-year-old boy can perceive such matters? Can comprehend these truths? Can remain unperturbed while plotting? I will only turn 12 this autumn. I am still 11. Qin Mu's voice trailed off, becoming barely audible. The Dragon Palace erupted in a chorus of furious curses, their booming voices reaching the already distant Qin Mu and the Fox Spirit. The Fox Spirit peeked out from his embrace, puzzled. "Young Master Mu, how did you know he harbored malicious intent?" Qin Mu explained, "When we first arrived, I used the Zen staff to disperse the mist, and many dried corpses fell from the sky. Did you notice that, besides the dried corpses, there were many skeletons?" The Fox Spirit nodded, recalling that some skeletons had been crushed by the falling dried corpses, and they were still clad in garments. The clothes of the skeletons were official robes. Qin Mu continued. Gulin Wan mentioned that he brought many disciples into the great ruins for training. Discovering this underwater dragon palace, his disciples were killed by the Dragon Pearl, but those slain by the Dragon Pearl should have had their vital energy drained, becoming dried corpses, not skeletons. Since they were not killed by the Dragon Pearl, how did they die? The Fox Spirit's eyes lit up with realization. Gulin Wan was holding a black banner in his other hand. It was quite eerie. He must have used the black banner to kill his disciples while he was encased in ice, unable to escape, knowing he would be trapped here for eternity. He understood that his disciples, despite being called his disciples, were merely officials of the Yin Kong Kingdom, lacking any true bond of master and student. They may not have informed the court to rescue him. After all, vacating a position as the crown prince as protector benefits everyone. The Fox Spirit recalled at that time. She had been trembling in Qin Mu's embrace, and he had even asked her to adjust her tail. I originally thought that the dried corpses were interfering with the Zen staff, causing it to resonate incessantly, but the dried corpses are devoid of consciousness. I then assumed it was the Dragon Mother's lingering thoughts, but curiously, when I approached Gulin Wan, the staff ceased its sound, indicating it was not the Dragon Mother's thoughts, but rather Gulin Wan's. Qin Mu concluded. The reason the staff fell silent was that Gulin Wan had made up his mind. Since we were protected by the Zen staff, he could not consume us. So he decided to use us to escape. The Fox Spirit was left speechless. After a moment, she exclaimed, "Young Master Mu, are you really only 12 years old?" "I will turn 12 after autumn," Qin Mu replied with an innocent smile. "Then you must be a Fox Spirit too," the Fox Spirit exclaimed with excitement. "You must be a cunning Fox Spirit, and a clever one at that." Qin Mu lamented, "You have no idea how my childhood was spent. I was constantly deceived by a group of old men and women. Before I ventured out to hunt, My grandmother tricked me into collecting eggs from a hen's nest, only to discover it was a hen dragon that sent me fleeing for my life. Meanwhile, my grandmother quietly snuck in to collect the eggs. Not long after, they navigated around a pond and exited the Dragon King temple. Qin Mu hesitated, about to speak, when suddenly, a cold laugh emerged from the grass hut. Bathing? Cultivating? Are we collecting yin to replenish yang or collecting yang to bolster yin? Grandmother? Qin Mu exclaimed in surprise and delight. How did you come to be here? Chapter 51. The Lady of the Sect Leader. How did I end up here? Elder C emerged from the thatched cottage, her voice choked with emotion. After all the toil I invested in raising you, you silently ran off with that vixen, leaving me all alone. And you dare to question my presence here? You've grown wings, and now that you have a fox spirit, you no longer need me. Little fox spirit, how do you intend to perish? Qin Mu quickly chuckled. Elder, you've misunderstood. I happened to encounter Foxlinger, who spoke of the Longjiang Dragon Palace, so I want to take a look. I lost track of time while contemplating the true dragon there, which is why I stayed for a few more days. Not just 2 days, but 4. Elder C exclaimed. Did you say you were contemplating the true dragon? She stared in astonishment. That little vixen didn't absorb your essence, did she? Foxlinger, blushing and somewhat fearful, hid behind Qin Mu. He summoned his essence and smiled. Elder, please observe. A deep dragon roar resonated as Qin Mu's essence surged forth, transforming into an enormous dragon that entwined around him. Its dragon claws melded with his arms. As he moved, he unleashed a punch, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated like the sound of thunder. Azure Dragon Essence. Elder C was utterly shocked. She knew Master Ma had not imparted the Mahayana Sutra to Qin Mu. Without the proper techniques for the Thunder Sound 8 styles, despite the depth of his essence, his mastery in that discipline could not be high. Yet now, Qin Mu had actually produced the sound of thunder, his punch akin to a raging storm, nearly unleashing true thunder. What was even more astonishing was the Azure Dragon Essence. The Azure Dragon coiling around Qin Mu was emblematic of the Azure Dragon Spirit Body, unique to the 4 great spirit bodies. This marked the 3rd attribute of Qin Mu's dominance body essence. Having observed both water and fire, Qin Mu's dominance body essence now possessed attributes of water and fire, corresponding to the Xuanwu and Zhike essences. And now he had acquired the lightning attribute of the Azure Dragon Essence. As Qin Mu retracted his energy, the Azure Dragon slithered back into his body, its form so vivid that it resembled a genuine divine dragon. He was filled with both surprise and joy, never anticipating he could produce the sound of thunder. The little monk Mingxin could invoke the sound of thunder through the Thunder Sound 8 styles, which made Qin Mu envious. He could also unleash thunder with the demon god's mighty seal, but it was costly in terms of energy. The Thunder Sound 8 styles, being less taxing, combined with the dominance body's 3 elixirs, were more conducive to cultivation during battle, allowing his essence to remain largely intact. By producing the sound of thunder, his strength could witness a significant leap. He recounted his experiences in the Dragon Palace, and Elder C listened with rapt attention. When he mentioned encountering the skeletal officials and the mummies, her eyes flickered. 2 different manners of death. There is something peculiar about this. You must be cautious when you entered. When he spoke of the young dragon sealed by the Dragon Pearl's mysterious ice and Gu Liwan, Elder C clapped her hands and laughed. That old rascal Gu Liwan is indeed suspicious. Those skeletal officials must have perished at his hands, devoured by him. Those in the officialdom are notorious for their ruthlessness. How did you deceive him? Foxlingo, filled with admiration, thought that this old woman had made the same deductions as Qin Mu without even witnessing the events firsthand. Could she also be a fox spirit? Qin Mu shared the teachings of his Danqing technique and produced the Xiaobao sword. Elder C took it, examined it, and praised. The Xiaobao sword is indeed a rare treasure in the world. The Kingdom of Yinkan forged 16 first-grade swords, including the Xiaobao sword, Taibao sword, Taifu sword, and others, distributed among high-ranking officials and princes. Such a precious item? Qin Mu was taken aback. How does it compare to the Zakilyo Zen staff? Not much difference, really. Elder C replied. The Zakilyo Zen staff is blessed by the Buddha, while the Xiaobao sword, being a first-grade official sword, carries the luck of the Yinkan Kingdom, wielding immense power. Qin Mu inquired. He claims that the swordsmanship of the Yinkan Kingdom is unparalleled, yet I haven't learned it. I've only studied the Danqing technique sword control. Is this the right approach? Not learning is indeed wise, Elder C explained. The swordsmanship of the Yinkan Kingdom is commendable, but Gu Liwan, being from the demonic path, may not have attained the level of Yinkan's swordmaster. Mastery in swordsmanship depends on the individual. Even the best techniques can falter if taught poorly. Consider the little monk Mingxin. Although he practices the thunder sound 8 styles, his teacher's shortcomings left him with vulnerabilities. Elder C spoke earnestly. Thus, when learning swordsmanship, one must choose the finest masters. Those half-baked are to be avoided at all costs. Qin Mu pondered. Gu Liwan was a high-ranking official of the Yinkan kingdom, a Taizi Xiaobao. Could he truly be half-baked? Little fox, I shall spare you. Fox Linger, shamefaced, lowered her head. I cannot read. Elder C, surprised, chuckled. What an honest little fox spirit. Considering you Haven T harmed my child and allowed him to gain such opportunities, I shall not deceive you further. If you practice according to my annotations, you would surely meet a tragic end from misguidance. What business do you have seducing my child? Fox Linger shuddered, thinking, young Master Mu was not mistaken. The elders in her village are indeed adept at deception. Old foxes turned into spirits. Not long after, they arrived at the village of Old Can. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback, for beside Old Can village, a new village had seemingly appeared without notice. This village was evidently newly constructed, much larger than Old Can village, exuding an air of extravagance with its splendid buildings and pavilions. The houses of Old Can village, made of simple mud walls and thatched roofs, often leaked when it rained. Qin Mu frequently held a basin to catch the rainwater indoors. In comparison, the newly emerged village appeared remarkably shabby. Elder C's countenance suddenly darkened, and she said nothing as she led Qin Mu toward Old Can village. The new village stood at the roadside. At that moment, peculiar figures emerged, both young and old, male and female, standing by the road. As Elder C passed each individual, they bowed deeply, reverently greeting her as Madam. Even the elderly, with their silver hair, bent at the waist, addressing her with utmost humility and respect. Elder C's expression grew increasingly grim, and she remained silent, gripping Qin Mu's hand as they made their way to Old Can village. Along the way, Qin Mu heard hundreds of Madam, leaving him in bewilderment. Upon reaching the village entrance, the village chief and the herbalist were sipping tea, while a young man sat across from them, leisurely enjoying his drink, accompanied by an elder. Madam, the elder bowed. The young man looked up, his voice unexpectedly ancient and languid. Yongyu, upon seeing the ancestor, did you not extend a greeting? Elder C stiffened, halting her steps, and bowed. Greetings, ancestor. The law elder glanced at Qin Mu, a smile spreading across his face, his eyes nearly squinting with mirth. Madam, is this your esteemed son? The law elder's knowing expression made Elder C's teeth itch with irritation. The herbalist smiled. Madam, a good friend of the heavenly demon sect has been here for several days, but hasn't he seen you? They are reluctant to leave. Elder C furrowed her brow, while the village chief spoke softly. Since you have entered Old Can village, you are now one of us. Your matters will be shared by the people of Old Can village. The young man across from them sipped his tea, grinning. Brother Dao remains as domineering as ever. Concerning matters of utmost import pertaining to the leader of my order, his esteemed consort, and the sacred scriptures, I fear that the hamlet of the infirm, despite their resilience, may find themselves unequal to the task at hand. Chapter 52. Selling at a good price. The village chief raised an eyebrow and remarked, if the fish perish and the net breaks, the heavenly demon sect will likely suffer innumerable casualties as well. Why must we insist on pressing so hard? If our old and feeble forms cause your esteemed sect to suffer great losses, the national master of Yinkan would certainly revel in the opportunity to absorb the heavenly demon sect into his domain. What do you think? The young patriarch nodded in agreement, replying, indeed, the national master of Yinkan has been seeking an opportunity to subdue our sect and bring us under the court's banner. However, with the loss of our sacred texts and the murder of our sect leader, we are nearly extinguished. If you persist in your obstinacy, the small village you guard may soon collide with my sacred sect. Unfurl the banners, commanded the patriarch. The elder in charge of law enforcement bowed and said, yes, patriarch. Unfurl the banners. The leaders of the 360 halls swiftly produced great banners, which unfurled with a whoosh, billowing in the wind. Qin Mu gazed out and saw that the 360 banners were expanding wider and larger, each banner encompassing an area of about an acre. Retract the banners, said the young patriarch. The elder in charge of law enforcement shouted, retract the banners. One by one, the great banners were rolled up, their surfaces disappearing, revealing that behind the banners stood tens of thousands of practitioners, each one standing tall and silent, radiating an air of formidable menace. The village chief sighed. The transmission banners of the heavenly demon sect are indeed as formidable as rumored. With the unfurling and retraction of the banners, These tens of thousands of practitioners can directly enter the vast expanse. No wonder the national master of Yanqin is so eager to subdue the heavenly demon sect. Should he gain control of such power, the armies of Yanqin would sweep across the realm and unify all nations. The young patriarch lamented, without a leader. Our sect is but a scattered group. Over the past 40 years, our plight has become increasingly dire. And I suspect the national master of Yanqin can no longer restrain himself from taking action against us. Like you, I have aged, and my days are numbered. Now, I can only hope for the emergence of a dazzling new leader for our sect. The village chief's eyes flickered as he said, so, the best candidate for the new leader is the wife of the former leader, who was killed on their wedding night. The village chief glanced at Granny C, feeling somewhat troubled. It is said that this lady was responsible for the death of your sect's leader, Li Tianqing. Why then would she be allowed to assume the position of the new leader rather than seek vengeance for her husband's death? The leader's murder is a tremendous disgrace for your sect, is it not? The young patriarch's eyes shone brightly as he replied with a smile, you seem to have forgotten. We are a demon sect and cannot be judged by common standards. The new leader's act of killing the former leader only demonstrates her capability. Naturally, we must support her. The village chief wore a peculiar expression, and both Qin Mu and the herbalist appeared equally perplexed. The heavenly demon sect had such a rule? Granny, is there indeed such a rule? The herbalist inquired. Granny C nodded numbly. The herbalist could not help but ask if such a rule exists. Why did you not stay in the heavenly demon sect to become the new leader after killing the former leader? Granny C replied, having killed him. I could not bear to remain in the heavenly demon sect. Staying there would only deepen my inner turmoil. The herbalist still found it hard to comprehend. To him, the idea that the heavenly demon sect had waited 40 years to avenge the murder of their leader only to choose her as the new leader was already difficult to grasp. And Granny C's desire to avoid the situation was even more bewildering. The village chief smiled slightly, addressing the young patriarch. If Granny is unwilling to accompany you, you cannot take her. The young patriarch frowned, stating, I must take the leader's wife and the great demon sutra. The two exchanged glances. The village chief poured tea and gestured for them to leave, saying, if guests do not depart, we shall have to extinguish them. There are too many from the heavenly demon sect, and we shall not prepare coffins. Those of our era are dwindling, and I truly cannot bear it. The young patriarch lifted his cup and drank it all, placing it down before rising to say, I feel the same. However, your village has few people. I can arrange for coffins. Hold on. The village chief shot a glance at her, and Granny C smiled, saying, rest assured, I will be taken away at worst. Yes, madam. The elder in charge of law enforcement bowed and slowly retreated. Granny C's eyes sparkled as she looked at the young patriarch. He sighed. You were once the saintess of our sect, possessing unparalleled talent and beauty. When Li Tianqing sought to marry you, I was indeed opposed, but you did not prevent it. She replied with a smile. Li Tianqing was my master, and it is against moral principles for a master to marry a disciple. Should our sacred sect forsake human decency? The young patriarch frowned. I knew it was wrong when Li Tianqing took you as a disciple. I feared he would be completely captivated by you, losing his senses. And indeed, he was enchanted, even abandoning his former wife of hundreds of years to marry you as his new wife. Granny C chuckled as she ground her few remaining teeth, saying, if you knew he would be captivated, why did you allow him to take me as a disciple? Patriarch, you should have taken me as your disciple. Had I been your disciple, none of this would have transpired. I feared that being in close quarters with you would enchant me, the young patriarch sighed. I was merely 13 when you first laid eyes on me. Yet your heart raced suddenly. At that moment, you knew you could not take me as your disciple. You felt aged and did not wish your lifetime of glory to be tarnished by me. A master falling for a disciple would invite ridicule, he sighed. Few who have seen your true form can resist your allure, and the longer one stays, the deeper the enchantment. Granny C continued to grind her teeth, half smiling. If that is so, why did you still allow me to become the leader? Are you not afraid I shall ruin the sacred sect? You are the best candidate. The young patriarch stated. I also believe you possess a certain charm that may lead to chaos within our sacred sect. However, over the past 40 years, we have searched far and wide for exceptional young talents, yet none compare to you. They always fall short. He sighed, dejectedly adding, once one has seen the best, all else pales in comparison. Granny C smiled brightly, but I can still return a leader to you, along with the sacred text, the Great Demon Sutra. The young patriarch's expression shifted. Return a leader to us? What do you mean? In the dilapidated village, Qin Mu, the village chief, the herbalist, and others watched intently. Observing the lively exchange between Granny C and the patriarch, who engaged in amicable conversation, to their astonishment. Have they reached an agreement? The onlookers wore strange expressions, with the limping man expressing skepticism, smiling broadly. When will the battle commence? No need for a battle, Granny C replied with a smile. Old Ma Mu mentioned his tyrant body energy now possesses the attributes of the Azure Dragon. Why not test if he has made any progress? The tyrant body energy can mimic the Azure Dragon's energy? Old Ma was astonished, saying, Mu, come here and show us. Qin Mu hurried over. The herbalist, watching the two engage in combat, moved closer to Granny C and whispered, Has Granny sold Mu? Granny C blinked and replied earnestly, What are you saying? How could I sell Mu? How much did you sell him for? The limping man leaned in curiously. Young master of the heavenly demon sect, Granny C sighed. For now, just a nominal title. I will also provide the Great Demon Sutra. We shall see how he develops as an adult. If he grows promisingly, he may formally become the sect leader. How does that sound? The limping man's eyes brightened, and he gasped, Such a good deal? Granny, why didn't you find me sooner? You could sell me. Granny C chuckled. If you wish to become the sacred leader of the heavenly demon sect, it is quite simple. Just take a trip to the neighboring village. Meet with the leaders of the 360 halls, the 12 guardians, the 4 great kings. And you also need to meet with the patriarch of the demon sect. The limping man turned pale, saying, Mu has to visit the neighboring village to become the young master? Granny C sighed, helplessly saying, They must verify the goods first. Without inspection, how could anyone confidently allow him to become the young master of the heavenly demon sect? Chapter 53. Demonstration. So, you intend to impart the demon sect's sacred text, the grand cultivation of heavenly demons, to Mu? Asked the lame one. Granny C gently nodded and replied, He surpasses me. The art of heavenly demons is indeed a divine skill within the grand cultivation, which I have employed for skinning and crafting garments, revealing a certain malevolence. However, I never contemplated using the art of heavenly demons to counter the radiant yang soul technique of the 8 thunder sounds in the sky. Yet he has. The apothecary nodded and said, The art of heavenly demons seals the soul, making it an ingenious counter to the radiant yang soul technique in the air. Granny C smiled and remarked, Thus, if he masters the grand cultivation of heavenly demons, he may very well elevate the demonic scriptures, creating things we once could not even fathom. The mute gestured a few times, and the deaf shook his head, saying, Do not reveal it to him. If we do, it will lose its charm. A group of elderly men and women shared knowing smiles, thoroughly amused. In the village of Canlao, the sound of thunder echoed as Qin Mu and Master Ma intertwined their forms, each unleashing the same technique of 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder against one another. Boom! The thunder roared, deafeningly loud, as Qin Mu and Master Ma's fists collided. With a muffled grunt, they staggered back, yet Qin Mu's footwork resembled a divine dragon coiling. Though it appeared he was retreating, he was, in fact, gathering strength. In mere moments, Qin Mu's power reached its zenith, his body charging forth like an enraged dragon emerging from the abyss, launching an attack at Master Ma. You rascal, you even modified the stealing heaven footwork I taught you. The lame one exclaimed in astonishment. He discerned that Qin Mu's recent footwork mirrored a coiling dragon, poised to strike. Although it seemed like retreating, it was, in truth, a cunning counterattack. His stealing heaven footwork was unparalleled, but the lame one, accustomed to such tricks, had never concerned himself with enhancing its offensive prowess. His footwork was typically employed for thievery and ambush, not for direct confrontation. Qin Mu merely made slight adjustments, unconsciously channeling the essence of the divine dragon, embodying a serpentine grace in his movements. Thud, thud, thud. A series of explosive sounds erupted as Qin Mu and Master Ma exchanged a single punch. Yet it resonated with 45 mighty booms, creating an astonishing spectacle. Qin Mu was sent tumbling backwards, his body twisting in midair like a dragon, dissipating Master Ma's force before landing steadily on the ground. Master Ma is still Master Ma, the lame one remarked in admiration. Master Ma said, Mu, have you grasped the essence of this technique? Qin Mu's expression transformed in astonishment as he exclaimed, Your fist force differs from mine. My fist embodies 45 dragons, all of the same kind, while yours contains 45 distinct divine dragons, each with its unique essence. You've realized it, Master Ma replied with a look of satisfaction. At the Great Thunder Sound Temple, there are 100 celestial dragon sculptures known as the 100 Dragon Diagram. These were crafted by the first Tathagata, depicting the 100 types of celestial dragons he witnessed, for the cultivation of the 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder technique by future disciples. When I practiced the technique, I did not perceive true dragons, but rather these sculptures. The 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder encompasses 45 types of dragon essence, needing 45 dragon illustrations. Do you understand what that signifies? Qin Mu's heart quaked as he exclaimed, "Every time you execute the 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder, the dragon essence within your fists is different from before." Master Ma nodded, saying, "The 9 dragons riding the wind and thunder may appear as a simple punch, yet it conceals countless transformations, hidden within the internal essence of the strike, rendering it imperceptible. Watch closely, Muir." With a single arm, Master Ma delivered a punch, and a dragon's roar erupted, followed by a thunderous crash. A dragon-shaped aura surged forth, a furious dragon breaking free from the depths, ready to devour. Then came 2 more roars, as twin dragons burst forth from his fist, intertwining as they surged ahead. With a third roar, 3 types of dragon essence unleashed their might, shattering stone and earth. Master Ma's punch released 45 dragon-shaped energies, each appearing as vivid as living dragons. His strike soared toward the heavens, and suddenly, 45 azure dragons manifested in the sky above Canlao village, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of lightning and storm, ascending into the clouds. Qin Mu looked up to see a cloud suddenly shatter and vanish. From the broken cloud, a human head fell, landing at his feet. Startled, he focused his gaze and discovered it was the head of a monk, inexplicably hidden within the clouds. Could it be that some demon had slain this monk and carried his head into the sky? As Qin Mu pondered this, several limbs and a body plummeted from the sky, with the latter landing outside the village. Not the work of demons. Qin Mu's heart trembled. It was the monk hiding in the clouds. The villagers, including the mute, deaf, and butcher, seemed unfazed by this occurrence. Master Ma appeared oblivious to the fact that he had said that at that time, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with flashes of blades darting through the thunderous storm. Shortly thereafter, the corpse of the celestial blade fell from the heavens. If this butcher is indeed the celestial blade, how did he manage to survive? The young patriarch remarked, "For a being of his caliber, even the desire to perish is not easily fulfilled." The elder in charge of law enforcement questioned, "Patriarch, why agree to the request of the sect leader's wife, allowing this young child to become the vice leader of our esteemed sect? His prowess seems rather lackluster." Indeed, the youth's strength appeared modest, still quite inexperienced. Yet, who were the individuals surrounding him? The young patriarch smiled knowingly. The formidable beings by his side are truly fearsome. They were once titans in their own right, each possessing their unique strengths. This boy is their offspring, and they have imparted their lifetime of knowledge and enlightenment to him, coupled with our sect's great cultivation technique. The Celestial Demon Sutra, he shall undoubtedly rise to become the leader of our sect, a tremendous boon for us. The elder, filled with admiration, conceded, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Patriarch. Yet, why must you still test him?" The patriarch retorted, "What if he is a fool? Thus, it is imperative to conduct an examination. Inform the masters of the 360 halls that they are only permitted to utilize their abilities within the realm of the spirit embryo stage. Tomorrow, when he enters the hall." Chapter 54. The 360 rooms in the village. Master Ma withdrew his fist and asked Qin Mu, "Have you understood?" "I have." Qin Mu pondered. Each type of dragon force embodies different strengths. When the sequence of dragon forces varies, so does the fist technique. If the order of the 100 variations of the Azure Dragon Fist is disrupted, the 9 dragons commanding thunder and wind can manifest in countless forms. If someone counters my first punch, they cannot possibly use the same technique to counter my second. Even if I unleash 100 or 1,000 punches, each will possess a unique strength. A rare smile graced Master Ma's face as he replied, "In the past, your dominant body essence lacked attributes, preventing you from cultivating the Great Vehicle Sutra, and I had promised the Great Thunder Sound Temple not to disseminate it. Now that your dominant body essence has acquired the Azure Dragon attribute, I still will not pass it on to you. However, once you grasp the principles of fist techniques, whether you learn the Great Vehicle Sutra becomes irrelevant. You have already attained the essence, demeanor, momentum, energy, and spirit of the dragon. Even without having seen the 100 Dragons chart, you can discern its mysteries. With your dominant body's 3-dance skill, the power of the Thunder Sound 8 styles will not be inferior to that of the Great Vehicle Sutra." Qin Mu's spirit soared. Master Ma was typically aloof, seldom offering praise to others. Receiving his commendation filled him with joy. Moreover, Master Ma's words inspired him, igniting new ideas. The first style of the Thunder Sound 8 styles, which is alone in the Eastern Sea commanding spring thunder, Could it be that observing the mighty rivers cascading into the sea and the sounds of spring thunder would unveil the essence of this technique? And what are the fingers of thunder and peep a hand? Could it be related to musical rhythm? Furthermore, techniques like Kwafu chasing the sun and sunlight illuminating the soul in the sky surely hold their own insights. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, eager to embark on a journey to explore the mysteries of the universe and the wonders of creation. Remember to rise early tomorrow and greet the neighbors, Granny C said with a smile. Puzzled, Qin Mu asked, Granny, why do the people from the neighboring village, who belong to the heavenly demon sect, call you the sect leader's wife? Why do they want you to be the sect leader? If you refuse, why do they still intend to kill us? Granny C ruffled his hair and chuckled. One day, you will understand. The next morning, Qin Mu washed up, had breakfast, and picked up some eggs. The hen dragon charged at him fiercely, and they engaged in a fierce duel, evenly matched. The hen dragon flapped its wings, using its sword-like feathers to strike at the egg thief, breathing out a great fire. Qin Mu, enveloped by the azure dragon, executed the fingers of thunder and peep a hand, blocking the sword feathers. Mu'er, stop fighting it. Go pay a visit to the neighboring village, Granny C said as she approached and chased away the hen dragon. Granny C led him to the neighboring village, where the law elder greeted them, sizing up Qin Mu. He addressed Granny C, sect leader's wife. Everything is ready. The 360 rooms await your son. He need only pass through them. Granny C blinked and said, to pass through all 360 rooms at once? Isn't that a bit demanding? Granny C gritted her teeth and asked, can we take breaks? Of course, you may rest. There will be food and drink, beds and bedding, healing ointments, and elixirs available in the rooms. Granny C glanced at Qin Mu, then bit her lip and said, Mu'er, you must visit the 360 rooms and greet them. Remember to address them as senior brothers and sisters. No need to call them elders. Qin Mu nodded and walked towards the first room of the first wooden building, smiling. 360 rooms. I wonder how long this will take. Granny, I'm going in. Granny C watched his retreating figure and suddenly asked, Mu'er, do you know what you will face once you enter? Granny C felt a warmth in her heart as she turned to leave. When she had found this child by the riverside years ago, she never imagined that the infant would one day be a source of concern for her. As Qin Mu entered the first room on the first floor, he found it spacious, occupied by a yellow-faced man whose complexion resembled one who had consumed bitter gall, with a chin adorned with a goatee and an abacus in hand. He appeared to be an accountant. Senior brother. Qin Mu stood still, first bowing respectfully, then removing his pig-killing knife, bamboo staff, discarded net, sword bag, and the lesser protector sword, laying them at the entrance. Please, senior brother. The accountant looked at the 11 or 12-year-old boy in surprise, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Do you know why you're here? Did the sect leader's wife inform you? Qin Mu stretched his body, his essence surging with vigor, and laughed. There is no need for Granny to speak explicitly. I naturally know. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged towards the accountant, producing a thunderous sound from his palm. The boy's essence burned with intensity. Isn't it just going from the first room to the 360th room? The accountant hastily raised his hand to block, feeling an immense force crash into him, sending him flying backward, crashing through the wooden wall and landing in the courtyard, sliding over 10 paces before stabilizing himself. He was both astonished and furious, looking up through the hole in the wall to see Qin Mu casually picking up his pig-killing knife, bamboo staff, and other items before moving on to the next room. What am I doing getting angry at a child? The accountant fumed, then burst into laughter, calling out to the other wooden buildings, be careful. This little brat is incredibly astute. His essence at the spirit embryo level is exceptionally profound, twice that of my own at that stage. Watch out for unforeseen troubles. Twice as profound as you? A woman's silver bell-like voice rang out in astonishment. With such cultivation, he truly lives up to his title. I wonder about his techniques. As Qin Mu approached the next room and pushed the door open, he found a scholar engrossed in reading a book, shaking his head and nodding. Senior brother. Qin Mu greeted. The scholar's expression shifted to one of wariness. Are you trying to catch me off guard while I return your greeting? I won't give you that chance. How amusing. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, and a violent tremor shook the air, splintering wood and sending debris flying. The scholar was propelled backward, crashing into a towering tree. As he landed, the scholar shouted, be careful. This little demon is formidable, well-versed in demonic incantations, more proficient than my sacred teachings. Boom. No sooner had he finished speaking than another thunderclap sounded, and a wizened private tutor was sent flying out of the wooden building, tumbling and colliding with a stone pillar. Nonsense. Old man. I've been fooled. I was so focused on guarding against his demonic incantations that I nearly suffered a blow to my soul from his great Thunder Sound Temple techniques. Do not be deceived. He employs the Thunder Sound 8 styles of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Nonsense. Qin Mu's face flushed as he exited the fourth room. The techniques of the Heavenly Demon creation skill required targeting the opponent's sensitive areas, which were intimate for women, making it quite challenging, especially the perineum. A rather indecent place to strike. I'm still young and do not comprehend such matters, thought the young cowherd from the remnant old village, blinking. As he approached Qin Mu, he took a deep breath. A gurgling sound emanated as the leader of the Heavenly Demon Church inhaled. Qin Mu mirrored his action. However, unlike the leader's formidable technique, the breath of the golden toad, Qin Mu's chest did not swell with his inhalation. Yet, the intensity of his breath was nothing short of terrifying. The air before him was nearly depleted, and the surrounding atmosphere rushed in to fill the void, creating a gentle breeze within the wooden structure, causing even the window frames to tremble slightly. The leader's vital energy surged violently, and upon completing his breath, his physique transformed. His muscles became grotesquely pronounced, resembling solid rock, stretching his garments to their limits as if they might burst at any moment. He grew taller, ultimately reaching a height of over 10 feet, resembling a small giant. In contrast, Qin Mu's form remained unchanged, appearing as ordinary as ever. The breath of the golden toad was unrivaled in strength, capable of shattering anything with a single punch. The leader raised his palm, which expanded to the size of a fan, glistening a deep crimson akin to blood, casting a sanguine glow throughout the room. With a mighty swing, he struck the air, creating an explosive force aimed directly at Qin Mu. In response, Qin Mu delivered a punch of his own. The collision of their fists, one colossal, the other relatively petite, produced a tremendous impact, causing the entire wooden structure to shudder violently. The leader emitted a muffled groan, retreating a step as the muscles in his arm writhed as if a dragon were burrowing beneath his skin, surging rapidly toward his heart. His expression shifted as he raised his other hand to sever the serpentine energy coursing through his arm, stepping back once more. His arm swelled, as though two dragons were thrashing beneath his skin, compelling him to strike down again. With each retreat, the wall behind him crumbled into fragments. By the fifth step, he found himself outside, colliding against a great tree. The impact caused the tree to tremble violently, its trunk reduced to splinters, its crown crashing downwards. Amidst the swirling sawdust, a magnificent image emerged. 9 dragons galloping through the storm, bursting forth from behind the leader, their roars echoing with fury, accompanied by thunderous claps of lightning. He was unable to contain the 9th level of the dragons commanding the winds and thunder. Chapter 55. The Supreme Sword Technique. I am the Rain Master of the Holy Sect, known as Little Rain Master. What about your magical skills? Qin Mu shook his head and replied, I do not understand magic. Can a warrior at the spirit embryo stage learn magic? The woman laughed. Why not? Vital energy is the essence of magic. If one can wield magic, one can cast spells. The headmaster's wife is the pinnacle of magical prowess in our sect. Did she not teach you? When I was at the spirit embryo stage, I began to traverse the martial world, conjuring rain for the people. Whenever drought struck, they would invite me, hence they called me a shaman. As my skills advanced and my fame grew, I was eventually bestowed the title of Little Rain Master by the headmaster. Yet, I am still far inferior to the headmaster's wife. She was chosen as the Holy Maiden, while I was not. Qin Mu, puzzled, asked, how can one fight using magic? The Rain Master placed her hand on her forehead and sighed. Why do you know so little? Since ancient times, there has been a conflict between magic and martial arts. Practitioners of magic and martial techniques often vie for supremacy, each regarding the other as heretical, deserving of annihilation. Nowadays, people meet amicably, but in the past, if you were to declare your practice of martial arts among those who wield magic, you would be cut to pieces in an instant. The combat power of magic practitioners is far beyond your imagination. Qin Mu asked curiously, is swordsmanship considered magic? It is not, the Rain Master replied, shaking her head. Swordsmanship was once regarded as a martial technique. However, the practitioners of swordsmanship began to consider themselves the righteous path, declaring themselves a sect of divine techniques, and deemed those who practiced martial arts and magic as evil and must be destroyed. Thus, the National Master of Yin can convene a grand assembly, challenging the strongest martial artists across the realm, severely crippling the martial arts faction. Did the headmaster's wife not inform you of this? Qin Mu frowned. Why do they always fight? Aren't martial arts, swordsmanship, and magic all forms of divine techniques? Wouldn't it be better to combine the strengths of all three? The Rain Master chuckled in exasperation. A person's energy is limited, How can one find the time to master all three schools to a profound level? To delve into one discipline consumes a lifetime of time and wisdom, making it difficult to reach the pinnacle. Since everyone practices differently, there will naturally be disputes over superiority, leading to a struggle of life and death. Energized, Qin Mu exclaimed, "Sister, please demonstrate magic for me. I have never witnessed magic before." The Rain Master raised her delicate hand, fingers pointed downward. With a gentle motion, mist filled the room, and soon, rain began to fall. Qin Mu observed closely, noticing that after the raindrops hit the ground, they flowed upwards along the walls, creating a perpetual cycle. The Rain Master waved her hand, and strands of rain became distinct, resembling strings of a musical instrument. She deftly manipulated the rain strings, producing a symphony that transformed the raindrops into a roaring water dragon that surged toward Qin Mu. Qin Mu reached out, seizing the water dragon by its midsection and with a swift motion, crushed it. The Rain Master was taken aback. Her hands flew across the strings, and the rain morphed into weapons, attacking Qin Mu from all directions with incredible speed, causing the air temperature to plummet, and the rain turned to ice, enhancing the power of the weapons. With a rapid flick of his fingers, Qin Mu shattered all the incoming weapons and said, "So this is magic. Sister, does my move also count as magic?" Suddenly, flames erupted from his hands. Wielding them like a blade, he struck, sending the Rain Master flying. She tumbled into the courtyard, her voice a mix of shock and anger. "You, heretical practitioner of martial arts, dare to use martial techniques as magic." Qin Mu proceeded to the next room, where he found a rugged man, half kneeling, half sitting, beside a long sword box secured with bronze clasps. "I am the master of the sword hall," the man stated without rising. "You carry a sword bag. You must know swordsmanship. Today, we shall compete in sword techniques." Qin Mu shook his head. "I have never learned swordsmanship." The sword hall master looked up in surprise. "You have never learned swordsmanship, yet you carry a sword bag? Did the headmaster's wife not teach you?" Qin Mu replied, "My grandmother said there is someone with the world's supreme sword technique, so she refrained from teaching me the sword techniques of the heavenly demon sect, lest they become unteachable." The world's supreme sword technique? The sword hall master's eyes widened, his gaze sharp as two beams of light piercing into Qin Mu's heart. He sneered, "Who dares to boast so? If you learn even one move from him, I shall see how this so-called supreme sword technique can surpass our holy sect." Qin Mu blinked. "I have learned other techniques too, such as the 8 thunder sounds, the stealing heaven divine leg, the pig butchering blade technique, as well as spear techniques, painting techniques, and hammer techniques." The sword hall master caressed the sword box beside him, coldly stating, "I only wish to see your so-called supreme sword technique. The rest is nonsense." Grandma C retorted angrily, "This stubborn sword hall master lacks adaptability. Muir, you should use your knife to chop him into pieces." Qin Mu hesitated. "That would be unfair." Grandma C took his hand and led him to the village entrance, where the village chief and the herbalist were brewing tea. While the young ancestor sat opposite them, the three engaged in conversation. "The sword hall master insists on competing with Muir in sword techniques," the village chief informed. Grandma C smiled. "Why not teach him a couple of moves?" The village chief frowned, shaking his head. "In such a short time, even with my guidance, it would be difficult to surpass him. After all, the sword hall master has immersed himself in sword techniques for countless years, having made his own contributions. Expecting Mua to learn a couple of moves from me to defeat him is quite unrealistic. However, Mua is a body of dominance, right?" Grandma C winked. "A body of dominance." The village chief's eyes twitched, feeling a pang of regret. After all, Qin Mu was his unwavering claim to be a body of dominance. He knew Qin Mu's awakening of the spirit embryo was beyond his expectations. But expecting Qin Mu to reach a level in swordsmanship sufficient to contend with the finest sword masters of the heavenly demon sect in such a short time was indeed asking too much. Grandma C thrust this task upon him, and he found it impossible to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, the village chief said, "Muir, recite the heart of the pill formula you learned from Qin Mu to me." Qin Mu promptly recited the formula, and the village chief nodded approvingly. The national master of Yankan indeed gathered the world's sword masters, creating quite a reputation. The heart of the pill formula has unique insights into sword control. The young ancestor across from him also praised, "The national master of Yankan is truly a genius." The village chief continued, "How did Gulin Wan explain the heart of the pill formula to you? Share with me." Qin Mu recounted Gulin Wan's explanation, and after a moment of contemplation, the village chief chuckled. Gulin Wan was being secretive. He pointed out the errors, and as Qin Mu attempted the corrections, he found it easier to control the sword and execute strikes more swiftly, feeling a deep admiration. The young ancestor's eyes lit up with joy, exclaiming, Guilin Wan did not hide anything. Rather, his comprehension is limited compared to you, Dao brother. You grasped all the intricacies of the heart of the pill formula from just one hearing, while he has spent his life practicing but still faltered. Dao brother, your praises are unwarranted. The village chief regarded Qin Mu, speaking calmly. I will not teach you sword techniques. I will only teach you one simple action. Thrust. Thrust? Qin Mu was taken aback. The action seemed simple enough. Using vital energy to thrust forward with the sword should not require instruction. Thrusting with a sword is not as simple as you imagine. Though you lack swordsmanship, if you master this one action, very few sword masters at the spirit embryo stage in the world could surpass you. The village chief instructed, use an ordinary sword, channel your vital energy, and try to pierce the pillar in the meat shop. Qin Mu activated the heart of the pill formula, summoning a sword from his sword bag, and aimed it at the pillar in the village's meat shop. Thrust. The village chief's expression was stiff as he cleared his throat and said, try piercing this stone. The young master was both astonished and amused, struggling to suppress his laughter to avoid being impolite. I had forgotten that this lad possessed an extraordinarily profound cultivation of vital energy. Though his swordsmanship was abysmal, his vital energy was remarkably robust. With the enhancement of his vital energy, his power multiplied. The village chief, feeling awkward, coughed repeatedly to mask his discomfort and suggested, now try piercing your butcher's knife. A sharp sound rang out, but this time, Qin Mu failed to pierce the knife. Fortunately, it did not pierce. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to teach him. The village chief secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gently inquired, what did you feel when you executed that strike? Qin Mu pondered deeply, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. I sensed that my vital energy is still insufficient. When wielding the sword with my energy, the tip of the blade encountered resistance, and my vital energy could not sustain itself. It felt as though I possessed a vast reservoir of strength, yet I could only strike with a hair's breadth. The threads of my vital energy are too feeble to bear the weight of my full power. Chapter 56. The stabbing. The young master of the clan bore an unusual expression. Was Qin Mu's aura, as thick as an arm, truly referred to as an aura thread? Could such a robust aura thread exist? Was there an aura thread of such formidable power? Moreover, what did it mean that his own aura was not strong enough? He had never encountered a practitioner of the spirit embryo realm possessing such a profound mastery of aura. The boy from the dilapidated village pierced through a wooden pillar the width of a water barrel with a single sword strike, and then he thrust again, penetrating a 2-foot-thick mountain rock. The power hidden within that aura thread had surpassed that of countless sword cultivators at the spirit embryo level. With a slight smile, the village chief guided Qin Mu. That is correct. You have yet to master the most fundamental action of swordplay, stabbing. What if all your strength could be concentrated into this singular motion? What if you could unleash all your power? Qin Mu found it hard to believe and shook his head, saying, using aura to control the sword merely involves wielding aura threads. The aura threads are too soft. How could they possibly unleash all my strength? It is indeed possible, the village chief replied calmly. You must regard the sword as part of your being, just as you do your hand. Now, raise your hand and imagine you are gripping a sword. Your index and middle fingers rest on the blade. And as your hand thrusts forward, the sword must follow. Part of his being? Qin Mu was perplexed. Once more. The aura thread as thick as his arm coiled around the treasured sword. He held his right hand in a loose grip, his thumb pressing against his ring and little fingers, while his index and middle fingers extended as if resting on the sword's body. As he thrust forward, a sharp sound pierced the air. His aura thread propelled the sword ahead, slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing whistle. Astonished and elated, he realized that previously, when using aura to command the sword, the power contained within it was a mere 10% of his strength. Now, however, he felt the power within the sword had doubled. The young master chuckled. This technique is called the sword-grasping formula, the initial stance in swordsmanship. You have already pierced through rock without even employing the sword technique. Your aura is indeed more robust than I was in my youth. The village chief shook his head, saying, yet, this is still insufficient. Relying solely on the sword-grasping formula cannot surpass an expert who has immersed themselves in the sword path for decades. Mu'er, let your aura erupt from your palm and try again. Taking heed, Qin Mu ensnared the sword with his aura threads, channeling his energy once more, and thrust forward with his fingers. Whoosh! As he thrust, a whirlwind surged forth, the blade screaming through the gust, creating an ear-piercing sound. The young master noticed a twitch at the corner of his eye, immediately sensing that Qin Mu's strike was approximately 10% more powerful than the last. This frail old man had merely imparted a couple of instructions, yet Qin Mu experienced such remarkable growth, truly awe-inspiring. The village chief commanded. The aura threads should not merely entwine the sword, they must take root within it. The sword is part of your body. Just as the aura is part of your body, both are your essence. Try once more. Qin Mu's aura melded with the sword, penetrating into its core. And he suddenly felt as if he had gained an additional hand. As he thrust the sword forward, it felt as though a deluge of power was unleashed. Channeling 70 to 80% of his strength into the blade, aimed toward the village. Wind howled through the village, and suddenly, the wooden post where the butcher often stood cracked in two with a resounding snap. Qin Mu was taken aback. His sword had never actually touched the post. The force of the sword's wind had cleaved it in half. The young master praised, recognizing that this frail old man had, with just a few words, unlocked Qin Mu's astonishing potential, demonstrating a high level of swordsmanship indeed. But still not enough, the village chief insisted. You have yet to fully unleash your potential. While your strength is directed into the sword, what of your spirit embryo? Where lies its power? The spirit embryo must also wield the sword. Thrust once more. Steadying himself, Qin Mu focused, allowing his spirit embryo to act in unison with him as he thrust forward. Not sufficient. Where is your Dan heart formula? The Dan heart formula requires you not only to forge a Dan heart, but to plant that heart within the sword. Give me a sword imbued with your heart. Still inadequate. Once more. Planting the sword with your heart is the essence of the Dan heart formula. Your legs connect to the earth. They are the source of your power. Utilize the leg techniques taught by the cripple to borrow strength from the ground. And your eyes? Where is the celestial eye taught by the blind? Let your sword possess vision too. You learn the fist techniques from Master Ma, forging muscles like a dragon. And having seen a true dragon, why does your sword lack the overwhelming grandeur of a dragon and the devastating might of Master Ma's fist? Qin Mu repeated the stabbing motion over and over, with the village chief's expectations growing ever higher. Initially, he was asked to simply mobilize his own strength, then to harness the power of his aura, the strength of his spirit embryo, and subsequently to integrate Master Ma's fist and the cripple's leg techniques into his swordplay, each step becoming increasingly challenging. In a brief span, he had executed countless thrusts. Yet the village chief remained unsatisfied, urging him to continue practicing. Madam C, the cripple, and others observed Qin Mu's sword practice with astonishment. They beheld him commanding the sword with his aura, each thrust producing sharp, urgent cries, followed by a tempestuous wind that swept through, causing the banners of the blacksmith shop, herb garden, and butcher's stall to flutter violently. With each stab, the ground bore witness to a scar left by the sword's wind, a testament to its passage. Madam C found it hard to believe, murmuring, in such a short time, the village chief has transformed Muer into a master of swordplay. This is simply. Before she could finish, Qin Mu hurled the butcher's knife into the air, commanding the sword with his aura, and executed a lightning-fast thrust. As the blade met the butcher's knife, the cold iron, forged from the finest materials, was pierced through, the sword tip protruding from the back of the knife. Both the butcher's knife and the treasured sword clattered to the ground. Qin Mu stood in stunned silence, approaching to inspect, utterly astonished by his remarkable progress in such a brief moment. The most fundamental action of swordplay, stabbing, could wield such tremendous power. The village chief felt a tremor of surprise. Qin Mu's rapid mastery of the stabbing technique exceeded his expectations. Muer, you may now visit the sword hall's master. Wait. The young master raised his hand, and a wooden stick floated over from the woods. He pointed his finger and deftly whittled it into a 3-foot-long wooden sword, handing it to Qin Mu. Use this wooden sword to meet him. Do not wield a true sword. Receiving the wooden sword, Qin Mu glanced at Madam C, who replied, the sword hall's master has sealed his other divine treasures, retaining only his spirit embryo. He is currently at the spirit embryo realm. If you wield a true sword, you may inadvertently kill him. Go now. After some contemplation, Qin Mu removed the sword pouch from his body, leaving the treasured sword at the village entrance, and proceeded into the neighboring village to meet the sword hall's master. I have yet to learn swordplay. The village chief only taught me one movement, Qin Mu stated. The sword hall's master frowned, coldly declaring, I will give you time. Learn and return once you have mastered a sword technique. Qin Mu hesitated, saying, the ancestor of your heavenly demon sect instructed me to meet you with a wooden sword, fearing that a true sword would cause harm. Absurd. The sword hall's master erupted with a ferocious aura, filling the air with a chilling atmosphere, mingled with the sounds of metal clashing, as if countless swords were colliding. The sin of iron and blood intertwined, a harrowing essence born from the slaughter of countless beings. His sword box clicked open, the long case unfurling. As swords sang in unison, joyfully leaping from their confines, he resonated with the swords. When he rejoiced, they rejoiced. When he raged, they too raged. When he yearned to soar, they carried him aloft. When he desired to kill, they would fulfill that thirst. He was the sword hall's master, a true sword fanatic. Now, with a thirst for blood, the swords leapt forth from the box, filling the room with a dazzling display of sword light. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu commanded the sword with his aura, executed the sword-grasping formula, and thrust forward. The sword light erupted from the sword sheath, followed by a delicate chime. As it shattered into fragments, with a resounding crash, the towering figure of the sword hall master broke through the wall behind him, hurtling away like a flash of lightning, only to collide forcefully with the wooden building across from him, a wooden sword embedded in his chest. "Are you all right?" Qin Mu waved at him. The sword hall master, in a state of shock, shook his head. Though his body remained relatively unscathed, his spirit bore a grievous wound. Chapter 57. Brothel proprietress Qin Mu blinked, feigning innocence. "Esteemed sister, I am but 11 years of age, turning 12 this autumn. Your words are lost upon me." The woman's countenance faltered momentarily before she erupted in laughter. "I mistook you for those lecherous men from the outside world and intended to beguile you. Alas, I forgot your tender years and lack of experience in matters of the heart. I am the proprietress of the brothel hall of the holy sect. I dwell amidst the carnal pleasures of the pleasure quarter, well versed in affairs of the heart. I had intended to use my charms to embarrass you, young master. But at such a young age, you have already vanquished so many hall masters. I am impressed. In this chamber, I shall not contest your swordsmanship or pugilism. Instead, I shall challenge you in agility." She retrieved a rouge case, gently opening it to release an intoxicating fragrance. With a smile, she said, "This is my most cherished cardamom rouge. Let us both stain our fingers with this rouge, and then compete in agility within this room. The rules are simple. We may only smear the rouge on each other's faces. Whoever accumulates the most rouge imprints on their face shall be deemed the loser. What say you?" Qin Mu nodded, replying sweetly, "Very well, esteemed sister. You must show me mercy." Such flattery. The brothel proprietress's heart fluttered with delight, and she cast a playful glance at him. She stained her delicate fingers with the rouge and then handed the case to Qin Mu, who followed suit. Suddenly, the brothel proprietress moved with serpentine grace, her vital energy coalescing into the tail of a great serpent, which lashed out to ensnare Qin Mu's legs. Qin Mu was taken aback. He had witnessed this technique before, on the arena stage at Granny Temple, where he had faced a young maiden who employed a similar style. Her vital energy had transformed into a serpent, coiling around him as she slithered up and down his body, only to be pummeled into a bruised mess by his thousand hands Buddha. Could that girl be a disciple of this proprietress? With a surge of strength, Qin Mu broke free before the serpent could fully constrict him. The woman chuckled softly and descended the wall, her serpent's tail coiling around a beam. Her fingers, delicate yet deadly, launched an attack upon Qin Mu. Her arms moved like nimble serpents, bending with uncanny flexibility. Her 10 fingers, like 10 venomous snakes, possessed the uncanny ability to lengthen and shorten at will, as did her arms. Then, Qin Mu witnessed an even more bizarre spectacle. The brothel proprietress's body became slender and elongated, as pliant as a willow branch, hanging from the ceiling like a human python. Qin Mu's footwork shifted, and he moved across the floor like a dragon or a serpent. The brothel proprietress, however, traversed the ceiling with equal ease, attacking him headfirst. Suddenly, Qin Mu's vital energy erupted, and azure dragons coiled around him. The dragons extended their claws, gripping the wooden walls. Qin Mu unleashed his agility, darting across the walls and ceiling, abandoning defense for an all-out assault, unleashing the thousand hands Buddha upon the brothel proprietress. Within the confined space, the two figures moved with lightning speed, ascending, descending, and traversing the walls and ceiling as if they were level ground. It was a bizarre dance of a dragon and a serpent, entwining, grappling, and battling. Suddenly, Qin Mu brushed the brothel proprietress's face, leaving 4 distinct finger marks. Agitation welled up within her. Qin Mu's palm abruptly opened, unleashing a palm thunderclap. With a deafening roar, it sent her reeling, her senses scattered. When she regained her composure, her face was smeared with rouge. Enough, enough. The brothel proprietress slid down from the ceiling, waving her hands. "I concede. I am defeated. You have ruined my makeup. Your agility is too bizarre, your footwork too unpredictable. I cannot catch you, nor can I bind you." Qin Mu also descended, smiling. "Esteemed sister, you are too kind." The brothel proprietress gazed at the young boy, his lips red and his teeth white. Overcome with a sudden impulse, she planted a kiss on his cheek, giggling. Let me leave 2 rouge marks on you as well, so that my defeat is not so ignominious. Qin Mu's face flushed crimson, and his heart fluttered wildly as he stumbled out of the room. The brothel proprietress chuckled. Had I known that a simple kiss would suffice to defeat you, I would have done so sooner. If you ever find yourself in dire straits, seek out any brothel and ask for Fu Qingyun. They will know how to find me. Qin Mu paused for a moment outside the next room, regaining his composure. He wiped the lipstick off his face and entered, thinking, no wonder Grandpa Blind always said that women are transformed from S. A single kiss, and they nearly sucked my heart out. In this room, a female butcher. Her face fierce and intimidating, even more so than a slaughterer, was sharpening a pig slaughtering knife while gnawing on a bone pick. As soon as Qin Mu entered, the female butcher wordlessly charged, brandishing her knife. The blade flashed, stirring up a gale in the small room. Each strike was a ruthless maneuver aimed at disembowelment. Showing no mercy, Qin Mu hastily drew his blade to parry. The clash of metal on metal rang out like a cascade of pearls on a jade plate. The 2 figures separated, each turning away. The female butcher twirled the 2 knives in her hands, reversing her grip, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Impressive swordsmanship. Qin Mu also reversed his grip on the pig slaughtering knife, cautiously replying, esteemed elder sister, we both wield our blades in reverse. Our next moves will undoubtedly be lethal techniques. Blades are merciless. Perhaps we should use our hands as knives, touching each other only to the point of acknowledgement. The female butcher tossed her pig slaughtering knives, embedding them in the wall. Very well. Reversing the grip is for killing. If I were to kill you, the sect leader's wife would surely be enraged and would undoubtedly kill me. Let us exchange blows with empty hands. The female butcher's hands trembled, and the edges of her palms manifested a razor sharpness, embodying the white tiger vital energy. Her hands danced through the air, slicing through the air with a hissing sound as she lunged at Qin Mu. Young master, your fire blade will be at a disadvantage. White tiger vital energy is far more formidable. Qin Mu's eyes flickered. The flowing firelight from his palms cascaded down his forearms, resembling a reversed blade. Pig slaughtering knife technique. Third form, drawing the blade from confinement. The 2 combatants were practically pressed against each other, their feet constantly shifting, approaching each other to strike. Relying not on sight but on the force transmitted from their opponent's body to sense their movements and react accordingly, either parrying or attacking. The reversed grip demanded close proximity. Tight quarters combat, with small, swift, and cunningly angled strikes. This was the highest level of martial arts combat, whether one was a master of spells or divine powers. They would be doomed if a master of martial arts closed into this extent. Qin Mu's muscles quivered incessantly, all 640 muscles pulsating beneath his skin, providing him with the greatest explosive force over the shortest distance. In a mere moment, both the female butcher and Qin Mu were drenched in sweat. Mobilizing so many muscles in such a short time, calculating the trajectory of the opponent's muscles, defending against their most perilous attacks, and attempting to slay the opponent. For them, this brief exchange was no less than a fierce battle, consuming immense energy. Suddenly, Qin Mu's hand became a knife, piercing through the female butcher's defenses. He drew his blade in a bow stance, completely severing her greasy apron. The female butcher retreated, dispelling the white tiger vital energy from her hands. She removed the now divided apron and tossed it aside, laughing heartily. I concede. You have won. Your swordsmanship is not bad. If you cannot complete all 360 rooms, you might as well come with me. Slaughtering pigs can also provide a livelihood. Qin Mu felt a sense of kinship toward the stout woman. I also know how to concoct medicines. I do not necessarily have to slaughter pigs. I can also become a physician who alleviates suffering. The female butcher spat out the bone pick, sneering. Become a physician? If you kill someone while treating them, the aggrieved family will cause such a ruckus that you will be ruined. Slaughtering pigs is better, a guaranteed profit. Come with me to slaughter pigs, and I guarantee you will eat and drink well. Qin Mu's head throbbed, and he hastily turned to leave, stammering, We'll see, we'll see. I am still young. Young master. Qin Mu nodded. The female butcher, Bai Yao, descended the stairs and arrived in the village. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed, and she looked up to see one of the walls of the wooden building explode. The snake-catching hall master plummeted headfirst, his head buried in the ground. The stone slabs of the village pavement shattered by the impact. Bai Yao hurried forward, intending to pull the snake-catching hall master out of the ground. But suddenly another boom rang out, and a figure flew out of the shattered wall, flailing wildly, and slammed into the opposite wall. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 58. The young master. The courtyard was increasingly crowded, filled with an array of peculiar figures from various walks of life, all gazing upward. Before them, the first wooden building stood in a state of disrepair, riddled with countless holes. Ultimately, the master of the top floor was struck down, causing the wooden structure to collapse with a resounding crash. Amidst the splintering debris, Qin Mu, embodying the azure dragon, propelled fragments of wood towards himself as he advanced towards the second building. Bang, bang, bang. The second wooden edifice trembled incessantly, as though a colossal beast was battering against its walls. Its fate was not much better than that of the first. Walls shattered, and figures were flung outwards. Qin Mu's pace accelerated, evidently absorbing combat experience and sharpening his martial awareness. Whether wielding a sword, executing punches and kicks, or employing various weapon techniques, he vanquished the hall masters guarding each room. With a thunderous roar, the second building crumbled, a cloud of dust billowing forth. Qin Mu then set his sights on the third structure. As night fell, within the village of the heavenly demon sect, stone basins atop pillars were filled with oil and ignited, bathing the village in a bright glow while the surrounding darkness enveloped the outskirts. The light from the village met the shadows, creating two distinct worlds. In the midst of the flames, over 300 hall masters of the heavenly demon sect stood, gazing upward at the final wooden building. The village had constructed 9 wooden structures, each housing 40 hall masters guarding 40 rooms. Now, Qin Mu had reached the 9th building, poised to conquer its pinnacle. Has young Master Mu been fighting for an entire day and night without rest? Murmured a brothel master. He has been engaging in battle since morning, only pausing for meals. The wind master nodded. Dawn approaches, and he is about to ascend to the top of the 9th building. His vitality and energy seem inexhaustible, as if he has not been drained at all. However, the foes awaiting him on the top floor are formidable. The top floor housed 4 exceptional figures: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger, who served as the pillars of the 360 halls. These 4 halls, corresponding to the 4 great spiritual bodies, were manned by meticulously selected talents. They represented the highest combat prowess within the sect, while other masters specialized in various trades. Throughout the history of the heavenly demon sect, most of the guardians had emerged from these 4 halls, and even a few sect leaders hailed from them. Qin Mu now entered the chamber of the White Tiger Master, whose energy was renowned for its sharpness and indomitability. Years ago, the sect leader Li Tianxing met a tragic end on his wedding night. And following the disappearance of his wife with the sect's sacred texts, the 4 great masters were groomed to become the next leaders of the sect. The sect's founder personally guided them, hoping they would mature to the point of governing the sect, if not expanding its influence, at least preventing it from being consumed by the kingdom of Yikan. Despite the 4 masters not fully meeting the founder's expectations, their strength had seen remarkable growth. At this moment, although the White Tiger Master had sealed her other divine reservoirs, only activating her spiritual womb, she remained an unprecedented adversary for Qin Mu. Her energy threads were nearly invisible. Upon Qin Mu's entrance, she unleashed an intricate web of energy threads that crisscrossed the room, hindering his every move. Her body flowed through the chamber with the grace of a phantom, her fingertips releasing energy blades that extended like both her nails and flexible swords, striking at Qin Mu with lethal intent. This woman moved with feline agility, navigating the confined space with ease, whether against the walls or ceiling. The battle was arduous, as Qin Mu wielded his cleaver to sever the barely perceptible energy threads, each one remarkably resilient and difficult to cut. The White Tiger Master deftly laid out her threads, overwhelming Qin Mu's defenses. She traversed the chamber with remarkable fluidity, even standing atop her own energy threads, gliding effortlessly, utilizing her energy as a sword. Her soft blades could bend to various angles, twisting into complex shapes, showcasing her formidable swordsmanship. Qin Mu endured numerous injuries, remaining vigilant against both the energy threads and her energy blades, battling with great difficulty. The techniques of Master Ma's fists and the limping man's leg techniques were rendered ineffective, and even the butcher's knife techniques were hampered by her relentless onslaught. Ultimately, Qin Mu thrust forward with a wooden sword. Though it was cleaved in 2 by the White Tiger Master's energy threads, it still struck her chest, pinning her against the wall, which subsequently shattered, sending the White Tiger Master hurtling out of the wooden building. Qin Mu raised his blade, severing the remaining energy threads in the room, retrieving medicinal supplies to tend to his wounds. He sat down, regulated his breath, and slowly consumed the food provided. allowing his injuries to heal somewhat before he broke several wooden planks and fashioned them into wooden swords, strapping them to his back before proceeding to the next room. Out of 360 rooms, he had conquered 357, leaving only the final 3. His stamina and will had reached their limits. His mind buzzing as if a multitude of voices clamored within. He had never felt such exhaustion, yearning to collapse into a deep sleep. Even his spiritual womb now lacked its former vigor, feeling utterly drained. He fought not from willpower but instinct. Driven by a singular belief, he must not allow anyone to take away his nurturing grandmother. Though his parents had given him life, it was his grandmother who had saved him. Raising him with boundless care, she was his true mother, his closest kin. In the next room, the Azure Dragon Master noticed Qin Mu's approach and furrowed his brow. "Young Master Mu, you appear unwell. There is no need to rush. You may take a moment to rest before he could finish." Qin Mu raised his sword and thrust it towards the Azure Dragon Master, sending him flying. Qin Mu turned robotically, his feet dragging as he moved towards the next room. Bang! The wooden wall of that room exploded as the Black Tortoise Master blocked Qin Mu's wooden sword with a shield, yet could not withstand the terrifying force behind the strike, which sent him flying. Qin Mu slowly exited the chamber, his steps heavy as he shuffled towards the next room. "Young Master Mu, I can wait until you've rested." Bang! Qin Mu thrust his sword, sending the Vermilion Bird Master careening away. "Is it over?" Qin Mu stood momentarily dazed, suddenly feeling utterly drained as his legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground. He heard the clucking of the village's hen dragon, a sound that followed the laying of eggs. Yet the young man was far too fatigued and quickly fell into a deep slumber. At this moment, his spiritual womb voraciously absorbed the golden light from his divine reservoir, and soon, it too succumbed to silence. Qin Mu lost track of time in his slumber. Awakening groggily to the sight of the village chief and the herbalist, their voices echoing as if from a great distance, there is nothing to worry about. He is merely exhausted, and then he drifted back into a profound sleep. He awoke several times, catching glimpses of his grandmother or the youthful ancestor of the demon sect. Many faces swirling around him. He wished to speak, but lacked the strength, slipping back into a deep sleep. When Qin Mu finally roused again, he felt every muscle ache. Yet his spirit was rejuvenated, the wounds on his body scabbed over and beginning to heal, a sign that the herbalist had tended to him. He propped himself up, surveying his surroundings, realizing he was still in the room where he had defeated the Vermilion Bird Master. Silence enveloped him, with not a sound to be heard. "My spiritual womb has fallen asleep again." As Qin Mu examined himself, he found that aside from the silence of the spiritual fetus, he bore no significant injuries. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the aching pain coursing through his body, rising to his feet and slowly descending the stairs, each step feeling as though his muscles were being torn apart. After a considerable struggle, he finally reached the ground floor, exiting the wooden building. Upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback. The village of Qin Mu was teeming with people, most of whom were familiar faces. He recognized the leaders of the 360 halls, all gathered within the crowd. In addition to these hall leaders, there were also unfamiliar figures, towering warriors, venerable elders with snow-white hair, and the solemn guardians flanking them, alongside the 4 great heavenly kings of the church and the 8 great inspectors. They sat or stood in silence, patiently awaiting something, not a sound uttered among them. As Qin Mu emerged from the wooden structure, one by one, they rose to their feet, their gazes collectively fixed upon him, their expressions grave. The young ancestral master of the demon sect stood at the village entrance, accompanied by the village chief, the herbalist, and Master Ma, with Granny C also present, her eyes resting on Qin Mu, revealing a complex array of emotions. Suddenly, 4 elders bowed deeply, their resonant voices echoing through the air. The 4 great heavenly kings of the holy sect pay their respects to the young master. Qin Mu was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words, when a chorus of voices arose in unison. The left and right guardians of the holy sect pay their respects to the young master. The 8 great inspectors of the holy sect pay their respects to the young master. The 12 elders of the holy sect pay their respects to the young master. Then came an even louder declaration, the voices of the 360 hall leaders ringing out in deafening unison. The 360 hall leaders of the holy sect pay their respects to the young master. Never before had Qin Mu encountered such a scene, and he felt a wave of panic wash over him, casting a pleading glance towards the village chief and Granny C. However, they remained distant, observing from afar. The young cowherd from the village of Canlao steadied himself, surprisingly exuding an air of composure as he raised his hands slowly. Speaking deliberately, "You may rise." "Thank you, young master." Chapter 59. The third awakening at the entrance of the village of Canlao, the village head, Master Ma, the deaf man, and the blind man stood in stunned silence, gazing at the grand ceremony unfolding in the neighboring village. Their hearts surged with emotion. Who could have imagined that the illustrious heavenly demon sect, the foremost sect of the demonic path, would welcome their future leader in this remote, impoverished corner? A young master, not yet 12 years old? Witnessing this event felt akin to observing a legendary tale unfold. Even the bright sunlight seemed to take on an otherworldly hue. Suddenly, Granny C burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion. He will leave us. This is a good thing, Granny, the herbalist replied kindly. Young birds must eventually grow and soar into the vast world beyond, facing the tempests and leaving home to witness the harsh realities outside. We cannot keep him by our frail sides forever. The blind man, with a serene expression, remarked, the legend begins the moment he steps out of the village. The mute smiled, gesturing enthusiastically, while the deaf man chuckled, you're right. The future of Mua will undoubtedly be far more vibrant than ours. On the banks of the surging river, splendid and luxurious boats docked one after another. Many villagers from Qin Mu village gradually departed, some leaping into thin air, others boarding the ornate vessels, while some transformed into otherworldly beasts, disappearing into the forests. A few turned into flames and vanished, and others slipped away into the water. Goodbye, young master. A woman waved at him before plunging backward into the river, creating a splash as she flowed downstream. Qin Mu waved back, uncertain of whether they were good or bad, only aware that he had become their young master. Surely, when he ventured out into the great market, he would encounter them again? For 40 years, our holy sect has infiltrated the great market in search of the whereabouts of the master's wife. And now we have finally accomplished our mission. Fellow Taoist, master, you should know that for 40 years, our sect has remained stagnant without the commanding presence of a master. Leaving us vulnerable, the young patriarch expressed. The youthful patriarch rose to take his leave, addressing the village head and Granny C. Selecting a young master now is merely a temporary measure to stabilize the hearts of the people, but this peace will not last long. The national master of Yinkan has his eyes set on our holy sect, intent on subjugating us for his own gain. While I am still here, I can buy us a few more years. Thus, once the young master comes of age, he must step out of the great market and officially assume the mantle of the leader of our sect. The village head glanced at Granny C, who nodded in agreement. Rest assured, patriarch, I have slain one master. I shall return you another. He will take charge upon reaching adulthood, just as you wish. The young patriarch summoned the law elder, bowed to the assembled crowd, and then turned to walk towards the riverbank. The elder and the youth, clad in simple garments and straw sandals, made their way gracefully across the water. With a cape and a hat, a small boat, a length of silk and a hook, a high song and a cup of wine, one person fishing alone in the autumn river. He sang loudly, Master of the demon sect, we have grown old. I wonder if we shall meet again. Farewell. The blind man praised, truly, the master of the demon sect sees life and death with such equanimity. Feeling fulfilled in this life, and after death, he wishes to gaze upon the world from above. The village head mused, such is the essence of a grand master. Blind man, you are not far from this state of mind. Still, you are quite sentimental, the deaf man laughed. The blind man merely rambles about poetry, lacking meaning or relevance. Yet, the master's poetry resonates with the moment and exudes grandeur. The blind man stammered, you do not understand poetry, you only comprehend mere existence. Laughter erupted among the group. Qin Mu smiled, observing these optimistic individuals. Despite their various disabilities, their spirits were remarkably strong and whole. My dear family. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power emanating from his brow. Qin Mu's heart stirred, and he hurriedly turned inward to inspect his spiritual womb. Momentarily stunned, my spiritual womb has awakened again. His spiritual womb had already awakened 3 times. The first awakening fused with his consciousness. The second occurred in the forge. And now, after enduring 360 trials, it absorbed the golden light from the divine womb and fell silent once more. This time, however, the period of silence was prolonged, and now it had finally awakened. What changes would this awakening bring? Another awakening? The expressions of the crowd turned peculiar as Qin Mu recounted his third awakening. The village head, herbalist, and mastermind exchanged strange glances. Why did Qin Mu's spiritual womb awaken repeatedly when others only needed a single awakening? Could the 4 great spiritual bodies also undergo 3 awakenings? Qin Mu inquired. The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, then looked toward the village head. He felt a headache coming on, pondering the oddity of Qin Mu's repeated awakenings. Especially now with the third. It is a manifestation of the overlord body. The village head coughed to regain composure, attributing the mystery to the overlord body's nature. You lack experience, my friends. What is the name of the overlord body's technique? It is called the overlord 3 Dan technique. What are the 3 Dan? The first awakening represents the first Dan, the second awakening the second Dan, and the third awakening the third Dan. Now that Mu has awakened thrice. It indicates that his overlord 3 Dan technique has achieved a minor success. Mu, do not become arrogant. Qin Mu quickly nodded. I will not be arrogant. The herbalist, with a hint of amusement, remarked, what if Mu awakens a 4th time? Would it be for dawn? The village head, feeling embarrassed and incensed, wished to leap upon him and deliver a few jabs. Yet, the herbalist posed a valid point. What if this lad's spiritual womb truly underwent a 4th awakening? How would he explain such a fabrication? Cough, cough, Mu, what differences do you perceive with your spiritual womb having awakened thrice? The village had shifted the topic. Qin Mu contemplated his spiritual womb, noticing little difference from before, save for the golden light within the spiritual womb sanctuary, which had diminished significantly. The golden sea had become sparse, the golden light no longer generated automatically, and as the spiritual womb absorbed some, it dwindled further. As Qin Mu channeled his vital energy, his spiritual womb responded, sometimes entwined with a blue dragon, other times stepping upon the back of a black tortoise, adorned with a great serpent, and at times sprouting wings. His vital energy flowed in accordance with his will, no longer requiring the observation of water, fire, or dragons. He conveyed this revelation to the crowd, who exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the nature of this change. This is a fortuitous development. The village had exhaled a breath of relief. The overlord body's spiritual womb awakening thrice allows for seamless switching of attributes, enabling one to unleash various techniques with ease during combat. This is the remarkable utility of the overlord 3 Dan technique. As the sun set behind the waterfall in Qin Valley, a youthful voice recited softly from within a thatched cottage. Peering through the window, one could see a boy of about 14 or 15, holding a scroll in one hand, pacing the room as a snow-white fox watched intently. The boy was Qin Mu, and the fox was Fox Spirit Air, the great spirit of Qin Valley. Before long, Fox Spirit Air's breaths elongated, 2 streams of white vapor emerging and vanishing rhythmically. The quality of her vital energy grew richer, reaching an elevated state, her breath resembling smoke. In the bends of the river below, ice often blocked the waterway, accumulating higher and higher, forming a dam. As the ice wall became too heavy, it would burst, unleashing a deluge that swept downstream, claiming countless lives and beasts. In recent days, the blind matriarch and the lame companions have journeyed down the river in search of the landslide lake. Absent from the village, Qin Mu ventured forth to seek the fox spirit, sharing with her the profound teachings of the scriptures. Over the course of more than 2 years, his stature has nearly matched that of the blind elder, though he remains a head shorter than the robust herbalist. Suddenly, a roar echoed from outside, reverberating through the mountains and forests. Qin Mu closed the tome and placed it upon the shelf. The white fox, startled by the booming sound, roused from slumber. Together, they stepped outside to behold a colossal beast charging towards them, a creature exceeding 10 zhang in length. This magnificent beast, adorned with bony plates, thundered forth like a tempest, its head resembling that of a dragon and its legs akin to those of an elephant. It wielded immense strength, a hybrid known as the dragon elephant, a rare offspring of both dragon and elephant. Upon the back of this dragon elephant sat a pitch-black demon ape, massive and formidable, brandishing a 12-ring Zen staff. Surging with ferocity towards the thatched cottage, the fox spirit leaped before Qin Mu, inhaling deeply, then exhaling with a gentle puff. A fierce wind howled, racing towards the dragon elephant and the demon ape. The fox spirit flicked her tail and the wind intensified, swirling into a tornado that lifted both the dragon elephant and the ape high into the air. The demon ape, with a mighty leap, launched himself from the dragon elephant's back, gripping the Zen staff tightly as it expanded in size. With a thunderous roar, he descended from the sky like a descending mountain, driving the staff into the ground with tremendous force. The violent gusts erupted outward, shattering the fox spirit's tornado spell. The demon ape yanked the staff from the earth and leaped like a bird, swinging the staff towards the fox spirit. A tremendous crash resounded as Qin Mu raised his hand to shield her from the impending blow. Yet, at that moment, the fox spirit swiftly leaped aside, opening her mouth to unleash a gust of wind that manifested as a curved blade, its length exceeding a zhang. 6 or 7 of these curved blades soared through the air, not directed at the demon ape, but instead aimed at Qin Mu. Chapter 60, Foreshadowing. Qin Mu seized the abandoned rosary staff, wielding the demonic ape and staff together, slamming them onto the ground. With nimble fingers, he deflected Fox Linger's Yuan Qi blades. Suddenly, the dragon elephant charged, striking Qin Mu, who retaliated with a flurry of kicks, driving the beast away. The demonic ape retaliated, pinning Qin Mu, and prepared to crush him. Qin Mu, displaying the stealing heaven leg technique, countered, striking the ape's foot with formidable power. The ape, staggered, grabbed the dragon elephant, hurling it at Qin Mu. Simultaneously, Fox Linger unleashed a barrage of whirling blades. Abruptly, a rustling sound alerted Qin Mu, who evaded the attacks. He spotted armored figures rushing toward the river's upper reaches. They paused, observing Qin Mu and the beasts. One remarked, "Hunters? Don't interfere, we must hasten. The vessel approaches. We must establish the formation prior to its arrival." Another urged, "Is this prudent? Our discovery could prove detrimental." They vanished into the woods. Perplexed, Qin Mu mused, they seemed foreign to the great ruins. Intending to ambush someone upstream, their intention to silence us suggests they are not benevolent. Linger, behemoth, it seems our integrity makes us vulnerable. The white fox nodded sagely while the ape scoffed. Before Qin Mu could speak, the dragon elephant attacked again. Enraged, the ape pummeled the beast, silencing its cries. Qin Mu, initially intending to join the fray, relented, observing the ape's thorough beating. This dragon elephant, from the adjacent valley of the central town palace, ruled its domain with brute force. A frequent rival of the ape, it often raided its territory. However, since Qin Mu's arrival and tutelage, the dragon elephant was no match. The ape frequently sought retribution, prompting the dragon elephant's surrender, becoming a majestic mount. However, the dragon elephant lacked the ape's and fox's wit. Qin Mu, inspired, ascended the waterfall to the ridge overlooking the surging river. There, he beheld a ship advancing rapidly, cleaving through ice against the current. The ape, fox, and dragon elephant joined him. The ape offered pine needles to the fox, who declined. The ape insisted, "Consume, fortify." The fox demurred. And the ape presented the needles to the dragon elephant, repeating, "Consume, fortify." Upon refusal, the ape subdued the beast, forcing it to eat. Finally satisfied, the fox interjected, "Behemoth. The dragon elephant is carnivorous, not herbivorous. It follows dragon nature, not elephantine." The dragon elephant nodded gratefully. The ape retorted, "Vegetation, fortification. Me, vegetation, fortification." Tears streamed down the dragon elephant's face as it continued eating. As the ship drew near, Qin Mu observed armored soldiers and a young general beneath a canopy. Artists sketched on deck, utilizing mirrors, while soldiers released golden eagles. Activating his divine eye, Qin Mu discerned images reflected in the mirrors, landscapes in flux. An eagle's cry revealed the truth. The mirrors reflected the eagle's perspective. What sorcery is this? Transforming the eagle's vision into images. They're mapping the river. The eagles surveyed the terrain, reflected in the mirrors, which the artist transcribed. Who are these individuals? Why map the river? What is their purpose? Qin Mu pondered. A soldier approached the general, reporting, "General Qin, we are being observed ashore." The general glanced towards Qin Mu, his gaze blinding. The fox and ape cried out, shielding their eyes, while the dragon elephant remained oblivious. Merely common villagers, the general dismissed, closing his eyes. They pose no threat. "Yes, General. 7 months ago, you seized the estate of Minister of Rights Yin Zheng, renowned for his integrity and advocacy for minor sections. His execution was also overseen by you. His partisans may seek retribution." The general scoffed. The emperor ordered the seizure and execution. Yin Zheng dared to accuse the national preceptor of treason. His death was deserved. The emperor commanded me to demonstrate his favor towards the preceptor, silencing dissent. Yet, some failed to grasp the situation, courting their own demise. The warrior remarked, however, "I fear that there may be those seeking fame and recognition who will ambush us." General Qin waved his hand dismissively and replied calmly, "I am precisely intent on luring out the remnants of the treacherous faction, seizing the opportunity to eradicate these rebellious scoundrels in one fell swoop." He rose from his seat, approached the bow of the ship, gazing at the tumultuous river waters carrying floating ice downstream, and observing the towering cliffs on both banks. He spoke with composure. "The National Master has commanded me to enter the Great Market and delineate the geographical features of the surging river, with the aim of securing our nation's territory and ultimately incorporating the Great Market into our realm. How can these treacherous rebels fail to appreciate the National Master's noble intentions?" yet still plot to assassinate me and disrupt the foundation of the Yinkong state? Such actions are undoubtedly deserving of their fate. At that moment, a young gentleman emerged from the cabin. He was not overweight, but his face bore a hint of baby fat, with a red mark on his brow. Holding a folding fan, he laughed. It is truly absurd that such individuals still carry the titles of virtuous and loyal subjects, leaving one both amused and dismayed. It would be best if such loyalists and paragons were to vanish completely. General Qin promptly turned to greet him, saying, "Seventh young master." The seventh young master lifted his gaze toward the mountains, where the shadows of Qin Mu and the demonic ape descended, perfectly enveloping the moving ship. "General Qin, I have heard that the natives within the great market are castaways of the divine. Is this statement accurate?" inquired the seventh young master. Chapter 61. The ice tide. This statement is both accurate and misleading. General Qin chuckled and remarked, "The origins of the great ruins are shrouded in mystery. However, when the kingdom of Yinkong was established, we received a divine oracle declaring that the great ruins was a forsaken land, destined to harbor those abandoned by the gods, forbidding their exit. Should any forsaken souls venture forth, they would be met with lethal force. It is said that other nations received similar oracles as well. Yet, those inhabiting this desolate expanse are not merely the indigenous forsaken. Desperate and malevolent individuals often seek refuge within the great ruins. In my view, these individuals pose an even greater threat than the forsaken themselves. Curiously, I observed merchant caravans traversing the borders, engaging in trade with the forsaken of the great ruins. Why does our kingdom of Yinkong conduct commerce with them?" inquired the seventh young master. "You may not be aware," replied the general, "that despite its barren landscape, the great ruins abound with treasures and rare resources. We can exchange trivial items such as oil and salt for invaluable goods, precious furs, and rare materials. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement." General Qin continued, "Over the years, trade along the borders with the great ruins has accrued a fortune, bolstering our military strength, placing the kingdom of Yinkong far ahead of its rivals. But what if forsaken souls infiltrate our borders? That would be dire." The seventh young master expressed his concern. Accompanying the oracle were several precious artifacts known as the vision mirrors, which are affixed to the formidable passes leading into Yinkong. Any forsaken soul attempting to cross would be revealed by these mirrors. The national master speculated that the forsaken might possess a different lineage, though upon examination, no such distinctions were found. General Qin laughed. "Each year, those formidable passes capture numerous malefactors attempting to escape into Yinkong. Some are executed on the spot, while others are sent to the mines, where surviving for a year or two is considered fortunate." As the ship gradually sailed away, Qin Mu stood upon the cliff, admiring. "That individual possesses remarkable prowess. It is no wonder they were appointed general at such a young age. They are mapping the geography of the Yong River. Does this imply that the kingdom of Yinkong intends to wage war against the great ruins?" He found this notion perplexing. The great ruins, though impoverished, are fraught with peril, and darkness descends with the setting sun. He held little hope for the kingdom of Yinkong's military endeavors here. Should their forces be insufficient, they would be no match for the exotic beasts of the great ruins. Should they arrive in abundance, where would they find refuge come nightfall? The dangers inherent to the great ruins render it nearly impossible to govern, Yinkong included. An invasion would undoubtedly end in disaster. The demon ape rose, grasping the dragon elephant, and roared before leaping onto its back, which then galloped away. The kingdom of Yinkong had commenced mapping the geography of the Yong River, and should they discover the map hidden within the central palace, it would greatly enhance their capabilities. Qin Mu's expression fluctuated. While the destruction of the map would be regrettable, he had memorized the geography of the great ruins and would not forget. Before long, the river's surface turned a pale crimson, prompting Qin Mu to glance upstream, where he observed the water flowing redder than below. "Young master, there are corpses on the river," Foxlingo exclaimed in sudden alarm. Qin Mu too spotted the body, yet remained silent, gazing upstream where more corpses drifted closer. Beneath the surface, great fish and river beasts thrashed about, splashing water and feasting on the remains, creating a chaotic scene. Activating his divine eye, Qin Mu discerned a floating head amidst the tumult. A shiver ran through him as he recognized the corpses as those travelers who had previously passed through the Emerald Cloud Valley. The river surged, growing ever redder. Even the floating ice stained crimson. This was no mere handful of corpses. The Yong River is vast, spanning over 10 miles. And the blood of 100 individuals could not color it so. Qin Mu's expression froze as he beheld a tide of corpses cascading downstream. Not merely a tide, but a GRU. The little girl emerged from behind the Buddha statue and leapt onto the Buddha's hand, expressing her disinterest with a lackluster tone. I am not intrigued. This ice tide occurs annually. With the protection of the Buddha statue, it cannot reach me here. Qin Mu's gaze flickered with determination as he proclaimed, I can sever your chains and deliver you from this plight. The girl's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again, shaking her head in response. If it were one of my elders, they could indeed break the chains, but you cannot. Qin Mu summoned his vitality, brandished the sword from his back, and pointed it downwards. A resounding crash echoed as a deep fissure appeared in the chain that bound the great Buddha. Strangely, the crack in the chain began to heal itself. Undeterred, Qin Mu channeled his energy, swinging his sword once more. The sound of successive, crisp strikes resonated, and soon, one chain was forcefully severed by Qin Mu. The girl stood in astonishment, her heart racing with a mix of fear and joy, when suddenly, the bronze Buddha opened its eyes, its voice booming like thunder. Wretched being, do you dare to disrupt my cultivation and tarnish my merit? Chapter 62. Disgrace your virtue. Undermine your cultivation, disgrace your virtue? Qin Mu scoffed, severing the chains with a swift motion. You are not but a bronze Buddha statue. What virtue do you possess? Your so-called virtue is merely the suppression of the Wu woman here, while she feasts upon the flesh of others right before your eyes, and you stand idly by. If you truly had any virtue, it would have long since been tarnished. The massive Buddha trembled, its copper form emanating a radiant glow as the bloodstains shimmered under the gilded light, transforming into a resplendent figure. In a booming voice, it declared, do you comprehend the destruction that would ensue if she were released? How many lives would be devoured? How many souls annihilated? I am well aware that she hides countless corpses behind you, using you as a vessel for her malevolence. I have seen no deeds of virtue from you. Qin Mu retorted, severing another chain with a cold smirk. Outside lies the ice tide, erupting several times each year. What have you done? That is true virtue. Not merely sitting in a temple, subduing a monster while allowing it to consume people. If you were to shatter the ice tide and save the common folk, then you would possess true virtue. The golden figure of the Buddha moved its hands, seemingly on the verge of awakening. The Wu woman, filled with dread, cried out, this old bald donkey is an evil Buddha, intent on refining me to death. Hurry. With lightning speed, Qin Mu dashed from the temple, wielding the Xiaobao sword to slice through the chains outside. The malevolence of all beings required a great deluge to cleanse it, a consequence of their own actions. A thunderous rumble erupted as the copper Buddha rose, its head crashing through the ancient temple with a deafening sound. You, a heretic, dare to disrupt the teachings of the Buddha? You are a plague, irredeemable. The chains binding the Buddha and the Wu woman surged to life, whipping through the air toward Qin Mu. Your teachings are self-serving. You save others only to save yourself. A fade of virtue. Qin Mu leaped, evading one chain's entanglement, and aimed his Xiaobao sword at the final restraining chain, proclaiming, had you slain the Wu woman when you first subdued her, that would have been your virtue. Yet, you chose to imprison her, allowing her to harm others. Her consumption of flesh is her sin, and the deeper her transgressions, the greater your supposed virtue. The lives devoured by the Wu woman are upon your head. The Xiaobao sword clashed against the chains, a tremendous force reverberating through it, sending the sword flying. Qin Mu grunted, stepping back to avoid the two serpentine chains that lunged at him. He scoffed, you sit in your temple while floods rage outside. Not only do you refuse to help, but you also hinder my efforts and cling to the illusion of virtue? Let me tell you. The elders in my village confront the ice tide annually, rescuing countless lives. If virtue alone were the path to Buddhahood, they would have long ascended to the status of golden-bodied Buddhas, not mere clay figures. Absurd. The colossal copper Buddha raised its foot, crashing to the ground and stepping out of the ruined temple. Its palms pressed together, the clash of metal rang out, unleashing a blinding light that sent Qin Mu hurtling away. As he soared through the air, the chains closed in on him. Qin Mu landed deftly upon the chains, sprinting along them, expertly maneuvering the Xiaobao sword toward the final chain binding the Wu woman. The chains, resembling massive serpents, twisted and coiled in the air, relentlessly targeting Qin Mu, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. The copper Buddha, despite being forged from brass, moved with astonishing agility, defying comprehension. Previously, the copper Buddha had struggled to differentiate between Qin Mu and the Wu woman. Upon uttering the incantations of darkness, it would automatically react, ready to refine the Wu woman with sacred words. But now, as Qin Mu attempted to liberate her, the Buddha shifted its demeanor, launching an offensive against him. The chains coiled and intertwined. Qin Mu skillfully evaded them, yet the power emanating from the copper Buddha intensified, disrupting his footing and leaving his legs trembling. His control over the Xiaobao sword faltered. The Buddha's strength was awakening, as if boundless energy surged within it, gradually coming to life. Granny C and the cripple had spoken of this copper Buddha, hinting at its peculiarities. Granny C had once sought to eliminate the Wu woman but was thwarted by the Buddha, indicating that when its power fully awakened, it would be a terrifying force. Now, that power was stirring. Even a fraction of it was beyond Qin Mu's capacity to withstand. In that instant, a cataclysmic roar echoed as the ice tide cascaded downstream. Crashing upon them, towering icebergs surged forth, reaching dizzying heights, threatening to obliterate everything in their path. The copper Buddha sensed the impending danger, disregarding Qin Mu. It spread its arms wide, bracing against the oncoming tide. To their astonishment, a colossal golden bell formed from radiant light enveloped the oasis. Countless ice chunks collided with the golden bell, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. Each impact sent ripples of golden light radiating outward, a breathtaking spectacle from Qin Mu's perspective. As the ice tide surged, the roar echoed like 1,000 thunders, intermingling with the resonance of the golden bell. The clash of celestial forces and the Buddha's divine powers reverberated through the air, shaking the oasis violently, as if it would sink at any moment. The ice tide, obstructed by the oasis and the golden bell, swelled higher, while the surrounding waters flowed downstream, leaving the area near the oasis increasingly crowded with floating ice, threatening to engulf it. The chains quivered, lunging toward Qin Mu. As the copper Buddha still possessed strength, its chains slithering like agile serpents, relentlessly pursuing him. Simultaneously, the Buddha's body moved, emitting a metallic clang, its palm striking against the walls of the golden bell to reinforce it. The chains encircled it, dancing around with its movements while the transformed Wu woman, now a small girl named Xianqing, stumbled and fell, dragging along, battered and bruised. As Qin Mu stood on the chains, he felt the Buddha's power diminish significantly, no longer as daunting. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with the Xiaobao sword, severing the last binding chain with a resounding clang. The Wu woman, momentarily stunned, raised her arm, revealing 2 golden rings still attached to her wrists, from which the broken chains dangled, her expression a mix of shock and delight. "Don't dawdle. Run," Qin Mu shouted. Rushing toward her, he landed on her back. The massive demon, clad in bone armor, charged forward, dragging the golden rings and chains as it sprinted toward the rear of the oasis. Its legs moved with incredible speed, then leaped into the air, its long body propelling itself forward, crashing against the walls of the golden bell. "Spawn of evil, you are my virtue. Do you dare to flee?" The copper Buddha turned, its massive brass hand grasping the air, the golden rings and chains on the Wu woman rattling ominously as they pulled back, while the chains binding the Buddha also began to lift, as if to reconnect with the severed links. The Wu woman trembled in terror, feeling the chains tugging her down, the force from her ankle chains overwhelming her, pulling her backward relentlessly. Despite her myriad legs straining forward, she was still dragged back, inch by inch. Qin Mu prepared to channel his energy through the sword to sever the golden rings binding her limbs when, suddenly, a slender beam of light sliced through the golden bell, darting past the copper Buddha's eyes. The bronze Buddha roared, his palms reaching towards his own eyes. The woman named Wu felt an exhilarating lightness and swiftly took flight, leaping several paces to escape the shadow of the golden bell. She dashed across the surface of the river, the wind howling around her. Behind them, the Buddha's furious roar echoed incessantly, and suddenly, the golden bell shattered, collapsing like a mountain. A tidal wave of ice surged forth, engulfing both the oasis and the bronze Buddha, while the ancient temple was obliterated in an instant, flattening the entire oasis. "I have no quarrel with you." The enraged Buddha's words were cut short, as he, along with the oasis, was swept beneath the icy tide, submerged beneath the water. Chapter 63, The 10, The Great. In the square in the river below, the surging waters of Jiangxia turned, winding around a mountain and flowing through a gorge. The ice tide was impeded here, accumulating increasingly until it ultimately blocked the river's course. "Stop, Wu Nu." The centipede-like female creature, adorned in skeletal white, soared through the air with Qin Mu, twisting and gliding like a dragon. Upon hearing the command, she landed on the left bank of the canyon, scoffing, "Why should I heed your words, you little brat?" Qin Mu leapt down from her back, puzzled. "I rescued you from peril. In return, you should help me clear the ice dam." Wu Nu swayed, transforming into the ethereal Qing air, bounding around Qin Mu, her chains clanking merrily. She then leaned in close, giggling, "Help you? Have you forgotten? Last time, you nearly got me killed by that old ball donkey. You even stole my treasures hidden for years. I ought to devour you first." Qin Mu chuckled. "But you dare not." Suddenly, Wu Nu's neck elongated, wrapping around Qin Mu as they nearly faced each other. With a cold smirk, she retorted, "Dare not. There is no old bald donkey to aid you now. Why would I hesitate? I reside in the village of the Remnant Elder, where 9 formidable adults dwell, each capable of easily ending your life." Qin Mu maintained his smile. "No matter how you disguise yourself or how far you flee, they can effortlessly find you, easily end your life, and make you regret your very existence." A chill ran down Wu Nu's spine. Her neck retracted, reverting to her charming snow-like form. As she hopped playfully, jingling her golden rings and chains. "I may fear your elders, but that does not obligate me to assist you." The old bald donkey spoke the truth. "Once freed, I shall wreak havoc and feast upon humanity. Why should I help you save others? I'm leaving." She turned to depart, her chains clattering behind her. "Wait, Wu Nu," Qin Mu called out. "The Buddha teaches that laying down the butcher's knife leads one to become a Buddha. This sentiment is rather superficial, as it lacks discernment between good and evil. However, should you aid me in dismantling the ice dam and saving countless lives below, your merits would surpass that of the bronze Buddha by far." Wu Nu halted, twisting her head back, intrigued. Qin Mu continued, "Follow me to rescue others, and your contributions will eclipse those of the bronze Buddha by 100-fold. The next time you encounter that bronze Buddha, will he still have the audacity to subdue you?" Wu Nu tilted her head, contemplating, then burst into laughter. "You make a compelling argument. I shall assist you." "Huh. That old bald donkey feigns righteousness, citing my consumption of humans as a transgression, claiming the turbulent waters would cleanse my sins. I told him, I consume without discrimination. I merely eat when hungry, just as you humans consume rice, chicken, and vegetables. Hunger demands sustenance." She gazed at the obstructed river below, saying, "I share no bonds with those I devour. To me, they are merely food. You, too, are indifferent to vegetables and rice, thus you consume them. The old bald donkey accuses me of heresy, and so he suppresses me. But if my merit surpasses his, how can he still claim the authority to subdue me? The ice here is excessive. If my spirit weapon remained, I could breach it. Yet it has been seized by the old thief." With a clang, Qin Mu summoned the Xiaobao sword, channeling his energy into the blade, aiming at the ice tide blocking the gorge. "Wu Nu, assist me. This sword, can it sever chains?" Wu Nu's eyes brightened as she revealed her true form, her 100 legs propelling her down the cliff. Qin Mu leapt onto her back as she soared through the air, racing toward the congested ice tide. "Strike!" Qin Mu bellowed as the Xiaobao sword descended upon the ice tide. Simultaneously, Wu Nu exhaled, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged into the sword. Suddenly, the Xiaobao sword expanded, its length reaching 100 feet as it descended upon the ice dam. The ice tide continued to rise, with floating ice being pushed onto the dam by the rushing waters, increasing its height. If this accumulation persisted, it would surely spell disaster for the beings along the banks of Jiangxia. The Xiaobao sword sliced through the air, creating visible walls of compressed air in its wake, before crashing down onto the ice dam like a knife through tofu, cleaving it completely. Not good. Wu Nu's expression shifted dramatically, and she attempted to take flight. But it was too late. The dam collapsed under the onslaught of the rushing waters, sending countless shards of ice crashing toward them. The scene was one of impending doom. Before the fallen ice could crush them, a fierce wind swept them downward. Wu Nu strained to fly, desperate to escape. Yet the collapsing dam and torrent of water caught up with them. Sizzle! Countless fragments of ice flew past, and Qin Mu felt a sharp pain on his cheek as a shard grazed him. His vitality was robust, able to withstand brutal attacks without injury. Yet the speed of the ice was so formidable that it could wound him. One could only imagine the peril if the ice dam were to engulf him. Wu Nu galloped forward, dodging the swirling ice and tumultuous waves, when suddenly the fierce wind, along with the shards and mighty waves, struck them, sending them flying. Bang! Bang! From the opposite cliff came 2 muffled thuds, debris flying as Qin Mu and Wu Nu slammed against the cliff face, embedding themselves in its surface, one forming a cross, the other resembling the character for square. Then, a piercing sound of a sword's cry echoed. Qin Mu sensed something amiss. The sound was clearly aimed at him. He swiftly spread his legs, and with a clang, the Xiaobao sword nearly pierced his thigh. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Qin Mu now resembled the character for 10, with the sword just half a foot from his body. Beside him, the great creature chuckled heartily, and Qin Mu couldn't help but join in the laughter. Their shared mirth resonated throughout the canyon. Below, the waters roared, and their peculiar alliance had averted a crisis. Moments later, Qin Mu and the transformed Wu Nu sat upon the precipice, reclining backward, hands supporting them as they gazed at the azure sky and the drifting clouds. a sense of tranquility enveloping them. "Who is that bronze Buddha?" Qin Mu inquired. "From the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple, an aberration that attained enlightenment, much like myself." "A creature of the dark," Wu Nu replied, swaying her golden-ringed feet. "It is said that the founder of the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple originally entered the Buddhist path as a disciple of the Greater Thunder Sound Temple, later betraying them to establish the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple, proclaiming himself as the Little Tathagata. Rumor has it he was driven into the great ruins by the Tathagata of the Greater Thunder Sound Temple, relocating the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple there. Each abbot of the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple has been a creature like me, but they call themselves Little Tathagatas. The one who imprisoned me in the ancient temple is this generation's Little Tathagata. You have severed his chains and freed me. There are rewards in store for you." "Lesser Thunder Sound Temple? Little Tathagata?" Qin Mu pondered in astonishment. "This Lesser Thunder Sound Temple exists within the Great Ruins?" "Indeed. Creatures in monkhood are not uncommon. The monks of the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple are notoriously petty, harboring grudges, especially against their Little Tathagata," Wu Nu chuckled. "Given the old thief's character, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you." Suddenly, a fierce shout pierced the air. "As humans, to consort with man-eating monsters is intolerable. Today, we, your masters and disciples, shall vanquish evil and uphold justice." Qin Mu turned to see several Taoists approaching, men and women, an elderly man among them, with several youthful figures displaying excitement. Clearly seasoned warriors venturing into the great ruins. "Venerable Taoists, this demon and I have just surmounted a crisis, pacified this landslide dam, and rescued countless lives downstream." Qin Mu arose and solemnly declared, "This demon has saved numerous people and is not." "Silence, outcast!" The old Taoist priest interrupted with righteous indignation, exclaiming sternly, "Consorting with demons and abetting evildoers is even more reprehensible. Today we shall eliminate you altogether. Disciples, form the formation to subdue the demons. I am famished." The little girl beside Qin Mu licked her crimson lips and said to him, "Some humans are inferior to demons." Qin Mu, disheartened, leaped from the river's edge into the surging river below. His voice echoed, "Wu Nu, I release you today. You are free." He landed in the river, traversing the waves as he departed. Meanwhile, shrill screams reverberated from the canyon. Wu Nu revealed her true form, embarking on a spree. Before long, the satiated demon sprinted wildly, then soared into the air, meandering through the clouds until she vanished from sight. "Coward, until we meet again." That demonic cloud caught up with Qin Mu, and Wu Nu's voice echoed from within, before the demonic cloud drifted away. Chapter 64. A staff to challenge the kingdom. As the spring river gradually warmed, it had been over 10 days since Qin Mu and the Wu girl broke through the ice dam. The riverbank was now adorned with lush green willows, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of flowers and the cheerful songs of birds, with no trace of the ice tides remaining. In the middle of the river, Qin Mu suddenly halted in his tracks while running. Miraculously, his body did not sink into the water. Instead, he stood upon the surface, creating rippling waves that radiated outward, a sight to behold. He was skillfully manipulating the water flow with his Xuan Wu Qi, allowing him to stand on the water as if it were solid ground. Mastery of the art of controlling water had become second nature to him. A sharp sound sliced through the air, reminiscent of a sword cutting through the void. Qin Mu brandished a sword, executing simple yet effective maneuvers as he practiced. The village elder had not imparted any complex sword techniques to him. Instead, he urged Qin Mu to repeatedly practice the most basic movements, day after day. On the riverbank, a blind man stood motionless, leaning on his cane like a statue. As the wind intensified, each of Qin Mu's sword strikes stirred up a tempest. The fundamental swordplay taught by his elder unleashing remarkable power in his hands. With each practice session, the waves grew fiercer, and as he thrust his sword forward, the surface of the river cracked open for dozens of feet, revealing depths that sent the great fish and river beast fleeing in terror. With a flick of his sword, torrents of water shot skyward, cascading down like a torrential downpour. Another deft maneuver sent the water spiraling outwards like a dragon. Despite the simplicity of his swordplay, its potency was terrifying in his hands. After more than 2 years of diligent practice, he had mastered these fundamental movements. Yet the elder still refrained from teaching him any complete techniques. Suddenly, the blind man's ears perked up, and he called out loudly, "Mu, stop! A boat is approaching." Qin Mu sheathed his sword, placing it into the scabbard on his back, and looked up to see a large riverboat drifting downstream. His heart skipped a beat. This was the very vessel that had been charting the geography of the rushing river. He stepped aside to avoid the path of the boat. The boat sped past him, and a voice of admiration rang out, standing still on the river, quite impressive. Your energy is profound. Following the sound, Qin Mu spotted General Qin standing at the bow of the boat, accompanied by a somewhat pudgy youth holding a folding fan, both of whom were gazing in his direction. The sight of a massive piece of xianbing caught Qin Mu's attention, within which a dragon pearl hung, with a hand grasping it. He could only glimpse these details, as the ice concealed the true contents beneath, but he surmised the origin of the xianbing and the hand. Clearly, the general's party had discovered the dragon palace at the riverbed while mapping the geography, uncovering Gulin Wan and the young dragon sealed within the pearl. At this moment, the young dragon was likely encased within the xianbing. The general, it seemed, had not slain the dragon mother's soul but had instead contained it, preserving the ice from melting. His intent appeared to be to transport the xianbing to the Yinkang kingdom, seeking a skilled healer for the young dragon, hence neglecting to rescue Gulin Wan. The pudgy youth exclaimed, "I didn't expect his energy to be so robust, even stronger than mine." Suddenly, a voice emerged from the ice. "I sense my Xiaobao sword. General Qin Feiyue, stop the boat. My Xiaobao sword is nearby, and that little brat who tricked me is also close." The boat came to a halt, and General Qin's gaze fell upon Qin Mu. "You tricked the crown prince's Xiaobao sword away?" Qin Mu replied, "He wanted to eat me, so I took his sword. Since you retrieved him from the dragon palace, can you also bring me the scabbard? A sword is not complete without its scabbard." General Qin's eyes flickered. "Give it to you? This is a state sword. It cannot be given. Please return the Xiaobao sword to the court." Qin Mu shook his head, perplexed. "I obtained it through my own skill. Why should I return it?" The pudgy youth, known as the seventh young master, chuckled. "This lad speaks quite amusingly." General Qin snorted coldly. "Deceiving a court official and seizing the treasures of the court. Do you understand the gravity of such a crime? In the wilderness, there is no court." Qin Mu countered, confused. "In a lawless land, who can condemn me?" "You speak with such confidence. It seems you have some backing," General Qin observed. He turned towards the riverbank, his pupils contracting. "I am Qin Feiyue, disciple of the Yinkang National Master, and a loyal general of the 4th rank. May I ask how to address the elder by the river?" The blind man, leaning on his cane, chuckled. "Just a blind man. What else is there to call me? Just an old invalid." General Qin's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings, catching sight of the decrepit village and smiling. 3 years ago, the provincial magistrate Mu Beifeng, from the southern region of Yinkang, led many skilled swordsmen from the Li River sword sect into the wilderness, allegedly seeking revenge. Later, someone found his body and that of the Li River sword sect experts downstream. I personally examined the corpses. They were pierced by spears. Yet the weapon used was not a spear but a bamboo cane. "Elder, do you also wield a bamboo cane?" The blind man, grasping his cane, smiled. "What else would a blind man use? This cane is for guidance, lest I stumble upon hard stones due to my blindness." General Qin, sensing the underlying meaning in his words, grew increasingly certain of his suspicions. "Elder, Mu Beifeng must have perished nearby. Did you witness anything at the time?" The blind man sighed. "I am blind. What could I possibly see?" "Young general, you jest. I have heard of Mu Beifeng. How tragic that he met with such foul play. It pains my heart. The cries of the monkeys on both banks never cease, causing heroes to weep." His cane pointed towards the river's surface. The river roared with tumultuous waves, and suddenly, the waters violently surged, sending waves over 10 feet high crashing against the banks. Even the riverboat swayed precariously, its soldiers thrown off balance. Beneath the surface, the water parted to reveal the massive back of a colossal beast, dark and ominous, as if a small island had emerged in the river's heart. The river trembled, and the beast was thrust into the air, crashing back into the depths. Qin Mu immediately noticed that the beast was bound by chains, the other end tethered to the swift-moving boat, a testament to the beast's strength. Strangely, while the river roiled violently elsewhere, the surface beneath Qin Mu remained tranquil, devoid of any disturbance. The 7th young master quickly steadied himself against the boat's edge, exclaiming, "Old elder, it seems you speak of a hero who perished before achieving success, causing their tears to flow." "You are mistaken," Qin Mu interjected. "What he means is, if you were to perish here, it would indeed be a case of dying before achieving success, and as you still draw breath, merely shouting in panic. You are akin to the weeping monkeys. Should you insist on probing deeper, you may find yourselves in peril." The old man is quite learned. The blind man beamed with pride. "Ah, Muir knows me well. If it were those fools, the lame and the deaf, they would surely mock my sentiments." General Qin's eyes twitched. The blind man's formidable strength had surpassed his expectations. Just moments ago, the blind man had merely pointed at the river. But had he chosen to thrust, he might have lifted the entire surface of the river. Even Gulin one encased in the shimbing fell silent, evidently discerning the blind man's strength from the way he had interacted with the river. If she insisted on claiming the sword, she might meet her demise here. Let the Xiaobao sword remain for now. We must depart. Set sail. With a commanding voice, Qin Feiyue ordered, and a soldier promptly produced a horn, which he sounded with a resounding blast. The deep, thunderous echo of the horn stirred the colossal beast lurking beneath the waters, causing tumultuous waves to rise dramatically, transforming the river into a towering wall of water that surged downstream, propelling the grand ship onward with ferocious speed. General Qin, did you not just inquire of that blind man, Mu Beifeng, regarding the identity of his assailant? Why did you depart without awaiting the outcome? Several palace maids clustered around the seventh young master, who, peering curiously between them, posed the question. My lord, I have already uncovered the truth. The general replied with a sardonic smile. Mu Beifeng met his demise at the hands of that very blind man, once a revered master of arms. He has now succumbed to blindness and chosen to dwell in this obscure village. What formidable presence must accompany him in seclusion? I cannot subdue this village alone. I must seek reinforcements. His armor clattered ominously, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he proclaimed, throughout the realm, all lands belong to the sovereign. Along the borders, all subjects owe allegiance to the crown. This vast expanse is also the territory of the court, not a lawless domain. Mu Beifeng held an official position. How could he fall to the hands of commoners? This village must be eradicated, must be annihilated, to assert the glory of our nation and the might of our army, ensuring that the emperor's majesty descends upon this great expanse. What an audacious display of authority! Qin Feiyue's eyes twitched violently. The limping figure vanished, only to reappear behind him, and he could not discern how the figure had slipped away and re-emerged so stealthily. Cold sweat poured from Qin Feiyue's brow as his hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword at his waist, yet he dared not make a move. Such bold claims. Does the national master know of your bravado? The limping figure bent down, inspecting the maps of the surging river sprawled across the ship, and chuckled. The national master has summoned you to draft these maps with intentions of deploying forces against our great expanse? TSK, what a pitiful little dragon. Oh, Gu Yonwan, why the sour expression? I have taken your scabbard. This banner is quite commendable. I shall take it as well. And this exquisite jade piece of yours, dear boy, is rather delightful, and this fan too. Alas, what bad luck to discover that you are but a girl. Suddenly, Qin Feiyue sensed a fleeting opportunity, and, with lightning speed, pivoted to draw his sword. However, the limping figure had already vanished without a trace.